Chapter 521 Giselle Seek Automatic Subscription. Originally, my plan was to travel to Kanto to win this year's core conference champion. When talking about this plan, Mrs. GN was still excited, but then she lowered her head in frustration and said, "In the end, I was forced by my mother to compete for this qualification, and my information was also handed over to the alliance by her." Hisoka can understand Jontai's mother's idea. The profession of trainer is to cross a single plank bridge with thousands of horses, and only a few of them reach the top of the pyramid. It is better to try the gym leader industry when you are young, especially in a large and developed economy. The city has its own gym. Although it may not be comparable to those region elites in terms of fame, at least he can guarantee that he still has a good family life. Since you're here, let's try it. Even if you fail, you'll still have time to participate in this year's core conference, Hisoka said casually, glanced at the wall clock on the wall again, and said with a smile, "It's getting late, rest early, and get up early tomorrow to sign up." 250 inches. "Well," said Jiantai. "Good night, brother Siso." The lights went out, and the whole room fell into darkness and silence. At the same time, the contestants in other dormitories also began to turn off the lights and rest. Everyone seemed to have telepathy. The newly brightly lit dormitory was not far away. For more than 10 seconds, it became pitch black. The night was silent. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone into the window, Hisoka opened his eyes naturally and glanced at the wall clock in front of him. It was 6:15. There is plenty of time, and the pre-registration starts at 8 o'clock. The next time is enough for him to exercise and then enjoy the free nutritious breakfast leisurely. Not to mention that the food at Jontian University is really not covered. The food for ordinary students is already comparable to the level of a 5-star hotel, let alone a small stove for those top students and chief students BSEB. Seeing that Jiantai Hula Hula was sleeping soundly, Hisoka didn't bother him. Anyway, there would be a bell to remind the students when they were in class at 7:30. After a little shower, put on a black turtleneck short-sleeved jacket. Walking to the bottom of the dormitory building, Hisoka found that in addition to himself, there were some contestants walking out of the room one after another. These people looked at each other and didn't say anything but nodded. Everyone walked to the school cafeteria that they went to yesterday. Along the way, they also met many students who got up in the morning for morning exercises. The students brought their own Pokémon to do various exercises in the wide playground. Some students jog along the rubber track with their Pokémon, some direct a Hitmonchan to aim at the sandbag for boxing training, and others directly fight. Life in the Ivory Tower is indeed much more pleasant than outside. When these students graduate and embark on different positions, they will realize that this period of life is the best memory in their life. It's not right for your Growlithe to train like this. Growlithe's bite ability is not as good as Houndour, so if you want to learn crunch skills before evolution becomes Arcanine, it's useless to bite Frisbee. In the crowd, a yellow-haired teenager with a school uniform draped over his shoulders pointed to Growlithe, who was trying to jump up to catch the Frisbee. "Go to the drugstore and buy some hind leg bones left after Tauros died, and let your Growlithe bite on it every day. A few bites, and when it can bite the bone in one bite, it will almost learn to crunch." Quote, the young man with yellow hair looked a little arrogant, and behind him were two attendants, one tall, one short, one fat and one thin. "It's Alberto, isn't he the head student of the second year? Why did he come here today?" "Yeah, he also finished in the top 12 last year in the International University Pokémon Exchange Competition." The male student who was reminded of that said excitedly, "Thank you Chief Alberto for his teaching. I'll go to the pharmacy to buy Tauros hind leg bones right away. Don't worry about it beforehand." Alberto put his arms around the other's shoulders and said very affectionately, "Brother, did you have a transfer student in the 3rd class last week? A girl named Giselle?" The male student with some freckles nodded. "Yes, last Wednesday, Miss Giselle joined our class with the first place in the written test and the first interview, and I heard that she wants to compete in the 1st grade recently." The chief, "If that's the case, then please do me a favor." Alberto took out a white envelope with a heart button on the end. "Give this letter to Giselle and say I'll be waiting for her at Islet Forest tonight at 8 o'clock. Quote, the male student hesitated for a while. To be honest, he also admired the charming and lovely Giselle in his heart, but he also knew that there was very little chance that a young lady born in a wealthy family like this would be able to see him. To offend a second-year chief student for an illusory extravagance, I am afraid that my life in Jontian University will be very sad in the future. Thinking of this, the male student scratched the back of his head and said, "No problem, I will give this letter from Chief Alberto to Miss Sunday when the class starts." Alberto stroked the strands of hair that fell on his forehead, patted the other person's shoulder, and laughed loudly. "When this is done, you will follow me in Jontian University in the future, including the consumption of medicinal materials for your Pokémon training. If you have other relevant materials, you can come to me for reimbursement." Chapter 522 Breakfast Situation. Ask for automatic subscription. This Alberto seems to be very narcissistic in his words and deeds, as as if the girl named Giselle will definitely like him. However, he does have some capital. As the second-year chief of Jontian University, it shows that his personal trainer's strength is very good. There are nearly 2,500 people in a grade, which is one of Norman's pick. Alberto's grandfather is the top 20 shareholder of Syrif Company and hold part of the original shares of Syrif Company, so he is also the second generation of a billionaire family. The only weakness is that this family has no official actual strength but only relatively strong financial resources. Besides, this kind of background in Jontian University can only be considered to be at the upper middle level. There are not a few people here who are better than Alberto, the two chief students of the third and fourth year. One is the Kanto Ghost Elite, Granny Agatha's favorite granddaughter, and the other is Jodo Yulong family's relative in Kanto. She has been sponsored by the Yulong family since she was a child. I heard that there is a place where Mr. Land crossing airborne Jontian University lectures are also because of the relationship of this little sub-pro. Jontian University is undoubtedly a lot of hidden dragons, but it is still a little worse than the background of Celadon, Rainbow University. Watching the back of the other party leave, Alberto gradually became contemplative. Grandpa said that as long as he can catch up with Giselle, then his family will be able to climb up a few layers in the future and become a real wealthy family, not a nouveau riche without power. Thank you. Please help me get 5 plates of steak. If you want milk, just give me the big can. You don't need to divide the cup. By the way, you can also give me 2 whole slices of cod fried, and these are the fruit platters. After listening to Hisoka's request, the uncle who was in charge of the meal immediately darkened his face and said solemnly, "Are you playing with me, kid? Can you finish all this alone?" Hisoka nodded and said, "Yes, if it's not enough, I will continue to look for you." Continue. The blue veins popped out of the uncle's forehead. "You outsiders, although the school says that they will provide you with 3 meals a day for free, but you will never be allowed to waste them casually. This is not one of those small restaurants outside. The ingredients here must be kept fresh and healthy. The nutrition was all air freighted this morning, and it was very expensive." Quote, "I can finish it. If I can't finish it, I will pay for the cost of all the food." "That's what you said." "I don't want you to compensate according to the price. If you can't finish it, you have to stuff it for me. Even 1 grain of rice is not enough." So when the other contestants were suspicious and we didn't know him, Hisoka walked over to a dining table by the window, pushing the food that the 4 of them could eat. At the same time, the students who came to the cafeteria for breakfast also looked over with curious eyes. The female students mostly looked up and down with admiration. The behavior of the dining car is a bit exaggerated, but it does not hinder the saying that beauty is justice. And most of the male students glanced at them with contempt. "Where are the country bumpkins from? It's not exaggerated to have free breakfast." Hisoka didn't care what other people thought at all. He was really hungry. He ate more at home. He was already restrained when he went out. His metabolism was too fast. Hisoka has more than twice the physical fitness of ordinary people, and his food intake has also reached 4 times that of ordinary people. A stronger body requires more nutrient, and no one can violate the universal law of conservation of energy. Under the constant glances of the whole restaurant, Hisoka was arrogantly solving the plates of food in front of him. The speed and the appearance of the food made the girls who wanted to lose weight and had no appetite couldn't help wallowing. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot. "Hey, you've taken my plate." At this time, the voice of a little girl who was as crisp as an Oreo but a little immature rang in Hiso's ear. Hisoka didn't look back, just picked up the milk in the jar and poured it into his mouth. The sound of thudding sounded rude. "Hey, you, take up my place. Here is the dining table where I spend my wallet. It's my personal thing." Seeing that the other party ignored her, the little girl's voice immediately increased a few decibels. "I'll give you leave here in 3 seconds, or I'll ask the school security to ask you out." "I am sorry. I just ate so well. I didn't realize that you were talking about me." Hisoka shoved the last cod fillet into his mouth, and then stood up swayingly. Looking back, a little girl with very beautiful brown-red waist-length hair was puffing out a small picture mouth. Raise the pink fist. Maybe he will punch himself. But after measuring the height of both sides, and the other's arm thicker than his own thigh, this violent impulse involuntarily extinguished. The little girl was also wearing a suit and school uniform specially made by Jontian University. The upper body was a slim-fit casual lady's small suit with exposed arms. A red bow was tied at the neckline, and the lower body was a very beautiful short skirt. The little girl looks short, but her snow-white and pink jade leg take up most of her body. It gives the impression that all legs are below the waist, and her calves are slender and tall. A pair of knee-length white stockings is even more special. Adds a bit of flair. Chapter 523 Contestant Mat 1 Update. As for automatic subscription, there are no primary schools, junior high schools and high schools in this world. From the end of kindergarten, parents can choose to let their children switch to homeschooling, and of course they can choose to spend a lot of money to let their children be promoted to Pokémon Research Junior Division of the school. The Pokémon Research School is divided into junior divisions, and intermediate divisions include 3 levels of advanced division. After completing the advanced division, you go to a university directly. Therefore, most of the students of Jontian University are between the ages of 15 and 19. Modern society is tolerant of geniuses, especially in school. This kind of blatantly divided education has almost become the consensus of the 043 people in this world. Excellent people and strong people should have more social resources. I'm done eating. I'll give you this, eat now. Hisoka took a toothpick and bit it on his mouth, smilingly looking at the indignant little girl with hands on hip. Then, I won't disturb you. Dinner, asshole. Watching the tall figure walk out the door of the cafeteria, Giselle finally couldn't help but scolded, and after she had finished scolding, she remembered that she was a lady. How could she swear in public? What did you do in the cafeteria management? Why is Miss Sunday's place being occupied by others? Several female students who had been following Sunday ran to the window aggressively. The uncle chef looked helpless. How do I know? All the external trainers who came to participate in the invitational tournament this morning, they don't know the rules of the school. Don't be embarrassing, uncle. At this time, Sunday came over and waved his hand. Forget it. Find someone to clean the table. No, uncle, you can arrange a new table for me, just the one at the back. Windows, I like quiet. After finishing speaking, Giselle took the plate with only a fruit salad and a glass of milk and walked over quickly. The petite and lonely figure seemed a little lonely. Even though she is only 14 years old, Sunday is very clear about why those people in the class are always courting her. It has only been a week, and the expected free and happy college life has not come. Instead, what is entangled around is Jean-troubled relationship. Sometimes I wonder why I graduated from the senior department in such a short time. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the multimedia classroom on the ground floor of building number 1 in the teaching area was opened by security personnel. Hundreds of invitational contestants gathered at the gate walked in one after another. In addition, the playground outside was already crowded with people from various classrooms. There are a total of 10,245 students in Jontian University, and there are nearly 2,500 students in each grade. It is impossible to watch the battlefield for all students, so some of the students who cannot get seat can only watch the live broadcast on the central screen on the grass, or sit in the classroom and watch live on the school channel. Now the official random matching of players will begin. It's still Mr. Yukimura, the chief prosecutor of the southern region, and Ms. Isolite Lorelei was not seen in the pre-registration stage at 8 o'clock. The upper body photos of all the contestants quickly appeared on the white screen of the projector. There are 97 people in total, which means that there may be a lucky bye in the first game. Sure enough, after all the photos were scrambled, they began to automatically match their opponent, and the last lucky one was actually Jontai, who had been sitting beside Hisoka, and still pretended to be young. He was assigned number 97. What a lucky guy. There were many glances in the crowd. Some were calm as water, some were disdainful, but they were more envious. Ah, my bye-bye, Kenta suddenly shouted. His neural reflexes seemed to be a beat lower than others. It's a pity, but it doesn't matter. If it's a bye, I can just go and cheer brother Sasuo, Jiantai said to himself, making Sasuo beside him a little confused. It's really familiar. Let's not talk about it. And people who don't know think they are really brothers. Brother Siso, what number have you been assigned to? Number 8. He liked the number. Jiantai nodded lightly and said, if the number 8 is the number 7, then the match will be the number 7 inches. Yes, Hisoka replied, then looked at the photo of his opponent next on the computer screen. A rough man with a beard and a face. The name below is Yan Gang, a little like his name. Recommended TN University, President's Office. Why did you suddenly come to Kanto? Lorelei stood with his legs upright, reclining gracefully on the red leather sofa that should belong to the principal, and the toes of his black high-heeled shoes touched the ground lightly, making a rattling sound. The person sitting on the guest sofa has a waist-length head. No, it's 2.4-inch long, bright blonde hair reaching to the hip, with curly blonde hair, and a pair of black gold-edged pouch-shaped hair accessories between the temples. The blonde woman is very beautiful. This kind of beauty is different from the deadly captivate of Lorelei's mature woman, but a more heroic and unrestrained appearance. She is wearing an all-black one-piece cape-style dress with long trousers. The whole person feels full of unparalleled self-confidence and high-spirited color. Someone asked the protagonist's appearance. Then I'll give you a picture. The protagonist is only strong and has a long ponytail. Not Mr. Bulk Up. As kind, because I have been exercising all the time and my figure is also very good. The protagonist's figure is almost the same as that of Mr. Bulk Up. I am the same _ha. Chapter 524. The First Battle. The Forest Field. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Wow, the blue style ice cream in Jontian City is really delicious. As soon as the blonde woman spoke, she immediately broke her aggressive self-confidence and instantly became like a girl next door, full of playfulness. coolness. A blue ice cream cone in one hand, with a circle of white cream crumbs on top of the light blue ice layer. The blonde who became like a little girl stretched out a sexy red snake and licked the ice cream up and down. Hey, Lorelai shook his head and smiled. Sure enough, no matter how it changed, the habit of eating ice cream would never change. Everywhere you go, you must first try the most delicious local ice cream. I eat the same brand of ice cream all day long. Huh, why isn't Mr. Shimada in the office? The blonde looked up at Lorelai after eating one of the cones. Shion Shimada went to Celadon, Rainbow University to attend the seminar in 15 years, and I will temporarily serve as the president of Jontian University for the past 3 days. Lorelai stroked the frame and smiled lightly. Cynthia, answer my previous question. Lorelai, if a woman is always so serious, it's easy to get old. Cynthia got up and threw the cone shell into the trash can. She only eats the meat on the ice cream cone, never the shell. The old men of the Zuching group asked me to come to recommend TN City and the branch of Devon Manufacturing Company Limited to discuss the investment share of the fossil resurrection plan in detail. They want to occupy more shares in the plan. Mr. Stephen disagrees for the time being. Business action alone shouldn't make you Sinnoh champion. Make a trip. Lorelai obviously wouldn't be deceived by this reason. She knows her best friend very well, and the Celebration Group is undoubtedly a giant for ordinary people and even many wealthy nobles. But in the face of Sinnoh's youngest champion, who is also the future patriarch of the Temple family, the Celebration Group is obviously still far away, not qualified to command Cynthia. Cynthia spread out a pair of jade hands and said, the investment share is only a small matter, mainly because my little cousin will be celebrating her 14th birthday tomorrow, and she is clamoring for my cousin to come to watch the ceremony. That little girl from the Yudo family. Lorelai got up and walked to Cynthia's side, looking out the window side by side with her. Yeah, I like this little cousin very much. Don't you think she looks a lot like me when I was a kid? I don't think so. Hey, the hairstyle looks alike. There are 13 multi-purpose battle facilities in Jonda University, and this time, the 6 largest machines were provided to the gym qualification trials for free. In addition to changing the field of different attributes, the multifunctional battle facility can also simulate a more realistic natural environment. Due to the size of the venue, the multifunctional battle facilities in Jonda University are more advanced than those in the region competition. Hisoka was standing on the red podium of the number 4 facility at the moment, while the trainer opposite him was standing on the blue podium. The players on both sides are ready, and now the simulation venues will be allocated immediately. The referee hands on the referee table are held by school teachers. They may not be very professional in refereeing, but there is absolutely no problem with the academic knowledge of Pokémon. The advanced multifunctional battle facilities are no longer the simplest 4 basic fields of ice, water, grass and rock. The area of more than 800 square meters simulates the most realistic natural field. Drop, 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 boom. With the light of a tree pattern lit up, the simulated venue for this battle will be a forest area that people usually see. It's a forest field. After the referee confirmed the pattern, he immediately pressed the green switch in front of him. Bang! There was a loud noise, and then the entire podium was shaking. Haiso and the player named Yan Gang grabbed the guardrail in front of them to keep their balance. The normal rock and soil field began to crack to both sides, and even spread directly to the around the 2 trainers. Large trees of more than 10 meters or even more than 20 meters rose up into the sky, and in less than a minute the entire site was already wrapped in a real forest. Hisoka could clearly smell the faint scent of mulberry leaf from the bozang trees around him. It was indeed a bit shocking. This was the first time that Hisoka had experienced such a high-end battle facility, but whether it was the purchase and installation of such a facility or the daily maintenance and repair of the site, it was probably an astronomical sum that was unimaginable for ordinary people. The Pokémon are not played one after the other. Please 300 players from both sides release the Pokéball at the same time. During the game, each player has only one chance to replace the Pokémon in the battle. The referee told the rules of the game, and then the green flag on his right hand was raised high. The game began. Without any hesitation, Hisoka buckled the belt with his right hand, and instantly grabbed a Pokéball. He basically didn't know much about this opponent, for the sake of safety and not to capsize in the gutter. Weavile, it's up to you for the first game, Hisoka said softly beside the ball, and then threw their Pokéballs at the same time as the player named Yangang. 2 Pokéballs of different colors crossed an arc in the air. Bang, bang. After 2 crisp sound, 2 white lights appeared on the grass. Roar tilde. Majug tilde. A deep and deep voice. A hoarse voice. Golem. No, it should be Shiny Golem. Watching the other's Pokémon carefully, Hisoka couldn't help narrowing his eyes. In addition to his own white Misdreavus, he saw a second shiny type Pokémon today. Chapter 525. The battle is on the verge of 1 update for automatic subscription. Update a chapter secretly, trembling and afraid to speak. Shiny Pokémon can also be called heterochromatic Pokémon. There is no doubt about the rarity of Pokémon with this peculiar color. power. From a certain point of view, their number is far rarer than the so-called quasi-gods. But to say that shiny Pokémon must be stronger than similar individuals is more arbitrary. But from the big data point of view, most shiny Pokémon are indeed stronger than their counterpart, and the strength is not a bit or two. This has nothing to do with talent, but more about the influence of the living environment. No cases of shiny Pokémon have been found in artificially bred Pokémon, and shiny Pokémon will only appear in the wild environment. The reason is very simple. Shiny Pokémon are similar to the albino animals in the previous life. Because of genetic problem, their color bodies have changed so that heterogeneous individuals are easily abandoned by the group. After all, both parents are white, and they have a black child, which is unacceptable to anyone. The color of ordinary golem is mainly gray-brown, similar to the color of mountain rock, while this shiny 340 golem is more gray-black, which is similar to the color of iron ore. There is an obvious scar on the corner of the right eye, which make golem, who is already fierce-looking, even more sinister. With limbs as thick as tree poles, and a huge round body, this shiny golem is the largest that Hisoka has ever seen so far. Rock-type Pokémon, including ground-type Pokémon, are huge and their strength is almost 100% related. Yangang's face is calm. He is 25 years old this year, but his dark and vicissitudes face make him look more like a man over 30 years old. From a common family background, he can reach the level he is today thanks to his own efforts and God's gift of that little bit of luck. He runs a Pokémon dojo in Sappy City, teaching those trainers who are mainly rock-type or ground-type trainers how to better cultivate Pokémon. He debuted at the age of 13, and his work experience at the age of 12 gave him sufficient practical experience. Weavile, a glint of light flashed in Yan Gang's eyes. He is not the kind of person who rests on his laurels, and he often pays attention to news from other regions. The so-called Weavile is Johto Sneasel's evolution type, which is a new evolution case that was just discovered in the past 2 years. Before Weavile appeared, people thought Sneasel couldn't evolve. Ice, evil dual attribute, good at speed, weak defense in a few seconds. Yan Gang has already gone through the advantages and disadvantages of the two sides in his mind. In terms of speed and physical flexibility, his own golem can't keep up with the other party even if he installs a car engine. Binkian also has some disadvantages in terms of attribute, but Dark is also afraid of fighting. As long as a small crispy skin like Weavile is caught by golem, a throw to the ground is enough to send it to the street. The green flag that the referee represents the official start of the battle has been raised high, and the voices of the students on the outside of the field have also reached the ears of the two players. Most of them are discussing who will win the next game. There are even some naughty male students who have already placed their bets on who can win the first game. Come, bet quickly if you want to make money. Cash, watches, magical prop, evolutionary stone, ite and meal card can be used to bet. A fat blonde man with fairer skin than a girl is constantly instigating looking at the surrounding classmate. The odds of the first BFCI game are 1 to 1. I will be the banker, it will be close soon. Therefore, students who wanted to join in the fun or really wanted to gamble all came to this fat man. Most of them had cash and meal card. A few of them took out evolutionary stone, ite, and there were almost no bets with magical prop. I bet 50W on this bastard to lose. Pooh. Fatty didn't react for a while. The guy on the red side with a black ponytail, the saint said coldly. Fatty swallowed his saliva. He only played small game, and he would bet 50W if he came up. If the guy really lost, he would not have to lose 50W at a time. What, can't afford it? Sunday sneered. How is that possible? The fat man patted his chest after being so provoked by the beauty. I'll accept your 50W. If you lose later, don't cry. Don, Molly girl. Fatty is a third-year student and doesn't know Giselle, who has just entered school for a week. If he knew that she was the only daughter of the Yudo family, he would definitely not say such a thing. 50W. I'm afraid it's the same price as the other party's usual medium perfume. Swish. The green flag waved down suddenly. Almost at the same time, Hisoka and Iwagang, who caught a glimpse of the green shadow, issued their own commands in an instant. Golem, Earthquake, Weavile, let go straight up the tree. In a regular Pokemon battle, the key is to strike first and then lose. Whoever can attack first will have the first advantage in the game, which is why one of the rules of the gym game is to let the challenger attack first. The forest field is undoubtedly a natural home field for the flexible Weavile. She is very fast, and her body swayed slightly in place, with a speed that ordinary people can't see with the naked eye. When Golem jumped up and stepped down, Weavile's figure has already appeared on the 5th azure tree on his right. Boom tilde. Accompanied by the deafening tackle sound, shiny Golem's terrifying weight endowed the earthquake with stronger power, and from under it, cobweb-like crack quickly spread in all directions. Chapter 526 Guild Wars for Automatic Subscription. Fisher can be heard all the time. The violent vibration passed through the nearly 800 square meter competition field, and even some students who were close to the field were shocked by the residual shock waves and sat on the ground. Holding the same idea as as Hisoka. In order to avoid the embarrassing incident of capsize in the gutter in the first game, Iwagang also brought out his strongest main force. Click, click. Trees more than 10 meters high fell one by one. This is the amazing destructive power of the ground-based trick to the field. This is a natural advantage that is difficult to achieve with any other skill. The speed can't keep up with the opponent, and there is no advantage in the field, so you can only use a wide range of earthquake to force the opponent's Pokemon to fight Golem melee'ly. Yangang has enough confidence. And what about attribute restraint? Golem's pure muscle power can completely crush it. A skinny little black hat. Majude tilde. The big tree under him squeaked and fell to the side and forward. Weavile's legs were slightly bent, and a black shadow flashed in the air. When she reappeared, it was on the tree on the left again. Earthquake shock wave is still continuing. If one tree falls down, jump to the second tree. The 15-second duration of earthquake just caused fundamental changes to the surrounding field. If someone looked down from the sky at this time, you can clearly see that there is a strange circle sunken in the center of this porosite. Roar tilde. Golem took a deep breath, and Earthquake, who had just posted all his strength, consumed a part of his stamina, but obviously this part of his stamina was not harmful to him. Its reptile-like head kept scanning left and right, trying to find the trace of the opponent. After Earthquake just now, the opponent Weavile actually disappeared. Could it be that he was pressed down by a tree? Golem can't lift his head because of his body structure, so he habitually ignores target from above. Golem can't see, but that doesn't mean Yangang can't see. When the last azure tree around fell down, Weavile jumped with all his strength and jumped directly to an altitude of nearly 50 meters. It stretched its streamlined body, and its body fell at a controllable speed. Majude tilde. The iconic evil smile appeared on Weavile's face, and the two little tiger teeth were raised at the corners of her mouth. Naturally left-handed, she raised her most powerful left hand. The three-fingered claws curled up, forming a fist shape. Hisoka smiled slightly and shouted, "Brick break." The falling body accelerated decisively the moment he heard the order, and at this moment, no matter what Golem did to resist, it was too late. This was indeed the case, so Iwakong didn't plan to let Golem fight back, but chose to strengthen his defense and reduce damage. Golem used defense roll after defense curl, one of the easiest skills to combine. Roar tilde. The inability to see the target from above made Golem a little irritable, but the trainer's voice came, and the battle hardened. It immediately regained its composure. The exposed limbs and head quickly curled up. At the same time, the gray-black rock, a gleam of mirror light flashed across the skin. Originally, Weavile's attack target was aimed at Golem's head, but now the big rock has indented its head into the rock body like a squirtle, and the falling attack cannot be chained back. Although the fighting-type brick break has twice the restraint of the rock-type Golem, for Weavile, after all, there is no damage bonus with the same attribute, and the explosive power is very strong. As an assassin, Weavile has a sufficient amount of explosive power, but the size and strength of its body also limit its lack of the absolute rolling force of Rhyperior. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It hits with one hit and disappears instantly. After Weavile pulled the distance with a beautiful somersault, Golem's arms that had just retracted to his body immediately stretched out. It was fast enough that the arms could not reach the air for half a second, but it was still a step behind Weavile. Defense curl plus the double defense increase of the defense roll. Golem's own strong physical defense ability combined with the two brick break without the same attribute bonus can't cause damage that can make it incapacitated. Majude tilde. Weavile let out a threatening and sharp whistle, but still had that grin on her face. She and Golem looked at each other from a distance, and the atmosphere between the two was gradually rising. He had to find a way to limit the opponent's speed, and Genga's mind turned sharply at a high speed, because once the limit could not be achieved, if the opponent started guerrilla tactics and the time dragged on, his side would face a comprehensive disadvantage. Golem, rock imprison. Roar tilde. Excellent Pokemon tend to make the quickest response at the moment of the trainer's command. Golem slapped the ground with both hands, and as the ground rumbled, 3 stone pillars broke out around Weavile and quickly closed in the middle. Rock imprison can either stand in front of him as a defensive measure, or close in like this to block opponents from moving. It's useless. Hisoka shook his head. These stone pillars were no more than 2 meters high, and Weavile could easily jump out by jumping, so how could it be possible to block her movement? Right now, Golem's stone edge. Seeing Weavile jumping out from the middle of the rock imprison, Yangang's face was not surprised at all, but a look of joy, because he was waiting for this moment. Chapter 527 Faint Trick. Ask for automatic subscription. The previous Mulbug, the ice system restrains the ground system, and the rock system restrains the ice system, so Weavile and Golem restrain each other, but Weavile, who learned the fighting system brick break, restrains the rock system, so the overall advantage is. Sure enough, you can't underestimate underestimate any trainer, let alone in such a pure superior level battle. The rock imprison is just vain, and Yan Gang knew very well that the rock imprison could not restrain Weevile's movements at all. After all, it was too flexible. Use the rock imprison to force Weevile to vacate the splash, and then instruct Golem to use the stone edge, which restrains the opponent's attribute when he can't move his body for a moment. This 250 is Yan Gang's plan. Roared tilde. Golem's reaction was as quick as ever, and pieces of sharp stones with irregular shapes and sharp edges floated behind it, and then shot at Weevile, who was jumping in midair at an explosive beat. Every sharp stone has a heart-pounding sound of breaking through the air. It is conceivable to imagine what will happen if the sharp stone at this speed hits the physical opponent head-on. Everything happened between Spark and Flint, including Weevile's counterattack. It's impossible to break through the limited rules without the help of Weevile in the air. Although her body cannot move with strength, her hands can still move at will, so there is a shocking scene in the air. Weevile crossed her claws and made the iconic move of brick break. Swish, his arm raised. A sharp stone that was hit in the face was immediately smashed by this move, brick break. The right arm also slashed diagonally, and the second sharp stone exploded upon hearing the sound. One piece after another. In less than 2 seconds from Weevile's flight to the ground, whether it was Yan Gang opposite, the referee on the sideline, or the students outside the court, their eyes widened. They were still immersed in the Weevile just now. In that amazing counterattack, he couldn't help himself. Are they all filmed? The blonde fat man who opened the game before patted the brown-haired boy next to him on the shoulder and said excitedly, "I have inquired. The players who came to participate in the gym qualifying tournament in Jontian City this time are all trainers who have passed the superior test. Battle videos can definitely sell for a good price on trainer forum." Quote, gym qualifying tournament does not allow the media to broadcast live, so these battle videos are basically first-hand, and the battle videos that are exciting and valuable in themselves can be watched for a fee on the trainer forum. The fee is very cheap, only 2 yuan, but I can't bear the amount of money. If 100 million people watch this video, including the forum share, the video publisher can earn at least 100 million. Of course, this can only be thought about in my mind. No matter how exciting the battle of superior trainers is, it is impossible to attract 100 million people to watch. It is thankful to have a million views. If you want hundreds of millions of views, you must at least have region champion's battle video. The brown-haired boy gave a thumbs up, and at the same time moved the camera lens with the situation on the field, and said with admiration, "Don't worry, Boss Carl, you are guaranteed to shoot in the highest resolution. A way to make money." Quote, "Hee," Carl said with a smug smile. "That's right, you don't even look at what your eldest son did to grow up." Carl was born in an ordinary businessman family. His father taught him how to do business since he was a child. The annual tuition fee of Jontian University is not cheap, and the school will waive tuition and miscellaneous fees and even scholarship for students from poor families with excellent grades. The people with ordinary grades, can only pay honestly and in full. Yan Gang never thought that the opponent's Weevile would be able to resist all stone edges in this way. With only a pair of meat claws, he used brick break to smash every nearby rock, and it was completed in just 2 seconds. All action, how fast reflexes are required, and that Weevile dynamic vision is absolutely perverted. Nice job, Hisoka praised. To be honest, he was also a little surprised by Weevile's instant counterattack just now. Hisoka always liked to train the autonomous fighting ability of his Pokémon, but Weevile gave him a surprise now. Hisoka was ready to take a risk because he had to find a way to break the deadlock. This shiny golem was stinky and hard, and his body defense was stronger than a normal golem. Coupled with the double defense bonus of defense curl and defense roll, Ice Punch with double restraint alone can't do the damage that determines the victory. Weevile uses Swords Dance directly. Hisoka's order made Yan Gang stunned, and then the solemn expression on his face became a little strained, and there was a hint of joy in his astonishment. Can the opposite finally hold back 3.0? It's true that Swords Dance can nearly double Weevile's attack power 1, but the side effect is that Weevile can't move until Swords Dance is complete. Abandoning their own advantages and betting on the outbreak after Swords Dance is really the biggest foolish move. Sword Dance prelude had already started. Yan Gang did not dare to hesitate at all. Once the Swords Dance was completed, his golem would definitely die miserably. Ra Congo Duan waved and shouted, "Golem roll out close, then use the earth to cast Weevile Ice." The evil double attribute quadruple weak fighting. As long as Golem catches and uses the earth to throw, the victory of the first game will be completely established. Chapter 528. The dust has settled. Seek automatic subscription. There was a lot of booze outside the field. The students in the university said that their actual combat experience may not be enough, but their knowledge and theoretical knowledge are not bad at all. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Weevile is a fast attacker. As long as the game is dragged down, use guerrilla tactic to drag Golem to death. As a result, such an excellent Weevile was turned into such a dazed trainer. The scene scene where Weavile took over all the stone edges just now was still fresh in the student's memory. Pokémon are good enough, but the trainer is a fool. Golem's normal movement speed is too slow. Yangang is afraid that Golem has already completed Swords Dance by Weavile before he can get close, so the joke is a bit too big. Roar tilde. Golem shrank his limbs and head again, like the engine of a car started, and the body of a stone ball with a height of one person rolled 15 to Weavile, which was 100 meters away. Compared to normal running, Golem in rollout state is much faster. Majug tilde. Weavile was doing a strange dance in place. Dancing with it, a special energy started to stimulate the muscle cells all over the body. Sword Dance's increase in attack power is to greatly stimulate the muscle tissue of Pokémon so that the muscles swell and become more active. Weavile's current limit is Swords Dance twice, and if you force Swords Dance a third time, it will easily cause muscle tissue to collapse due to insufficient body strength, thus paying the price of muscle dissolution. If you want Swords Dance 3 times, you must at least wait for it to have elite level strength. Mao tilde. Weavile screamed and screamed. Swords Dance would put a load on its own muscle tissue, so now it was feeling the urgency of the heart beating from the distance. In a short time, Weavile's arm muscles and leg muscles showed obvious changes at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was more than 5 points thicker than before. The black hair stood upright. The whites of the eyes around the blood-colored vertical pupils were gradually covered with some bloodshot, and the blue veins on the wrists above the sharp claws bulged. Roar tilde. Golem in the rollout state was already close, and Weavile, who was in the final stage, could not move his body. Forcibly interrupting the Swords Dance before it was completed would easily hurt the muscle tissue. Under Weavile's blood-colored vertical pupils, Golem decisively stretched out his arms and clasped its weight, pressing the opponent's body with enormous force, and Golem's thick legs stomped on the ground. With the roar of the ground shaking, Golem, who weighed more than 500 kg, actually splashed nearly 10 meters in height under this momentum, only to turn his head down and smash his opponent into the ground. When he saw Golem vacate the splash, Yangang felt relieved for a while. Since his debut, he has encountered Pokémon that can break free from Golem and cast on the earth. Weavile is good at speed, and its strength is not enough to break through the shackles of Golem. The earth throw of the fighting system can definitely easily kill Weavile, who is 4 times weaker. Boy, I won the first game. No one knows Weavile better than Hisoka, and directing the Weavile Swords Dance is risky, but not reckless. Weavile, Ice Punch. It's useless. Boy, Golem can hold Weavile's Ice Punch, but Weavile definitely can't hold a shot to the ground. Perhaps the victory was in his hand, and the corner of Yangang's mouth rose slightly at this moment, and it was the first time he faced Hisoka head-on. Dialogue. Until the last moment of the game, no one knows the final result. Hisoka replied with a smile. Golem, who reached the top, began to fall rapidly, and his heavy body gave it faster potential energy. All the students watching the game outside the stadium had already mourned for this Weavile in their heart. It's hard not to lose against this reckless master. Boom. With a dull heavy slam, Weavile, who was locked in Golem's arms, showed an incomparably evil smile, and his bloodshot eyes made people terrified. Her left-hand claws, which were a few points larger than before, bombarded Golem's jaw with cold air. Compared with Brick Break, Ice Punch has the same attribute bonus. The trauma to the head, which is not protected by hard rock, and the ice base skill that restrains its attribute, combined with this heavy hammer, almost made Golem 323 want to be stunned in pain. The severe pain triggered Golem's desperate heart. He gritted his teeth and still clung to the arms that locked Weavile, unwilling to let go. As long as he could hold it until it hit the ground, he would win the game. Weavile's evil smile began to subside, and it didn't want to die with the other party. Boom. It was another ice punch that hit Golem's jaw again. This heavy blow finally made Golem have to loosen a part of the gap. He was forced to accept Ice Punch after 2 Swords Dance without losing his ability to fight directly, which is enough to show that this the awesomeness of shiny Golem. At the last moment before landing, Weavile stepped on the rock in Golem's abdomen, and with the help of this recoil, his flexible body jumped and fell out, leaving Golem alone to smash into the pit. Majug tilde. After landing, Weavile chased after the victory, because she felt that Golem had not completely lost his ability to fight, and the shadows flashed. Facing Golem, who was panting in pain in the pit, Weavile once again raised the sharp claws of the frosty left hand. Chapter 529 Win Seek Automatic Subscription. When the smoke and dust in the center of the venue cleared, Golem, who had just shown great power just now, was lying on the ground with his head bulged, his eyes closed, and his limbs twitched weakly from time to time. Weavile stood directly opposite Golem. His raised left claws slowly retracted from his head, and it could be clearly seen that Golem's head still had a lot of ice debris left. The referee waved the green flag in time, pointed to Hisoka's side, and shouted, "Golem is incapacitated. The winner of the first game is Weavile." Damn, what the hell? You can win like this? Yeah, that good luck as well. Finishing Swords Dance at the last minute. The students outside the field were talking a lot, and many of them were even more gloomy. After all, they were betting that shiny Golem won, but the result was reversed. Just now, when Weavile was thrown into the air by Golem, they thought they would win. Get rich. Hearing the referee's announcement, the blonde fat Carl froze for a moment, followed by a burst of ecstasy. He didn't know why he would bet on Weavile to win. In addition to the 50W that the chick just voted, the income of this game made him profit at least $1 million. Wow, it's really comfortable. Carl saw that Sunday's face was very ugly, so he quickly stepped forward and said, "Hey, pretty girl, do you want to continue gambling? You should hate that Weavile trainer. I have inquired. He is 7 tonight. There's a game at o'clock." Sunday's slightly childish pretty face was uncertain, glared at the nasty guy, and shouted, "Remember, as long as there is his game in the future, I will bet 100W on him to lose. Do you understand?" Diaresis. After finishing speaking, Sunday flicked her ponytail and walked out of the crowd with her slender legs with white stockings. What happened during breakfast made her feel bad for Hisoka. She had never seen such an innocent person before. Polite man. After grabbing his exclusive position, he actually dared to look righteous. If Hisoka knew that a little girl hated him because of a seat problem, he would definitely look innocent. Just a little girl spoiled by the family. Don't worry about it. Well, poverty really limits my imagination. Looking at the girl's beautiful back, Carl couldn't help sighing. At the end of the game, Yang took back his old friend who had been with him for many years. He really never thought that he would be eliminated in the first game. According to the rules of the Jontian City Gym qualification tournament, nearly 100 players competed for a period of 3 days of competition selection before entering the final 8 showdown. Other knockout matches are 1v1. The quarter-finals were a 3v3 duel. In order to ensure the winning rate of the first round, he had already sent the strongest main force in the team. It can only be said that the strong players have their own strong players. Dissatisfied. After all, losing is losing. Stepping off the podium, the two trainers who had just faced off met on the sideline. Haiso and Iwagang looked at each other and nodded. Congratulations. Yang stretched out his right hand and smiled generously. Your Weavile is very good. To be honest, I was also frightened by your bold idea before. I can only say that the trainer believes in his Pokémon, and the Pokémon also believes in himself. As trainer, the two of you have a great understanding. Thank you. Hisoka also stretched out his right hand and shook it. The second field, Alakazam is incapacitated. The winner of this match is Crobat. Field 5, Magmar is incapacitated. The winner of this match is Gyarados. Sick venue. The first round of knockout rounds in the morning is officially over, and the second knockout round will begin after 2 p.m. In the first knockout match, Kenta was lucky enough to be by turn to various competition venues. These participating trainers were all masters who passed the superior job assessment for the last time. Every matchup is of great reference value. Strength. Maybe one of them will be encountered in the next game. Congratulations, Brother Sisso, for winning the first game. Jontai still had that familiar and enthusiastic look, and when he returned to the dormitory, he excitedly told what he had seen and heard. Brother Sisso, do you know, the Crobat of the trainer on the second field is really amazing. Was obviously beaten by the opponent's Alakazam in terms of attribute, but with his terrifying speed he just crushed the opponent. And the Snorlax on the fourth court, they're amazing, and I don't know if I can win the knockout round in the afternoon. Jontai is a very enthusiastic young man and a small talker. Hisoka didn't interrupt him, but just listened to the other parties chatting quietly. After all, some of the information was useful to him, the money, helping hand. Although he has the confidence to win the final victory, there are surprises in everything. You can't underestimate anyone else. Maybe there is a master whose strength is comparable to himself hidden among the crowd. The Crobat trainer can pay attention. The Pokemon that can fight against the attributes and can be crushed is enough to show the strength of the trainer itself. Because the game here is not a game between novices, it is normal to have an inverse attribute crushing game in the low-end game, but in the superior game, this is a bit different. It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat first. Hisoka glanced at his watch and greeted Jonta, who was still in a state of excitement. Good luck. Chapter 530 Threat. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Are you the one who offended Miss Sunday? It was still the luxurious self-service cafeteria. This time, Hisoka didn't go to the place for breakfast. It was reserved for others. It was fine if he didn't know it before. If he knew it, it would be a bit unreasonable to grab the place of the little girl. What kind of fairy are you? Hisoka and Jontai were enjoying a free nutritious lunch, but they found 3 figures standing in front of him. Looking up, the leader was a yellow hair, who was a little handsome, but his face was full of stubbornness. The suit and school uniform with one hand behind his back, the collar straddled diagonally, and he looks like the second child of the world. Yellow Mao were 2 attendants, one fat and one thin, both of them staring at Hisoka with malicious eyes. There's a good show to watch. The students who were eating stopped their movements and looked at the 2 sides who seemed to be in conflict with curious eyes. Some 240 students who knew the whole story even mourned for this outsider in their heart. They all knew why Alberto, the second-year chief student, came to him. Alberto was trying his best to pursue Giselle, the only daughter of the Udo family in the first grade. I heard that during breakfast today, the handsome young man with a strong body and a ponytail accidentally offended Miss Sunday. Miss Sunday hadn't said a word yet, but Alberto rushed up like the most loyal growler. After being choked by the other party, Alberto's smiling face gradually darkened, staring at Hisoka and saying, "You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that you offended someone who shouldn't be offended. Did that little girl call you in the morning?" Hisoka didn't care about the other party's threat, and turned to a curious expression. "Or maybe that little girl didn't tell you about it at all, and you came up on your own and wanted to teach me a lesson, BFDD, and then go to where does the girl show her merit?" Being told the central thing, Alberto didn't know what to answer for a while. Could it be that he was right? He just wanted to teach you a lesson and then go to Miss Sunday to show his merit. "Hey, Yellow Mao, aren't you going to eat? The food in this cafeteria is quite delicious." Gientai said a word next to him, and then took a large piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. "What did you call me?" Alberto's eyes turned cold. Gientai said innocently, "I don't know your name, so I can only call you Yellow Hair first." PFF. The two fat and thin attendants behind them didn't hold back for a while, and burst out laughing. "Boss Alberto, I'm sorry, we had a bad stomach this morning." The two realized that something was wrong and quickly apologized. Alberto didn't want to entangle with other people. The only purpose of his coming here was to teach the guy who offended Miss Sunday. As for the stinky boy who yelled at him Yellow Hair, he would deal with this matter later. One of the major shareholders of his grandfather Saru company and one of the board members of Jontian University. It is not easy to teach a bumpkin from a third-tier city with these powers. "You're not allowed to win this afternoon's game." Alberto seemed very confident, and he deliberately stood in front of Hisoka face to face. "Of course you don't have to do it, but you have to think about the cost, and I can guarantee that even if you can win everyone and become Jonda City's official gym leader, I have a way to keep you out of this position." Quote. Hearing such a threat, Hisoka resisted and did not spit out the rice in his mouth. After chewing 2 mouthfuls, he swallowed it directly. He stood up, and his strong figure directly crushed the other party. Hisoka was 16 years old and Alberto was also 16 years old, but one was almost 1.8 meters and the other was less than 1.7 meters tall, so his head was directly taller. The lean Alberto stood in front of Hisoka like a branch about to be hit by a storm. "You, what are you trying to do? I can tell you, if you dare to do it, the school will directly disqualify you from the competition." Alberto was startled, thinking that the other party would beat him directly. Compared with power, financial resources, and even more confidence than Pokémon against Alberto, but if a real person is fighting hand to hand, you can see the difference in strength between the two sides by looking at the 2 heads and 3 heads holding up their cup. With this little gut, you still learn the trick of threatening people from gangsters. Those who don't know it will think that your family is the chairman of the alliance. This Yellow Mao dared to say such a thing. The family should have a little background, but to be able to do so with one hand, either the veteran 4 elite families or the top wealthy families have deep connections in the business and political circle. There is no need to be cowardly. Anyway, he is alone and elite. I don't need to be afraid. It's a big deal. Hisoka didn't even look at each other directly, but looked around and said loudly, "Hey, does anyone of you know the family background of this Yellow Hair?" He didn't know, but he could ask. No one would have thought that this foreigner would be so direct. Hisoka's question was to put Alberto on the stove and make him completely unable to step down. "Look at the Sunday, the Alberto you hate and the violent guy who grabs your spot in the morning." A group of female students were chatting together, and they were all first-year students who just entered this year. They were obviously centered on the Sunday. Chapter 531 by Gia's sister. Please subscribe automatically. Boring. Sunday followed and looked over, and then snorted again with a blank face. These two are narcissistic men who have been around her since she entered school, thinking that everyone will fall in love with him because of his family background. Don't be joking. Is Grandpa Alberto's minority shareholder in the Syrif group more than 20 years old, and who is richer than the eldest lady of the Udo family? As for the other, a rude man, his name is Alberto. He is the chief student of the 2nd year. His grandfather is a minority shareholder of the Syrif group, and he is also one of the board members of our Jontian University. Someone in the crowd answered Hisoka's question. A tall and slender beauty with short purple hair and bangs covering her right eye walked out of the crowd. Her figure looked extremely hot, with a bulging front and back, completely unlike her age. Girl, under a short black leather skirt or the same black high boot. The tall boots made a crisp clattering sound as they stepped on the smooth floor. The purple-haired girl walked quickly to Sasuo's side. The only visible left eye looked at Sasuo curiously. "You are Hisoka." After looking at it for a moment, the sexy girl finally said. Sasuo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Jontian University still had people who knew him. "You know me." The purple-haired girl shook her head. "I don't know you, but my eldest brother knows knows you. He asked me to take care of you as much as possible during school. Hearing this, Shisuo had a lot of thoughts in his heart, and soon a figure appeared in his mind. The reason why he came to Jontian City to participate in the gym qualifying competition was that Mr. Baijia had made a lot of effort. It was he who told himself the Jontian City Council. He reselected the official gym, and he helped himself to solve the application step. Are you Mr. Baijia's sister? Hisoka asked in a speculative tone. He was not 100% sure. After all, Mr. Baijia had never talked to him about his family, and the relationship between the two had not been so good. You are very smart. The purple-haired girl nodded with a smile. Yes, Mr. Baijia in your mouth is my eldest brother. Of course not my blood-related brother. I don't know why, but the girl deliberately emphasized her tone on her own brother, as if she was afraid that Hisoka would misunderstand something. The conversation between the two of them completely ignored Alberto, who was looking for trouble. How could Alberto, who was full of vanity, bear it? And the smiles on the faces of the onlookers turned into sarcasm in his eyes. Alberto's face flushed. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, Yuyuko, this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't look for trouble. Alberto, I didn't expect you to have the guts to speak to me like this. Yuyuko was a little surprised. Usually Alberto saw her like Rattata saw Persian. He could hide as far as he could, but now he even dared to yell at her. Male creatures whose minds are controlled by hormones are always blind to the truth. Yuyuzi was very clear in her heart. Alberto wants to pursue Giselle. On the one hand, the little Sunday is really beautiful and attractive, and she is very good at a young age. As long as men with normal personality orientations should like her. Second, and most importantly, his grandfather's advice probably accounted for more proportions, or else just wanting to chase some wealthy beauties based on Alberto's family background would not be easy. It seems that she remembered something. The woman in front of her is stronger than herself in terms of personal trainer strength and family relationship, and she is not even a little bit stronger. Yuyuko is the oldest and longest-serving ghost in the Kanto Alliance, the favorite granddaughter of Grandma Elite Agatha. In addition to her status as one of the 4 elites in Kanto, Grandma Agatha is also a ministerial-level senior official in the Alliance government. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Fighting elite Bruno, who was born in a civilian family, has been brought to her current position by her hand, and her students can be said to be all over Kanto and Johto. How could Granny Agatha, who has deep connections in both political and business circles, be comparable to a wealthy local tyrant family? The words have already been said, and if he wants to change his word, it will be meaningless. He dares not fight, he dares not go, and the endless anger can only be contained in his heart. Alberto feels that his actions today are completely self-directed and self-acted by a clown. You wait for me. Yuyuko can protect you for a lifetime if you have the ability. Rage in Alberto's heart didn't dare to be directed at Yuyuko, so he could only give Hiso a vicious look, all of which was caused by him, and he must repay the shame today. Alberto lowered his head and said solemnly, let go. Wait for us, boss. With the departure of a group of 3 people, this farce is temporarily over. The fact that the two sides didn't have a real fight made many students who wanted to watch the fun a bit regretful, especially the blonde fat Carl. This guy was just about to start a game with the people around him, but he didn't expect a tigress halfway through, and things could only end. Let go, let off. Yuyuko pointed to the box on the 2nd floor with her left hand on her hips and her right finger. When a beautiful woman invites him, Hisoka will naturally not refuse, and he is also considered to be on good terms with the other party's eldest brother. There is absolutely no way to avoid all kinds of networking in life, unless you are going to live in seclusion and live a savage life. Jiantai, go back to the dormitory to rest after dinner, Hisoka confessed, and Jiantai nodded to indicate that he was the youngest, but he was not an ignorant child, and he was not invited, so it was easy to embarrass the 3 of them together. Chapter 532 Ching Chi's Brain Circuit. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. About you, eldest brother and I talked a lot, and also revealed some to Grandma. In the private box with house number 7 on the 2nd floor, Yuyuzi was sitting in the center of the sofa, and a pair of sexy and slender legs crossed each other, which well concealed the amorous feelings that might be exposed in the middle. A child who grew up in a welfare center can get to where he is today without relying on power. You are really good. Yuyuko is 1 year older than Hisoka, but because of makeup and dressing issues and her sexy body, she looks much more mature than her actual age, but a 17-year-old girl poses as someone who has come over, or a senior. Hisoka couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Shi Suaokyang 310 held back his smile and nodded politely. Thank you Miss Yuyuko for your compliment. I didn't praise you. What I said was the truth. Brother asked me to take care of you during the game, and what I promised will definitely be done well. Saying that that, Yuyuko suddenly stood up and took a step forward with her right leg, directly in front of Hisoka. At this moment, the two of them were about a palm apart, and Hisoka could clearly smell the scent of the orchid emanating from the other's body when he moved his nose. He didn't habitually step back, but just looked at her calmly. Since Grandma can cultivate a man like Uncle Bruno, then I can also cultivate an orphan born in a welfare institution into a master no less than 4 elite. Yuyuzi was talking to herself, but her eyes couldn't stop looking up and down at Hisoka. An attract smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said, "How is it? Are you interested? You are my little brother. I will try my best to train you." The resources of a veteran 4 elite family are not comparable to a small official gym. Quote, Hisoka was a little confused by this brain circuit. She was quite serious just now. Just a good girl who was entrusted by her brother. How could she become whimsical in the blink of an eye? Accepting himself as a younger brother, Shisuo didn't have any hesitation, just about to shake his head to refuse, but saw Yuyuzi chuckle and said coquettishly, "Just kidding, I can accept you as my younger brother, but I haven't become the patriarch yet. Therefore, it is not qualified to determine the allocation of family resources." Quote, hee, this joke is really cold, and Hisoka couldn't help but spit in his heart. Right, it's normal that a family from a family who plays ghost Pokémon doesn't have a brain circuit. At 2:15 in the afternoon, the second round of knockout games officially started. Hisoka was assigned to the last game at 7 o'clock in the evening. The first game in the afternoon happened to be his little brother Kenta from the Johto region trainer. Kenta just turned 14 years old this year, and is the youngest player in the gym qualifying competition. In the second year of his debut, he won the champion at last year's MT Silver Conference. Although he is young, the strength of the trainer should not be underestimated. Hisoka and Kenta talked about it. He just debuted and participated in the MT Silver Conference. The first time he participated in this kind of regional competition, he entered the top 8, and the second time he participated, it was directly champion. One multifunction simulation was on the battlefield. The players on both sides were ready. The expression of Jontai, who was standing on the red podium, gradually became serious, and he no longer had the usual juvenile temperament. The face of the childish child was full of adult seriousness, but it seemed to give people the feeling of juvenile precociousness. Both players, please prepare. This knockout match is 1v1. Please place their own Pokémon at the same time. The referee told the rules, and the original raw field was completely changed with the final light. This time the site simulates a wetland environment. The lush green grass is surrounded by crystal lake streams, and some swamps hidden under the grass. The wetlands combat environment is undoubtedly the most suitable for those water-type Pokémon that are amphibians, such as Poliwrath, Quagsire Ludicolo of Hoenn region, Swampert, etc. Kenta's opponent is a trainer from Saffron City, with a strange name called Dugailang, but Hisoka knows that this is the more popular samurai name in the era of liquidation 500 years ago. Saffron City is one of the top cosmopolitan cities. In addition to Psychic Gym, there is another official gym. This gym is famous for being good at fighting Pokémon. Leader is Dusaburo, who has won the honorary title of Karate King for 10 consecutive years. The man, who is now over 50, even has the identity of a special police instructor in Saffron City. It is said that fighting elite Bruno studied under Mr. Tozaburo for some time when he was young. Dugailang and Dosaburo, just from their name, I know that the relationship between the two is absolutely profound. Hisoka guessed right. This man in his 20s with a black belt on his head and even stronger than him is the youngest son of Dosaburo. 3.9 Poliwrath, Heracross, Dugailang and Jontai threw their own Pokeballs together. One party did not have any support and chose Poliwrath, which is most suitable for wetland combat, while Jontai chose Johto region's unique beetle-type Pokémon, Heracross, famous for its rank. Modern research shows that Heracross and the Kanto region's Pinsir share the same ancestor in ancient time, and the two belong to the Pokémon's internal close relative. Both sides have some fighting attribute, and there is no advantage or disadvantage in attribute restraint, but the Poliwrath of the amphibian water-type Pokémon has a good advantage in the field. The battle is imminent. Chapter 533 Change the bladder at a glance for automatic subscription. Heracross likes to eat nectar branches and has a very docile temperament, but once it gets angry, the big horn on the top of its head can easily lift heavy objects that exceed 100 times its own weight. Generally, the weight of Heracross is about 60 kg, which means that this beetle-type Pokémon, similar to the unicorn, has a terrifying power of more than 10,000 pounds. Even the Rhyperior of Hisoka's xenomorph Behemoth is only 5 tons, which is 5,000 kg in kilogram. If you stand still, Heracross can completely squat on its butt. As for Poliwrath, as one of the most popular water-type or fighting Pokémon in Kanto, its strength and advantages are unquestionable. Under the blue skin, there are only muscles. Poliwrath's body fat is infinitely close to zero. This kind of body fat, if the structure is placed on the human body, a normal person will definitely not survive for 3 days. Both sides are good at power-type Pokémon, Pokemon. Not only the surrounding student audience but also She-15 Su is very curious about who will win this game. Poliwrath, the hydro pump is here for you. Dugailang waved his hand and took the lead in launching the attack. Not to be outdone, Jontai ordered. Heracross doesn't have to be avoided. We'll hit it with a million-ton horn. Heracross let out a long cry, and when the whistling hydro pump was about to hit her head, she quickly lowered her body and faced the hydro pump with the huge fork and horn above her head, and then her extremely strong digging feet grabbed the soil under her body, and her body slammed into the ground. A sprint rushed out. After 1 second, the two collided. The basic power of the hydro pump is as high as 110, and the sprint speed of its water flow is 3 times that of the ordinary fire water gun. If it is shot directly on the human body, it will definitely bombard the muscles with the bone broken, but it was this kind of strong compressed water column that could easily cut off a tree in the middle and hit Heracross as Heracross head on just to make it stop for a while, and Heracross abruptly went upstream against the hydro pump according to Kenta's order. The sprint speed of Heracross is very fast, and the Machamp itself gives it super explosive power within 100 meters. Heracross is approaching Poliwrath quickly, and it seems to want a heavy corner to fly it. Poliwrath, leave it alone. Let hide in the stream first. Dugailang is going to avoid its edge first, taking advantage of the surrounding wetlands and streams to hide Poliwrath first, and then look for opportunities to attack the opponent. Poliwrath made a roar similar to that of a bullfrog, and the water column that continued to spew from the broken abdominal mouthpart sideways quickly ran to the side of the stream, and jumped forward and fell into the stream with a thud. Heracross, who had lost his target, could only stop in doubt and stand in place. Although the water type did not restrain the bug type, most bugs definitely didn't like or even hated water. It won't jump into the water. That's the opponent's home court. Wow, Poliwrath's trainer is so cowardly. Just do it directly. What's so good about hiding in the water like this? Some people in the audience outside the field were dissatisfied. Some of them wanted to see a meet-to-meet, head-to-head battle, because that's the best way to go. Whoever said this, you're probably a fool. A student retorted, using the advantages of your own attributes and the advantages of the surrounding environment to create conditions for yourself to win. This is the beginning of a first-year college textbook. You are such a person. How did you get into Jontian University? How about it? Cowardice is cowardice. If you have the ability, you can directly crush it. If you don't agree, let's practice with our own Pokemon. I'm too lazy to care about you. No matter how the students quarreled outside the field, it did not affect the two trainers on the podium in the slightest. Jiantai's face was solemn, and he couldn't think of a good solution for the time being. If the other party had been hiding in the depths of the stream, he would not be able to order Heracross to enter the water, because this would undoubtedly lead to his own death. Heracross, watch around the stream. Watch out for Poliwrath's sneak attack. Dugailang sneered in his heart. Little devil, just wait. The moment you are impatient is when I will launch my offensive. Dugailang is also bound to win the official gym qualification of Jontian City this time. Relying on his father's love for the youngest son, he just grabbed the qualification that originally belonged to the second brother. Dugailang has been the agent leader of his own gym several times, so he understands that most of these teenagers are out of their mind, and they will fall into impatience if they don't think of a way to break the game in a short time. Time passed by minute, and the fierce battle that was supposed to be in full swing turned into the most boring bladder game in a blink of an eye. This is the kind of game that all spectators hate to watch. The trainers will have patience in order to win. That kind of good mood to keep waiting. As a result, the students in the surrounding auditorium began to leave their seats one by one, because the competition in other venues gradually began. 10 minutes later, apart from Hisoka, there was only one girl left in the audience. Hisoka looked back and met the girl's eyes. Oh, he's still an acquaintance. The girl sitting in the last seat was a pretty girl who had some minor conflicts at breakfast time yesterday because of the table problem. Hisoka remembered her name as Giselle. She nodded politely, but Giselle rolled her eyes, and then she turned her eyes away from Hisoka, with her hands on the backrest in front of her, her eyes staring at the dullness that continued on the field of play without focus. Chapter 534 Million Tons of Horn. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Finally can be quiet for a while, although there is a nasty guy sitting in front. Ever since I was admitted to Jontian University by skipping grades, Sunday felt that compared with the little friends in the Pokémon research school, the people here are full of utilitarian intentions. They are obviously so much older than themselves, and they always shout out one big sister. Obviously the people I hate, but always lick their faces and come up, no matter how hard they try to drive them away. After just a week of college life, Sunday is more and more nostalgic for the time when he was the king of the research school, and he doesn't know how those little devils are now. Poliwrath trainer brought the Sunday's attention back to reality, and Poliwrath, who had been hiding for a long time, was finally ready to attack. Jiantai was waiting, and he found that Poliwrath did not appear from the stream following the order of the other trainer. since he had to use close combat tactic. Where was the Pokémon? Wetland streams. Gentai suddenly thought of a bad outcome, so he immediately raised his head and shouted, Heracross, watch out for your feet. It was too late. Heracross's attention was all focused on the stream just now, and he never thought that the other party might appear from his feet. Frogs have always been good players at dig, not to mention that the environment around the wetland makes the soil very wet, and it is easy to dig up, and there will be no noise. A large palm that seemed to be wearing a white glove suddenly burst out of the soil, and then firmly grasped Heracross's lower foot. Compared with the front paws known as digging feet, Heracross's lower foot is significantly stronger than the front weak claws. The big palm that looked like a white glove pulled violently, and Heracross, who had not fully reacted, immediately lost his balance, and a forward stumbled and fell on the wet grass. Polyrath's body emerged from the mud, grabbed Heracross's feet with both hands, and threw her body back. Her huge force lifted Heracross into the air, and fell heavily. This is Batu, which uses the inertia of the body to smash the opponent. It originally belonged to a kind of ancient human martial art, but it has been developed and taught by modern people to fighting-type Pokémon. A martial arts master who cast 10 times the power of a human. This unexpected attack made Heracross fall really hard, but fortunately, the ground here is not rocky. Hard soil wet grass gave Heracross a part of the buffer, otherwise it would have hurt more seriously. It is the instinct of fighters to take advantage of the victory to inflict heavy damage on the injured opponent. Seeing that Polyrath succeeded in the sneak attack, Dugailang's mood was obviously much higher. Polyrath, go on, this time roll with health ~. The training focus of the trainer itself often determines the advantages of Pokémon in a certain aspect. Dugailang is from a fighting family, so his Polyrath will be better at fighting moves rather than water-type moves. As Polyrath was about to go forward and wrap around Heracross, he found that the tightly closed dorsal carapace on Heracross's back suddenly opened to the side, and its outstretched palm was hit back by the unfolded carapace. A pair of thin transparent insect wings flapped at high speed. Heracross, who was lying on the grass, flew out several meters away in a blink of an eye. This sudden accident made Polyrath stunned. He didn't expect his opponent to hide. With this trick, Heracross is not a flying-type Pokémon, nor does it have the attributes of a flying type. Rather than saying that it can fly, it can glide at low altitude. It is too heavy, and it is not easy for a pair of thin insect wings to take off Heracross. Nice job, Heracross. Jonta was also taken aback just now, but he didn't expect Heracross to react faster than his trainer, and he couldn't help shouting with joy when he saw Heracross successfully escape the danger. Cut! Dugaillang spat, raised his hand, and said, Polyrath continues to hide in the stream. How can you continue to succeed? Kenta wiped the tip of his nose with his thumb and shouted loudly, Heracross, earthquake, quote, Hera tilde crow tilde. The fanning of the worm's wings brought it a few meters high splash, and then fell heavily. The grass under Heracross spread to all around with conspicuous cracks entered on it, and the shaking of the ground hindered Polyrath's action. The violent vibration made the originally loose wetlands softer. Just as Polyrath took a step forward, the soles of its feet suddenly sank, and earthquake caused the surrounding swamp to expand. Damn! The color of confidence on Dugailang's face disappeared with the sudden change of the situation, and his opponent obviously would not miss such a unique opportunity. Jiantai laughed. I won this game. Heracross, take advantage of this moment. Beat up, and hit a million-ton corner with maximum power. Hera tilde crow tilde. Accompanied by Nuo Chenjiao, Heracross's unique bug buzz sound. The frequency of the worm's wings is getting faster and faster, and it was once invisible to the naked eye. It flew at a low altitude and high speed, with its head lowered, and its forked branches aimed at the full angle. Polyrath with one foot stuck in the mud. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters, which gave Polyrath no chance to resist. The terrifying giant horn brought the infinite Machamp tackle in the abdomen of Polyrath. This is the habit of Heracross family. They always like to use their giant horn to attack the enemy's abdomen position. Bang! Polyrath didn't even let out a scream. Its whole body rose into the air, and with the momentum of a meteor falling to the ground, under the impact of more than 6,000 kilograms, it just crossed a distance of 400 meters and crashed into the fence outside the venue. Chapter 535. The end of the first day. Ask for automatic subscription. For an attack of this level, let alone a superior level Polyrath, even if a Dragonite was hit by the tackle's fragile abdomen with Heracross's all-powerful million-ton horn, it would probably have to hit the street. The referee didn't need to take a closer look, and directly waved the small green flag representing victory. Polyrath is incapacitated, so the winner of this game is Heracross. Hearing the referee's announcement, Dugaillang knelt down on the podium in despair, remembering his high spirits before leaving home and his pride in grabbing the qualification of the second brother. Now he was only eliminated in the second knockout match on the first day. Out! Everything seems ridiculous. However, no matter how unwilling you are, there is nothing you can do. This is the Pokémon battle. As the industry with the largest number of incumbents in the fiercest competition in the world. Every competition that determines honor and interests is equivalent to crossing a single plank bridge with thousands of troops. Not bad. After watching the whole game, Jontai's evaluation of Hisoka secretly raised a level in his heart. Maybe this kid will become one of his competitors in this gym qualification competition. As long as GN 230 Tai can keep winning, the two sides will definitely meet in one of the next games. The overall evaluation of Pokémon strength has always been a difficult problem for the trainer community, except for the basic attribute restraint, environmental influence, weather, and the personality of the encyclopedic Pokémon, all of which will cause the stronger side to be unable to defeat the weaker opponent. There will definitely be 2 or 3 main players in a team of superior trainers, and there will be one of the strongest ones. The trainer calls it the ace pet, and the general audience is called the push team pet, and the trainer's ace pet is very likely to be the former Earl Dervish Pokémon. Because they have been together for the longest time, they have the deepest relationship and the best tacit understanding. Jonta once told Hisoka that he received the Earl Dervish from Johto Elm Professor. The Pokémon is a Cyndaquil, of course, now that the final evolution has become Typhlosion. After the game, Kenta returned to his former liveliness and enthusiasm. He excitedly ran to the auditorium and couldn't wait to share his joy with Hisoka. You command very well, and of course Heracross's autonomous responsibility is also great. Hisoka did not hesitate to praise. Appropriate praise has a great encouraging effect on teenagers of this age. Since the other party recognizes himself as the eldest brother, it is not a good investment to maintain a good friendship with a talented young man with immeasurable future potential. Hisoka's praise made Gentai scratch the back of his head a little embarrassedly. He said brightly, "Actually, I still have a lot of things to do. I should have thought about the impact of the wetland environment on the land so Heracross will not injure. There is never a perfect full court strategy." Hisoka nodded and added, "Remember, the winner is right in what he says." Time passed quickly, and the originally enthusiastic Yaoyang had long since disappeared. The night and the stars had become the protagonists at the moment. At 7:25, the second round of the knockout round had come to an end. The final knockout was Hisoka's fight with a blonde woman in a luxurious red dress who taunted another contestant girl for being a douchebag on the first day at the botanical garden. The Pokémon used by the golden BFEI-haired woman is a Blossom, which looks like a grass-type Pokémon wearing a samba dress and 2 blooming red flowers on both sides of the head. The name of Blossom is another branch of Gloom evolution, which was first discovered in Johto region. It is different from Leaf Stone, which is required for Gloom evolution to become Vileplume. If Gloom evolution becomes Blossom, a rather rare evolutionary stone, i.e. Sunstone, is needed. The scarred Blossom has long lost the grace and generosity when he first appeared on the field. At this moment, he tried his best to stand up from the ground, but the pain from all around his body made him feel like he was suffocating. Hisoka put his arms on his chest and watched every move on the field lightly. He was waiting for Blossom's trainer to admit defeat, because anyone with a discerning eye knew that it would be meaningless to fight again. One side was seriously injured and his physical strength was about to be exhausted, while the other side was completely harmless. Both combat power and physical fitness were at a peak state. This game was a good illustration of what it means to crush strength. Blossom hasn't lost the ability to fight yet. We can still continue the game. The blonde woman seems to have lost her mind, and the sound that was still good has become sharp. Blossom, use Heddle Dance. Stubborn. Hisoka shook his head. Lulu is gentler and sends Blossom away. Okay, Hisoka. Lulu didn't make any sound, but the soft and ethereal voice still sounded in his mind. Because the pure grass attribute Blossom does not have a part of the poison attribute like Vileplume, it is not restrained by Lulu's psychic skills, but Lulu's field control ability, as well as various range and changeable confusion manipulation. Blossom has almost no too much resistance. Wanting to follow the trainer's orders to release the last Heddle Dance with the only remaining physical strength, Blossom suddenly found that his body was completely immobile like last time, and this feeling of powerlessness filled it with anxiety. Lulu's eyes were filled with blue light, and with a wave of his hand, Blossom, who had just stood up, immediately floated into the air with a flick of his fingers. Blossom's figure had disappeared from the field. Chapter 536 Birthday Party Big Shot. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Blossom is incapacitated. Gardevoir wins. As the referee loudly announced the results of the competition, all the knockout rounds on the first day were officially over, and the number of contestants originally close to 100 people dropped by more than half on the first day. There will be fewer matches tomorrow, but it will be more intense than the overall level, not to mention the third and last day of the semi-final. It's over at last, but you can get a good night's sleep. Hisoka took Gardevoir out of the multifunctional battlefield together, and the gazes of the people around him did not affect him at all. Gardevoir, the psychic queen of Hoenn region, is rare even in Hoenn, let alone in Kanto region. Comparing to the beauty of a mature human human woman. She has a more elegant and tall figure, following closely behind a trainer like the most loyal maid. This near-perfect humanoid Pokémon is definitely a captivate for most trainers, especially male trainers. Take it out to meet people, that is to save face. Everyone, please wait a moment. There is something to let you know first. The students had already left the field, and most of the rest were contestants. They were just about to go back to the dormitory to rest and prepare for the next day's knockout round, but they didn't expect the leader who disappeared all day, the chief executive of the southern region, Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Yukimura. Yukimura was still the calm and elegant mature male style. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and said a little excitedly, "Next, at 8 o'clock, there is a birthday party to invite everyone to attend. It is from the Yudo family. Miss Giselle's birthday party." That little girl. Hisoka reacted immediately, and after thinking about it, he didn't plan to participate, and he had accidentally offended the other party. Compared with this girl, she didn't like seeing people she hated at her birthday party. The rest of the contestants couldn't help but talk about it. Most of the people who knew the background of the Yudo family were in high spirit. One of the 4 original shareholders of the leading enterprise in Kanto, Syrif Group, and the Sasaki family are also called the 2 wealthiest giants in Kanto. It also has huge influence in Kanto and even Johto political circle. By the way, there is one more important matter. Speaking of which, Mr. Yukimura deliberately sold a trick, saying there will be a top-level person attending Miss Sunday's birthday party. Don't get too excited. A big man. Top big shot. These 5 words immediately ignited the curiosity of every contestant present, including Hisoka. In the case of big shot, Ms. Isolite Lorelei is one of them. She should also attend Giselle's birthday party. The Yudo family has a fate. If the top big shot is Mr. Lance Crossing, who is about to become Johto champion, everyone will soon have the answer. Of course, it may also be the other 4 elite. Mr. Yukimura, just tell us who the big man is. The individual impatient person shouted impatiently. Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. Go back and dress up more formally. After speaking, regardless of what everyone was saying, the prosecutor Mr. Yukimura quickly disappeared. On the woods path ahead, no one dared to go up to stop it. After all, no one wanted to offend a chief prosecutor because of a trivial matter. Who would it be? With this curiosity, the remaining 40 contestants also left the playground one after another. Jientai followed behind Hisoka and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hisoka, shall we go to the birthday party of that wonderful girl?" He knew that Brother Siso had some conflicts with the girl this morning because of the seat problem, and it felt a little inappropriate to go to the other party's birthday party now. Katakana middle dot 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 ask for flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Hisoka shrugged and said indifferently, "Of course I'm going. I have to go and see the big man that our Mr. Prosecutor talks about." "Okay, I hope there won't be any conflicts at that time." Jientai was a little worried. Girls from rich families are not easy to be with, let alone from such a top rich family. Giselle's birthday banquet started at 8 o'clock, and it was held in the Great Hall of Jontian University, where the whole school usually holds meetings. At this time, the hall has long lost its usual silence and tranquility. The lights are bright, the ribbons and banners are flying, and a red banner is pulled up in the center of the hall, which reads to celebrate Miss Giselle's 14th birthday. The invited students and contestants poured into the hall in large numbers. The male students were basically dressed in a black suit with a bow tie, while the female students wore long party dresses of different colors. As for the contestant, they have all kinds of clothes. After all, they all come to participate in the competition, and they also bring a few changes of clothes. Who would be okay to bring a suit? Big man. Where? Hisoka and Jontai followed the crowd into the hall, and both of them looked around curiously, looking for the so-called big man. Hisoka wore a black turtleneck jacket and blue jeans with holes but no flesh on the lower body. This kind of dress matched his tall figure and handsome face, giving people a fresh and sunny scent. Mrs. Jien was still the same. He didn't bother to change his clothes at all. He wore a yellow cap on his head, and a pair of yellow shorts under his red sweater. Chapter 537. What is your name? Ask for automatic subscription. The front hall of the school hall was wrapped up by the Yudo family. Hisoka didn't see Giselle's figure in the crowd. I think she would appear when the birthday party officially started. The person who received the guest was mainly a gray-haired but very energetic old man. He was dressed in a straight tuxedo, and his face was old but quite temperamental. "Welcome to my lady's birthday party." The old man stood by the doorpost in the front hall, nodding his thanks to every guest who entered the hall. The old man's name is Ma. He is the old housekeeper who has served the Yudo family for 3 generations. He and Giselle's grandfather are good friends who grew up together. In his heart, Miss 260 inches of the Sunday is more like the owner of the family. Treat your own granddaughter with the same emotion. The crowd who had entered the hall in an orderly manner suddenly made a loud noise, and the guests who had not yet entered outside the door were even more excited. The first big man of the birthday party was about to arrive. Lorelai changed out of the red corset and blue suit he wore last time he met with the crowd, and now a cheongsam light flickered attracted the attention of all the male creatures present almost instantly. This of course also included Hisoka. He looked up and down Lorelai's perfect mature body with a look of admiration for beautiful things. He didn't talk about the bulging front and back, but he felt that at least the ripe peach buttocks were fine. Play for 10 years. Especially when he stepped on blue high-heeled shoes. His slightly plump thighs without stockings made him swallow. Sorry, Hisoka admits he's a leg control. This is normal. In the face of a superb beauty, any man with no problem with sexual orientation will have some physical and psychological factors. Our southern chief prosecutor, Mr. Yukimura, was following behind Ms. Lorelai like a valet. He maintained a gentleman's attitude and was exactly 1 meter away from Ms. Lorelai. Being able to attend a banquet with the goddess in his mind made Yukimura's mood full of happiness at the moment. This man, who seemed a little sulky to Hisoka, always secretly glanced at the back with admiration from the corner of his eye. Hisoka can't understand the mentality of a man who has a crush. The premise is that your appearance must at least pass the test, not to mention how handsome you are, at least not too obscene. After all, people are visual animals, and it is true that there is no human right to be ugly. Ms. Ice Elite Lorelai, one of the 4 elites in Kanto, is a big man who can only be seen on TV. Lorelai is the elite who is second only to Mr. Land Crossing in the local popularity of Kanto, and the popularity in her hometown of Orange Islands is unparalleled, even in Johto region, except for the equally beautiful and sexy evil elite Karen. Lorelai's popularity is also very high. Male contestant, including male student, all wanted to come forward and have a chat with Lorelai. Even if such an experience is short-lived, it can become the capital of boasting with friends in the future. But the huge gap between identities makes it impossible for all men to muster the ultimate courage. It can only be said that sometimes thick skin is also a huge advantage. No, Hisoka patted the shoulder of the attendant beside him, and took the wine tray with juice from his hand. Under the admiration of Jontai, Hisoka walked out of the crowd and walked straight towards Lorelai, who was chatting with the old butler at the door. Mr. Ma, long time no see. Lorelai shook hands with the old housekeeper gently, and said with a coquettish smile, by the way, this is the birthday present I prepared for Sunday. The old butler shook his head with a smile and said, Ms. Lorelai should give this gift to Miss Sunday herself. I believe that Miss will be very happy. All right then. Lorelai put down the beautiful box in his hand. Yukimura wanted to go up to take it, but Lorelai waved him down, because she has now noticed the tall boy walking towards her in the crowd. A handsome young man with a long, iconic black ponytail. No matter how he looked at him, he felt a little familiar. Yukimura also noticed the person coming, but he basically had no impression of Hisoka. The detector should not be a student, so he should be a tournament player. Ms. Lorelai, good evening. Hisoka politely stopped at a distance of 50 centimeters from the other party. In fact, the safe distance between ordinary people and strangers is generally 1 meter, but the environment always affects common sense. Hisoka bowed slightly and stretched out the wine plate held by his right hand. This gesture was obviously too obvious. Lorelai didn't feel disgusted at all, and an attract smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 5.0 Little guy, you look familiar. Have we met before? Lorelai took a sip of the fruit wine, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he had seen the tall boy in front of him. The last time I was in Penguin Island, Ms. Lorelai happened to be a judge in the breeders' competition. Maybe they met at that time. Lorelai thought for a while, then shook his head and said, no, what's your name? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were envious, especially the male creatures. All of them were jealous. This was Lord Lorelai's initiative to ask a person's name. Chapter 538 Birthday Gift for Automatic Subscription. Hisoka said his name eloquently and generously, without the flattery in the face of a big man, nor the timidity of ordinary people, as if he was treating a friend he just met. This peaceful attitude is not offensive in the slightest, but made people feel more approachable. Lorelai repeated the name, combined with the appearance of the boy in front of her. This familiar name reminded her. Half a year ago, a big incident occurred in Miyacha Mountain near Pallet Town that shocked the inside of the Alliance. Since this incident was handled properly and all the news was suppressed, it did not cause any storms outside. People didn't even know that the sudden disaster nearly destroyed Miyacha Mountain and the closest Pallet Town. When chatting with Bruno, he mentioned the name 15 Hisoka, saying that he was a very good boy. Not only did he have a giant beast-shaped rhyperior with a height of more than 5 meters, but he also let the huge onyx Helite take the initiative to follow him. Gone. After that, Siso was also warned by the Alliance that everything about Miyacha Mountain was not allowed to be leaked. If it was leaked because of him, then he would face more than 10 years in prison. By the way, Agatha's mother-in-law also mentioned this name, saying that her precious grandson is very optimistic about this young man and is going to wait and see for a while. If it is appropriate, her grandson Baijia is going to use family resources to invest in each other. It is normal for a person with a clean net worth and his current strength and status to rely on his own hard work and potential to attract the attention of some big men. After all, for talent, whether it is a group company or a wealthy family, they all hold an attitude of welcome, and complacent and exclusive suppression will only make their family weaker and weaker. The name was mentioned by 2 elites in a row, and this was the real reason why Lorelai remembered the name. She had seen the photo of this young man, so she felt that the other party was a little familiar in the previous contact. Of course, the contact between the two sides has ended here. Hisoka is very self-aware. The gap between the two sides is too great. Otherwise, can you expect that like those YY novels, the protagonist's arrogance will be released, and the beauty who was a stranger just now will immediately embrace it? This sentence is never said casually by a well-known family. Only people of the same class have more common language. The prince falls in love with Cinderella, and the princess falls in love with the farmer's son. After all, it is just a fairy tale. Lorelai nodded to Hisoka, then walked towards the second floor of the hall. She was now going to see her good friend, and Mr. Yukimura, who had been following her, looked at Hisoka with curious eyes. He didn't have any other thought. He just thought that this young man named Hiso was very courageous, and he was very decent in dealing with people. He didn't look like a person of this age at all. With Lorelai and Yukimura leaving, everyone's attention was almost on Hisoka, and most of them were very envious that this guy could chat with Ms. Lorelai. Although it was only a few short sentences, it was obvious from Lord Lorelai's face that she was in a good mood, and she obviously had a good sense of this young man. Jiantai was completely convinced, so many people dared to go up and chat with Bing Elite Lorelai. Let go, my little fairy, you're already pretty enough, so don't worry about which outfit to wear anymore. Cynthia leaned against the dressing mirror, helplessly watching her little cousin still trying on various clothes one by one. Color evening dress. Sunday put down the black evening dress in his hand, ran to Cynthia's side, put his arm around her, and said affectionately, "Cousin, do you want to change to a dress? I can call them now and have them deliver it. The guarantee is the best fits your body." Cynthia smiled and shook her head. "Forget it. After your birthday party, I have to rush to the Kalos region overnight to participate in a scientific research seminar. It's very troublesome to change clothes. You know that I am the most difficult person. I hate the hassle." Well then, Sunday knew very well that what her cousin decided would basically not change. Then she thought of something, spread out her right hand, and said excitedly, "Cousin, you promised my birthday present. I know you can't forget this little girl." Cynthia twitched the arm in Sunday 283 feet's arm, tapped her forehead, and took a yellow and white ultra ball from the buckle around her waist. "This child is afraid of strangers and has a timid personality. Promise me, you must take good care of her." Cynthia's tone became serious for the first time. "You must be patient." Cynthia knows that although her cousin is a bit arrogant, she is still a very caring girl, unlike other wealthy daughters who are passionate about everything for 3 minutes and only pursue stimulation and comparison. For them, Pokémon is more of a tool to compare with each other. When they like it, they love it like a treasure, and when they don't like it, they immediately abandon it. "Cousin, when did you become so long-winded? I'm not one of those charming girls. I can definitely take care of her." "How dare you despise your cousin? You're such a rude child." Cynthia glared, stretched out her hands to squeeze Sunday's cheek, and tugged hard to both sides. It hurt. Stop. Sunday struggled hard. Chapter 539 Silver Bone Seek Automatic Subscription. "I didn't bother you." A sudden voice from the door interrupted the little movements between the cousins. Cynthia finally squeezed Sunday's smooth cheek, and let go of her hand in the Sunday's coquettish snort. This kind of touch that is more tender than milk eggskin is really addicting. "Sister Lorelai." Sunday called out the person's name in a friendly tone. Lorelai is 25 years old this year, 11 years older than Sunday. It is not too much to call him auntie, but whenever he thinks of the price of calling auntie when he was a child, Sunday shudders. Lorelai stepped in, but Yukimura stayed outside and closed the door on his own initiative. Although he really wanted to go in with the goddess, he was probably more embarrassed when he entered. Sinnoh region is also the youngest Miss Champion Cynthia in the history of the regional alliances. Facing such a big man of this level, he, a small chief prosecutor, still can't join in the fun. A birthday present for you." Lorelai handed over the exquisite packaging box in his hand. The Sunday politely accepted the gift and said with a smile, "Thank you, Miss Lorelai. Let me see what this year's birthday present will be." The Sunday was very excited and quickly opened the outer packaging, a wooden box about 10 centimeters long. After opening the wooden box, the inside was not imaginary. Among the gorgeous jewelry are some brand name perfume. An ordinary looking white bone is quietly placed on the red cloth. After seeing the white bone, the Sunday was not disappointed but full of joy. She looked at Lorelai and said said excitedly. Sister Lorelei, is this the silver bone of Merriwick family? Lorelei smiled and nodded. Yeah. Sunday waved his fist excitedly. My Cubone just evolved into a Merriwick not long ago, and its strength will definitely be greatly enhanced after it is fused with silver bone. Thank you so much, Miss Lorelei. The so-called silver bone is a special magical item that only Merriwick family can use. This magical item cannot be artificially created, and the conditions of its birth are full of chance. Studies have shown that only the longer the Merriwick live, the more likely it will give birth to a silver bone after natural death. In addition, it must be a female Merriwick, and a male Merriwick cannot conceive a silver bone after death. For this, researchers still don't know why. They can only guess that Merriwick belongs to matrilineal society, and female Merriwick has a higher status and stronger power. By the way, I have to remind you that this silver bone was airlifted from Alola region by my friend. You should also know that Merriwick in Alola region is very different from our Kanto region. Sunday nodded. She was Merriwick's trainer, and she naturally knew that Merriwick in Alola region was different from other regions. Unlike the common ground type Merriwick in the eyes of the public, Alola region's Merriwick had dual attributes of ghost and fire. The small disturbance from the West Index in the lobby on the first floor soon stopped. After all, it was just a few words with Bing elite Lorelei. Although it was enviable, it was not enough to attract attention all the time. What's more, this guy's next actions made people feel a little rude. The birthday party had not officially started, and the protagonist had not yet appeared. Hisoka took Jontai to hide and enjoyed the delicious food at the table. Hisoka didn't like this kind of overly formal banquet because it would feel too restrictive. This time, he came here to see the top big man in the mouth of the prosecutor. Boom, boom. With the sound of several fireworks, the protagonist of this birthday party finally appeared. With the help of the old housekeeper, the Sunday dressed up and stepping on a pair of gorgeous crystal shoes was walking down the stairs step by step. The atmosphere on the field gradually became lively after seeing the visitors, and the students began to applaud and cheer, especially the first-year student. As a recognized goddess in the first year, the Sunday, which is now more mature, is undoubtedly the brightest pearl. Sure enough, no matter how flat-chested women are, as long as they are willing to squeeze, there will still be a little dick. Hisoka looked away from the opponent's chest, and sighed slightly in his heart. The airport that had been so peaceful before forced the tight corset to squeeze out the foothills of the mountain. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party. Sunday bowed slightly and made an elegant lady's gift. The full smile on his cheek proved that the protagonist was in a good mood. Cousin and Lorelei, you should come down too. Sunday suddenly raised his head and shouted a sentence. This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention, and people also looked up at the second floor. Sure enough, in addition to Ms. Ice Elite Lorelei, who had seen before, there were also another tall, slender, blonde who is not as plump and sexy as Lorelei, but also extremely beautiful. This blonde woman looked familiar. Hisoka murmured to himself he must have seen this woman somewhere, but he didn't react for a while. That iconic hip-length blonde hair, and this handsome black trench coat. Cynthia is really the champion Cynthia of Sinnoh region. Hisoka finally remembered where he had seen it. He once paid to watch the last Trainer World Tournament on the Kanto Trainer Forum. At that time, Cynthia hadn't become a region champion, so he only watched the elite team. Chapter 540 Leave for automatic subscription. That elite group match was Sinnoh region against Hoenn region. Cynthia's opponent was Hoenn's veteran dragon Elite Drake, a sailor who eventually became a civilian genius of Hoenn 4 Elite. He has also attacked Hoenn champion, but unfortunately he failed twice, once to Steven and once to Wallace. Drake is too old and his potential is almost exhausted, but it's not easy for an average sailor to get to where he is now. Garchomp vs. Salamence, a battle between two dragons quasi-gods. The video of that battle is still unforgettable by Hisoka, and the viewing fee of 100 Alliance coins is definitely worth it. Compared with Cynthia, which was just known to the world in the video 4 years ago, the real person looks more mature today. The left eye is covered by the drooping golden bangs, and the 5 senses are very three-dimensional. The tough, slightly slender phoenix eyes perfectly highlight this temperament. If Lorelei is a woman in general, then Cynthia is definitely that kind of queen-like figure. Cynthia's popularity has never been limited to the Sinnoh region. Although her influence in Sinnoh is terrifying, the youngest champion in the league's century-old history is beautiful and noble. As a woman, she has the strength of a trainer that countless men can't look up to. How can such a near-perfect woman not be memorable? A series of top world-class TV interviews again and again also made Cynthia's popularity spread rapidly to all regions of the world. At first everyone present was unsure because they couldn't believe that a Sinnoh champion would appear at a student's birthday party. It feels like you're attending a classmate birthday party, and then a national leader or an elite superstar suddenly shows up at the party. It is not unexpected. The thorn is not exciting. After fully reacting, the atmosphere at the scene was like a lit powder keg, which exploded with a bang. People seemed to have lost their minds and rushed forward. Even even shaking hands with Miss Cynthia. It is best to get an autograph. If you can take a photo together, it will be more perfect. Giselle, who is supposed to be the protagonist of the banquet, has no attention at the moment. This is normal. In this world dominated by the strength of trainers, the influence of a champion is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the so-called international superstars in the previous life. Sunday doesn't care about this because she has already seen the influence of her cousin. The last time she traveled to Jubilife City in Sinnoh, because of the leak of some whereabouts information, it directly led to the news of Jubilife City's largest international airport. The fans who came were besieged. That crowd of people was much more spectacular than it is now. Grandpa Ma, hurry up and arrange for someone to maintain order. Don't let them bump into cousin. Sunday whispered in the ear of the old housekeeper. The old butler raised the walkie-talkie in his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, miss, I have already arranged it." The walkie-talkie rang a few times, and soon a group of strong men in black suits and black sunglasses appeared outside the door. They squeezed through the crowd and easily blocked in front of the crowd, separating them from Cynthia by a human wall. In fact, they don't need to be maintained, and the seemingly excited and fanatic crowd will not be too much. After all, they are facing a strong champion instead of a female star who used to be helpless. No one dares to go offend a region champion. My dear, I really underestimated this girl's network. Hisoka, who was at the back of the crowd, looked at Cynthia, who was signing autograph for the guest in front of him. Remembering that she had offended Giselle by accident, this girl would not let her cousin teach her a lesson. Of course, this is just a joking idea from Sisso, thinking that it is impossible for Cynthia to do it herself for a little conflict between children. He has no interest in chasing stars, so he is too lazy to go up and ask for autograph. Hisoka glanced at Jiantai, who was still stuffing snacks into his mouth, and asked, "Are you full?" "I am full." Janta quickly swallowed the last piece of pastry, and then wiped it directly on the trousers with a pair of oily hands. "Aren't you going to ask for an autograph? This is the youngest champion Cynthia in Sinnoh." Kenta looked at the crowd surging in front of him and shook his head. "Forget it. I like Mr. Karen more than Miss Cynthia, and I will definitely become champion in the future." "Yes, that's right, champion of Johto region." "Young man, have ambition." Hisoka gave a thumbs up. Such seemingly arrogant words may be overestimated in the ears of others, but in his opinion, people still have to have some dreams, in case they come true. Mr. Yukimura saw the top figures in the mouth, and they were full. Hiso and Jantai had no idea of chasing stars, so when the audience was all focused on Cynthia, two teenagers, one tall and one short, were full of energy. Out of the hall door, Cynthia's out-of-the-way light glanced across the crowd to the gate for some reason. The backs of the two teenagers leaving caught her attention. Of course, she just took one more look before starting to sign autograph for the admirers in front of her. "I have been mentally prepared before coming, so it is very familiar to do it." Chapter 541 Competitors Information as for automatic subscription. Hiso and Jantai were the first to return to the dormitory building. At this time, the entire dormitory building was pitch dark, except for the uncle's room on the first floor, which was lit up. Sinnoh champion Cynthia came to Jontian City University quickly spread throughout the school. Those students who didn't like the excitement and did not attend the birthday party immediately flocked to the Great Hall after seeing the message from their friend. After taking the scald bath, Hisoka lay on the big soft bed in excellent condition. There was an oddish specially trained in the room to take care of these air-purifying flowers and plants to ensure the freshness of the air. The faint fragrance of flowers and the fragrance of grass leaves. These non-pungent chuckles will make people's mood always in a relaxed state, which is very conducive to sleep. The two knockout rounds on the first day eliminated nearly half of the contestants. Some of the remaining players may have advanced due to luck, but most of them are undoubtedly relying on their own hard power. Luck can only play a temporary role, and only if you have a deep foundation can let you go to the end. Although I am very confident in my own strength, I still have to do some homework. After all, sometimes when trainers fight, whoever has more information on the competitors will have a little more advantage in battle. For the remaining 42 contestants, all the photos were collected by the Red Queen on the search software. With the Red Queen's computing power, everyone's information was collected into a book without even 5 minutes. Fujitamaru, age 19, birthplace Lavender Town, Kanto, relevant honors, runner-up at the 54th Ford Conference, runner-up at the 55th MT Silver Conference, Final Four at the 56th Evergrande City Conference, main Pokémon Gengar, Baynet, Kenny, age 21, birthplace Vermilion City, Kanto, bled, age 18, birthplace Fuchsia City, Kanto, relevant honors, champion of the 54th Sports Conference, champion of the 56th MT Silver Conference, runner-up of the 57th Evergrande City Conference, senior title of superior trainer, main Pokémon Crobat, Nidoking, Seviper. Looking at the past at a glance, the information of the 19th trainer caught Hisoka's attention a little. The champion of the two region conferences and the runner-up of the Hoenn Evergrande City Conference, he is only only 18 years old. This resume is definitely very valuable. The key is also admitted to the senior title of Superior Trainer, indicating that he is not from a wild road. This trainer named Brad seems to have a solid foundation for related Pokémon knowledge and various disciplines, otherwise the content of the discipline knowledge is not good. It is impossible to get a senior title. Some terrifying trainers with unpredictable strategies and strong actual combat have had their scalp numb due to several written tests. Among Brad's main force is Crobat. It seems that the trainer who crushed Alakazam with the inverse attribute that Jontai Tiantian said should be him. It took him half an hour to read the profiles of all the players in the competition. He marked several of the more threatening competitors. Brad was one of them, and the threat ranked the top 3. Ranked second was Jiantai, who was already sleeping soundly on the bed next to him. As for the guy with the greatest threat, he was a trainer from the Orange Island, whose name was Benyuangguang. In the source light data, there is no resume of the champions of the region. The only thing that stands out is that this guy is the chief trainer of the last Orange Island's Victory Cup. Moreover, Hisoka read some information about the opponent on the Orange Island Trainer Forum, and Yuanyuangguang voluntarily gave up the title of chief trainer, which allowed Drake, who is not as strong as him, to succeed. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In addition to a stubborn Snorlax, the most feared person in the hands of the last Orange Island's chief trainer is undoubtedly the Tyranitar, known as the Desert Tyrant. In this photo, an ordinary-looking man with a very gentle temperament stands behind a green behemoth over 3 meters tall. Giselle's birthday party lasted until 12 o'clock midnight, and Cynthia left early before 10 o'clock. She had to take a 11:15 plane to Kalos region for a seminar. That Cynthia went to Kalos to attend this time was a project called Mega, proposed by Fatong Professor of the region. In addition to herself, Fatong Professor also invited champions from other regions. Kalos region is adjacent to Unova region, also located in the far western hemisphere. The region's long history is no less than Johto region. The students and the contestants also started to leave the venue. 2 or 3 groups of them were still discussing about the Sinnoh champion Cynthia. Those who wanted to sign were excited, and those who didn't get it were unhappy. Some of the lucky ones who got the group photo kept reposting their photo with Cynthia on various communication tools and online forum. No one thought that Miss Sunday would be Cynthia's cousin. A Pokeball placed on the bedside table suddenly shook violently. The shaking did not last for a few seconds, and then with a bang, a burst of white light began to flicker and deform in the dormitory. Pokeball has never been a tool for restraining and imprisoning Pokemon. If most Pokemon are extremely willing to resist, they can easily break through except for a few special Pokeballs. Chapter 542 Shiny Roll. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Lulu stood by the bed and glanced at Hisoka, who was sleeping peacefully, with an expression on her face that seemed like an adult doting on a child. She stepped forward to help Hisoka tidy up the quilt, then lowered her head and gently placed it on the master's forehead. Kiss. This kind of behavior was when Lulu was still rolled. In order to take care of her conveniently, Hisoka ordered a small bed for her beside the bed, so every night, in order to appease the energetic little boy who refused to rest, guys gotta get a good night kiss. Lulu turned around and walked to the windowsill, looking up at the bright crescent moon in the sky. For some reason, she had been attracted by a special feeling in her heart just now. Scared, sad, looking for companions and family members. 487. This is the general message expressed by that special feeling. I'm so scared. I want my mother. I want to go home. Lulu frowned. Sure enough, it was that strange telepathy. She closed her eyes, and the majestic spiritual power spread forward quickly. She wanted to find the starting point of telepathy. Woo tilde I want mom. In the dark wood, a petite figure squatted on a tree pole, clasping her forward bent knees tightly with both hands. Her body was trembling. 2 orange horns, one large and one small, betrayed her identity. She's not a human child, just a humanoid Pokemon. I finally found you. Lulu's figure appeared in the wood, and her mental power quickly locked on the little thing hiding in one of the big trees. Although we haven't officially met, Lulu feels very cordial due to the spiritual feeling that radiates out. She doesn't know why. Anyway, it's a feeling that can't help but come out of her heart. Hello, what's your name? Lulu walked under the big tree. In order not to scare the other party, she could only use telepathy to remind the little thing first. Name. What's a name? The sudden question made the little thing hiding in the tree stop crying. She raised her head and looked under the tree. When she saw a very familiar figure in front of her, the little thing almost stumbled and fell directly from the tree pole. Seeing this, Lulu quickly separated a trace of confusion to help the other party stabilize his body. The little thing jumped down from the tree, stepped aside the short legs hidden by the little white dress, and ran towards Lulu. Lulu didn't notice the slightest bit of malice, so she let her approach approached directly. The little thing hugged Lulu's calf and sobbed, "Mom, I finally found you. I thought I would never see you. It gone." Mom. Such a title made Lulu instantly stiff. Of course she understood the meaning of the word mother, but when did she have an extra offering? But I do have to admit that, apart from the color of the hair and the horny color, this little thing in front of me looks exactly the same as when I was a child, which means that she is my own kin. A little roll. But why did a roll suddenly appear in the woods of a university in the Kanto region? Having been with Hisoka for so long, Lulu also understands that her family is a very rare Pokémon whose hometown is the Hoenn region on the other side of the sea, and the Kanto region is almost invisible. At the same time, Giselle, wearing a Marowak pattern pajamas in a two-story garden villa on the lake island of Jontian University, almost collapsed. She looked at the Ultra Ball with nothing in her hand, and remembered the scene just now. "Because I was too excited, I forgot my cousin's warning, but the little guy was so cute." She wanted to go up to hug, but after seeing the little guy scream, the whole figure disappeared into the air in an instant. After she reacted, her bowels of regret were almost green. Most of the psychic Pokémon in their childhood were timid, so what they did just now obviously frightened Ralts and directly caused the little guy to use the teleport to escape. That's a shiny Ralt. Regardless of the value, the rarity is almost comparable to those so-called legendary Pokémon. Even Cynthia's hasn't spent a lot of energy to find such a shiny Ralt. Just like this, I was let go by myself, and the Sunday didn't dare to call my cousin at all. It would be a shame. It can't go very far, and it's definitely still in the school. As long as you look for it everywhere, you will find it. So comforting himself, Sunday called the old housekeeper. "Hello, Grandpa Ma. I have an important thing to ask of you right now." Old Ma, who was just about to fall asleep, couldn't help but smile when he heard the word. "Miss, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. It's like this. The shiny Ralts that my cousin Cynthia gave me escaped with a teleport. I guess it must still be hidden in a corner of the school now. Can you arrange for some people to help me find Ralts in 5.8 inches? Don't worry, miss. Old Mock will help you get things done. You should get a good night's sleep first." Old Mock put down the phone, and he put on the suit he just took off. Now he wants to arrange for his bodyguards to search the whole school overnight. Time waits for no one, and the longer it drags on, if Ralts uses the teleport to run outside the school, it will really be a needle in a haystack, or someone else will find out and hide. It is very possible that Ralts itself is very rare. And finally, the evolution type is also known as the Queen of Psychic. The value of a shiny Ralts is enough to arouse anyone's greed. Chapter 543. Confused asked for automatic subscription. Hisoka said that he was confused, and when he woke up, he found that there was a small thing on his bed for no reason. A Ralt, to be precise, a shiny Ralt. Hisoka's Earl Dervish Pokemon is Ralt, so he thinks he knows a lot about this kind of Pokemon. Ordinary Ralts have the iconic green pot head, and there are oval horns of different sizes on the front and back. And the little thing lying at the end of the bed and sleeping happily in front of him is a blue pot cover, light orange horny. "Hisso, you're awake." Lulu's voice resounded in her mind, and then Lulu's figure suddenly appeared in the room, holding a flower basket in her hand with many fresh tree fruits in it. Hisoka glanced at Jontai on the other bed, and found that this kid was still sleeping. "What going on?" Hisoka pointed to shiny Ralts at the end of the bed. "You mean this little guy?" Lulu put the flower basket full of tree fruits on the table, and telepathically told Hisoka what happened last night. After listening to the cause and effect, Hisoka scratched the back of his head and still felt unbelievable. "Wait, let me stroke it first." "Lulu, you mean that you suddenly felt a unique telepathy when you stayed at the Pokeball last night, and then use your spirit?" "I tried my best to find the source, and finally found a Ralts in the woods not far from the dormitory." "Well, yes, psychic Pokemon are born with strong mental power, and it is not surprising that they have a certain sense of the nearby kin. But there is one thing. Why does a rare Ralts appear in the woods of Jontian University? This is also a very rare Pokemon in the Hoenn region. Jontian University obviously does not have enough money to carry out free-range breeding, let alone a shiny Ralt. You have to say that this shiny Ralt has an owner. Then why does it appear in the woods again? After all, no idiot trainer will abandon an extremely rare shiny Pokemon." After thinking about it for a long time, Hisoka felt a pain in his head, but he still couldn't think of any result. "Forget it. The boat will naturally straighten when it reaches the bridge. I don't care whether it is wild or has its own owner. Let's keep it for the time being." Hisoka got up from the bed, picked up a washed sweet peach in the basket, and took 2 bites. The sweet and refreshing taste instantly awoke a lot of brains after a night rest. Mom Tilda, shiny Ralt, who had been quietly at the end of the bed, shook her body, raised her blue pot lid, and wiped her eyes hidden behind her hair with her first hand. The little thing immediately locked on Lulu's figure, with a strange and soft syllable in his mouth. This is the language of the Ralt family. Lulu can understand it, but Hisoka can't understand it. "What is this little thing talking about?" Hisoka asked aloud. The sudden sound startled shiny Ralt, and when he saw a human standing in front of Chi-Chi, the little thing thing jumped off the bed, and the petite body hurriedly hid in Lulu's right behind his leg. He secretly exposed half of his head to observe this terrifying human being. "She's calling my mother." The telepathy that acts directly on the nervous system allows Lulu to tell Sisum everything without having to say anything. Hisoka shook his head and smiled. "Very timid, Ralt. It's far worse than when you were a child." When Lulu was still Ralt, she was definitely a naughty ghost. She was obviously a psychic Pokémon, but her mischievous mentality was undoubtedly similar to Ghastly. However, when she grew up, she became a lady, and she no longer saw the cleverness of her childhood. After the Pokémon evolution, there will be a certain degree of personality change, and some will even undergo earth-shaking changes. On the one hand, the strength enhancement caused by evolution makes the mentality rise, and how to get along with the trainer will also greatly affect the personality changes of Pokémon after evolution. Hearing Hisoka say this, Lulu's cheek couldn't help but blush a little. She was embarrassed because she remembered the scenes of pranks when she was a child. Using teleport, he suddenly appeared in Hisoka's bathroom with stolen women's underwear. As a result, the means were not clean and he lost two of them outside the house. Hisoka almost became a lingerie stalker in Viridian City. Using the civet cat for Prince 933 again, several Kakuna and Metapods were exchanged, resulting in a war between a Beedrill group and a Butterfree group in the Viridian Forest. "Miss, I'm sorry, Old Mock is not doing well." Looking at the listless Miss Sunday on the bed, Old Mock felt very uncomfortable. He sighed. "Last night, I arranged for the bodyguards to search all corners of the whole school, and found no sign of Ralt, so it gone outside the school, right?" Sunday hugged a pillow decadently, with tears in his eyes. "I like that little guy very much. I don't want to." Old Mork shook his head. "Miss, don't be too sad. Ralts may still be a school." "Grandpa Ma, are you serious?" Sunday brought a pleading look. Growlithe finally found the smell of Ralts in a forest about a kilometer in front of the student dormitory, but then it suddenly disappeared, which I don't understand yet. Chapter 544 River Venue. Magnazone. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. The news that Miss Sunday had lost the Ralt sent by her cousin Cynthia did not cause any waves at the school, as the news was not allowed to be leaked by any insider at Sunday's request. After all, it's not a very glorious thing, and maybe because of the influence of the Yudo family and the name of Cynthia as gift, many people will help the Sunday to find Ralts regardless of return, but it can't be ruled out that some people will be greedy. So the most important thing is, well, let's investigate secretly. The knockout round on the second day officially kicked off the first match at 8 o'clock in the morning. Because the top 4 candidates will be decided on the third day, which is the last day of tomorrow, the battle today is undoubtedly more intense. It is still a 1v1 knockout match. This time I am afraid that all the contestants will show their strongest main force. The number 6 multi-purpose field. After the lottery was completed, along with the roar of machinery, the real field sank, and a meandering river appeared on the field with an area of nearly 800 square meters. This artificial river with a width of more than 5 meters is simulated very close to the real river in the natural environment. In addition to this main river, there are scattered lakes and ponds, and only a few small islands have forks to stand on. This time, Hisoka stood on the green side podium. The nearly 7-meter high podium allowed him to have a wider field of vision. This kind of venue is undoubtedly the most suitable environment for water-type Pokémon to fight. Hisoka's opponent this time is called Anthony. He has read the information about the other party from the famous city that never sleeps in Kanto, and the Neon City in the Desert Casino. The opponent's resume is very rich, and he has participated in many regional competitions. Although he has not won the champion, his last result is the top 8. The referee's right hand raised a small green flag and shouted, "Please get ready for both players. The game officially begins." Woo! The small flag waved down. According to the regulations, the two trainers must release their respective Pokémon at the same time. Neither Hisoka nor Anthony hesitated. In such a high-profile game, violating the rules of the game does not give you any advantage, and some are just self-inflicted. 2 white light flickered and deformed in the huge field, and on the side close to Hisoka, with the sound of falling water, melodic slender and meandering snake body had already appeared on the river, her red and blue 4-leaf fantail gently moving the surface of the water. The turbulent river water could not make her body take a step forward. This is a way of finely controlling the flow of water. If you get close enough, you will find that the flow of water immediately spreads to both sides as soon as it hits Melodic's body. On the other side, after the deformation of the white light was over, a special Pokémon that looked like a UFO flying saucer floated in the air, and it had 3 eyes on the front. In addition to the largest red pupil in the middle, it also has 2 thin pupils in the arm-like position. The lower part of the flying saucer-shaped body has 3 U-shaped magnet-like organs. The front 2 U-shaped magnet form its arms. The back is more like a tail, and there is a golden antenna-shaped object at the top. The Pokémon sent by Anthony looked strange, but it can be vaguely observed from some familiar parts what Pokémon evolution came from. It can float in in the air naturally without any flying organs. Steel body, U-shaped magnet groove. Magnezone, Magneton, S ultimate evolution type. Evolution conditions require a special magnetic field environment. After a little recollection, Sisso remembered the work report released by the Sinnoh-SR Institute in the first half of the year. The special magnetic field environment that makes Magneton evolution into Magnezone is currently only found in Sinnoh region, and other regions have no such magnetic field environment case, and the Institute will release Magmar's evolution type in the second half of this year. One is a Pokémon that has never been seen before and look very similar to an alien flying saucer, and the other is beautiful and enchanting. Just watching it quietly makes me feel calm and gentle. Melodic, I didn't expect to see Melodic here. A knowledgeable student sighed with emotion. Melodic, what kind of Pokémon is that? Hoenn region is an extremely rare water-type Pokémon, which is called the most beautiful Pokémon by Hoenn Guide. I once saw this kind of Pokémon in a gorgeous contest. Anthony showed such a smile when he saw his opponent's choice. When he saw that this game was a simulated river venue, he guessed that the opponent would have a high chance of sending a water-type Pokémon with a venue advantage. The Jow of the what kind of Pokémon is the most restrained water type? It is undoubtedly the electric Pokémon. Grass-type Pokémon have nowhere to stand in this situation and can only hide on a small island. Although their attributes are restrained, they can easily be overturned by the opponent using the venue. Without standing on the ground, Magnezone, which can float freely in the air, has become Anthony's best choice. Anthony, who has traveled a lot, naturally knows the name of Melodic. The strength of this giant snake Pokémon is also outstanding among many water type, which is really difficult to deal with. Therefore, even if the attributes are dominant, he doesn't dare to relax, and there is no trainer who can have Melodic, especially in a game full of superior trainers. Chapter 545 Venue Advantage. Seek automatic subscription. The opponent's routine is always impossible to guard against. This trainer named Anthony will take out the electric-type Pokémon Zisuo, which is not too surprising. The rules of the game are that both trainers will send their own Pokémon at the same time. Since you want to take advantage of the field the water-type Pokémon, then don't take the other side to restrain. This is not an excellent strategy, just a simple psychological game. Magnezone can float freely in the air, although it can't soar high in the sky like most flying Pokémon, but the height of 10 meters above the ground is enough for Magnezone to ignore the rushing river below. I remember that Melodic is a pure water-type Pokémon. Electric Gills can deal double the damage bonus, but Melodic has high resistance to special attacks, so even if Magnezone's electric moves hit the front, it is difficult to cause damage. Critical injury. You must pay attention to this. 507 inches. Anthony recalled in his mind the information he had learned about Melodic when he traveled to Hoenn in the past. Melodic was not very strong against melee-type pure physical skills. Fighting skills like Brick Break, Close Combat, or other skills such as Thunder Palm, Scissors Cross Fist, etc. For Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Psybeam, and other energy-based skills, Melodic's own resistance can greatly weaken part of the damage. Magnezone is electric, Steel Duel, afraid of fire, fighting. Hisoka is also analyzing the pros and cons of the opponent's Pokémon, especially the ground type can cause about 4 times the damage bonus, but Magnezone can float in the air, so the ground type skills are difficult to hit it, and Earthquake is totally ineffective. Utilizing the innate ability to levitate with electrical magnetic fields allows Magnezone to overcome its greatest disadvantage in attribute. Although it is troublesome to face the Pokémon that restrains yourself, the advantages brought by the venue cannot be ignored. Melodic, sir, Hisoka ordered directly. Nia tilde. Melodic responded a little, and the 4-leaf fantail hovering behind him immediately raised high, and then swung down heavily. There was a loud bang, and the water splashed all over the place, and with the splash of the water, the flow rate of the water around Melodic became more violent and manic, and the waves were surging, but in the blink of an eye, a huge wave of more than 10 meters high had formed at the rear. Under Melodic's ability to control the water, the huge waves urged forward, heading straight towards the Magnezone suspended in the air not far away. The huge waves at this time were like a furious and crazy woman who lost her usual gentle, open sharp nails to rip apart everything that upsets her. This is the advantage brought by the venue. Using surf in an environment without water will consume a lot of physical strength of the water-type Pokémon. Secondly, the skills are slow to form, and the power cannot reach the ping value that it should have. In environments such as rivers, lakes and seas, the water-type Pokémon can borrow power, so the physical consumption of using surf will become minimal, not only more powerful but also does not require too long to store energy. As soon as it came up, it was the surf big move that grabbed the attention. The surging water roared BFBA, which made the students in the audience shouted the excitement, especially the figure of the extremely beautiful giant snake looming behind the wave. This kind of new hazy beauty, so many female students cannot help but be fascinated by it. It would be great if I could have a Melodic. This was almost the common thought of all the female students present. Of course, some girls were excluded. The Sunday was slouching on the fence of the roof. The sick venue was just aimed at the third teaching building, so the roof of the teaching building was the best place to watch the battle. From the perspective here, you can overlook every corner of the river site. It is true that Melodic's appearance and the use of surf gave Sunday a little surprise, and she may have a little jealousy in normal time, but at this moment, due to the loss of shiny roll, she feels powerless no matter what she does. Grandpa Mock was still searching the campus again and again, and he didn't know where the little thing was hidden. This little thing can really hide. Sunday patted the barbed wire in front of him angrily, looked at the tall young man on the green high platform below who was able to command the battle with ease, gritted his teeth and said, "It's all your fault, you stupid big one. Since I saw you, I have been so unlucky in everything. I curse you were eliminated from this game." Women have always been unreasonable creatures. The depressed Sunday can only find a reason to vent, and Hisoka, who had a small conflict over the seat yesterday, became a good vent channel. Hisoka didn't know that there was a little girl watching him play while curse him, but even if he knew it, he just smiled. If curse was useful, what would the police do? Magnezone, Volkner float. Anthony did not choose the front hard deal, although the water type skill will not cause any damage bonus to Magnezone, but in the face of such a menacing towering wave, let dodge first. Magnezone has no mouth, so it can't make a sound and can only express its emotions with the changes of its 3 eyes. I saw the largest red pupil in the middle of Magnezone slightly wrinkled, and then the 3 U-shaped magnets below the body emitted a light yellow current, and the 3 currents quickly gathered together and then wrapped Magnezone's whole body. Chapter 546 Volkner floating for automatic subscription. From a distance, the current Magnezone looks like a small artificial sun. No, to be precise, it is more like a 24K Ascension lighting doghead gold that brightens the eyes of a blind dog. Volkner field brought about by Volkner's floating made the Magnezone, which could only float 10 meters high, rise again. When the huge waves controlled by Melodic hit, they use the height difference to dodge this key point effortlessly. Hit. A giant wave that has lost its target can't be raised again like Magnezone. Melodic knows that it will return without success and will not deliberately control the flow of the water, allowing it to rush on both sides of the road. The waves hitting the fork in the road abruptly ripped open a large area of the grass above, revealing the brown-black soil below. Anthony felt fortunate for a while when he saw this. Surf with the advantage of the field is really strong _ terrifying. Volkner float is a special type of electricity change move that can make Pokémon that could not float up in the air, and can make Pokémon that float by itself rise again. This is a skill specifically designed to target the ground system. After all, the most feared thing for electric-type Pokémon is the ground-type Pokémon. If they don't stand on the ground, Earthquake is ineffective, and a series of other ground-type skills are also difficult to hit effectively. Then it's up to me to perform. Seeing Magnezone rise to a height of 20 meters, Anthony waved with a confident color on his face. Magnezone, Zap Cannon. Payback, an eye for an eye. You come up with surf pressure. If you want to get a hit, then I will also use the most powerful skills to break your support. Magnezone's big red pupils swayed up and down, and finally lock on stopped Melodic, who was staring at it, and the 2 U-shaped magnet arms under his eyes started rapid spin, and with the rotation of the U-shaped magnet, the crackling sound of electric current could be heard for a moment. The bright yellow electric current that exploded was extremely dazzling, and everyone who looked up couldn't help squinting their eyes. The current tackle increased between the 2 U-shaped magnet hands, and soon a current column with a diameter of more than 10 centimeters was formed. All these actions were quickly completed within 3 seconds. U-shaped magnet pressed down, and with a bang, the Zap Cannon was successfully launched, and the huge recoil caused the Magnezone's weight of nearly 400 pounds to roll back. Zap Cannon looked very scary, and after being hit, it will definitely fall into the negative state of electric paralysis, but as long as it is not hit, no matter how powerful it is empty top. Zap Cannon is very low. First, the energy storage time is too long, allowing the opponent to have enough time to dodge. Second, the launch speed is not fast enough to change direction. It is difficult to directly hit the body without the lock-on skill. Nimble opponent, unless it's a heavy Pokémon with a large tonnage that moves very slowly. However, large tonnage, slow-moving Pokémon often have ground attribute, either rock type or their own defense is amazing. He didn't even need Hisoka's instructions, and when he saw Magnezone condensing the thunder wave, Melodic didn't hesitate at all. The snake body turned his head, and his whole body quickly swam towards the depths of the river. Water will be the conductor of current, but this is a river of living water that fully simulates reality. No matter how powerful Magnezone is, it is impossible for the current to spread to every corner of the river. Zap Cannon fell into the water, and the destructive power was indeed terrifying. At the moment of contact with the water flow, the extremely strong electric current after condensing continued to vaporize the surrounding river water, literally punching out a river that was originally 7 or 8 meters deep and completely visible to the naked eye. Bottom hole. The originally moist soil at the bottom of the riverbed was was instantly condensed into a crystalline substance by the high temperature of the electric current. Melodic hid far enough away, and Zapcannon's radiation was far from being so wide. Big mold. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. When Zapcannon's lingering prestige ended, the river became calm again, but the fish and shrimp floating with their white stomachs were accusing the horror of Zapcannon just now. Ordinary creatures die in large numbers just because of a Pokémon battle. Pokémon don't care, trainers don't care, and audiences don't care. Fish and shrimp have no intelligence and are one of the simplest life forms. Higher life does not exist for lower life. There's sympathy, more just ignoring. The counterattack was unsuccessful, but he regained a little momentum. Magnazone's eyes, 1 big, 2 small, 3 small, scanned every part of the river at any time, preventing the next attack from the opponent. Call out. The icy blue light shot out of the water surface, galloping up with the trend of winding intervals. The firing speed of this beam was very fast. Even if Magnazone reacted immediately, the speed was so bad that it couldn't dodge in time. Magnazone, light green. Of course Anthony knew this, so instead of taking all the damage, he might as well try to minimize the damage. The transparent pseudo-glass wall suddenly appeared, and Psybeam also hit it perfectly. The light green cut nearly half of the damage, and the ice-type skills against the steel type will also be weakened by the damage. Then the rest of the Psybeam is just a tickling for Magnazone, as long as it's not unlucky enough to trigger Psybeam's freezing effect. 60 degrees to the left of the river. Magnet bomb. Anthony continued. Melodic's sneak attack just now revealed her hidden location, and the experienced trainer would definitely make the fastest counterattack in the shortest time, not giving the opponent a chance to move. Chapter 547 Frozen Water Spout. Open black lens bracket. 1 more close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. A giant snake's meandering phantom gallop passed under the river, followed by 3 metal spheres the size of an adult fist. These 3 metal bombs seem to have been installed with automatic positioning devices chasing after them. Behind melodic _ magnet bomb. Using magnetism as a conductor, as long as it catches the opponent's biological magnetic field, it can be firmly absorbed like magnet. In theory, this is a must-win move. Mia tilde. Melodic's mental strength is exceptionally good, and her sixth sense can clearly detect the attack of lock on herself above the water surface. As soon as the fan tail turns, the snake-shaped body stiffens, and then quickly swims to the deepest part of the river. Go. Pa 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 580. With 3 splashes of water, the 3 magnet bombs that were firmly locked on Melodic also fell into the water. With the resistance of the water, the magnet bomb's pursuit speed immediately slowed down. Underwater situation. Except for Melodic, it is unclear what will happen next, including Hisoka himself, who, like Anthony, is waiting. At this time, Anthony's expression was a little uncertain. He was considering whether to lower the height of Magnazone to better counterattack, but when he thought of the terrifying surf before, he was hesitant again. If Magnazone is accidentally thrown into the river by surf, Melodic, who dominates the field, will definitely not give Magnazone a chance to refloat. The risk is very high, but the opportunity is very small. After planning for a while, in order to ensure a greater winning rate, Anthony decided not to let Magnazone lower the floating height. Instead of taking the risk of losing the game, it is better to grind it bit by bit. After all, as long as you can win, any strategy is possible, and Magnazone can handle Melodic's damage, but as long as Melodic is hit more than twice by the current, the balance of victory in this game is completely tilted. Gust. Anthony suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing across his face, and the slowly flowing river water became more and more manic. He looked around and saw a vortex slowly forming in the center of the river. The speed of the vortex is getting faster and faster, and the water is getting faster and faster, gradually forming a huge vortex with a deep visible bottom. This kind of big vortex phenomenon can only happen on the sea, not in a man-made river. Since a strange phenomenon has occurred at this moment, it can only explain one point. The initiator is definitely the Melodic. As if remembering something, Anthony's expression changed suddenly. His face flushed, and he hurriedly shouted, Magnazone, immediately leave my current position. Responsiveness is good. Hisoka smiled and nodded. Unfortunately, it's too late. Melodic, let them experience the power of the storm. Mia tilde. With a high-pitched ethereal roar, the vortex that was originally just running at high speed on the water surface surged up in just 1 second, and the breeze that was just gently blowing on the face also roared violently in an instant. In front of everyone's eyes, a twister with a diameter of more than 10 meters roared from above the river, and the strong wind speed brought countless tons of river water, making the original twister completely turned into a waterspout with more destructive power. Melodic acts as a primer. When twister is fully formed, the inertia brought by the wind direction makes Melodic no longer need to continue to invest energy. She only needs to use her mental power to control this waterspout to attack the target she needs to attack. Magnazone can float in the air. Its light beam speed is too slow. It is not a magnetic levitation car. Under the weight of 400 pounds, it doesn't matter if it rises and falls, but once it changes direction, it exposes Magnazone's biggest weakness. The waterspout engulfing the sky instantly engulfed the Magnazone, which was 20 meters above the ground, and just above with the rapid fin of the waterspout, people could vaguely see a flying saucer-like figure helpless in the air vent. Fly upside down. Anthony clenched his hands tightly, then raised his hand and pushed the frame of the mirror. The confidence he had when he first came on the court was now gone, and the fear of losing the battle was about to occupy the high ground of his mind. No one wants to lose, especially in the face of a key game that can determine his future life direction. The 1v1 knockout match. As long as he loses this game, he will completely lose the qualification to become the gym leader of Jontian City. Can Magnazone hear me? If you can hear my voice now, then I order you to release all the current stored in your body. Anthony decided to make a last-ditch effort and let Magnazone use a method of killing 1,800. This is no longer the use of skill. If an electric-type Pokémon releases all the stored current in a short period of time without leaving any lead, then the electric-type Pokémon will be severely weakened for a long time. 1.2 weekday. How could it be possible for you to succeed? The smile on Hisoka's face gradually disappeared. The goddess of victory was already smiling at him, and he would not allow accidents to happen. Melodic, the most powerful Psybeam, freeze the waterspout for me. A deep magnetic voice, and within the second speed after the order was issued, an ice blue light beam that was more than 3 lap thicker than before scattered into multiple beams. Twisted freezing light. The moment the light beam hit the waterspout, the speed visible to the naked eye was accompanied by a continuous licking sound. The waterspout began to spread up and down from the middle section under the extremely cold low temperature, and then the whole was frozen. Chapter 548 Jonti's Typhlosion. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. The scene in front of them shocked every audience present. Many students quickly took out their mobile phones, some used to take pictures, and some started to record videos. The weather was clear and cloudless, and the soft sunlight shone on the earth and in the number 6 venue. The ice radiated a dazzling attract halo under the refraction of the sun. A tornado icicle with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a height of more than 30 meters stood proudly on the river, and a beautiful attract snake-shaped Pokémon snaked its body and slowly swam around the icicle. Through the light blue ice cube, people can clearly see the Magnazone at the center of the tornado icicle, which, like the waterspout, is frozen inside by the Psybeam that Melodic uses with all his strength. Its body was motionless, and the big red pupils in the middle, including the auxiliary eyes on the left and right shoulders, showed no signs of blinking. For this relatively special situation, the referee did not issue a judgment immediately, and he could not confirm whether Magnazone was completely incapacitated or was only temporarily restricted from moving at 1500. It's amazing. Melodic was born for gorgeous competitions. It's such a waste of talent to participate in Pokémon battles. He was the first male student who recognized Melodic, and he was very envious that this trainer named Hiso could have such a beautiful Pokémon. He is not very interested in Pokémon battles. Instead, he is full of imagination about the gorgeous contest that was born in the Hoenn region and is gradually becoming popular all over the world. After graduation, he must find a way to conquer a Melodic, and then go to the Hoenn region to participate in the gorgeous competition. Contest. The audience was immersed in the beauty of the icicles brought by Melodic's combined skills, and no one cared what Anthony, who was the loser, was thinking. Anthony remained silent. He just stared at the tornado icicle that had frozen Magnazone. He still had a bit of luck in his heart, thinking that Magnazone had not lost his ability to fight, and the referee's delay in making a decision was the best proof. Click tilde click tilde. In the continuous cowering of running water, the ice below the icicle of the tornado was washed away, the fulcrum was broken, and the entire icicle of the tornado became rootless. Avoid. Melodic is very smart. When he sees that the icicles tend to tip over a little, he doesn't bother to care about his masterpiece of art, and immediately swings the 4-leaf fantail and swims quickly towards the river on the side of Hisoka. If this is smashed by an icicle made by himself, it will really embarrass his boss. Clap la la. The tornado icicle finally collapsed, and the icicle more than 30 meters high hit the middle of the river. The momentum of the icicle directly diverted the river, flashing several meters of waves and flooding all the surrounding grassy road. This time it was simulated. The riverside is almost destroyed. To complete the repair, it is estimated that a large amount of repair money will be required, but this amount of money is only a drizzle for the rich and powerful Jontian University. The well-known universities in this region and the alliance government of the region will cooperate with each other. In theory, it is academic freedom, but in fact, the university is still controlled by the alliance government. For example, the research funds of the professor in the university and other welfare resources are directly allocated by the alliance. Magnazone lost the ability to act, and this game was won by Melodic. After being silent for a while, the referee also used a headset to discuss with other colleagues, and and finally pronounce the result of the game. Magnezone is not declared incapacitated, but completely incapacitated beyond a certain time limit will also be directly sentenced to lose. Magnezone was frozen in large ice cube, and the rays of the Pokeball could not penetrate, so Anthony could only melt the ice cubes under the helping hand of the staff before taking the conscious Magnezone back to the Pokeball. The victory of another game made Hisoka feel quite good. Looking at the time, Kenta, who wanted to play on the 5th venue, should also be finishing the game soon. Sure enough, when Hisoka walked to the auditorium near Field 5, the referee's announcement followed. Arcanine is incapacitated and the winner of this match is Kenta and his Typhlosion. Out tilde. In the canyon field, a giant rat-shaped Pokemon standing upright was shouting and protesting, and its wide-open beast mouth and fangs were fully visible. Typhlosion, who won the victory, can be described as high-spirited, and the height of nearly 1.8 meters is taller than its owner. A whole 360 whole head. Nice job, Typhlosion. Jontai walked to Typhlosion's side, and because of his height, he could only pat it on the back, flip the cap forward, and make a fist with his right hand. We will definitely score tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the fight against Sissoko. Out tilde. Typhlosion's roar sounds a bit sharp and harsh. This is a kind of Pokemon that is very easy to get angry. Like its name, it is easy to become emotionally extreme if it is not careful. Hearing the owner's encouragement, the flames burning behind Typhlosion's neck are even more intense, over half a meter high. The high temperature of the scattered flames made the closest Kenta have to retreat again and again, complaining, "Can't you stop your temper, Bakutaro? It's easy to hurt others." Bakutaro is Kenta, who gave Typhlosion a name to commemorate the first Pokemon he got. Feeling Jontai's dissatisfaction, Typhlosion whimpered, and the flames behind his neck were closed, leaving only a faint flame. Chapter 549. Why Get Angry? Ask for automatic subscription. From being timid and fearful in the Cyndaquil period to being brave and full of energy in the Quilava period, and finally, after evolution became Typhlosion, the character has undergone a fundamental change. However, the most ferocious and tyrannical Pokemon will always show the most harmless side when facing their trainers, such as Typhlosion, who is now rubbing against Kenta's pants and his charm. Kenta knows what it wants, and pulls some fancy Pokeblock from Dragon Hazelnut from his pants pocket. The long tongue rolled, and he swallowed it without even chewing. It's hard to imagine that such a volcanic giant rat Pokemon with a length of more than 1.8 meters can be so innocent and cute, which also proves that the relationship between Jontai and Typhlosion is very deep. The substantial increase in the strength of Pokemon after evolution made trainers happy, but at the same time, the change in personality also made some trainers who are not confident about themselves feel a headache. Evolution. The relationship between the two parties was not well cultivated, and the Pokemon after evolution were prone to disobedience, especially if they were not subdued by themselves, nor did they have long-term contact. This is especially the case with Pokemon exchanged with other trainers. In general, Earl Dervish Pokemon are often the most important place in a trainer's mind. At the end of the game, the students who watched the lively also left the field one after another. The morning knockout match was almost over. They had to go back to the classroom to continue the class. The students discussed in groups of 3 or 5 which 4 trainers would enter tomorrow's 4-strong competition, and who is most likely to become the final winner. After 2 days of knockout competition, college students with sufficient theoretical knowledge have basically made their own judgments about which contestants are stronger. I think that handsome purple-haired guy named Brad will definitely make it to tomorrow's semifinal. His Crobat speed is simply too fast. In a few games, speed alone can crush his opponent, even if his attributes are restrained by his opponent. A good-looking female student looked at the thin man in a black trench coat in the crowd, her eyes flashing with admiration. Brad has long purple flowing shoulder-length hair, and his facial features that are so delicate that they are comparable to peerless beauties continue to attract the attention of the girls around him. With a thin and tall figure, it is definitely the best flower boy in the minds of girls. Che, that little white face named Brad definitely can't beat Yuanyuangwang. A male student retorted with a look of disdain. I specifically checked the information of Yuanyuangwang. He is not only the previous chief of the Orange Islands Victory Cup, a trainer, and a trainer who commands the desert tyrant Tyranitar. As soon as these words came out, the students in the discussion became more agreeable with what he said. After all, until now, this trainer named Yuanyuangwang is the only one who has a quasi-god Pokemon. Johto and Kanto are on the same continent, and their cultures are almost the same. For Kanto people, the name of a desert tyrant living in another big region across the forest is still very intimidating. Walking out of the multifunctional battlefield, seeing Brother Sisso who was waiting for him at the door, Kenta smiled heartily, and then quickly ran forward with his leg. Brother Sisso, how's the game going? Although he had already guessed the result, Jontai still heard the exact answer, because he and Brother Sisso had agreed that they would always win, and then if the two met, they would try their best to fight. Hisoka smiled lightly, spread his hands and said, it was over 10 minutes ago. I won. Jiantai scratched his head and smiled naively. Hey, I also won. The Arcanine from the trainer opposite is very strong, but it is still not as good as my Typhlosion. The slightly childish words are full of confidence in Typhlosion's rank. Come on, Bakutaro, I forgot to introduce you. This is my new friend. He is older than me, so I'll call him Brother Sisso. Kenta squatted down, wrapped his arms around Typhlosion's neck, kneaded twice on the soft mane at the mouth of his chin, and said with a smile, Bataro and Hisoka say hello. Did you give it a name, Bakutaro? Hisoka asked. Kenta nodded. Yeah, my nickname is Taro. When Bakutaro was still Cyndaquil, he was too timid. I wanted his temper to become more violent and bold, so I named him Bakutaro. Hisoka also bent his legs and half-squatted, and looked at Bakutaro's eyes. Typhlosion's eyes are very similar to the combination of a cheetah and a tiger. Both the cheetah's shrewdness and the tiger's domineering eyes are very important when coming into contact with unfamiliar Pokémon. You can't have Lily's fear in your eyes, and you mustn't have the slightest hostility in your eyes. Pokémon's perception is very sensitive, and they can detect what humans are hiding. Malicious. Shisuo stretched out his right hand, and then slowly stretched out to Bakutaro. In Janta's surprised eyes, the hand finally placed on his head, and after stroking it twice, he got up and said, It's getting late. Let's go back to dinner. Kenta looked down at Bakutaro, slammed his cheek, looked left and right, and sighed. Bakutaro, you're not angry. Ow tilde. Bakutaro shook his head in dissatisfaction. Why is he angry? Isn't he Kenta's good friend? This is the meaning of Typhlosion's voice translated into human language. Chapter 550. Is this a disaster? Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Hisso, a Viridian City native, defeated Kazjim and Yasjim last May to become the official leader of the Dark City. The road ahead was blocked, and a man with long purple hair and a neutral appearance put his arms around Aoki, who was leaning against the road crossing. This made Hisoka feel a little baffled. He knew this person because he read the other party's information last night. Brad, a trainer born in Fuchsia City, was also one of the few people who was judged to be the most dangerous to him. The real person really, look how do I put it, it's not appropriate to say that he is handsome. This guy should have a bigger chest and a smaller Adam's apple. He is no different from a woman. No, he is more beautiful than a woman. If you put on a women's clothing, you will definitely be a near-perfect women's clothing boss. Do we know each other? Hisoka asked, the doubts in his heart. Huh. Brad opened his eyes. 307 revealed purple pupils as beautiful as his hair color, then turned to look at Hisoka, scanning up and down very rudely. Last July, there were living fossils in Grandpa Canyon. The news of the Pokémon revealed that the Alliance developed Grandpa Canyon and built a protected area. There were 3 major cities competing for the ownership of the protected area. In the end, the Alliance awarded the Dark City, which is backward in all aspects. Hisoka frowned slightly and said, What are you trying to say? He is not surprised that Brad knows these things, because if you want to check the information, you can find it with a little effort. If you can check the information of other players, others can naturally check his information. He frowned because he didn't like someone talking around in front of him. Everyone is a man, so speak directly. Do you think that you are strong after winning Celadon, Rainbow Gym and Fuchsia Gym? Brad's tone was filled with the smell of BFBF gunpowder in an instant. He looked straight into Hiso's eyes with a proud look on his face. Celadon, Rainbow Gym, Erica aside, Fuchsia Gym, Kobo leader is not weaker than Elite. If it wasn't for the master who needs to prepare for the Johto 4 Elite Challenge held this year, do you think you can help Dark City win the ownership of the reserve? As soon as these words came out, Hisoka basically understood the other party's intention, and his face showed the sunny smile of the past, and said, Are you Mr. Koga's disciple? Brad's mouth twitched. Yes, you have to pray that you don't touch me in the neck knockout round, or you will have to leave today. I know very well that when the 3 gyms competed, Mr. Koga didn't show all his rank. Mr. Koga didn't even want to participate in that kind of belonging competition. It could if you know. Hisoka was interrupted by Brad before he finished speaking. With disdain in his eyes, what he said was one thing, and another thing he did behind his back, everywhere. It is shameless for some people to claim that Mr. Koga, who claims to have elite rank, can't beat an ordinary gym trainer who has just debuted, and he also buys a large number of Suicune posts on online forums. Hisoka said with a dazed look on his face, Is this an innocent disaster? However, after thinking about it based on his IQ, it was almost clear. As the Elite Challenge held every 4 years was approaching, the game during the period actually started long ago. Kanto region is December. Johto region started 2 months ahead of schedule, and there are still the last 3 months from now. There are very few trainers with elite rank, but it is absolutely impossible that there are only 4 in a region as the general public think. There are 500 million people in Kanto, more than 30 million registered formal trainers, 700 million people in Johto, and more than 45 million registered trainers, and this is not counting the unregistered Black House type trainers. For example, various poacher groups or some large dark organizations in the power of trainers hidden in their hands cannot be counted at all. Johto continent plus the Kanto continent exceeds 9500 square kilometers, which is more than twice the total area of the Asian continent in the previous life. This is not counting the area of the island. The population of 1.2 billion is placed on the land of 9500 square kilometers. Part of the population is still concentrated in major cities. It is conceivable how vast and sparsely populated this world is. 75 million official trainers. You have to say that there are only 8 elite strength trainers in the 2 major regions combined, and he wouldn't believe it if he killed Hisoka. It can only be said that the trainers with elite strength in each region have finally become the region title elite after layers of selection, and they are the most powerful group of all elite. The words are a bit absolute, but it is the consensus among the trainers. It is true that some elite trainers who are more powerful are unwilling to serve in the alliance because of their advocating free travel life or other ideas, so they will not compete for the 4 places, but that's just a very small minority. The benefits and resources provided by the alliance after becoming a region 4 elite are unimaginable for ordinary people and even ordinary giants. Although it is necessary to fight against the major underworld forces or prevent a catastrophic event from happening somewhere under the command of the top leaders of the alliance, compared with the resource benefit provided, few people are stupid enough to refuse. Rights and obligations are corresponding, and as many rights as you enjoy, you must travel with as many obligations, and no one is an exception. Koga is one of the favorites in this Johto 4 Elite Challenge, so there are a lot of rivals trying to get rid of him, and playing some reputational dirty water is simply the most common way. Chapter 551 Rare and Leisurely Seek Automatic Subscription. Koga has the strength of elite, but lost to a gym leader who turned out to be a bounty hunter in a competition that is crucial to his city. The reason why people standing behind promote this is just to compete in the elite challenge before giving Mr. Koga a certain psychological pressure. But what is it about him? Hisoka is very self-aware. He has almost forgotten about that game. How can he spare no time to promote it online? Pokémon battles can be played well, but if there is a psychological problem in the trainer, it is very likely to cause mistakes in command. Therefore, in some major games, some people have come up with some crooked ways, bought a portion of the audience with money, and made a huge boo to distract the opponent when the opponent trainer was thinking about their strategy. This is a test of the trainer's psychological quality. In this regard, the league can only appeal to the audience to watch the game in a civilized manner and not to shout uproar. In addition, the audience must support their favorite trainer. The master's reputation has been damaged to a certain extent. As a disciple, Brad naturally has to come forward to find his way back. Master Koga doesn't care about him in general because there is a huge gap between the two, and Brad is only 2 years older than Hisoka. Just beat each other in the next game. Online gossip. Gossip is self-defeating. I hope you don't lose the game before you meet me. If you can't beat you in person, it's really annoying. After saying this, Brad gave Hiso a half smile and turned around. He walked towards the wood. What an arrogant guy, Jonta said indignantly, turning curiously. I also know a little about Mr. Koga from Fuchsia City. He seems to be participating in our Johto Elite Challenge this year. If the challenge is successful, Koga Mr. will become the new Poison Elite. Wow, brother Siso, you actually defeated Mr. Koga. Quote, Hisoka shook his head and smiled. With his hands behind his head, he walked forward and said, there are many trainers who have defeated Mr. Koga. There are not a few trainers who challenge Fuchsia Gym every year. But what does that prove? The strongest gym in the Kanto region is Cinnabar Gym, and the leader is the former Kanto Fire-type Elite Blaine. Even if the Pokémon in the hands of a trainer of this level is old, it is definitely not something that a trainer below Elite can compete with. Except for a few gyms that are really dripping vegetables, most of the official gym trainers are far stronger than the challengers, otherwise why would they protect the safety of the city? The public security of the city is mainly handled by the police station, but when it comes to the riots of the Pokémon group in the surrounding areas, or the counterattack of the Dark Organization, the city gym must also join it at that time. Are you saying that Mr. Koga put water in that game? 100%, Hisoka affirmed. I'm afraid Mr. Koga didn't even send his weakest main force at that time. I could win because I happen to have a psychic Pokémon that restrains the poison. The two walked and chatted all the way, and unknowingly came to the school cafeteria to enjoy a delicious lunch. Jontai went back to the dormitory to rest, while Hisoka was going to take time to take a good stroll in Jontian University. It has been almost 2 days since I came to this top-level university. The area I am involved in is only the canteen, dormitory, and multifunctional battle arenas. Now I can take a look around when I have time. The 3 teaching buildings are not ready to go because the chief prosecutor, Mr. Yukimura, reminded that outsiders are not allowed to disturb student study. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Moon Lake, one of the most famous scenic spots of Jontian University, has existed before the establishment of the school. It is said that at night, the moon is reflected on the water surface. Due to the special refraction relationship, the moon's shadow will be magnified countless times and spread by nearly half. Lake. It's amazing, but if you go deeper, this scene that can already be called a miracle in ancient times can actually be explained by science. The area under Moon Lake used to be a crystal ore area hundreds of thousands of years ago. Today, there are still a large number of green crystals under the lake. These green crystals are very common. The stocks of major mining areas are not small, and there is no scientific research value, except for being more beautiful. Some are actually indistinguishable from roadside stone. It is 11:45 now. At this time, the students are either eating in the cafeteria or going back to the dormitory for a lunch break. At this time, there is no lively night in Moon Lake at all. There are only a few scattered students holding books or bringing them with them. Rest by the lake with your Pokémon. Hisoka came to the lake, found a nearby green willow tree, sat down with his back against the tree pole, stretched out in a leisurely manner, and the refreshing lake breeze came over his face. This feeling of relaxation all over his body, simply mesmerizing. From time to time on the lake in the distance, a few Goldeen jumped high out of the water, and several horses swam quickly by the shore under the leadership of a Cedra. Hisoka also found that there were many traces of slowpoke in Moon Lake, and most of them gathered on a reef or uninhabited island in the middle of the lake. Suddenly, strange phantoms and blurs appeared in the air next to the green willows, like a mosaic on the transparent air. The phantom returned to calm, and two figures, one large and one small, appeared on the grass that should have been empty. It was the tall Lulu and the shiny Ralt that she brought back last night. Chapter 552. Catch him. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. After some time of contact, shiny Ralts was not as afraid of Hisoka as when they first met, and Lulu deserved more credit here. With her fellow clan explaining and appeasing, the timid shiny Ralts was able to calm down so quickly. Hisoka waved to the little guy who was clinging to Lulu's leg, and said with a smile, "Come here, I have something delicious." As a psychic Pokemon, Ralts is very intelligent, and now she is basically no different from a 7 or 8-year-old human child. Hisoka brought out some Pokeblocks made of high-quality sweet peaches ordered directly at the institute, and the chocolate-like black Pokeblock had an extremely enticing aroma. 360 Pokeblock can be regarded as a highly concentrated Pokemon food. In addition to being more nutritious, a dozen thumb-sized Pokeblocks are enough to fill a Nidoking's stomach. Except for a few Pokeblock that are fed to poison, rock, and steel, most Pokeblock can actually be eaten by humans, as long as you can stand the taste and a highly excited state of mind after eating. For the fragile digestive system of human being, Pokeblocks are too nourishing. A constant amount is enough to make you feel full, and two are basically bloated. Otherwise, it is easy to be life-threatening. Most psychic Pokemon love sweet things, but Lulu especially likes it, and she doesn't touch anything but sweet food. Sniff. Tilda. Shiny Ralt twitched his nose a few times, and the blue pot lid lifted up to reveal the pair of red eyes that were usually hidden behind his hair, as bright as two rubies. Go, it's okay. Hisoka won't hurt you. Lulu cheered aside. After hesitating for a while, with the encouragement of Pokeblock, Captivate and Mom, Shiny Ralt finally summoned up the courage and approached Hisoka for the first time. Obviously only a few meters away, this sensitive and timid little guy just moved for a while. Meng, here it is for you. Hisoka took the initiative to spread out his right hand, and placed a few Pokeblocks in the palm of his hand. Shiny Ralts raised his head and looked at Hisoka again. Under his gentle smile, the little guy couldn't help but stretched out his little hand and picked up a Pokeblock. This is the first time she has tried this special artificial food. She slowly put it into her mouth and chewed up and down. An indescribable taste made Shiny Ralt close her eyes and savor it carefully. It was also the first time in Hisoka a smile appeared in front of him. Is it delicious? Hisoka asked softly. Yeah, Tilda. Shiny Ralt sent out a clear growl, and then nodded his head trying to see the beauty of Pokeblock. This time the little guy was not shy. He got closer to Hisoka, and picked up a toilet bowl in each of his small hands. Put it in your mouth. Hisoka reached out and stroked Ralt's hair with the delicious Captivate. This time the little guy didn't refuse, and let the other's palm run over his head. And when Hisoka and Shiny Ralts were interacting, a big man in a black suit hiding in a bush not far away was watching their every move with a telescope. Sir, I have found the mission objective. The big man in the black suit was biting the chewing gum in his mouth, and his eyes hidden behind the sunglasses brought a touch of excitement. He was the first person to discover the target, so he was the one who got the reward promised by Butler Mock. You're sure? Old Mock tightened his hand on the microphone. I'm sure that Missy's lost Shiny Ralts is currently on the south bank of Moon Lake. Okay, very good. Old Mock nodded again and again. You are staring at each other. I will send someone over immediately. Remember not to alarm them first. Understood, sir. Grandpa Mock, is there any news from Ralt? As soon as Old Mock put down the microphone, he saw that Miss Sunday, who was listless just now, was looking at him expectantly. "Yes, ma'am." Old Mott smiled. "Your Ralts is near the south bank of Moon Lake. Jontian University has arranged free single-person villas for the students with the best academic performance and trainer strength. Most of these villas are built on several large lake islands in Moon Lake." When Hisoka was enjoying a leisurely afternoon with Lulu and the others, a sudden shout broke the silence at the moment. "Catch him and don't let him run away." With a burst of excited young girls shouting, there were continuous and powerful footsteps nearby. Hisoka looked up and saw a dozen or so burly men in black suits walking towards him in a semi-enclosed circle. "Come." The speedboat approached the shore of the lake. Sunday was no longer ready to maintain the usual lady etiquette. He covered his short skirt a little, and then a whole 1.7 people jumped from the boat and jumped directly to the shore. "Hee, I knew you were not a good person. At first, I only thought you were of poor quality, but I didn't expect you to dare to steal other people's Pokémon." Wait. Hisoka raised his hand to stop what the other party wanted to continue, and said, "Girl, let's speak with conscience. Yes, I did offend you before, but if you want to say stealing other people's Pokémon, isn't it a little too much? Excessive." Sunday laughed angrily, pointed to the Ralts beside him, and shouted, "Is this shiny Ralts your Pokémon?" "No," Hisoka said innocently. Chapter 553 Things are Resolved. Seek automatic subscription. No. Hisoka's words were very righteous, but it was so ironic when she heard it in Sunday's ears. She had never seen such a brazen person, who dared to be so arrogant in front of the victim, and it really was that annoying expression yesterday morning. Sunday took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed her rage emotion. She stared at Hisoka with a sarcastic expression. "Since this Ralts is not your Pokémon, do I think you are from where did it get stolen or?" Hearing this, Hisoka couldn't help but smile. "My eldest lady, do you always like to think people are so bad in the eyes of your group? And your theory really makes me laugh a little bit. Ralts is indeed not mine Pokémon, but what does this have to do with you? What does it have to do with me?" The Sunday couldn't bear it any longer, and her pretty face turned red because of rage. "This shiny Ralts is a birthday present from my cousin 15. What do you think it has to do with me?" "Well, the owner is here." Hisoka's heart skipped a beat. He had long guessed that this shiny Ralt couldn't possibly be an unowned Pokémon, but he didn't expect it to be this girl's birthday present. Giselle's cousin is naturally Sinnoh champion Cynthia, who appeared at the birthday party last night. With this relationship, even if Sisso was killed, he would not dare to take this shiny Ralts as his own. "I have a basic idea in my heart, but I can't lose faith." Hisoka shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you said this is your Pokémon, then you can ask Ralt to come with you. I will never stop it." "HMPH, I don't even dare to stop you," Sunday sneered. Even without Sinnoh champion Cynthia's kinship with the power of the Yudo family, no one dared to blatantly rob the eldest miss of the Yudo family. Surrounded by his own bodyguard, that annoying guy didn't dare to act rashly. Sunday took his long, white and greasy legs and walked towards shiny Ralt's position step by step. Seeing this cute little guy, the anger on Sunday's face gradually dissipated and became softer. 3 meters away from shiny Ralt, Sunday stopped. She squatted down and opened her hand, and said softly, "Come with me, Ralt, I'll take you home." Shiny Ralts looked up at the Sunday, and without any hesitation, turned around and drilled into Hisoka's arms. Hisoka was almost knocked down by the little guy's sudden attack, so he wrapped his arms around Ralts and hugged Ralt. It's clear that shiny Ralt actions show everything. She is completely unwilling to go back with the Sunday. The smile that had just appeared in the Sunday immediately fell silent again, with a dull expression, and muttered in his mouth, "How can this happen? Ralt hates himself, then why would he be willing to follow a stranger?" Old Mott stood beside him and never said a word. He was observing the tall boy in front of him. Shiny Ralts used teleport to escape by himself last night. Old Mott knew this very well. Therefore, there is no basis for saying that it was stolen by a teenager. What the lady said before was a bit too much. There was also a Gardevoir beside the boy. Shiny Ralt didn't like the young lady but was willing to get close to the boy. This Gardevoir should have played a role in it. It is normal for Ralts to give up his vigilance when he is young. Old Mott got up and walked over to the Sunday, patted her on the head, and said, "Don't worry, miss, leave the rest to me." Ralt didn't want to go with the other party, so he couldn't just grab the little guy and throw it directly. "Your name should be Hisoka," Old Mott said with a smile. "I saw you and Miss Lorelei chatting well last night, and I accidentally overheard your self-introduction." Hisoka nodded lightly, then continued, "Let me explain. This shiny Ralts was found by my Gardevoir in a forest last night. They are all psychic Pokémon and they are of the same race, so they have a certain spirit induction." After hearing that, Old Mott hurriedly shook his head. "Oh, don't get me wrong. I know very well that Ralts is following you voluntarily, but she is not your Pokémon after all. Miss Cynthia gave Miss Sunday a gift, and Miss is also very kind. Like, you see, Ralts will be taken care of by you for the time being, but I will visit her often during this time. You must tell me how to kiss her. Also, don't think that I will give her to you." Sunday glanced at Ralts in Hisoka's arms reluctantly, and then turned into the stinky temper of the previous eldest lady. In fact, Sunday is usually very polite to people and things, but Earl Dervish's bad impression and this encounter made Sunday's sense of Hisoka very bad. Little brother, I'm sorry, Our Lady is concerned and messed up. At this time, the sensible old Ma came out of course to smooth the game. He took out a hard card with the emblem of the Eastern Union from his suit jacket pocket, squinted and smiled and said, all the living expenses of Ralt during this time will be covered by me, provided by individuals. If there is more, it will be. The words were not finished, but old Mock knew that the young man must understand what he meant. Hisoka was not hypocritical, took the hard card and stuffed it into his pocket. He is very aware of the temperament of these rich people. If you don't receive payment, the other party will think that you have other plans. After you accept it, you will return the sum of money so that no one owes anyone anything. Chapter 554. Be the first to advance to the top 4. Second update for automatic subscription. It came and went in a hurry. With the departure of the Sunday, the bodyguards in black suit disappeared in a blink of an eye. Fortunately, it was lunch break time, and there were not many people beside Moonlight. However, the scene of the meeting between Sunday and Hisoka was still seen by many people. They were far away, so they didn't know what they talked about, but people's gossip psychology is endless. Neither Hisoka nor Sunday thought that the whole school would know about the two people's meeting after this meeting. There were also multiple versions and each version had a so-called party. Bang tilde. A glass was slammed onto the snow-white wall, and the broken glass lag flew everywhere, and the black coffee inside dripped into an ugly picture on the wall. You said Giselle dated that bastard at Moonlight, Alberto shouted, staring at the two doglegs in front of him. Tell me, is this true? The tall and thin dog-legged shivered with fright and said, Boss, it's true. We saw with our own eyes Miss Sunday and that bastard chatting vigorously on the edge of Moonlight, and arranged for many bodyguards to surround themselves with people pass by. If Hisoka hears these words here, he will definitely yell at you. You two fools have no IQ, and your eyes are not good enough. What does it mean to have a lively chat? That girl never had good words from beginning to end, and the bodyguard who didn't ask her to teach herself a lesson was considered more restrained. Besides the two of us, there are some other students who have seen it. The boss can ask others if you don't believe it. The chunky dog's leg stepped forward to make another cut. After listening to the two of them, Alberto felt that his heart was about to explode. This feeling was as if someone was wearing a green hat, and the green grass on his head was green. Selfishness is sometimes a disease that needs to be cured. Alberto has long regarded the Sunday as his goal. He thought that he would definitely be able to get the Sunday's heart, but he didn't expect to kill a flower snatcher halfway, and he got the first place. Sisso, right, I will never let you go. I can't touch you in school. When you leave school this time, let's see how I deal with you. Alberto thought fiercely in his heart. In his eyes, there is nothing in the world that cannot be settled by money, and he will not do it himself. There are too many ways to teach people a lesson or ask a person to get news from this world. He would go to the dark web of hunters to post a mission, and find those money-hungry hyenas to make this most threatening competitor completely disappear. It is impossible for a legal bounty task to be posted on the official website of the bounty hunters, and some scum who wander in the gray area have been banned and wanted by the Hunter Guild because of their complete involvement in the black. As long as the money is in place, these people are willing to do anything, from murder and arson to looting and poaching. Due to their rich experience and ruthless method, in the eyes of most employers, professional black hunters are more expensive than those so-called gangsters. Poachers are much easier to use. Gengar is incapacitated and Weavile has won this match. Let's congratulate the player Sisso from the Dark City for being the first player to advance to the quarterfinals tomorrow. The result of the #1 game came out soon. Gengar of the Ghost type played against Weavile of the Dark. The attributes were really restrained. Moreover, the selected simulation venue was a polar environment, which occupied the advantage of the venue in the attribute, and its strength was stronger. The first line Weavile naturally presented the audience with a wonderful game that was almost crushed. The applause of the audience rang out with the referee's announcement. After 2 days and 4 games, Hisoka relied on his victory, calm and composed, and his appearance was superior. The combination of several points has really attracted a group of fans for him. Among them, there are fewer men and young ladies occupy the majority. The cheetah-like streamlined and strong figure, the sunny and handsome face is a little ruffian, which makes a lot of sport. The girls in the department are simply dazzling. In their heart, this kind of boy is the best. What is there to see in those sissy and beautiful men? Under such a figure, he must be a galloping little leopard on the bed. The player who lost the game was full of unwillingness. He felt that if he did not send Gengar but other main Pokémon, the game would definitely be a different result, but no matter how unwilling it was, it would not help. The rules are the rules, and the game is over. Near the second venue, the protagonist of this game is Brad, who Tant has to prove to his master Mr. Koga at noon. At this time, his game is gradually coming to an end. Brad didn't send his fast, over-the-top Crobat for this game, opting instead for a Nidoking. As for his opponent. It may be because Brad used poison-type Pokémon in several games with Li Hao, and the opponent sent a restrained Psychic Pokémon, a very rare Slowking in the Kanto region. Psychic overcomes poison, and water overcomes land. It can be said that the two attributes of Nidoking are just restrained by Slowking, but fortunately, the venue is not arranged as a river venue but is more suitable for Nidoking's valley venue. Quote. Nidoking, give him the final blow, 8,000,000-ton horn. Under Brad's order, Nidoking lowered his head and raised the purple horns above his head, unleashing a 1,000,000-ton horn attack of the Insect System. The Insect System is to restrain the Slowking with Psychic. Although there is no power bonus with the same attribute, it can achieve the tonnage of Nidoking, and once the 1,000,000-ton corner attack hits the front, the damage caused by it will definitely explode. Chapter 555 Desert Venue Seek Automatic Subscription. In the 137th year of the Alliance calendar, March 13, there is nothing special on this day, and there is no important holiday, and there are still 8 months before this year's core conference. However, for the only 4 remaining contestants of Jontian University, the third day of the competition may determine their future development direction. To become the official gym leader of a first-tier developed city, as long as it operates properly, there will never be a shortage of resources and contacts in the future. At 8:30 in the morning, the students finished their first class, and at the same time, the battle assignments of the 4 players were also fixed. The first 3v3 semifinal match was Fuchsia City's Brad against Dark City's Hisoka. Brad got his wish and got a lesson from the villain who slandered Master Koga's reputation. He is too arrogant. Brad only trusts his own judgment and will not change his inner thoughts because of other people's explanation. In yesterday's knockout match, Nidoking could only be regarded as a lucky win, and luck was the most important factor. After all, the attributes were all bad. If it wasn't for the previous battle that caused the rocks in the valley to fall off and trap Slowking's actions, the knockout match would definitely have to be fought. The first game was Hisoka 833 against Bled. The second game is Kenta versus the original Light of the Orange Island. Whoever wins will advance to the final to decide champion, and that person will become the new gym trainer in Jontian City. 15 minutes before the game started, Hisoka and Kenta went to the number 9 multi-purpose venue together. The next 3 games will be held on the number 9 venue, and Elite Lorelei, who is the witness of the event, will also appear to watch the game. Today's game is much more lively than the previous 2 days, because before there were multiple games at the same time, the students would naturally be divided into various venues. Now it is a game after another, and almost all the teachers and students of the school came to the vicinity of the number 9 venue. The seats that can hold 800 spectators are far from enough for nearly 5,000 teachers and students. 5,000 people gathered around the arena. At first glance, there were densely packed figures. There were also many girls divided into 2 factions. One of them supported Hisoka and the other supported Brad. Looking at the battle, the looks are worth the ticket price. Come on, Hisoka, teach that sissy a good lesson. You can definitely become champion. Some daring girls shouted loudly. They liked Hisoka, who was perfect and handsome, rather than Bly, who was prettier than a woman. Germany. These girls' slightly personal attacks made the female fans who supported Brad quit, and they also began to shout, Brad, we believe you can defeat that stupid big guy. We support you. Sissy. Silly big. Hearing that others had given them nicknames, Hisoka and Brad, who had just stepped onto the commanding platform, both rose, and then the two looked at each other again. Brad's eyes were full of rage, while Hisoka was a ruffian, with a hint of taunt in the air. As the competition time approached, the speeches of the girls on both sides made the surrounding male students feel extremely unhappy. In their mind, the contestants who came to Jontian University were outsiders, and it was these outsiders who actually made the schoolgirls like them so much. Many single dogs without girlfriends are very rage. It feels like their bones have been bitten by a foreign dog, and the jealousy BFCA in my heart. The referee in a suit and leather shoes came to the referee table above the middle of the field with a small red and green flag. He glanced at the watch on his right hand, adjusted the headset again, and cleared his throat and said loudly, please prepare the players from both sides. There is still one more game. The minute time officially begins. This game is a 3v3 battle. Each player has a chance to change the Pokémon, and now the simulation venue will be drawn. As soon as the voice fell, the referee pressed the red semicircle button on the left hand, and at the same time, the big green above the field quickly flashed. The light green flickered for 5 seconds and finally stopped on a certain sign. The simulation venue for this game is a desert venue. The referee loudly announced again that the multi-purpose venue began to vibrate in the next second. The usual rock and soil venue began to sink, and soon the 800 square meter venue was covered by a vast golden desert cover. The breeze blew past, slowly raising the gravel, leaving a slight roughness on Hisoka's face. This is the first time he has seen this kind of special battlefield. Due to the superior climatic conditions and the Alliance's strong protection of the natural environment in the Kanto region, you can hardly find a few deserts on such a large continent. The place with the most desert areas on this land it should be the Hoenn continent, and even a unique desert civilization was born. Now archaeologists have discovered ancient ruins in various desert areas of Hoenn from time to time. Hoenn is mainly concentrated in the north because it has the largest active volcano in the world, the smoke-convex mountain, the extremely hot geographical environment, and the lack of precipitation, which leads to many desert areas, and according to Hoenn legend, mega mythical beast Groudon was born in this volcano. The referee held up the green flag in his right hand. The time is up. The game officially begins. 3v3 match. The first game is particularly critical. The loss of the first game can easily cause severe psychological pressure on the trainer, and then the chain reaction may cause errors in judgment in the next two games. Chapter 556 Audiobook vs Gardevoir Seek Automatic Subscription. Hisoka decided the Pokémon for the first game after a little thought. Brad is Mr. Koga's apprentice, and he is also a trainer who specializes in poison-type Pokémon, so let dance Gardevoir. Hisoka threw out his Pokeball without hesitation. Audiobook. Brad was expressionless, and immediately dispatched the main force of the first game. Two white light flickered, and in the yellow sand, one was an elegant and tall humanoid Pokémon, and the other was a giant snake with a pattern that stood tall and terrifying. Humans seem to be born with an innate fear of snakes in their gene, and giant snake Pokémon such as Audiobook take this fear to the limit. Hoenn's Seviper. Kanto's Audiobook are definitely the Pokémon that most trainers hate to meet in the wild. They have a tendency to actively attack and hold grudges cruelly. As long as you accidentally step into the opponent's territory, they will definitely be chased and killed by them. Chara Tilda. Audiobook raised his upper body high, his neck bone stretched open, revealing the devil pattern on his neck. According to research by scholars, Audiobook has a total of 6 different devil patterns, but most of them are similar to a rage face. Brad's Audiobook is different. The devil pattern on this Audiobook's neck is a ferocious face with long horn, and it is larger than the ordinary Audiobook. Audioboks are born with intimidating characteristic, which is written in Bert Professor's characteristic theory. Gyarados is the same. The terrifying appearance makes ordinary people and some timid Pokémon feel scared when they see them. It's daunting to fight. Lulu looked at Audiobook, and Audiobook also looked at it. Neither of the two Pokémon attacked first. Audiobook kept spitting out red letters, dense mouths and fangs, and a pair of triangular fierce eyes staring at Lulu. I feel uncomfortable. Fear is not enough. Most psychic Pokémon with high IQ are good at regulating emotion. If Lulu is Dillaralt's or Kirlia's immature mind, she may be afraid of Audiobook's intimidating property, but she is already a psychic queen, and she has experienced many actual battles since she was a child. At this time, Lulu's psychological quality is definitely top-notch. Audiobook. Glare the Serpent. Lulu. Psyshock. Almost at the same time, Hisoka and Brad's commands rang out. Chara Tilda. A snake chirp, and Audiobook's neck wing bones swelled again. At this moment, the ghost pattern on his neck seemed to be alive. In the eyes of many viewers, after the big green gave a close-up, the ghost pattern's eyes were red, terribly bright. Orochi Glare. A special spiritual attack of the transformation type will not cause direct damage, but will deepen the opponent's inner fear. The longer you look at it, the body changes will completely fall into a negative state of fear paralysis. The intelligent and sharp Lulu closed her eyes at the moment of condensing Psyshock. Her powerful mental power can directly scan everything on the opposite side without opening her eyes and being disturbed by Audiobook's big snake glare. Invisible mental power condenses into a light blue entity. This is Psyshock. It is more inclined to physical attack. Only by concentrating mental power to a certain extent can you learn Psyshock, which has control over the total amount of mental power of psychic Pokémon ability, is a great test. Lulu has only recently fully mastered this alternative psychic skill. A piece of yellow sand in front seemed to have been traversed by a sharp sword, leaving a long, deep arc. The pale blue entity Psyshock locked on the Audiobook in the distance and restrained it with twice the attribute. As long as the hit is definitely serious injury. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, Brad's purple eyes shone brightly. This is the Gardevoir who defeated Master Crobat, and it really has 2 brushes. Koga has a total of 3 Crobats. The Crobat who fought against Hisoka at Grandpa Canyon was the youngest, and undoubtedly the weakest. Audiobook. Dig dodge. Psyshock has already been formed, and it is obviously a pit in the brain to forcefully resist when the attributes are restrained. At this time, as long as a trainer with a normal mind will choose to let the Pokémon avoid its edge first. Snake Pokémon are also good at dig, not to mention the soft sand is not at all hard soil to compare. Psyshock galloped very fast, but Audiobook is faster in place dig. In the blink of an eye, there was only a purple tail tip left in the sand, and it disappeared in the next second. Boom tilde. Psyshock completely exploded at the target location, and the mental power without restraint was extremely violent. The power of the direct blast was no less than that of a high explosive grenade. The area of the bunker left behind by Audiobook dig was enlarged by the aftermath of the explosion by a dozen times. A hole 3 meters wide side was formed. After this trial, Hisoka suddenly remembered that the desert area seemed to be a very suitable environment for snake to move besides water. Snake that rely on their abdominal scales to swim are definitely faster on the soft and smooth sand than in the forest. There was nothing on the field except Lulu. At this moment, a terrifying toxic snake was lurking in a certain area of the desert, waiting for the chance to give its prey a fatal blow. This situation is a huge threat to most Pokémon, especially when you don't know when it will attack. Chapter 557 Open the door to win Seek automatic subscription. Lulu stood motionless and tilted her head slightly. Compared with her eyes, Gardevoir family relies on strong mental power. It is more accurate to search for targets by mental power than eyes. Lulu's spreading spiritual power was controlled within a 10-meter range of Hoenn, and at this distance, no matter how fast Arbok's attack speed was, he could react in time. Brad was waiting, and so was Arbok, waiting for the moment when the prey lost his patience. Arbok's constantly revealing snake letter has the ability to sense the distribution of heat in objects, so it can detect the specific location of its prey even in the desert underground where light is completely invisible. There, 653, Lulu's mental power immediately discovered Arbok's race. The other party unknowingly entered the range controlled by mental power, without any hesitation, as if he was wearing a green glove with his right hand. Dozens of purple magical leaf formed in the air. Poof, poof, with the continuous sound of breaking through the air. All the magical leaf flying at high speed hit the top of the sand 9 meters away from Lulu's left front. Chara tilde. Magical leaf does not have the same attribute bonus, nor does it restrain Arbok. The pure energy attack at such a high speed is still very painful to hit the body, and the pain makes Arbok dab out, completely exposing his figure. Don't let it run away. Grab it for me with confusion, Hisoka shouted in a deep voice. Arbok, hurry and hide in the sand. Seeing this, Brad also gave instructions, but unfortunately he was still a step behind. How fast is confusion used? When Lulu's eyes were filled with a blue halo, Arbok, who was locked on by her, immediately felt his body stiffen. He clearly wanted to burrow into the ground to hide, but a repulsive force from outside wrapped his body tightly. No matter how hard you try, you can't move your finger. The halo in Lulu's eyes became more and more intense, and the pressure felt by Arbok became stronger and stronger. If you want to solve the control of confusion, either you are a dark Pokémon, and the special dark ability Force Field can be immune to the invasion of spiritual power, or you have stronger spiritual power and directly break it with force. In addition, the body is strong to a certain extent, can break the shackles of confusion. Arbok is just the purest poison-type Pokémon, and it is restrained by attributes when its strength is not as good as Lulu. Once caught by confusion, the final outcome is basically established. The strength is not as good as the opponent, and the attributes are suppressed. If it is not a complete advantage over the battlefield, the trainer of the opponent's Pokémon is a rookie. Haha tilde. Lulu snorted softly and slowly raised her right hand. With this movement, Arbok, who was completely bound by confusion, gradually floated from the sand to the air. The triangular snake's eyes no longer had the fierceness of the appearance, and fear and unwillingness began to emerge. Brad's complexion was as gloomy as water, and he was completely controlled without even touching the other Pokémon's hair. This was an unexpected result. Arbok is not Brad's main Pokémon. It is always very unpleasant to be defeated so easily, especially since this opponent is a despicable villain in his mind. Lulu ends the fight. Illusion. With the victory already decided, Hisoka gave the final order. Wrapped in confusion, Brad didn't even have a chance to take back the Arbok with the Pokeball. The blue halo in his eyes changed to purple again at this moment. Lulu stretched out her hands and took a shot together. Confusion turned into an illusion technique. Chara tilde. With a shrill scream, the audience saw with their own eyes a purple beam of light blasted up and down Arbok's body, and the snake gills shattered, opened and scattered, and the psychic gill was born to restrain poison-type Pokémon, with the mental force frantically tearing Arbok's body and causing serious injuries. At this moment, even Lulu, the initiator, was out of control. The illusionary attack only lasted less than 2 seconds, and it was the tragic scene of Arbok in these 2 seconds that made the girls who didn't like this kind of snake-like Pokémon feel a little sympathetic. Pong. Arbok, which fell on the sand, splashed dust and ash. It had lost consciousness, but the long snake body was still twitching. The vitality of snakes is very powerful, not to mention that Arbok is still a high-energy creature among snakes. It seems to be seriously injured, but in fact, as long as you rest in the Pokeball for a while, it will only take a few minutes to send it to the Pokémon Center. Healed at night. Arbok was incapacitated and Gardevoir won the first match. The referee waved the red flag to announce the result of the match. Yeah, Sissoko is amazing. Hisoka's staunch supporter Kenta was the first to jump 2.3 from his position and cheered loudly. Although it was only 3 days of contact, Hisoka's maturity that did not match his age and his ease in life were deeply liked by Jontai. This hot-blooded teenager really regarded Hisoka as his good friend in Miracle Eye. At the same time, the victory in the first game also made those those female students who supported Hisoka smile, and some girls from the sports department even danced the cheerleading dance they usually train to celebrate the victory. The male students looked hot, but the female students who supported Brad's side were sullen, but they quickly cheered up and used attribute restraint to comfort their male god. Chapter 558 Confusion Barrier for Automatic Subscription. The use of attribute restrained Pokémon to battle is the most basic lesson for trainers. This is also why, although Pokémon specializing in a certain attribute will rapidly increase the overall strength of the team, when enlarged to the entire trainer base, the number of trainers who choose the specialization attribute will always be only that small. Pokémon specializing in the same attribute are too easy to be found and restrained by opponents. Some people say that elite trainers in each region are not all Pokémon specializing in a certain attribute, but you look at the strongest batch of champion trainers in each region. They are almost all developed in all aspects, and do not allow their team to have the opportunity to be completely targeted by others. Both options have pros and cons. It only depends on personal choices and hobby. For example, someone only likes water-type Pokémon. If you force him to subdue fire-type Pokémon, it is estimated that he will not spend much effort on cultivating them, so liking is the only thing. The most important. 15 After all, not everyone wants to be a popular elite champion. Let's go back to the game. The second game will continue after the 5-minute rest period. This time, Hisoka still sends Lulu. In the last game, she had almost no consumption, and her physical and mental strength was still full. Status. Nido tilde. With a rough and domineering roar, Nidoking, wrapped in purple heavy armor, stepped on the desert. As the final evolution type of Nidoro, one of the most common Pokémon in the Kanto forest, Nidoking is not only large in size, the character is much more violent than that of the sensitive and timid Nidoro. There seems to be an unscientific law in the character changes of Pokémon. Earl Dervish's timid and more sensitive Pokémon often end up in the evolution form and become very ferocious and tyrannical. Nidoran, Teddiursa, Magikarp, Cyndaquil, each one repeats this pattern, as if the more something is missing, the more it will be desired in the gene. Nidoking, Poison Sting. Bled took a tentative lead early in Game 2. Nido tilde. Nidoking opened his big mouth full of fang, and thin needles with sharp-edged bruises spewed out from the big mouth of the fang, and all of a sudden, the overwhelming amount of Chow-Lulu was pouring straight down where he was standing. If it is a steel-type Pokémon or a rock-type Pokémon, it can ignore the invasion of Poison Sting by virtue of the hardness of its body. As for the body made of other meat, it is better to find a way to avoid the consequences of being shot into a hedgehog by Poison Sting. Lulu. Confusion Barrier. Confusion can be used as a means of attack, can control the field, and can also be used for defensive countermeasures. Some psychic Pokémon with subtle control of their own mental power can completely play the simplest trick of confusion. Lulu's expression was indifferent. She didn't need to dodge and dodge. She seemed to be telling the opponent to lose one step with her actual actions. Her slender green hands were raised horizontally. The pale red confusion constrict was placed on her hand, and she popped out her thin fingers to gently draw in the air a circle. Tilde. The inaudible energy surged, and under Lulu's manipulation, the two confusion energies quickly formed the so-called confusion barrier in Hiso's mouth, and the half-circle confusion barrier firmly blocked Lulu's body. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, the poison stings are already pouring out. The toxins carried by each poison sting are enough to cause muscle paralysis in an adult man, and even cause muscle dissolution in severe cases. Once the toxins add up, even Snorlax will suffer. However, so many high-speed poison stings were all blocked by a confusion barrier. At the same time, an astonishing scene appeared. The dense poison stings condensed in the air to form a spectacular scene. Sting is still maintaining the forward thrust. Lulu waved his hand. Confusion went back and wrapped all the poison sting. With a crackling sound, all poison stings were shattered into tiny pieces by the energy of confusion's back pressure at this moment. It's amazing. The students in the auditorium acclaimed one after another. They were all taken aback by Lulu's move. This kind of indifference is a virgin, and the elegance of smashing all attacks with a wave of her hand was simply fascinating. I heard that this Gardevoir is his Earl Dervish Pokémon, and it's really been cultivated very well. Whether there is a tacit understanding between the two or Gardevoir's own subtle manipulation of spiritual power, I don't know why, but 307 Lorelei felt a certain sense of familiarity from this Gardevoir. The Grand Duchess I met in Kalo's region, of course, now has to call her Kalo's champion. Diantha's strongest main force is a Gardevoir. There is a vague fit between them. Lorelei shook his head and smiled bitterly. It should be just my delusion. How can I compare a Gardevoir that has just entered the quasi-elite level with a Gardevoir of the champion level? Seeing that the tentative attack was fruitless, Brad was not discouraged. You don't want to move a step, right? Then I will make you have to dodge. Nidoking, Earthquake. Nidoking is not a single poison type. It is also a ground type Pokémon. Its body is lowered, and its huge arms are suddenly hammered on the sand surface. The power penetrates below the surface, causing serious shaking in the desert area where earthquake could not have occurred. The violent vibration under the ground caused the flat sand to sink, and this situation quickly spread to Lulu's area. If she didn't want to sink with the sand, she could only move to dodge. Chapter 559. The second game 1 asks for automatic subscription. If the dragon-type Pokémon competes among many Pokémon by virtue of its hard power and strong physical strength, then the psychic Pokémon's varied and flexible methods also make it difficult for opponents to parry. The earthquake produced in the desert area is far less than the shock on the ground, but the violent shock causes the sand to sink rapidly. This situation will bury everything in front of it alive. At this time, there was no need for Hisoka to command. Lulu stretched out her right foot and stepped forward lightly, and as her right foot stepped down, her entire body instantly disappeared in place. Just as Lulu disappeared, the area where she was just now completely turned into a concave shape, and a large amount of quicksand began to flow into the middle. Bang! Brad took a deep breath. He almost forgot the strongest evasion skill of psychic Pokémon. No matter how fast Pokémon is, it is not as convenient as teleport. Although teleport takes a period of cooling time, it does not affect the whole. A practical index of skill. Nidoking, be careful behind you. Brad thought that the opponent's Gardevoir was very likely to teleport behind Nidoking to make a sneak attack. After all, the only place where no sand fell in the surrounding area was the foothold behind Nidoking. Nidoking nodded. His body turned around immediately, and the corners of his vicious and hostile eyes glanced at the yellow sand behind him. Sure enough, with the vague and strange sight in the air, Gardevoir's figure appeared 10 meters away from Nidoking. Right now, Nidoking rock imprisoned. Brad wanted to temporarily block the opponent's movements while Gardevoir just appeared. This time Nidoking slammed his hands on the ground again, and the sand surface began to vibrate again, but the vibration frequency was far less than when using Earthquake before. Move in the middle. Rush up now. A million-ton horn. Brad's continuous command is well organized. He tried every means to break the huge disadvantage of the ice attribute, and to deal with psychic Pokémon, the insect-type skills can be perfectly restrained, and most of the psychic Pokémon are not good at melee combat. They have more powerful mental power than other Pokémon, but at the same time, their physical fitness can only be regarded as the bottom layer. The physical fitness is not good, and the natural fighting ability is weak. Brad is confident that as long as Nidoking's million-ton horn can hit head-on, Gardevoir will definitely lose his fighting ability in a blink of an eye. Sometimes the idea is good, but the reality is always cruel. In Hisoka's current team, the most powerful is not the talented Rhyperior. He is indeed strong, which is fine, but at the same time, his weaknesses are also obvious. Lulu can use her mid to long range skills for kite flying tactic, and she can easily dodge the most terrifying rock artillery from Rhyperior with teleport. Hiso's Rhyperior learned to swim and fish during the Raiden period, so he is very resistant to the water type, but another terrible attribute, restraint, the grass type that can cause 4 times the damage bonus, is unavoidable, even if it has the characteristics of hard rock weakened part of it, but also tripled the bonus. And Lulu's hand was as fast as a flying sword, and Magical Leaf, who pointed to where to hit, could make Rhyperior's scalp tingle. Except for Weavile's complete resistance to psychic skills with his own dark attribute and Lulu, it is no exaggeration to call Lulu the strongest among all the Pokémon in the rest of the team. How could Rock Imprison be able to seal Gardevoir? Hisoka shook his head and smiled, then his face froze, and shouted loudly, "Exert all my illusions and send me Nidoking home." Lulu didn't intend to keep her hands anymore. After hearing Hisoka's command, the high movement of her hands clenching her mental power directly caused the original blue eyes to gradually turn purple. Confusion's advanced skill is Psybeam, and Psybeam's advanced skill is Illusion. The color of mental power also changes from pink to blue to purple, and the power is multiplied. Pong! A burst of purple beams exploded, and the 4 pillars of rock that had just been surrounded were directly cut into countless pieces by the highly concentrated spiritual blade on the Nidoking who came over. Bang! The hard purple armor made Nidoking not afraid of tackle of stones at all, but when the purple circle of illusion flashed from his body, Nidoking's forward momentum stopped immediately, and his body even kept moving forward. The posture, but the eyes that were filled with ferocity before became dull. Nidoking, how are you, Wong Hao? Brad shouted a few times, but there was no response from Nidoking. This range situation only lasted for 5 seconds. Nidoking still maintained the movement just now, and then his body stiffened and fell forward, burying his head in the yellow sand. It completely lost consciousness, just as the illusion technique Lulu used just now swept across its body. The highly concentrated mental power causes far more damage to the inside of the body than the surface of the body, which is why Nidoking becomes so stiff after being attacked by the illusion. The outcome is clear. The second game is still won by Hisoka. Now it is 2-0. The next game is Brad Brad's last chance, but unless he can 1v3, he won't have any chance. Chapter 560 It's Up to You. Second update, ask for automatic subscription. Seeing that the referee officially announced the result of the game, the girls who supported Hisoka were beaming with joy. They teamed up to ridicule the girls who supported Brad on the other party. The little white face was really useless. How could you be like this with Hisoka other than pretending to be cool? Compared with handsome men with good body and strong strength, the blonde fat Carl is about to cry but has no tears. When that trainer named Hisoka won the first game, he laughed so hard that he really won a lot as the banker. For some reason, Carl always had an inexplicable hunch, and for no reason he believed that this trainer named Hiso would continue to win until he became the final winner of the gym trial. By opening the market on the other side, he can always eat big fish and small fish, and he will not talk about it if he is comfortable. However, after working hard for 3 days, he returned to before liberation. All the reasons are the culprit behind all this was the girl who smiled like a little fox in front of him. Giselle, didn't you say that he loses every bet? Carl asked directly, regardless of whether the girl was the eldest lady of the Yudo family. 283. At the beginning, because of some minor conflict, Sunday did not feel good about Hisoka. If the girl was unreasonable, no one could stop it. Since they couldn't beat each other, Sunday would be big at Carl's place every time Hisoka played. Bet on him to lose. The last game was the same, but in the second game, he suddenly changed his mind and bet on Hisoka to win, and he bet a full 2 million at once. This money was not collected by Carl, but by his little brother on the periphery, Carl. I don't know. When the Sunday came to him with a ticket, Carl was completely stunned, because in the past 3 days, including the bet for the winner, Carl's total income was less than 300 W. This amount of money is nothing to the children of the rich families in Jontian University, but for Carl, who was born in an ordinary businessman's family, it's already a huge sum of money. Sunday bet 2 million at a time. She won the bet. In addition to the principal BSEG of 2 million, Carl had to pay another 2 million gambling capital. In this way, the first 3 days were equal to white work, and she had to pay back more than 1 million. Yes, blood loss. Don't you know that women are fickle? The corners of Sunday's mouth rose slightly, and her squinted eyes really looked like a little fox who had succeeded in stealing chicken. She took the check from Carl's trembling hand and said, I'm actually doing it for your own good. After this lesson, don't bully your classmates all day long in the future. Just be a good person. Small bets for pleasure, big bets hurts health. Carl kept mumbling. His face gradually turned pale, and he covered his colic chest. It was all his hard-earned money, so it was all gone. Who asked you to pay Giselle's bet? Ah, tell me. Carl grabbed one of the younger brothers by the neck and said grimly, Ha, boss, is what you said. You said that as long as this silly girl bet, you will be paid as much as you bet. Are you an idiot? The loser who I asked you to accept her bet is not the winner. Sunday was in a very happy mood at this time. On the one hand, she found the shiny roll gifted by Cynthia's cousin, and on the other hand, she let out a sigh of relief. She flipped the brand new check in her hand. 4 million is for the Sunday. That is, a few bags or some brand name perfume money. The reason why she was in such a good mood was mainly because she played with the idiots who regarded her as an idiot. Do you really think that Miss Ben gave you money? Sunday decided to use the winnings to help Ralts buy a bunch of high-end Pokémon food, as well as those high-end toys that can be used for both play and training. In the third game, Hisoka still didn't mean to change the Pokémon. He seemed to be preparing to beat his opponent to a clean sheet. There was no intention of revenge Brad's arrogant attitude yesterday. He just wanted Lulu to accumulate more in each battle, the actual combat experience, so as to break through the current bottleneck as soon as possible. Since evolution occurred in the Crobat match between Mr. Koga and Grandpa Canyon half a year ago, the period of rapid growth in strength brought about by evolution has long since ended, and Lulu's current strength has remained at the level of the early stage of the quasi-elite. A Pokémon that is restrained by itself should be able to defeat opponents in the upper and middle reaches of the elite. Lulu, continue to use illusion. Hisoka is completely determined to you, and this look of winning is undoubtedly the biggest ridicule in Brad's eye. As Lulu's strongest attacking skill, the consumption of psychic power by illusion is not small. With Lulu's current mental total, releasing 13 high-quality illusions in a row will cause a temporary mental breakdown, exhaustion situation. After the first 2 games, Brad is well aware of the power of Gardevoir's illusion. His Crobat is a pure speed flow, a poison-type Pokémon. Its physical defense and physical strength are far less than Nidoking, let alone being hit by the illusion. As long as you rub some, it may cause heavy damage. And if you want to beat Gardevoir, you must find a way to use Crunch or Poison Fang in close range to have hope. Lulu raised her slender arm, and her slender fingers slid slightly into the air, and in an instant, the purple ons flourished, and then the continuous ripple beams surged forward in the shape of waves. In Lulu's hand, the illusion technique can become both a concentrated explosion of mental power bomb, and a ripple beam that spreads over a large area at the moment, so as to better deal with the speed playing playing Pokémon like Crobat. Chapter 561 Despair brought by Lulu. Seek automatic subscription. Crobat, a blood-thin and fast Pokémon, has fought once before, and the opponent is Mr. Koga's S1. To be honest, Brad's Crobat's strength is similar to that of Mr. Koga's, and the speed may be higher. Not quite as good. Lulu was able to defeat Mr. Koga's Crobat when evolution became Gardevoir. So now that half a year has passed, Lulu's strength is much stronger than that at the time. So Hisoka has full confidence in defeating Bled Crobat. In the face of the large-scale illusion technique invading in the shape of a wave, just blindly flying and dodging are prone to accident. After thinking for a while, Brad shouted loudly, "Crobat, hold on." Sure enough, they were disciples taught by Mr. Koga, and the two used the same coping strategies when faced with the same trick. Crobat let out a long sound like a mouse, and the four curved blade bat wings immediately moved closer to the chest to protect his body, and at the same time, a thin transparent light film appeared directly in front of the fork bat. Protectile can be said to be the most perfect defense method. It consumes less energy and can even ignore any attribute restraint. The stronger the Pokémon itself, the higher the skill strength that can be immunized by Protect. After all, nothing is absolute. When the attack strength far exceeds the protective film formed by the Protectile, the originally indestructible defense becomes no different from a blank sheet of paper. When Crobat's Protectile had just been completed, the purple ripple beam belonging to the illusion technique had already arrived, and the high-intensity purple mental force was frantically tearing the thin layer of protective film. But no matter how restless the mental force in the air was, it was still unable to break through Protect's defensive apex. Click tilde click tilde. Protectile made a sound similar to glass breaking after a few seconds. Crobat went all out to make the light film last for a while. In the end, with a click, the light film shattered, but at the same time, the energy of the illusion released by Lulu was completely exhausted. Lulu's current strength is not enough to forcefully break through Crobat's Protect defense. Although her strength is stronger than Crobat's, she must at least upgrade to elite level to crush Protect's defense cover with her hard power. Seeing that Crobat successfully resisted the next attack, Brad's face did not show much relaxed expression, but became more dignified because he was very aware of the side effects of Protect, except that the first use was a 100% success rate, and the second consecutive use the success rate immediately dropped to below 40%. Brad did not dare to bet on the success rate of less than 40% because if he failed, Crobat, who was incapable of action, would definitely be instantly killed by the attack of the illusion technique. What should I do? What should I do? The two consecutive losses and the disadvantage of the third game made Brad, who was still high-spirited before, even more anxious. His brain is running wildly, but he can't think of a strategy that can turn defeat into victory. To be honest, it can't be blamed for his lack of strength. It is true that Lulu was too restrained. Lulu's movement speed is not fast, but with one-handed teleport, he can easily evade the opponent's key skill. Crobat does not have a one-hit kill move, and as long as he is hit by any of Lulu's mental attack, Crobat will be immediately hit hard. The mutual restraint between attributes is the most important law in this world, and even the top superheroic beasts need to abide by this law. When most of the attributes are restrained, it is possible to turn a defeat into a victory. Generally speaking, it is the overall strength of the other side or the field advantage, or the gap between the two trainers. The strength of the two Pokémon is similar. There is no field advantage, and the quality of the trainers is the same. So how can one grass-type Pokémon defeat the fire type, and a water type defeat the electricity type? Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. And if this can really be done, then there is only one explanation: that the Pokémon talent of the defeated party is good enough, and there is no other explanation. Lance has been a Dragon Elite in Kanto for so many years, but he has never been able to become a real champion. In desperation, he can only go to his hometown Johto to be Johto's champion and part-time Kanto Elite at the same time. It's not that he doesn't want to be the champion of the Kanto region, but he has more than enough power. There is no doubt that Mr. Land Crossing is very strong, but he is obviously not strong enough to be able to easily crush the main Dragonite when he is restrained by 4 times the attribute. Press an Ice-type Elite of the same level. The discerning person in the trainer world knows that Lorelei is definitely Land Crossing's lifelong enemy. Having had combat experience with Crobat, Lulu knew exactly what to do next. She clasped her hands together, her palms clasped together, the purple awns in her eyes, and the technique of imprison was at her fingertip. It is better to directly kill the possibility of causing accident. Imprison technique can make the opponent unable to use the skills they have mastered for the next period of time. It's a pity that Lulu just happens to be able to protect this trick. Abundant and powerful mental power, coupled with Hisoka's special training, the method of single-mindedness and three-purpose has become an instinct for Lulu. He waved his right hand to draw a circle, and dozens of sharper magical leaf instantly took shape, and his left hand pressed down, and the second extended illusion technique bred immediately. Magical Leaf's own tracking lock-on is a theoretical must-hit skill, and the biggest ultimate move, illusion, is coming from the side. This kind of attack that doesn't give any chance make Brad finally feel a kind of faint. Negative emotions for hopelessness. Chapter 562 Zero Seal for automatic subscription. Sigh. Crobat's miserable growl is getting sharper and sharper, and in the middle of the illusion energy, it feels that its body is about to be torn apart by some force, and the severe pain causes the body and fleshy wings to tremble frantically. The students who did not enter the auditorium but watched the game on the big green of the playground have been completely attracted by this wonderful game. These three games are completely the personal show of this Gardevoir. The purple illusion energy was surrounded by dozens of rapid spin magical leaf, and the magical leaf storm formed by them gave Crobat no chance to break through. Does it have three uses? A quasi-elite Gardevoir can do tricks that are difficult to do from 3/7 to elite. Psychic Pokémon really has a huge advantage in this regard. Lorelei in the top seat nodded secretly. Psychic Pokémon's own spiritual talent is one aspect. I'm afraid it is usually more targeted training. This kid is really talented as a trainer. In Lorelei's eyes, although Hisoka was taller and more mature than her peers, she was only a 16-year-old boy after all. It was not an exaggeration to call her a child based on her age and status. Of course, the premise is that she doesn't know the secret of Hisoka's life, and this bastard who prefers beautiful women has already put a lot of shame on this hot and handsome beauty, elite. If it weren't for the fact that the personal level and social status are still far behind, I'm afraid Hisoka would have been ready to pursue Lorelei regardless of the eyes of the world. In the end, with the passage of time, the invasion of illusion caused Crobat to fall weakly from the air, and at the moment when Crobat fell into the desert, Brad took out the Pokeball and recovered Crobat. Although the ground is soft sand, an unconscious Crobat falling directly from a height of tens of meters will still cause secondary damage, because a fall at this height is no less than falling on a concrete floor. The result of the game is no longer clear. With a Gardevoir, Hisoka played a near-perfect clean sheet for all the students of Kenta University in the first semifinal. This result has led to a huge increase in his popularity among the students of Jontian University, especially many girls who originally liked Brad better. It's useless to be handsome in this world. In the final analysis, it depends on the strength of the trainer. Even if you are a third-class cripple with a height of less than 1.5 meters, your face is pockmarked and ugly, but as long as you can have enough strength, such as becoming an elite, then there will definitely be countless beauties willing to climb your chuang. Brad did not wait for the referee to announce, and he stepped off the commanding platform to leave this place that made him feel extremely humiliated. Every time he thought about the ridicule of Hisoka yesterday, he was beaten 3-0 by the opponent today. The sense of difference made Brad, who was arrogant, almost ashamed and angry. Crobat is incapacitated and Gardevoir has won the match. Let's congratulate Siso once again. He made it to the final. No matter what the losing side thinks, the referee still has to fulfill his responsibilities and convey the sound to the audience with the help of a headset and a loudspeaker. What do you want? Come and see my joke. Brad was blocked by Hisoka from the exit of the playground. His emotions at the moment seemed a little hysterical, and his face that was more delicate than a woman became slightly hideous. Hisoka smiled and shook his head. It's totally unnecessary to see your joke. It's normal to win or lose a Pokemon battle, and you lose can only mean that I'm stronger than you. Before Brad could say anything, Hisoka continued, I just want to explain one thing about the smear you said yesterday about Mr. Koga on the online forum. I don't want to take the blame for all this, because I didn't do it, and I don't have any conflict of interest with Mr. Koga. Mr. Koga wants to compete in this year's Johto 4 Elite, and only his competitors will do that. Let's talk about it. As for the rest, you can think what you like. After saying this, Hisoka turned around and left, because many students noticed the situation here, and they were crowding towards this side, and they might not be able to leave after a while. Brad just watched the back of the other party leave for a long time without saying a word. He is a smart person and has long understood who hired Suicune on the internet. The reason why he went to taunt Suicune was probably because he was jealous of Master Koga. A compliment to this young man of his age. For 3 consecutive games, although there was no injury, the physical and energy consumption was also not small. Next was the game between Jontai and the former chief trainer of the Orange Island, Ben Yuangguang, so both Hiso and Lulu had enough time to rest. For this game, to be honest, Hisoka is not optimistic about Jontai 3.0. It is true that Jontai is good enough in this age group, but he is too young. At 14 years old, age has become Jontai's biggest disadvantage. If you are 8 years older and have too much actual combat experience, the advantage of a trainer no longer exists. They voluntarily gave up the qualification of chief trainer. I don't know how much practical experience they have accumulated over the years, and the battles are not just small fish and shrimp. They are all good players who need to pass the test of the 4 islands of the Orange Lion. There is another Tyranitar in his hand, not to mention the strength, but as long as it is an adult Tyranitar, its bottom line will not be lower than the level of the quasi-elite. Chapter 563 Typhlosion. The situation is bad. Seek automatic subscription. Sitting in the high seat of the auditorium, Hisoka quietly watched the game on the field enter the white-hot stage. His mood at the moment was very indifferent. No matter who became the winner of the game, he had the confidence to defeat the other. Let Ralts out. I want to see it, Sunday said rudely. Having this eldest lady by her side stopped many of the female students who were going to get to know each other. Thinking of the gossip that came out on the campus before, could it be that the eldest lady of the Yudo family really took a fancy to this handsome guy who came to participate in the competition from outside the school? Although a handsome guy is good, it's better than the risk of offending a wealthy eldest lady. Yesterday, Sunday handed Ralts Pokeball to Hisoka to keep him temporarily, because Ralts was really unwilling to go back with Sunday. Forcibly taking it back would probably make Ralts, who was originally very timid, even more repulsive. It's better to put it on Susanna for the time being. She'll be in touch with her from the side, and one day Ralts will understand her heart and accept herself as a trainer. It's a vanilla donut, your favorite sweet little guy, and the blackberry puffs are just out of the oven. The Sunday took out a box from his brand name pouch like magic. Delicate and expensive dessert snack. Shiny. Ralts sat on the seat to the left of Hisoka, sticking out half of his head and carefully watching the smiling Sunday, his nose twitching under the blue pot lid. It's really fragrant. It must be something delicious. I really want to taste it. This was the truest thought in Ralts' heart, but even if the food was present, the little guy's vigilance about Sundays did not disappear. The indecision made Sunday's teeth tickle. She didn't hate Ralts. She was jealous of how a stinky man could gain Ralts' trust, but she, a beautiful girl, made Ralts like a thief. It was too much. Hisoka was also overwhelmed by the aroma of these gourmet snacks, so he picked up a blackberry puff directly from the box under the murderous gaze of the Sunday. I'll try it first. When you take a sip, the first is a rich and sweet fragrance that makes your mouth water quickly, and then the sweet and sour blackberries are unforgettable. Crisp, soft, waxy and slightly hot. Fu is definitely in the hands of top masters. After 3 bites and 2 bites of the blackberry puff in his hand, Hisoka smiled and stretched out his right hand again. I'll try the vanilla donut again. Sunday just looked at him coldly, but didn't stop Hisoka's annoying behavior, especially when she saw that Ralts, who was hiding behind his waist under Hisoka's leadership, finally couldn't help it and secretly crawled over here. The little guy pulled Lassiso's cuff, and the small eyes staring at the food box were straightened, and the saliva dripped from the side without knowing it. Come on, eat a piece too. Hisoka knew exactly who brought this treatment. He didn't forget the well digger when he drank the water. Without Ralts, he wouldn't have the face to enjoy the desserts and delicacies brought by Miss Sunday. The little guy held a blackberry puff that looked a bit like a big piece of bread to her, opened his small mouth and bit up every bite. Made Ralts snort. She was completely overwhelmed by human food conquered. A box of vanilla donuts and a box of blackberry puff quickly bottomed out under the combined attack of Hisoka and Ralts, and only a few bits were left, most of which of course went into Hisoka's stomach. Ralts, after eating a few pieces, he was almost full. Hisoka stretched and licked the corner of his mouth, turned to look at the Sunday, and said with a smile, Miss, where did you buy these snacks? Can you tell me? The taste is really good. I'm going to today go buy a few boxes to treat yourself after the game. Sunday raised his head proudly, and said with a look of disdain, you can't buy these things outside. This is a dessert that I carefully handcrafted, and you can eat it once. If you are lucky, don't even think about it in the future. Hisoka just shrugged after hearing this. He didn't expect this arrogant eldest lady to have such craftsmanship, but it contrasted with the old saying that people can't be seen. He also thought that the Sunday was the kind of rich lady who doesn't touch the spring water with her hand, let alone a snack. She probably wouldn't even be able to wash her own clothes. 2 losses and 1 win. This is the result of the 3 games before the second semifinal match. Jontai won 1 game but lost 2 games. Now this game is very important for Jontai, so it is not necessary to say that he lost. Eliminated directly, and even if he wins, he still needs to catch up again. The current situation can be said to be very bad. Typhlosion, Flare Blitz. After shouting these words, Jientai's childish face had a trace of solemnity, but as the situation progressed, he felt more and more powerless about the result of the game. Typhlosion let out a roar, and the tall body that was upright squatted forward and turned into 4 limbs. It can be clearly seen that there are several conspicuous scars on the pale yellow hair under its neck, which are left by the previous battle. Wound. Chapter 564 Tyranitar, the Source of Light. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Typhlosion's opponent in the last game was a cunning Houndoom. Although it is not as strong as Typhlosion, it is also extremely difficult to deal with. The tricks are used on the Necri road. Once bite is closed, he will not let go. Typhlosion finally took a lot of effort to kill the cunning and fierce Houndoom. The scar on the neck was gnawed out by Houndoom with crunch. If it weren't for the critical time, a brick break hit Houndoom's head to make it lose the ability to fight, or you will lose even more. Yuan Yuanguang pushed the frame on the bridge of the nose. The slightly raised corners of the mouth and the plain face completely gave people a harmless appearance, and the temperament it exudes is also the kind of nerd or academic researcher rather than a powerful trainer. Almost being sealed off by someone, Jonta could only put all her hopes on Typhlosion, but when she saw the second Pokémon released by the Source Light, the feeling of powerlessness always lingered in her heart. But no matter how powerless you are, you have to fight to know that Jontai is not the kind of character that can be easily captured. The second Pokémon of Origin Light is his strongest main force, Tyranitar, with the title of Desert Tyrant. It not only has strong resistance to fire skills, but also the main attribute of rock is just right to restrain Typhlosion. Typhlosion on all fours has become more suitable for running, and the developed hind limbs provide sufficient explosive power, making Typhlosion in short distance running like a prairie cheetah. Its mouth was wide open, and a burst of flame spread from its mouth to both sides and quickly filled the whole body. From a distance, Typhlosion at this time was like a god of fire, and it looked very mighty and extraordinary. Kenta talked to Hiso about the characteristic awakened by his Typhlosion. It is not the most common fire characteristic of most Fire Royal 3, but a relatively rare fire characteristic. In this way, the fire characteristic cooperates with Flare Blitz. Not only can nerfing some of Flare Blitz's aftereffect can also directly trigger the effect of the ignition ability. Making fire skills more powerful is completely the result of killing two birds with one stone. As Typhlosion got closer and closer, the temperature in the air was also rising rapidly. Tyranitar stood there without any movement to avoid it. The 3-meter-high beast made it as terrifying as an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Sharp backstab, calm yet fierce-eyed. Tyranitar can be said to be the most fierce-eyed Pokémon that Hisoka has ever seen. Just by looking at it, you can feel the dangerous pheromone conveyed by being a top predator. Tyranitar has a rock attribute, so it is very resistant to fire skills. Kenta is also aware of this. He knows that no matter how powerful Flare Blitz is, it is impossible to cause great damage to Tyranitar with the increase of ignition characteristic. The reason why Typhlosion is also directed to use Flare Blitz to attack is not the primary purpose. The key is to get close quickly. Tyranitar can be called the tyrant of the desert because when he goes mad, he can rock slide, the terrifying force that can easily change the surrounding terrain by filling in the river. Typhlosion is not a flying type Pokémon that can ignore the changes on the ground. In addition to water and rock, ground-based skills can also cause serious damage to Typhlosion. Tyranitar, grab it. The Source Light, who had been observing the situation at this moment, finally opened his mouth to command. His command was simple, but his light tone was full of incomparable confidence. The command to grab Typhlosion in Flare Blitz estate with his bare hands made Ken too stunned. Even if Tyranitar is famous for his strong defense, he shouldn't be so arrogant. However, the next scene made the hearts of everyone watching the game come to their throat. Clotilda. I saw Tyranitar roaring loudly, and the sturdy animal leg stepped forward, and the arms were much thinner than the leg, and the arms embraced Typhlosion, who was charging at high speed. Speaking of thin arms, it also depends on who you are comparing with. The Tyranitar arm in front of him is at least 3 times thicker than an adult man, but it looks a little incongruous with a tall body. Bang! In the next second, a violent tackle sound exploded, but it stopped immediately. The roaring fireworks on Typhlosion, who was 1.8 meters tall, hadn't disappeared. It hit Tyranitar's chest, and the fiery flames were even on Tyranitar's matcha green chest, leaving a layer of burnt black color. But Tyranitar didn't seem to notice the pain at all. It lowered its head and looked coldly at Typhlosion in its arms with the fierce look of a predator, and then the arms around it suddenly exerted force. Hacha tilde. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bone crack, Typhlosion was shivering with pain, and Typhlosion was shivering with tremendous force all over his body. Typhlosion can be regarded as a kind of Pokémon with strong muscle strength, but it is far inferior to the desert tyrant Tyranitar. This result, was completely beyond Kenta's expectation. His previous plan was for Typhlosion to use Flare Blitz to get close and then use the only fighting skill he masters, Brick Break, to cause serious damage to Tyranitar. Tyranitar has dual attributes of rock and evil, like Weavile. They are 4 times weaker fighting. The most fearful thing is fighting skills. Even if there is no bonus with the same attribute, as long as Typhlosion Brick Break can hit it head on, it can definitely be seriously injured. Tighten it a little bit, Yuan Yuanguang commanded with a smile. Clotilda. Tyranitar gradually showed a humane joking look, and with a shrug of his shoulders, his entire back joined the force at this moment. Typhlosion in his arms was completely submerged under the figure of the giant beast, leaving only a series of tragic miserables. Growl. Chapter 565. Jontai left for automatic subscription. Typhlosion. Kenta's face turned red, and he could only stare at the screaming Typhlosion. He miscalculated or he underestimated Tyranitar. Tyranitar's rank. He wanted to use Flare Blitz to get close and then rely on Brick Break to deal damage, but it just hit into each other's arm. The power gap between the two sides is too big. The adult wild Tyranitar has the terrifying strength to easily penetrate the mountain. Although Typhlosion is equally powerful, it can only be captured in the face of this situation. Typhlosion has not lost its ability to fight yet. It struggled frantically, but it couldn't break free from Tyranitar's embrace. Jiantai couldn't bear that Typhlosion was injured too badly. After making up his mind, he picked up the Pokeball and pointed it forward. Get some rest, Typhlosion. You've done your best, Kenta murmured to Pokeball, who stopped shaking. And as Jiantai took back the Pokémon, this game also represented his formal abstention. The green flag representing victory in the referee's hand pointed to Benyuangwang and said loudly, Typhlosion abstained from the game. The winner of this game is Tyranitar. Congratulations to Benyuan. Light contestants make it to the final. Quote, there were bursts of applause in the Auditorium 310, and the strength of the original trainer also won him a large number of supporters. Jiantai walked off the podium a little lonely, not knowing what to do for a while. After all, he was only a 14 youngsters of 3 to 1 year old. Their mental adjustment ability is not as good as that of adults, and it is really uncomfortable to lose by a big score of 3 to 1. The problem is that you still have to be convinced. The opponent doesn't even play any strategy and directly overwhelms you with hard power. The final match started at 6 p.m. Both players had enough time to rest, and this time was enough for the Pokemon injured in the battle just now to recover. Jiantian University has a special affiliated hospital, which is a compound hospital of humans and Pokemon. This hospital is wholly owned by Jiantian University, and there is no shortage of various high-end medical equipment. The dean is a retired Nurse Joy. Of course, he can't be called Nurse Joy now, because everyone is in his 50s and should be called Ms. Joy. Yuan Yuanguang didn't stay on the field too much. In order to ensure that there would be no accident in the last game, he had to take his Houndoom, who was defeated by Typhlosion, to the hospital for a full body check, which was free anyway. On the wood path to the cafeteria, Sunday and Hisoka strolled in tandem. Neither of them had any thoughts of talking, and the surroundings seemed very quiet for a while. Suddenly Sunday turned around and smiled and said, I originally hoped that you would lose the game and go home, but now I don't think much of it. Instead, I hope you can win the game and become the new gym leader of Jiantian City. When the topic was provoked, Hisoka smiled and greeted him. Do you all hold grudges like this? I didn't know that the dining table was covered by you, and there was no sign on it, and the eldest lady is expensive. Shouldn't you all go to the VIP box on the second floor? I'm happy you don't care. Sunday pursed his nose. In fact, she didn't care about the place occupying incident 3 days ago. Her Sunday was not so stingy yet, and she was still angry when she kept it in her heart every day. Later, she also understood that it was an accident, but Hisoka's attitude of indifferent and unwilling to apologize at the time really made her very angry. Did you lose a lot of money every time you bet on me with that blonde BF named Carl? Hisoka joked. How is that possible? Sunday pretended to be surprised. I'm not one of those stupid girls who only know famous brands and perfume. I bet 2 million on you to win the last game, and that fat Carl is even almost lost the bottom. What about the kid who liked to follow your ass? Did he hide in the corner and cry when he lost the game? Although this guy hates it a bit, but I don't know why Sunday feels inexplicable when chatting together of each. Jiantai is 14 years old. I remember you are also 14 years old. Is it a little bit like calling other people's children HMPH? I'm much more mature than him. Hisoka shrugged. Jiantai went back to pack. His mother was already waiting for him outside the school. So it is. Sorry, brother Siso, I can't cheer you on in the final. In just a few hours, Jiantai has almost recovered from the shadow of failure. He is not the kind of person who has high self-esteem. The experience of being called a genius since his debut did not make Jiantai swell. His character is somewhat similar to Ash, but he is much smarter than Ash, and he always feels that he combines the advantages of Ash and Gary. It's okay, Hisoka reassured him. Yuan Yuanguang is almost 21 years old. He is 7 years older than you and is the chief trainer of the Orange League. If you can beat him, I'd be surprised. It's so real. Janta Taelong lowered his head. Hisoka rubbed his head and said, it's so real. Let's work hard. I hope to see you win the champion of this year's horror conference. Jantai once said that he was forced by his mother to participate in this gym qualifying competition. Originally, he had won the badges of 2 official gym in Kanto, but he had to stop traveling after a phone call from Vermilion Gym. In fact, Jantai is still a little fortunate. If he accidentally wins everyone to become Jantian's gym leader, wouldn't he be able to travel to various places again? Chapter 566. The final for automatic subscription. Time doesn't stop flowing because anyone leaves. 6 hours is like a second for many students, and they can't wait to see the final game that will determine who will be the new gym leader in Kenta City. The 3-day gym qualifying competition did not have a live reputation because there was no live broadcast of the media, but many students shot the video of the competition and uploaded it to the online forum or some video site. Some of the wonderful events were edited into clips and received a lot of hits. The Jontian city government is very smart and has started to broadcast these videos on various TV stations. Jim is snow before tilde shame. No matter whether it is successful or not. Anyway, the title will be released first. People or visual animals, and the more shocking the title, the easier it is to gain attention. Shock! The strongest gym in Kanto will no longer be Cinnabar Gym, and Jontian City sponsored a newcomer leader to build the strongest gym in Kanto. Close black lens bracket. The market is open. The market is open, and there are still the last 10 minutes. The blonde fat Carl is not reconciled to the blood loss caused by the calculation of Sunday in the last game, and he does not know where to raise a fund. He wants to rely on the attraction of this last finally make a fortune. The odds of betting on who wins are 1 to 1, and the odds are 1 to 2 in the casino, such as 3-0 or 3-2. This kind of betting with an accurate rate is much more difficult than just betting on winning and losing, but at the same time, if the bet is won, the odds are equally high. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was already dim, and a round of sunset had already set in the west, exuding the last remaining warmth and brilliance. The grounds around number 1 were crowded with teachers and students from the whole school, except for a few students who went out and did not return to school. More than 5,000 teachers and students of Jontian University had occupied the entire playground, not to mention the auditorium closest to the multi-purpose competition venue. The 500 seats were already overflowing, and most of them were occupied by teachers. Let me give this position to classmate first. The teacher's eyes are not very good. Look, a middle-aged professor with gray hair and myopia glasses said with a smile. The students were very unwilling, but the teacher said so. What else could they do? So he held back his anger and said with an embarrassed smile, "Teacher, please take a seat, and it's the same for me to stand outside." Then thank you. The students are getting more and more polite now. Seeing the back of the classmate leaving, the middle-aged professor nodded with satisfaction. The venue is now automatically drawn. The loudspeaker above the multi-purpose venue came out with the referee's voice, and at the same time, the large black screen in the middle above it lit up dozens of simulated venues. 5 seconds later, the light sheet stopped in a partition that looked like a flat terrain. After the lottery, the venue for this match is a plain venue. As usual, the multifunctional field began to vibrate violently, and the mechanical plates in the middle were slowly pulled away from both sides, and a field with a part of rock and soil and a part of the grass field was lifted into the air. The plain field is a simulation field suitable for most Pokémon battles, except for the pure aquatic Pokémon. Most Pokémon will have no field advantage or field disadvantage when fighting on it. Fair choice. Standing on the commanding platform again, the breeze was blowing slowly across his face, saying that there was no fluctuation in his heart was pretending. The victory or loss of this game directly determined whether he could become the new gym trainer in Jontian City. Hisoka put his arms around his arm, closed his eyes and waited for the referee to announce the start of the game. Unlike the backward Dark City, a top-tier city like Jontian City can provide too many resources and connection. If he wants to become stronger, only his own efforts have limited effect, and he must find a way to use limited social resources. Get the part that belongs to you, even if you go for it. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Social resources are always only those, but there are more and more people. If you don't want to be a victim of a big man's words or face natural disasters, you are powerless when the Pokémon group riots, so try to make yourself strong. The weak follow the rules, the wise use the rules, and the strong make the rules. The source light is still wearing a harmless smiling face, which makes it impossible for people to see what they are thinking. The opponent of this match had heard of it himself. Drake said that this kid named Hiso had really made a lot of noise near Asia Island in the Orange Islands more than 3 months ago. The referee looked at his watch and reminded loudly, "Please be ready for both sides." Hisoka and Primordial Light looked at each other and smiled, and then each took out the Pokémon from their waist for the first battle. In addition to the strongest main force, Tyranitar, this man with glasses is not easy to deal with. That Snorlax. This kid's Weavile is a bit troublesome, and he is fast and can fight the Brick Break, so both Snorlax and Tyranitar are restrained. What Pokémon might he send in his first game? Houndoom or Snorlax? What Pokémon will he send in the first game? That Gardevoir or Weavile? The referee has not announced yet. The game between the two has already begun in my heart. The game starts now. Let go. Weavile. Accuse me. Houndoom. 2 beams of white light shine on the plane, and after the rapid transformation, the fur of both is black, and the dark Pokémon with the same evil eyes appeared in front of everyone, but one looked more cunning, and the other looked more sly. Aggressive. Chapter 567 Weavil's Houndoom seek automatic subscription. Weavile and Houndoom are both dark Pokémon. One has a part of the ice attribute and the other has a part of the fire attribute. attribute. On the bright side of Huokebing, it seems that Houndoom has the attribute advantage, but Weavile is proficient in Brick Break, and his fighting skills also restrain Dark. The attributes are mutually exclusive, and there is no advantage in the field. The key to victory or defeat depends on the overall strength of each Pokemon and the strategy bonus when the trainer is commanding. When Hisoka cultivated Weavile, he mainly focused on 4 key skills, and the rest of the general skills only need to be learned. Sword Dance, Brick Break, Ice Punch, and Street Trial are the 4 skills that Weavile is best at and strongest. The combination of the 4 skills can already deal with most of the Pokemon. Combined with Weavile's amazing speed, once there is a chance to Swords Dance, the opponent will be pushed to the end of the first team. Majug Tilda. Weavile smiled evilly, revealing a pair of cute little tiger teeth. She raised her right hand and stretched back her sharp claws. Taunt's meaning is obvious. Wong Tilda Ho Tilda. Houndoom leaned forward, growling in a low voice, a trace of spark sprayed from the corner of his mouth, as if he would rush up to bite his opponent at any time. Houndoom is not a good-tempered Pokemon. It should be said that none of the dark Pokemon are good-tempered. You can see the goat horns on the top of Houndoom's head that are similar to the devil, the human-shaped skull on his chest, the bone armor on his back, and the horns behind him. Sharp arrows with thin tails. All these extremely ominous physical features have given Houndoom an ancient name in Johto, Cerberus. Even now, many villagers in Johto still like to call Houndoom by the name of the Hellhound. In the more superstitious ancient time, Houndoom, like the Hoenn region's calamity beast Absol, was the unlucky person that everyone shouted because of the many symbols of the devil. The source light habitually pushed the frame on the bridge of the nose. He has seen 2 Weavile games. As a newly discovered Sneasel evolution type, this Pokemon inherits Weavile's natural agility talent and plays stronger. The competition must not make the opponent's Swords Dance up. This is very crucial. Even if it is Swords Dance 1, Tyranitar's defense is a little overwhelming. If we indulge Weavile Swords Dance twice, this 3v3 game will not need to be played and just surrender. Facing the Fire-type Houndoom, Hisoka would naturally not be stupid enough to direct Weavile to use Swords Dance. When Swords Dance, his body could not move. With Weavile's fragile body defense ability, a single shot of flamethrower was enough to seriously injure him. The 2 trainers were slow to issue orders, and the Pokemon on both sides did not attack. Their respective body muscles were tense, their spirits were also highly tense, and their malicious eyes were always looking at their opponent. Weavile, agility. Hisoka wasn't ready to wait and took the lead. Majug Tilda. The moment he heard the master's order, Weavile put his arms behind his back, and his developed leg muscles suddenly bounced like a spring to the limit, and his whole body shot out like a sharp arrow. Weavile, whose explosive power is very powerful, has reached the current limit under the addition of agility's skill effect. Only with the naked eye of human beings, unless they are those with extremely developed dynamic vision, they can only barely see a black phantom speeding across the plain so fast the pupils of the source light contracted slightly. He is short-sighted, and it is difficult for normal people to see Weavile's movement, let alone him. In the eyes of the source light, he can only see faint shadows, which appear for a while but disappear in a blink of an eye. As long as I look at it for a while, my eyes feel sore. Weavile is positioned as an assassin by Hisoka. Her speed and agility are biased towards short-term bursts. It is impossible to maintain such a high-speed state for a long time. The body's heat dissipation system alone can't bear it, just like the maximum running speed of a cheetah. To reach 115 km per hour but only for about 10 seconds. You can't let it get close. With the blessing of this speed, Weavile's Brick Break will definitely kill Houndoom in seconds. As soon as this thought appeared in Yuanguang's heart, he immediately shouted, "Houndoom, use it on the ground." A vortex of flame. Yuanguang clearly lost the opportunity to dodge. Now, if you want to dodge, you can't dodge. Houndoom's speed is only acceptable, but it is far worse when facing Weavile. He, Wong Tilda Ho Tilda. Houndoom's low bark is terrifying, and the sparks condensed at the corners of its mouth are getting denser and denser. Regardless of the dangerous enemy that is getting closer, a big mouth aimed at the grass below is a warm and dazzling circle of flame. The circle-shaped flame 3.6 rose up in the blink of an eye, and immediately spread rapidly toward the surrounding. The grass under Houndoom's feet was instantly ignited, and the blessing of the grass made the flames more and more vigorous. The Houndoom, which was wrapped in flame, did not show a sad expression, but enjoyed the high temperature of the flame. This situation made Hisoka understand at a glance that this Houndoom must have the ability to start fire. Otherwise, even fire-type Pokemon are very resistant to flame. Gao couldn't have been unscathed like this. The spreading flame vortex spread 360 degrees in all directions. Weavile, who was approaching at high speed, hurriedly stopped, but because the speed of the forward rush was too fast and the body inertia was too strong, the flame had already spread to the front. Chapter 568 Battle in the Mist. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Weavile hurried forward and rolled to avoid being swallowed by the vortex of of flame. In the fright, a pain came from his back. Weavile knew that his back was rubbed by the flames just now. Seeing Weavile stand up again from a carp on the ground, Hisoka finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the response was timely, and the injury was not serious. The commander who took the lead just now was right, but now it seems a little reckless. His opponents were not the rookie trainers who abused him casually in the past. As the former chief trainer of the Orange Alliance, Yuan Yuanguang has rich practical experience. His ability to respond to crisis situations is not comparable to that of ordinary people. It's time for me to attack. Yuan Yuanguang smiled lightly, raised his right hand and pointed forward. Houndoom, turbid fog. Wong tilde. The Houndoom let out a loud, piercing howl, then took a deep breath, and saw that its belly was bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flames on the surrounding grass are still burning slowly, and against this scene, a hellhound is exuding strong malice. Wu tilde. When Houndoom's belly swelled to a limit, it opened its long mouth full of sharp teeth again, but this time, it was not the flames that spewed out, but a thick fog that was as dark as lacquer ink. Haze quickly spread around and gradually covered Houndoom's figure. These hazes knew where their enemies were as if they had life. The slightly greasy haze extended towards Weavile. Absol is called a calamity beast. It is really wrong, and Houndoom is called a hellhound by the ancient. The dogs are too similar, except for the lack of two heads. Sprayed by Houndoom is the only special flame mixed with some kind of toxin among all fire-type Pokémon. Researchers have found that there is a poison gland in the middle of the muscle that connects Helu's abdominal cavity to the skeleton on his chest. This poison gland is the initiator of giving Helu's flame toxin. After being burned by the Houndoom's flame, if you only treat the burn and ignore the disinfection, you will find that the wound will quickly become dark and rotten. If you don't treat it in time, it will easily lead to fire poisoning. At that time, there will be nothing but amputation. Blah. Dark Pokemon's resistance to toxins is not bad, although it can't be completely immune to various poisons like Steel Pokemon, but only a slight fire poison is harmless to Weavile. The turbid fog is said to be fog, but it is actually a poisonous gas formed by mixing the poisonous glands in Houndoom's body. After mixing with gunpowder, it becomes like this. The thick fog blocked Houndoom's figure and also blocked Weavile's sight. Hisoka felt a little tricky. Since his debut, Yuan Yuanguang is definitely the strongest trainer he has faced. The fog filled a quarter of the venue, and it was pitch black in front of him. Neither the trainer nor the audience could see it. Clear the situation inside. Hisoka couldn't see, neither could the source light, but the smile on his face became stronger and stronger. Using the turbid fog to cover Weavile's sight was equivalent to weakening the opponent's speed from the side. How could it be possible without seeing it? Mercedes-Benz at full speed. Houndoom is a canine Pokemon with an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Although it is not as good as professional police dog Growlithe and Arcanine, it surpasses most Pokemon. Houndoom doesn't need to see with your eyes in the turbid fog. Just use your sense of smell to find Weavile's whereabouts and deliver a fatal blow. Maju tilde. The burning pain in her back kept Weavile highly focused at all times. She closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually slowed down, because she was aware of the toxins hidden in these turbid mists. The amount of toxins was not large and not strong, but if no action was taken, absorbing the poisonous mist for a long time would still cause the body to appear abnormal. The trainers on both sides were unable to see through the specific situation in the fog, so instead of misjudging the Pokemon with random commands, it was better to let the two Pokemon in the fog make their own judgment. Hisoka didn't worry too much about Weavile. Weavile is not the kind of Pokemon who doesn't know how to fight after leaving the trainer. She is full of wildness, a primitive wildness, but also to a large extent cultivated her autonomous fighting ability. Houndoom slumped low, like a hound ready to hunt rabbit. Its limbs gently stepped on the residual fire and silently approached Weavile's position, and its nose was already sniffing the smell of its prey. It's ready to get a little closer and send the pesky kitty home with a shot of flamethrower. In the turbid fog, the eyes lost their proper function, and the breathing rate was reduced to the lowest level. Weavile's sense of smell was not good, but his hearing ability was extremely outstanding. A pair of long red wind-catching ears twitched slightly, and it frowned, trying to find the direction of the Houndoom. The sound of his own heartbeat, the sound of the wind, the voices of people outside the venue. Weavile needs to find the slightest footstep from all kinds of sound. Cha tilde. A bunch of grass is bent. Without any hesitation, Weavile quickly retreated at this moment, and after a beautiful somersault, a pillar of fire drowned where she was standing just now. Chapter 569. The battle in the fog continued for automatic subscription. Weavile had almost reached the limit of his own reflexes just now, but when he heard Xiaoxiao being heard by Stomp, he immediately flipped backward. This textbook-like evasion was hidden by the turbid fog, so the audience couldn't see it at all. Wonderful operation. Seeing his own attack smack down, Houndoom didn't go to chase, but hid his figure in the mist again, waiting for the next chance to kill with one hit. In the vast poisonous mist, the longer the time drags on, the greater the disadvantage for Weavile. Houndoom does not matter. The poisonous glands in its abdominal cavity can ensure that the poisonous mist will not invade itself. In most forests in Johto, Houndoom is definitely one of the top predators. Not only the strength of the individual but more importantly, the Houndoom has the patience and cunning of a wolf. They are good at group hunting. When there are 3 Houndooms, they completely dare to hunt Ursaring as food. Weavile, blow the mist away with icy wind. The best way to deal with these fog-like field kills is to use the wind to blow them away. If it is a flying type Pokémon, you can easily change the direction of the poisonous fog by waving its wings and casting Hurricane. Weavile has no wings, but he also has the skills to get out of his current predicament. Stop it! Odor Sleuth uses the Flame Vortex. After Hisoka gave the order, the Source Light also quickly commanded to prevent the opponent from casting. Wong tilde. Odor Sleuth's skill strengthened Houndoom's sense of smell. This time, it smelled Weavile's smell almost instantly. The slender body covered with bone armor ran quickly from haze, and the sparks at the corners of the mouth lit up with light. Ma tilde. This undisguised sound also allowed Weavile to determine the location of the Houndoom. It vacated again for several backflips and tried to keep the distance from the Houndoom as much as possible. After finding a landing spot, its stomach bulged slightly and its nose took a sharp breath, and then opened his mouth and spit out a big mouth. Chilling cold wind gushes out from Weavile's mouth. If someone observes closely at this time, they can see with the naked eye that the whistling cold wind is mixed with crystal particles. This is the moment when the moisture in the air is attacked by the cold air, condensed into small ice particles. Icy wind whistled towards the turbid fog that filled the front in a few breaths. The poisonous fog in front of Weavile had been blown away by the cold wind, and people could finally see the scene that had been hidden under the turbid fog for a long time. As the cold wind spreads forward, a part of the fog even begins to freeze, and a thin layer of black ice appeared on the leaves of blue grass, and these grass and leaves are withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a vortex-shaped fire ring whistled from the remaining part of the haze. The flame vortex was not as powerful and hot as the flamethrower due to the spread of the flame, but its range would be wider. Icy wind and the flame vortex are intertwined with each other, and the close-range bayonet of high temperature and low temperature also makes the white beam rise. Shoot tilde. The black shadow flickered and passed directly through the white beam mass in the center. Weavile had completely locked on the position of Houndoom at this time. She wanted to avenge the burn just now and kill this hellhound. The flames in his mouth gradually dissipated. The vortex of flames that erupted with all his strength just now made Houndoom feel a little sore in his mouth. He had to rest for a while before gathering the flame energy again. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of crisis hit his heart. Ho ho! Houndoom immediately tightened his muscles and looked around with his head down. Houndoom, calm down. Origin Light said solemnly for the first time. As soon as Weavile appears, you immediately use the flame vortex on the ground. Don't let it get close. Yuan Yuanguang wanted to repeat the old trick. What he was most worried about now was that Houndoom was approached by Weavile. Houndoom's melee ability could only be gnawed by his mouth, and he was not a match for the flexible Weavile at all. Right now, Weavile, brick break. Hisoka's voice seemed to remind Primordial Light. He felt that his opponent was still too reckless, or too eager. It is better to let the Pokemon find opportunities instead of giving instructions directly. Quote. Houndoom, a vortex of flames on the ground. Wong Wu tilde. Red-colored flames engulfed the grass again, and the flames spread into circles and circles, obstructing the black closeness. No. At the moment when the Houndoom erupted into a vortex of flame, the Source Light sensed that something was wrong, and Weavile did not appear around the Houndoom at this time. Majug tilde. With a sharp neigh, Weavile resolutely fell from a height of more than 10 meters regardless of the surrounding flame. When it approached Houndoom just now, it chose to jump into the air, Jiaolao's, with all its strength. With Weavile's bounce force, it could jump with all its strength. Flash is nearly 30 meters high. The flame vortex is diffusive, and the flame spreads around, but the center of the vortex is the safest, and the approaching filaments of flames make Weavile's hair continue to show signs of scorch. It doesn't care about all this. It has only one purpose in its heart, that is to kill this Houndoom to bring the victory of the game to its owner. The sharp claw of the left hand clenched the claw into a fist and put it behind the back to use the weight to exert force so that the force of hitting the brick break can be maximized, and the swing of the arm suddenly made a crisp sound. Brick break was calling, and Houndoom's eyes were looking up at him. It didn't have the fear that Weavile imagined, but a determination and madness. Chapter 570. It's your turn to perform. Rhyperior. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Boom. Weavile's brick break hit Houndoom's head with all his might, with such a force that Houndoom's eyes turned white. Blood surged. Houndoom's eyes were rapidly congested, and with the last consciousness, it opened its mouth and bit Weavile's right arm with a slap, only to see Weavile's right arm hair was scorched by the flame, which was scorched by bites spark buttered at the wound site. Majug tilde. Weavile couldn't bear it any longer, and let out an extremely harsh scream. The blue veins at the corner of his eyes were exposed, and his left hand tightly wrapped around Houndoom's neck, and then the biceps exerted force and directly threw Houndoom, who was much larger than her, forcibly out. Hot tilde. Weavile knelt directly to the ground, gasping for breath. The severe pain caused sweat to soak through the hair on her forehead. She raised her left hand and pressed the injured right arm. Houndoom used Fire Fang for the desperate blow just now. This made Weavile tremble in pain, and his right arm was so painful that he could no longer lift it. The ice was blocked by fire, and the flames of 293 and Houndoom had their own unique toxin. As for the Houndoom, which was thrown more than 10 meters away by Weavile, it was lying on the ground twitching from time to time, saliva flowing from its mouth, and even a faint dent appeared where it was hit by the brick break just now. One can imagine the strength of the brick break shot by Weavile. How scary. Weavile is still conscious. Houndoom can't even stand up. After being silent for dozens of seconds, the referee calmly waved the red flag at Houndoom, who was still twitching, and said aloud, Houndoom loses his fighting ability. Weavile win. Although he won the first game, Hisoka didn't have much joy in his heart. Weavile won, but Houndoom's desperate blow almost abolished one of Weavile's arms, which was equivalent to losing both, and Hisoka couldn't let Weavile continue to fight with such an injury. Hisoka looked at Weavile, who dragged his injured arm to the bottom of the high BFDJ stage, and said softly, you have a good rest first, and the next game will be handed over to our partners. Majude tilde. Weavile nodded obediently, and was really unwilling in his heart. He could have done better, but because of that slight miscalculation, Houndoom's tenacity was miscalculated, and he was able to fight back even when he was hit by the brick break. This is completely it was beyond Weavile's expectation. He took out the Pokeball and took back the Weavile. No matter what, he won the first game. Kenta gave two main players to lose their ability to fight. The strongest main player, Typhlosion, was injured to kill this Houndoom. You can imagine the source of light. How tough the Houndoom is. Players have a 5-minute rest after a game. Hisoka leaned back on the armrest of the high platform, thinking about which Pokemon to choose for the second game. There are undoubtedly two choices for opponents, Snorlax and Tyranitar. Tyranitar is the most powerful source of light. He will definitely use the strong main force, and the Snorlax that was commonly used before may be replaced. Originally, Hisoka wanted to send Aerodactyl on the court, but when he thought of this guy's unruly personality and bad temper, if he deliberately killed himself during the game, wouldn't something happen to him? Winning or losing is another matter. Hisoka is afraid that Aerodactyl, who has not yet fully adapted to modern life, sees so many delicious food around him. Once he becomes hot-headed and attacks the student, won't he win the game? Did you miss out on the job of Jontian gym trainer? Therefore, before completely conquering Aerodactyl, we still focus on stability, and would rather send weaker Pokemon to release this unstable factor. Please prepare the players on both sides. The second game is about to start. 5 minutes later, the referee's voice sounded. Hisoka has already made a decision in his heart. Lulu is not suitable for this game. No matter whether the opponent Yuengwang sends Snorlax or Tyranitar, Snorlax is very resistant to special attack. Under the same strength, Lulu's attack is difficult to cause more serious damage, big damage, and Tyranitar, as a dark Pokemon, is completely immune to the attack of Psychic Ill. Rhyperior, it's time for you to perform. Hisoka hid the most powerful players for this moment, and he took out a Pokeball unlike any previous game. Black and white shell, black upper shell before and after, also inlaid with 4 dark blue magnets. Overweight balls, specially designed to hold those Pokemon that are incredibly heavy. In addition to being far larger than the same kind, the xenomorphed Rhyperior even weighs 6 times as much as the same kind of Rhyperior. At this time, Yuengwang also took out the Pokemon that he was preparing to fight in the second game. He watched the opponent's every move from a distance, and he no longer had the usual harmless smile on his face. This trainer named Hiso is only 16 years old this year, and he is already 21 years old. He can have such strength at the age of 16, which makes Yuengwang put away all the underestimation in his heart. Ask yourself, if the 16-year-old self met this guy, would there still be a chance of winning? Yuengwang never considered himself to be a genius. If he was a genius, then what would be Cynthia, who became Sinnoh champion at the age of 20? Swish, the green flag was waved down, and Hisoka and Origin Light threw out their respective Pokeballs at the same time. This time the two Pokeballs spewed out a white light that was much bigger than the previous one. The white light was transformed in midair, and 2 huge Pokemon crashed down, and the entire playing field trembled slightly with the whereabouts of the 2 Pokemon. Chapter 571 may be smashed into melon skin for automatic subscription. Who tilde bang bang tilde. Rhyperior's flamboyant character made it unable to help but scream as soon as it came out. The sound shook the sky, and after holding it for a long time, it could finally release its power to the fullest. Some of the students who were closer had to cover their ears, and the timid girls were shivering with fear. They couldn't appreciate the so-called wild beauty in Hisoka's eyes. In Hisoka's eyes, Rhyperior was undoubtedly domineering and rough, and his whole body body was covered in arrogance. It full of heavy metal and wild beauty up and down. He bent up the barrel like rock arm and thumped the red rock armor on his chest a few times, in order to intimidate the opponent in this battle. Kirby tilde. It was his Snorlax that the source light sent out. This Snorlax is not always lazy like its counterpart. A pair of squinting eyes slightly opened and staring at the super iron facing Etant in front of him with extreme fear. Tyrannosaurus. Ordinary Snorlax can grow to 2.1 to 2.3 meters in height. The height of this Snorlax is obviously more than 2.5 meters, which is already outstanding among its peers. The greater its strength, the stronger it is. In the eyes of ordinary people, the height of 2 meters and 5 meters is already considered a giant level, but in front of the height of Rhyperior 5 meters, I am sorry, you are just a little brother. How is this going to be fought? The master will really help me pick opponent. This is the most realistic portrayal of Snorlax now. Snorlax is lazy because there are hardly any predators that can threaten its life in the wild forest. Its IQ is not low at all. Comparing the two bodies, Snorlax feels that it is willing to raise the white flag of surrender if it can. After all, how can the fat one withstand a blast from the rocky muscle Rhyperior? The color on Yuanguang's face is also not good looking. He did not expect that the opponent's main Pokemon would be such an existence, and he also knew some information about Rhyperior. Rhyperior is the final evolution type of Rhydon, which is produced by Sinnoh region. First discovered and announced a few months after Weavile. Evolution requires a special item called red rock armor. To be fair, Rhyperior also belongs to the kind of large tonnage Pokemon, but its size should be similar to that of Snorlax, not the mega giant that is close to the 3-story building and almost doubled in size. With such a level of tonnage and size, I am afraid that my Tyranitar is a bit cowardly. It is impossible to surrender, and the specific results have to be played before you know if the opponent is just bluffing. What if the strength is not very good? Snorlax, you should help Tyranitar test the opponent's strength first. With this thought in mind, Essence Light gradually calmed down, waved and shouted, Snorlax, let go, use rollout. As the Rhyperior with the strongest core strength in Hisoka's team, its most hated opponent is the kind of Pokemon with the same attack power and very flexible as Weavile, and the opponent it is least afraid of or like to deal with is Snorlax. Slow and bulky Pokemon. Rhyperior, block it for me, Hisoka said in high spirit. With Rhyperior standing in front of him, he always has the most confidence. This is the complete trust in the strength of his main Pokemon. Kirby tilde. Snorlax was very reluctant to face such an opponent, but the trainer gave him an order and he had no choice but to bite the bullet and curl his already plump body into a ball, like a football kicked out with all one's power, galloping forward on a plain field without obstacles. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for flowers, katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Origin Light can't do anything about it. Snorlax is too slow, and his skills are all melee moves. If you don't want to fight Rhyperior in melee, I'm afraid that Rhyperior will be smashed into melon skin by Rhyperior with various rock-type big moves before you get close. Snorlax has high resistance to special attack skills. Generally speaking, it means high magic resistance, mental confusion attack, or most energy-based skills such as water gun and flamethrower. In addition to fighting skills, all other attributes of the skills cannot cause the damage bonus of the restraint attribute to the general Snorlax, which is why Hisoka did not choose to send Gardevoir and Melodic, because it is very likely to fall into an embarrassing situation that cannot be moved. On the contrary, Snorlax is not very resistant to pure physical skills, and Rhyperior is just the purest violent player. With a heavy cannonball, you have to GG directly no matter how rough your skin is. Snorlax from rollout is aggressive, and the characteristics of the rollout skill will become more and more powerful as the duration increases. Rhyperior, who is directly opposite, is not nervous at all, but has a belligerent look. Due to his body shape, when he is out of the house, his friends can often come out to play, but he can only stay in the rest of the ball, listening to the Pokeball outside. The laughter of the little friends is called a panic. Now I finally have a chance to come out and fight. How could Rhyperior, who likes to be in the limelight, not show off in front of his master? Roar tilde. Rhyperior stepped out with his left foot and stomped hard on the ground to make a standard sumo wrestler stand, with his arms outstretched and his fangs exposed, waiting for Snorlax's automatic embrace. Chapter 572. A small fist beats your chest for automatic subscription. The right leg stepped forward, and the ground shook violently again. It can be said that every time Rhyperior stepped on the ground hard, it was almost equivalent to a Geodude using Earthquake with all its strength. The larger the tonnage of the Pokemon, the more amazing the Earthquake effect. It is said that the Earthquake used by the super mythical beast Groudon, who created the end of the land in the Hoenn mythology, even causes the continental plate to move. Rhyperior is naturally far from being on a par with Groudon, but if Earthquake is fired with all its strength, the 800 square meter plane in front of him will definitely collapse. Bang! Rhyperior did not dodge and let Snorlax from rollout slam into his arms. Snorlax, over 1 ton of weight, after being blessed by rollout, carried an impact that was no less than that of a small bridge car. Speed 120 yards on the highway. This same amount of impact force is enough to knock people hundreds of meters away and smash a tree as thick as 2 people into pieces. But this kind of impact force couldn't make Rhyperior take a step back. Rhyperior's body didn't even shake. The hammered tail behind it pressed against the ground and easily resisted the potential energy brought by Snorlax's rollout. Roar tilde. Snarl. Rhyperior moved closer to the column arm and directly and firmly hugged the Snorlax in his arm. This ball is still in rapid spin as the force of the arms increased. The sides of Snorlax were being squashed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally the rollout stopped. The 2.5-meter high Snorlax was squeezed into his arms by Rhyperior. The bridge of his nose sank, and Rhyperior looked down at the fat man in his arms. Ruin. This is Snorlax's inner thoughts at the moment. The huge force is coming from both sides. It feels that no matter how hard it struggles, it is useless at all. The power gap between the two sides is too great. Roar tilde. Roar tilde. Rhyperior had a very humanized excitement on his face, and the sharp teeth at the corners of his mouth seemed to be nibbling on Snorlax's fat at any time. Rhyperior is an omnivorous animal, and it also loves all kinds of high-energy ores other than meat. The recipe in this area is somewhat similar to Tyranitar, except that Tyranitar does not eat meat and purely feeds on minerals. It doesn't like fatty Snorlax, and it wants to eat beef that is wrong. Kirby tilde. Snorlax's squinting eyes were fully open, and his eyes were wandering about how to break free and escape. He tried his best to squeeze forward with the elasticity of the fat, and while Rhyperior was not paying attention, he managed to free his right hand. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist with his right hand, and a layer of cold air spread across the front of the fist. When he raised his hand, an ice punch slammed into Rhyperior's chest. This is the real small fist to hit your chest. Faced with the 5-meter high Rhyperior, even if you are held in your arms, the height you can reach is only the chest. Originally, Snorlax wanted to use Ice Punch to hit the opponent's chin, which caused damage. Will be higher. Rhyperior is a dual attribute Pokémon of rock and ground, which causes it to have 2 Achilles heels that are restrained by 4 times. However, after awakening the characteristics of hard rock and adding the water type resistance originally created by swimming, the weak water is reduced to its only twice as much, and the grass type can still deal triple the damage bonus. Ice type skills can also deal twice the damage, but after the hard rock feature is weakened, it becomes a no damage bonus, and the ice punch used by Snorlax is not of the original type. Cobby tilde. Cobby tilde. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. This Snorlax is quite interesting. The ice punch that attacked by himself couldn't even break the opponent's defense. Seeing that Rhyperior's face turned ugly, he hurriedly confessed. Rhyperior, stop playing. Get rid of it. Hisoka's command sounded, but Origin Light on the other side didn't say a word. Snorlax's attack couldn't even break Rhyperior's defense. What else could he do? Roar tilde. There was a roaring demonstration at Snorlax. Rhyperior raised his arm. His muscles bulged slightly, and directly threw Snorlax's 1-ton body into the air, and then his body quickly turned his back. The 2-meter-long black hammer tail flapped. A metallic sheen. Hung tilde. It was like the sound of a ball being slapped hard by an iron rod. Rhyperior, who turned around the moment Snorlax fell, threw out his iron tail and slapped Snorlax's belly. At this moment, Snorlax felt that his stomach was about to vomit. His eyes were bulging, and the audience could clearly see that Snorlax's stomach was pulled out in a concave shape by Rhyperior's iron tail. The unstoppable force made Snorlax fly high, and after drawing an elegant R, it fell heavily. It flew out a few hundred meters away, and it was only a few meters away before it landed on the periphery of the field. Fortunately, Snorlax's fat brought enough cushioning force to it. If it were replaced by some other petite or too hard magical 4.1 baby, it would be a murder case if it could not be tampered with. Of course, Rhyperior itself has a sense of proportion, and it is not the kind of battle that requires life. In this kind of formal competition, it will naturally control the corresponding strength in the face of different Pokémon, or it will burst out with all its strength, and once it misses and kills the opponent's Pokémon, this is a huge scandal. It doesn't matter how badly the injury is in the game, it can basically be saved, and it's really gone when the life is gone. Snorlax didn't get up again, even if it still had a certain consciousness. This consciousness also reminded it that it must not fight again. It would really cause people's lives, not bees' lives. Chapter 573. The battle between giant bees for automatic subscription. Those with flesh on their bodies can't beat those with stones on their bodies. With all-round disadvantages in size and strength, Snorlax is not wronged at all to lose. Hisoka's Rhyperior was born on a lonely island, just like the protagonist hanging. He was enveloped by the gainful energy radiation of the colorful orb since he was a child, resulting in a huge size and a matching power. Otherwise, such a huge body would be easy to become. It's a burden. In human society, there are sometimes giants that grow to 2.2 or even 2.5 meters tall. Compared with ordinary people, their body size is much taller and does not bring them many advantages. These human giants are generally far less healthy than normal people. Dragonite with a size comparable to a cliff once appeared near the Bill Lighthouse. The excessive size and tonnage caused it to lose the flying ability that Dragonite is most proud of. The specific strength is unclear, but as long as it can withstand the weight of the body, if he can still act normally under the pressure, there is no doubt that this behemoth Dragonite is definitely a perverted existence. Snorlax lost 15 times again, and Yuengwang has only the last Pokémon left to play. There is no doubt that in the face of this crucial game, he will definitely send his strongest main force, Tyranitar, because he couldn't bear to lose another game. If he lost this game, he would be eliminated directly 3-0, and as long as he could win this Rhyperior, then the remaining Weavile with an injured arm would be nothing to worry about. As for the opponent's third Pokémon, Yuengwang guessed that it was either Gardevoir or Melodic. The former's attributes were eliminated, and the latter would not be Tyranitar's opponent on the playing field. As long as he can win this game, he can push back, and he is full of confidence in this slight. Old man, I can only rely on you. If you win, you can only go to sea and move brick. Yuengwang jokingly said to the Pokeball in his hand, and then threw it out hard, and the Pokeball made an arc in the air. With a bang, a bright white light circled straight down from it. The low and hoarse roar, different from Rhyperior's publicity. Tyranitar's growl showed the meaning of calm and domineering, with strands of yellowish fine sand constricting around the 3-meter-high body between the steps. Hisoka's eyes narrowed slightly. The knowledge about the characteristics of Pokémon has not been fully popularized yet. Most trainers have a very shallow understanding of the power of characteristic. Thanks to Mr. Blaine, he got Birch Professor's notebook on the theory of characteristic. These knowledge are in, can't find it online at all. The characteristic of this Tyranitar is undoubtedly the sand attack characteristic. This can be seen from the yellow sand that keeps spinning around the body since its appearance. Now Tyranitar has not fully released the power of the sand attack characteristic, otherwise it will not be just this kind of movement as a dark sandstorm. Tyranitar looks a lot like Godzilla, the king of monsters in Hisoka's previous movies, like a variant of Tyrannosaurus Rex. The names of the two are also somewhat similar. One is the king of monsters, and the other is the land king of the Johto continent. The desert tyrant are standing at the top of the food chain. It is said that if a young Larvitar wants to evolve into a Tyranitar, it needs to eat a mountain of ore. Of course, this is only necessary for wild Larvitar. The artificially cultivated Larvitar only needs to eat a lot of high-energy ore from a young age. It does not need so many useless ordinary ore. Possessing the power to smash mountains with one punch is one of the few adjectives on the internet for Tyranitar's power. In the eyes of ordinary people, this description seems exaggerated, but Hisoka knows that Tyranitar, who is an elite, definitely possesses this level of power. Roar tilde. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain, let alone the existence of two giant beasts. The moment Rhyperior saw Tyranitar appear, his eyes became sharp, full of eagerness to try. Rhyperior looked very simple and honest when he was by his master's side, but when it really entered a fighting state or became angry, the situation that seemed to destroy everything was still fresh in Hisoka's memory. When he was on the deserted island, when Rhyperior was still riding, after Hisoka stole a colorful orb, his irrational fury almost sank the whole island with earthquake. How could Tyranitar, who is so arrogant, endure being so taunted by other Pokémon? Opening his mouth is also a roar, even if he is facing a giant beast even bigger than it. The fuse of the battle was detonated at once, and without the command of the trainers on both sides, Rhyperior and Tyranitar at the same time roared and protested and ran towards each other. The galloping of the two giant beasts made the entire playing field seem to be in a 7th level earthquake, and the violent ground shaking caused the nearest referees to almost fall unsteadily on the referee table. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, his body shrank back in a conditioned reflex. The young referee couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The two giant beasts were fighting a few hundred meters away from him. If they accidentally flew out a few rocks, is he going to die young? This kind of worry is not unreasonable. In the early years, due to the imperfect rules and the setting of the venue, refereeing was definitely a high-risk occupation. In particular, the stronger the Pokémon, the greater the aftermath of the battle, and the aftermath of the skills that are harmless to Pokémon is undoubtedly fatal to humans. Chapter 574 Wrestling with each other for automatic subscription. Clang, clang. After running for hundreds of meters, the two giant beasts finally collided, and the solid rock body made a clear and loud sound. None of them used any skill, just the most primitive and pure melee combat. Tyranitar is obviously 2 meters shorter than Rhyperior, but its power is not weak at all. It opened its hands and hit Rhyperior's killer arm. At this moment, all the muscle strength exploded, and the soil under his feet sank directly for several centimeters. Rhyperior is condescending. It doesn't care about the so-called quasi-god, the desert tyrant. In its size. This arrogant little man will be honest as long as he gets down on the ground. The two giants were wrestling. Rhyperior took a step forward, and Tyranitar took a step forward, and neither side wanted to lose to the opponent in terms of strength that they were proud of. Excessive force caused bloodshot to appear in the corners of Tyranitar's eyes. Coupled with the fierce eyes, it would definitely scare adults into crying. The dimensions of his arms were nearly half thicker than when they first appeared, and a dark purple vein appeared in the blue-colored rock armor surface. The competition of pure power lasted for 3 minutes, and Tyranitar felt more and more powerless. It had fought countless matches, and had never met an opponent who could beat itself in terms of power. Looking up, Rhyperior still had a dark expression on his face. There was no change in mood at all, but the increasing strength showed that this guy had plenty of spare energy. I can't take it anymore, Tyranitar screamed in his heart. The more powerful the Pokémon, the IQ and emotion are no less than that of an adult. People are fighting for a breath, and who is unwilling to bow their heads and admit defeat? However, the reality is there, and the body moves back step by step under the opponent's push. His arms have begun to tremble, and a sense of exhaustion arises spontaneously. Yuan Yuanguang saw Tyranitar's lack of energy, and hurriedly commanded, Tyranitar, don't fight with your opponent. Use Dark Pulse to push Rhyperior away. The arrogance in his heart made Tyranitar feel that it was a bit incompetent, but the master had already issued an order, and he really couldn't take it anymore. Let's win the game first. And then he had a decision in his heart. The latter wave of incomparable malice was suddenly born, and even Rhyperior, who thought he was daring and brave, felt the chill behind him. Thick black mist gushed out from the dark holes in Tyranitar's chest and thighs. These thick hazes formed a near solid black circle in a short period of time. The aperture suddenly expanded, forming a dark pulse between Tyranitar and Rhyperior. The strong and continuous repulsive force kept hitting the body. In desperation, Rhyperior had to let go of his hands and take a few steps back to distance himself from Tyranitar. Dark Pulse, which can instantly kill any psychic Pokémon, can only make Rhyperior take a few steps back. In addition, the red rock armor of the One Piece surface is still as new as ever. This almost perverted defense will definitely make any opponent feel the scalp tingling. Tyranitar gasped heavily, taking advantage of the short gap to quickly recover the excessive force he had just wrestled with, even if he didn't want to admit that the opponent he was facing at the moment was indeed stronger than himself. Playing off the beaten track, Tyranitar broke the rules of wrestling, which made Rhyperior a little uncomfortable, and once it felt bad, it had to get even worse. Roared Tilda. Without further ado, Rhyperior raised his right leg and stomped hard on the ground. With a muffled sound, the ground shook violently, and a cobweb-like crack began to spread rapidly forward from his right leg as the center. Tyranitar is most afraid of fighting-type moves because they are restrained by 4 times, and ground-type moves can also cause double the damage bonus. Payback. We also use Earthquake. Earthquake is a large-scale attack, and Tyranitar's tonnage is too large to be able to escape at all. It is better to exchange injuries than to take damage. Tyranitar's eyes became more and more savage, and he saw his legs jump high and splash, and his huge body fell heavily with a whistling sound, violent shaking, the sound of rock breaking, and a terrible crack also spread quickly with Tyranitar as the center. All around, boulders broke out or broke directly due to the twisting of the ground. The destructive power caused by 2 giant beast-level Pokémon when they cast Earthquake at the same time made people tremble. The 800 square meter plain site was completely destroyed, and the aftermath also affected the outside of the site. The students who stood on the playground and watched the live broadcast on the big screen were not affected much. They only felt the feet vibrate twice. Li Hao Hao, and the ladder frame on which the screen was placed also shook a little. Dust. It's so cool. I feel like I'm going to explode with excitement. I've decided that I'll have to conquer this large-size Pokémon in the future. The students who stood up one after another not only did not complain but were excited by the violent scene they saw for the first time. Hisoka and Yuan Yuanguang firmly grasped the armrest of the podium. Their attention was focused on the field and they didn't care about the situation outside at all. One wanted to end the game and win the final victory, and the other wanted to turn defeat into victory and win the game. Go back. Chapter 575 Berserk 3 updates. Seek automatic subscription. At the most critical match point, even Hisoka, who had the greatest advantage on the bright side, did not dare to be careless, and the two roared at almost the same time. Tyranitar, Stone Edge, Rhyperior, Rock Blast. The originally flat plains were completely destroyed by 2 waves of earthquake. There were gravel and wreckage everywhere. Tyranitar's hands as thick as a human neck lifted out of thin air, and the sharp gravel all around seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force. Shaking, and then slowly floating into the air. On the other side, Rhyperior also raised the huge arm of the tank. The gun muzzle in the palm of his hand was aimed at the direction of Tyranitar, and the basketball-sized stone bullets were rapidly condensing. Tyranitar opened his sharp claws and pointed pointed at Rhyperior, and the sharp rock floating in the air also adjusted its direction, aiming at the attack target with the sharp fault generated by the fracture. Accompanied by the roars of the two giant beasts, the stone bullets that seemed to be enough to shatter everything, the sharp stones roared and flew away with bursts of air-breaking noises. 697 This spectacular scene made everyone watching the battle feel the kidneys. The hormones are surging. Take a clear picture. Yes, change the angle. Get closer. The fat blonde Carl directed his younger brother to use high-definition cameras to film the battle of the game from multiple angles. His fat hands were tightly clenched, and he had to hurry up upload the game to a video site and watch it for a fee. One is Johto, the quasi-god desert tyrant Tyranitar, and the other is Rhyperior, who is more than twice the size of the same kind. The battle between the two giant beasts. Carl even thought about the title of the video, Destroy the World, Desert Tyrant vs Rhyperior. Quote, he must be the first to publish, and then quickly accumulate influence. This kind of video is no less rare than the battle between the two elite levels and even more eye-catching. In the face of the overwhelming stone edge, Rhyperior showed no sign of evading. It just raised its heavy arm of the tank, and then went up with a straight punch. The first sharp gravel that hit the face was directly blasted, then the left arm also smashed the second piece of gravel with an uppercut. During this period, some fish that slipped through the net smashed Rhyperior's body one after another. Each of these sharp stones, which could easily cut off the huge tree in the middle, could only be smashed on the surface of Rhyperior's red rock armor. Effective damage. Tyranitar also faced the same scene. The stone bullet collided with the sharp stone in the air, and some of the stone bullets hit Tyranitar. Stone bullet. Rhyperior's whole body armor can withstand the force of the volcanic eruption. It spreads its legs and rushes towards Tyranitar again. There can only be one king in a plate. Down. Rock imprison. Origin Light knows that Tyranitar's sheer strength is not as good as Rhyperior's, so melee combat is not the first choice. Tilde. Tyranitar clapped the ground with both hands, and the control of the power of the rock with one hand was already meticulous. Pieces of stone pillars more than 5 meters high broke through the ground, blocking the path that Rhyperior rushed over. Rhyperior doesn't care about these twists and turns. It only knows to rush over and kill the opponent, tilt its head forward, and directly activate the huge drilling horn on the tip of the nose, like a mega drilling rig with full horsepower. A stone pillar was easily hit with a bang, broken. With an indomitable momentum, after smashing 5 stone pillars in a row, the giant drilled horn slammed into Tyranitar's chest. Babbled a sharp and piercing sound of drilling made people's scalp numb, and the drilling angle went deep. Mars splashes. Tilde. Tyranitar watched as the armor on his chest sank at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then a sharp pain was transmitted to the brain through the nerve. It's been a long time since I felt such pain. Since evolution, it seems like it's gone. Tyranitar is not without losses, but has never been so overrun by an opponent in sheer power. This thought has just arisen, and an uncontrollable force came from the front. What will happen when a Rhyperior who is 5 meters tall and weighs more than 6 tons runs at high speed with all his strength? Even if the target of tackle was Tyranitar with the same amazing physical defense, the half-meter-long Orberg drill horn buzzed, and Rhyperior's bull-headed movement directly sent Tyranitar flying out. The flying Tyranitar just rolled several times on the rocky ground before it stopped slowly. It was half-kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and its right hand tremblingly stroked the sunken wound on its chest. There was no blood, but it was excruciating pain. Tilde. The severe pain caused Tyranitar to go berserk in an instant. Its eyes were shrouded in black air. Infinite maliciousness continued to emerge from the dark void on the surface of the body, and the sand and dust of constrict on the surface of the body also gathered and whistled at this moment. The originally sunny weather was replaced by a whistling sandstorm. Of course, the scope was limited to the surrounding area. This Tyranitar was not strong enough to change the weather in a large area. The whistling gravel hit the surface of Rhyperior's body one after another, but the attack level of these gravels was not even a scratch. Steel Pokémon are immune. Chapter 576. The battle is over. The future recommended TN Gym Leader 4 changes. Seek automatic subscription. The orange-red energy particles quickly condensed and formed at the corner of Tyranitar's mouth, his black eyes staring at Rhyperior's position, and a beam of energy beams with a diameter of more than 15 centimeters burst out. The distance of a few hundred meters passed in an instant, and this time Rhyperior didn't have time to react, and Tyranitar's hyper beam hit his chest with all his strength. The enormous force caused Rhyperior to back up again and again. If it hadn't finally relied on the hammer tail behind him to reach a gap in the gravel, he would have been knocked down by this hyper beam. Rhyperior was a little stunned. It looked down at its chest. The originally indestructible red rock armor had a circle of black mark the thickness of the mouth of the bull. There was even a trace of burning air spreading on it. Does it hurt? A bit, but more of a feeling of suffocation that cannot be described in words. Rage's emotions gradually spread in his heart. Rhyperior raised his head to the sky, opened his fang-covered hammered beast mouth and screamed frantically, and the hammer tail pulled out a diagonal blow and shattered the boulder behind him. Woo tilde ha tilde. The refocused Rhyperier's eyes turned red and his mouth rose, and he was ready to beat the green-skinned little man until he couldn't even lift his head. At the same time, Tyranitar also stood up. The sturdy pointed tail behind him slapped the ground. Surrounded by sand and dust, Tyranitar filled with black air was like the dark demon god who was about to destroy everything in ancient legend. Due to the swelling of the muscles, the entire arm became as thick as an adult waist. Tyranitar was caught by Rhyperior at his waist. Even Tyranitar could not break free with the strength that burst out. Waste, rock debris rolling down. Rhyperior turned a blind eye. Its right arm slowly raised, 3 fingers clenched into a fist, and the arm suddenly tightened and exerted force. The battle has reached this point, and most people may have guessed the ending. Looking at Tyranitar, who is still attacking frantically, everyone has an inexplicable emotion called sympathy. Even if he loses, he has to fight to the death. This is the dignity of Tyranitar. It is better to fall at the feet of an opponent than to raise his hand and surrender. This is also the meaning of a tyrant. Tyranitar, the tyrant of the desert, which is why the Johto people take this nickname for their region's iconic quasi-god. Tyranitar's mighty spirit conquers every trainer who has his heart on it. Yuanyuangwang lowered his jaw and felt unwilling. He was about to lose to a trainer 5 years younger than him. Even an open-minded person would feel a little uncomfortable. Why is this Rhyperior so strong? Even the quasi-elite Tyranitar can't compete. Can it already fight against the elite Pokémon? The victorious berry was at hand, and as long as he ordered it, Rhyperior would incapacitate the restrained Tyranitar. Hisoka wasn't the kind of person who sighed with emotion. His eyes regained focus just like Ling ran before. He also raised his hand and waved down. Rhyperior, hammer arm. This is the only fighting skill that Rhyperior can learn. The power ping value is as high as 100. Although there is no bonus with the same attribute. In front of Rhyperior with the size of the alien beast, it can hit the mega hammer arm that smashes the mountain. Roar tilde. After hearing the sound, Rhyperior nodded. The already tense huge arm of the tank didn't stop and slammed down, but the hammer arm, which was supposed to hit Tyranitar's head, moved down slightly and hit his back. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Fighting skills quadruple against evil. Tyranitar, who has the dual attribute of rock, straightened his back for a while after being severely injured, and let out a whimper and his entire body fell powerless. Rhyperior loosened his waistband, and Tyranitar fell to the ground, unconscious and unable to stand up now. Tyranitar is incapacitated. Rhyperior wins this match. Let's congratulate Hisoka from Dark City, who managed to beat all his competitors to become champion in today's tryout. Of course, when the audience was still immersed in the game just now, the referee's loud voice announcing the result of the game woke them up. It's over. The 3-day gym qualifying competition in Jontian City has finally ended. The students stood up one after another from the auditorium, and applause one after another resounded throughout the entire region of the film set. Sunday's eyes were a little dazed. She stared blankly at the figure who stepped down from the podium and stood with Rhyperior, and a beautiful smile gradually appeared on the corner of her mouth. Is this guy pretty powerful? I really didn't see it before. Even though she is still a loli who has not fully developed her figure, this attract smile has also taken on the shape of the pre-existing style. Yukimura, inform Mayor Kishimoto. The trials are over. Let him meet the future gym trainer of Kenta City. Lorelei finally looked away from Hisoka and looked at Prosecutor Yukimura beside him. Smiled. Our mission is over, and it's time for Indigo Plateau to report. Everything is at your disposal, Miss Lorelei. Little guy, I'm really curious about how far you can reach in the future. 1 second before leaving, Lorelei once again looked back at the figure surrounded by many students. Chapter 577. Go to the city government for automatic subscription. It's over. The 3-day recommended gym qualifying competition has finally ended at this moment. Hisoka, who was surrounded by students, seemed a little dazed. He had both the joy of victory and the imagining of how to go in the future. Hisoka has become the idol of the student. Through this wonderful duel after another, the winner has won everything. The girls are like crazy fans of star chasing, who were very supportive of Hisoka before the game. The group of girls can't wait to pounce directly at this moment. Finally squeezed out of the crowd, the black turtleneck sweater that was originally straight was already wrinkled, and there were several red lip marks on the left and right cheek. 473 just now had a few good-looking girls who ate him several times of tofu. Seeing the face of the other party, Hisoka moved smoothly and didn't care too much, and wanted to replace it with a dinosaur. Sister, I'm sorry. If you should refuse, you must refuse decisively. Mr. Hisoka, please stop for a moment. Just as Hisoka was about to go back to the dormitory to pack his luggage, a middle-aged man's voice stopped him. Hisoka looked back at the person who came, and politely replied, "What's the matter?" matter. I'm sorry, I'm a little rude. The visitor bowed slightly and said with a smile on his face, introduce myself. My name is Haoki, and I'm the private secretary of the mayor of Jontian City. Mr. Mayor asked you to come here to inform you. Please meet at the city government building and discuss in detail about the construction of the official gym in Jontian City and how to carry it out. Quote, Hisoka nodded. No problem, just you have to wait a while. I'll go to the dormitory arranged by the school to pack up. Okay, Mr. Hisoka, I'll be waiting for you at the gate of the e-school gate. The vehicles have been arranged. Secretary Kuroki seems to have always regarded Hisoka as a person of equal status rather than a just grown-up child when he spoke, or that his more mature appearance and decent demeanor than his peers gave him a lot of points. According to the information, this little brother Zisuo just turned 16 this year, but he looks like an excellent young man in his 20s with excellent tutoring. When Kuroki came, he was actually worried that he would meet someone who was arrogant and unapproachable. He has seen many such young geniuses, and most of them are almost arrogant and unbearable. Gym leader is not an ordinary trainer. In addition to selecting layers of trainer resources for the alliance, he is also an important role player who maintains the security of a city. Gym leader may not have much actual official right, but its symbolic meaning is greater. In theory, in addition to the mayor of the city, gym leader is equivalent to the second in command of a city. Most citizens may not know the name of the local mayor, but they will definitely be more than willing to learn about their local gym trainer. If a gym manages well, for example, by virtue of its strong strength, it makes the name of the strongest gym in the region, then the gym leader will immediately become a star in the city. In addition, if you can get a good enough ranking in the 4-yearly world tournament, then it is easy to become a region idol. When you have a name, are you afraid that you will have no power or money? Sitting on the public car arranged by Quartz Alliance for the city government, the vehicle was driving at a constant speed along the ring road. Haiso recognized the brand of this car, called Fengtang, which is also a car brand under the Syrif Heavy Industry Group. It is a kind of car brand, an affordable family vehicle. He didn't expect that a government car in a first-tier developed city would be such a low-end vehicle. Haoki didn't know what Hisoka was thinking, so he just drove the car with full attention. He turned the reverse wheel to make the car turn left from the road ahead and entered a long straight road. He glanced at the young man behind him through the rearview mirror, smiled and said, Mr. Hisoka, did you know anything about our Jontian city before? Just call me Hisoka. It always feels weird to be called Mr. by my uncle at my age, Hisoka joked. Having lived in 2 lives, Hisoka, who is over 50 years old in his heart, knows how to deal with people of different classes, and he basically won't suffer from being polite to most ordinary people or normal people. Although people won't say anything on the surface, they will definitely feel comfortable in their heart. Okay, Hisoka, Kuroki smiled and added, why did you think of coming to participate in the official gym trials in Jontian City? People your age should prefer to travel to various regions and then participate in the competition. The local region convention. Quote, Hisoka looked back from the window and said, I had these 5.1 thoughts before, but because of life, I couldn't even afford an Earl Dervish Pokémon, so why not travel there? Jontian City is the 3rd most developed city in the Kanto region after Saffron City and Celadon, Rainbow City, and it also has a university ranked 19th in the world. I can develop better and gain more by coming here. Social resources. Hisoka didn't go around saying some chicken soup for the soul, and told the other party his purpose very bluntly. After the Fengtang car passed the straight road ahead, there were fewer and fewer vehicles along the way. This is the road to the suburb. The municipal government of Jontian City was not built in the city center, but in the suburb. Chapter 578 Two Old Men. Second update, as for automatic subscription. It's not that the city government doesn't want to be located in the city center, but it really lacked financial resources. It's not an exaggeration to say that land in the center of a first-tier developed city is expensive. Basically, they are all covered by various large business groups. Even if you are a municipal government agency, they don't care about you at all. How much business tax these large groups pay to the alliance every year? No one can control the fair trade. The regional alliances follow municipal self-governance. As long as a city does not rebel and does not engage in any major cases with extremely bad influence, the alliance will generally not care about paying taxes on time every year. City Hall, Mayor's Office. Compared with the Mayor Miyamoto's office in Celadon, Rainbow City, this mayor's office can already be called simple. 60 square meters, very ordinary modern minimalist decoration just posted on the wall. The various ancient paintings made this office look a bit ancient. This is all the information about that child. What do you think, Shimada? Mayor Kishimoto threw the portfolio on the coffee table. This is an old man in his 60s, with black and white hair under his. It is a majestic national character face, and the mustache under the nose is trimmed very neatly. Under a suit and leather shoes, there is a strong physique that is not weaker than that of a young man, with a wide back and a B waist, and maintaining such a strong physique at this age also shows from the other hand that this mayor is definitely a resolute figure. Kishi Honda Hikaru, a retired superior member of the Alliance Special Forces, has been serving as the mayor of Jontian City for 5 years. His 5-year reign was also during the saffron period when Jontian City was experiencing the fastest economic development. The mayor, full of military style, has reduced the crime rate of Jontian City by several percentages in recent years. You must know that the more developed the region, the higher the crime rate during the urban period. Because it is profitable, everyone crowds their heads and thinks about the development of big cities, and it is easy to be chaotic when there are too many people. A few years ago, Jontian Jim was found out that the leader was actually a superior member of Team Rocket, and colluded with the city's gangster organization, which led to many trainers who came to challenge at that time have the experience of being snatched Pokémon, and it was also recommended during that time. Tien Market Black Market is the most rampant time. Although the Alliance sent and cooperated with the police station to quickly take down this den of thieves, the former leader was sentenced to 135 years in prison and sat in prison until he wore it. But this experience also became Kishi Honda's resume. A black spot in the middle still haunts the old man who can't see the sand. So for the gym trainer who was reselected this year, Kishi Honda Hikaru was very careful. He was bitten by a snake for 10 years and was afraid of the rope. The old man was deeply afraid of another spy from a dark organization. Shimada, in the words of Mayor Kishimoto, was an old man about his age. Under his gray hair was a refined and handsome face. Compared with Kishimoto's vigorous and resolute manner, this man looked much more approachable. This Mr. Shimada is the president of Jontian University. After going to Celadon, Rainbow City to give an academic report, he immediately rushed back to Jontian City to help the old man as a consultant. No hurry, let me take a closer look. Principal Shimada took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from his collar pocket and put them on. Looking at the photo on his resume, he joked, "A handsome young man. Yo, he is really young, only 16 years old. Born in Viridian City, without parent, grew up in a welfare center, worked as a bounty hunter, and is now a silver-level hunter, and went to the Orange Islands to participate in the promotion test 3 months ago. There is no problem with the information, and I have to see the person for details, but when Lorelei called me, he said that this child has great potential, and if he is trained well, he will be a Norman-like character." "What is it?" "No problem." Kishi Honda Hikaru, like a big cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointed to the professional line on his resume and said with a solemn expression, "This kid has been a bounty hunter for a long time, and now he is still part-time." "So what?" Principal Shimada said indifferently. "This is not the era when you were young. Bounty hunters have long since formalized their occupation, and the Alliance has admitted that many trainers have also worked part-time as bounty hunters." Post, what all the fuss is about? Quote, "I didn't mean that. I was just afraid that he might get involved in the underworld," Kishi Honda explained. "That was the top student at Celadon, Rainbow University. What happened to the 307 result? Don't mention that to me. You are also responsible." Pong, pong. The two were arguing when there was a sudden knock on the door. "It should be Haimu who brought the child here. You will pay attention to the words later. What if you have been a bounty hunter? Don't always be an old-fashioned thought. Be careful to be eliminated by the time." Ha! Kishi Honda Hikaru glared at the other party, and then said solemnly after straightening his collar, "Please come in." The door was pushed open from the outside, and Hisoka walked in with Secretary Blackwood. He didn't look around, but all of a sudden he focused on the two old men in the office. One has a dignified face, and the other is thin but handsome and elegant. "This is Mayor Kishimoto, and that is President Shimada of Recommended University." Kuroki introduced Hisoka. "Sit down." Kishi Honda Hikaru pointed to the sofa in front, but there was no change in expression on his face. Chapter 579 New Gym 3 Update. Ask for automatic subscription. "I didn't offend this old man. Why do I feel that he doesn't like me a little bit?" Hisoka sensed something was wrong in the other party's words and deed, but he couldn't understand it, so he had to sit down honestly. Seeing this kid sit down obediently, Kishi Honda Hikaru also sat down on the sofa opposite him, and said solemnly, "Siso, right, this gym qualifying competition is jointly held by the Alliance and our city government. All the competitors have become champion, and it stands to reason that the position of Jontian gym leader must be yours, but don't do anything but. Is it fun to scare other people's children?" Principal Shimada ruthlessly demolished the platform and directly let Kushida Hikaru keep all the next words in his mouth, and his face with a national character flushed slightly. After scolding the old man, Principal Shimada turned to look at Hisoka again, and said softly, "Don't worry, kid, you have won all your competitors by your strength, and the Jontian gym leader will definitely be yours. Mew will take you to the Nile estuary to see how the new gym is located. If you are not satisfied with it, tell Haimu directly, and he will arrange for construction workers to renovate it according to your ideas." Quote, "Aren't you going too far, Shimada?" Seeing that the office door was closed again, Kishi Honda's mustache was almost up. "I still have a lot to say, and the problem of gym is managed by our city government. What are you doing? Don't brag brag about glare with me. I was your chief of staff when I was in the team. Kishi Honda was stunned by the sudden foul language, and he remembered when he was in the special forces decades ago. The old man's rank is 2 ranks higher than him. Principal Shimada directly closed the portfolio on the desktop, and then said earnestly, I'm not afraid that you will say hurtful words when your mind is hot. This child has also been a gym trainer in Dart City before, the local mayor. His reputation is also very good, so don't stare at the bounty hunter profession. This is not a poacher. What are you afraid of? I don't care. Kishi Honda Hikaru sighed. I'll trust your vision again this time, but I'm going to tell you the ugly thing before. If I find any signs of this kid colluding with dark organizations or poacher gangs, I will definitely not will let him go. 50 years ago, as an illegal profession, bounty hunters were really no different from poachers in the minds of the older generation. The only difference was probably the issue of eating habit. One only cares about the mission objectives when taking money to do things, and one does not care about the rare Pokémon in one place until they become extinct. The Nile Sea Entry Port, one of the 2 large sea entry port in Jontian City, is located in the southernmost part of Jontian City. This sea entry port is mainly for trade with Sinnoh region, while the other Kaiman Sea entrance is located in the east of Jontian City, mainly with Hoenn region conduct business transactions. Sinnoh's Celebration Group and Hoenn's Devon Manufacturing Company Limited have branches here. The international status and reputation of these 2 mega groups are equal to that of Guangxi Lufu Company, and the 3 are not separate. As for the specific strength of these 3 group companies, it is not known at present. The local people naturally support the companies from their own region, but only from the market value point of view. German Manufacturing Company Limited is 620 billion Union currency. Number 1. Hisoka had seen a description and some photos of the location of the new gym in a business magazine before. The new Jontian gym was originally a seaside cliff villa with an area of more than 5,000 square meters left by the bankruptcy of a wealthy man. The rich man owed a large amount of loan to the Jontian city government, and people were thrown into prison, not to mention all the physical property to be confiscated. Take the waste and convert it into a new gym. The car drove directly along the winding cliff road to the parking lot in front of the villa. The villa had been half built in 2 years, and the most difficult foundation stage and protection measures had already been completed, so the building that came up behind the team was able to complete gym to 90% of the project in less than half a year. It's not really a villa for your enjoyment. Although gym is indeed the home of gym leader, compared with luxury villas that use the highest grade materials, the government should naturally pursue cost effectiveness, ensure safety, and the rest are minor problems. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. This gym, which was converted from a cliff villa, is really similar to the free city of Orberg in the previous movie, but it's not as luxurious. The original apron has also been completely converted into in the training ground, only Wang Qian's left a small parking lot. How are you? Are you satisfied? Kuroki took Hiso to visit around the gym, with both hands open and closed. The main body of the gym has been completed, and now there are still living areas and some greening constructions left, and the museum will officially open in 1 month at the latest. Then you have to be mentally prepared. Is it up to me to decide on the living area? Hisoka asked. Of course it is. Haimu nodded with a smile, and said, the theme building has been completed and the city government cannot afford to remodel it, but the living area is where you live, and it has not been completed yet. If you have drawings, you can let the construction team decorate according to your ideas. Chapter 580 Where is not home? 4 more. Seek automatic subscription. Facing the gentle and warm South Sea breeze, Hisoka walked alone on the rocky private beach. The sun was setting in the west, and half of the red sun had sunk below the sea level. From time to time in the sky, you can see Wingull, which was originally only found in the Hoenn Sea, spreading its wings and flying. These Pokémon that look like small glider birds rushed into the water, and when they flew again, a yellow spotted fish was already in their black beak. These Wingulls all came with the Hoenn region as commercial freighters, or with their flying ability. A month-long flight in the sea is enough to exhaust them, and they may be directly exhausted before reaching their destination. Fall into the sea. The Wingulls who have left their hometowns and come to the new region are actually not happy. The local Pidgey and Spearow do not welcome these foreign visitors. They can only venture out of the nest to look for food when the night comes, and avoid contact with the local family. Bird clash head-on. The nearly 3,000 square meter beach also belongs to the private property of the Cliff Villa. Due to the lack of sufficient development value, the city government has no interest in it, and it has become the property of Siso just like this villa property. Above the Cliff Villa, the elevator can go directly down to the beach 50 meters below. Hiso was most surprised that the original owner of the villa actually hollowed out a part of the cliff and built a quite perfect underground activity room inside. The area is not comparable to the superstructure. The basement activity room is only about 500 square meters, but in Hiso's opinion, it is enough. When Secretary Secretary Blackwood left, Hisoka stated his condition. In addition to building the living area according to his drawing, he also needed to help him build a multifunctional battlefield for free on this beach, at least one that could simulate 10 more than one natural environment. The multi-purpose venue is very valuable. It can simulate more than 10 kinds of natural environment. It is considered a high-end level. Secretary Kuroki dare not make his own decision. He just said to go back and discuss with Mayor Kishimoto. It is no problem to convert the entire 3,000 square meter sandy land into a multifunctional venue. There's still a month before Jontian Gym will officially open, and it won't be as leisurely as it is now. Hisoka stretched, and the crisp sound of his bones made him shiver comfortably. 1 month is enough. The next step is to arrange a candidate to replace Dark Gym. Hisoka didn't want the alliance to randomly arrange a stranger to take over, so he trained his nominal disciple Landuo well in the past 6 months. With his former gym leader as a recommender and the local mayor working from it, passing the assessment should not be a problem. Big. Familiar with gym, the most developed city in second-tier cities, Cerulean Gym has weakened to the B-like level, or is it still a smooth business? The Dark City is not even a third-tier city. To be honest, few people are willing to go to this kind of city. Be a gym leader in a backward city that doesn't give a shit. And the related equipment from the original dojo had to be brought over, so let's bring the giant onyx with him. Hisoka quickly thought about the next move. He was afraid that once the giant onyx was exposed, it would cause poachers to covet. Landuo is now she didn't have the strength to fight against the established poacher hunter team, and staying there would hurt her. It's time to go. I'm really looking forward to a new life in the future. When the sunset completely sank into the horizon, Hisoka patted the dust on his trousers and turned and walked towards the elevator entrance. He will miss the dojo where he had lived for almost a year, just like the original starting point, and the small villa in the suburbs of Viridian City where Lulu is full of childhood memories. People will always experience various things in their life, and it is impossible to stay in one place until death, so Hisoka will miss him, but he won't ask for it. As long as these friends are together, then any place is his home. Is this your gym? How about it? Isn't it spectacular? It's oh so. It's still a long way from my family's manor. Sunday stepped off the locomotive and took off the handsome custom-made black flying wing helmet on his head. Where's Rolf? How's it going? Of course, Lulu took good care of her. Hisoka glanced at the Sunday, who had completely changed her clothes. The original pure school uniform had become the current motorcycle girl, and there was something charming under her leather jacket and pants. In addition to the 2 little belay on the chest is really not enough to see. Hisoka glanced up and down and couldn't help joking. By the way, if old Mock sees you dressed like this, will he just go crazy? So if Grandpa Mock finds out, you are the whistleblower, and I will definitely kill you. Sunday straightened the strands of hair that fell from his shoulders, and then he pouted and threatened. Hisoka shrugged. When I first met, I thought this was a stinky eldest lady. I didn't expect that after more than half a month, this eldest lady felt like a different person. Sometimes I am a bit stubborn, but I am not unreasonable. I like it. I like it. Hate it. I hate it. There is love. I want to be a Pokémon trainer and I want to be a coordinator that has just emerged. All in all, this girl is very easy to coach. She is definitely a cat, and it is easy to tail whip to you if you follow her. Chapter 581 Gym opens Seek automatic subscription. Yo, it's still the Divine Bird SV6. Hisoka recognized this girl's mount at a glance. After all, he was also a motorcycle fan in the past. The motorcycle he bought was the Shenyao V6, a top-of-the-line motorcycle worth 1.2 million. The SV6 is a limited edition of the V6, and there are only less than 20 units in the entire Kanto, and the price is 3 times that of the V6. The Shenyao SV6 looks larger than the V6, but it is not suitable for female riding. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Sunday hung the winged helmet on the handle, and then took out a bunch of electronic keys twirling his fingers. There is nothing to be courteous, and it is either a traitor or a thief. For some reason, Hisoka suddenly remembered the phrase from his previous life, the saying, "Tell me, what the matter?" Hisoka crossed his chest with his arm, and the corner of his mouth raised a slight arc. Hearing this sentence, Sunday became twisted and felt at a loss. He said, "Actually, there is nothing to do. I just want you to endorse a men's clothing brand in my hand." Men's clothing brand? Do you still have your own company? Hisoka became more and more interesting. This girl is only 14 years old, yet she still has such business acumen. Don't underestimate people, Sunday said dissatisfiedly. I'm a talented designer. Do you think that all my expenses are taken from my family, and I earn it all by myself? It's amazing. Hisoka gave a thumbs up. He thought she was an eldest lady relying on her family's cuteness, but now she seems to be a fashionista. It's no problem to speak for me, but why do you think of me? Those celebrities are not more suitable to endorse brand men's clothing? Hisoka asked. Don't ask so many questions. As long as you nod your head, this SV6 is yours. If the sales are good, you will have a commission. The Sunday looked like a strong woman. I don't understand what the eldest lady is thinking, but if if you don't accept it, it doesn't mean you don't save face. This Shenyao SV6 look brand new at first glance. I am afraid that the sundae has just been proposed directly from the store. In high spirit, after getting along with Shiny Roll for a while, he ran away in a hurry, leaving only the SV6 on the parking lot. At present, the living area of Jim has been decorated almost, and the style is also decorated according to the design drawings provided by Hisoka. It is completely the modern sci-fi style of the Orberg man in the movie, but it is not so high-tech. With half a month left to complete the Greening and Cliff Road, the museum can officially open. By then, as the third most developed city in Kanto, there will definitely be an endless stream of trainers who have just started to challenge. The related equipment of Jim in Dark City was also transported to Jontian City, and temporarily placed in the basement under the Cliff of Jim. Those things add up to nearly 100 million yuan, but I dare not relax and wait until everything stabilizes before restarting. Install it. Tony Stark has Jarvis, an intelligent housekeeper, and Hisoka also has a super intelligent program called Red Queen, who will be the housekeeper of the entire Jim villa in the future. He will continue to invest in the reconstruction of the gym in the future city. On May 25th, the entire Kanto continent is approaching summer. As a coastal city close to the South Kanto Sea, Jontian City has a much more pleasant daytime temperature than the inland region. Men put on short-sleeved shorts one after another, and got rid of the troubles of winter. Women completely began to release their beauty-loving nature. Looking at the major commercial streets in Jontian City, miniskirt, hip-hacked short, bib by men and tall thighs abound, as if they were wearing them shorter than anyone else. What's more, there are several hot bikini girls walking towards the beach with a smile on the high-heeled sandals under the straight eyes of many male creatures. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous firing of gun salutes attracted the attention of tourists near the beach. They remembered the advertisement released on the TV news yesterday. Today seems to be the opening day of Shinjeta Gym. Because of that incident, after 2 years of wasting, we finally have a new official gym in Jontian City. In the past 2 years, most of the citizens of Jontian City have been worried about this matter. Their city is the third most developed city in Kanto. Saffron City and Celadon, Rainbow City are more powerful than them. Those second and third tier cities have their own the official gym. Why haven't they recommended Tien City? I just heard that this new gym trainer seems to be only 16 years old. Is he too young? And I don't know if he can make Jontian Gym famous, but Duent end up becoming one of the weakest gym in Kanto like Cerulean Gym. Hisoka expressed embarrassment now, as he thought it was just the opening of gym. Shouldn't it be so exaggerated? The mayor Kishimoto, who had disliked him last time, ran over to cut the ribbon, and President Shimada of Jonda University also brought several senior grade students to participate. In addition, Nurse Joy, Officer Jenny, and almost all the prominent figures in Jontian City all took the time to run here to participate in the opening ceremony of a gym. Glancing at the path, Yuyuko in the crowd blinked at Hisoka. Hisoka nodded politely, and the other second-year chief student was that Alberto. This yellow-haired boy was using hostile eyes. He stared at Hisoka, who was standing with Mayor Kishimoto. He ignores this kind of guy. Hisoka. He is just a son of a rich family. He doesn't take it seriously. As the Sunday get closer and closer to him, Alberto's hostility becomes more and more obvious. Chapter 582 Multi-System Gym. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Celebrities from all walks of life in Jontian City are welcome to attend the opening ceremony of our new Jontian Gym. The resolute Mayor Kishimoto read aloud as he picked up the speech. I believe that with the support of every Jontian citizen, of course there are also with the hard work of Hisoka leader, we recommend Tien Gym to become the strongest gym in Kanto one day. Quote, clap tilde slap tilde applause sounded one after another, and the tourists and citizens who were watching from the outside were even more roaring. The tourists were just curious, but the local citizens were really happy about it, not to mention the strongest, at least not better than Celadon, Rainbow City and Saffron City, as Gym Week. Kushida Hikaru glanced at Hisoka, who was standing still beside him, and said, Little 427, do you want to go up and say a few words? Hisoka shook his head. Forget it. With Mayor Kishimoto in front, I still won't go up and join in the fun. Next, we have to face a group of trainers who come to challenge. Hisoka really doesn't have the time to spare. He just wants to beat these people to the ground and get their names out first. Everyone in the province thinks that this new place opened in Jontian City home gym is a casually needed chicken gym. Mayor Kishimoto told him that there are no restrictions in the first year, and there is no need to deliberately release a certain amount of badges because of policy issues. This is what he and President Shimada won with the alliance government. As long as the new leader has the ability to defeat all challengers, do not have to issue a single badge. There is no limit, and Hisoka doesn't have to think about releasing water. Anyway, beat one by one. It doesn't matter if you have potential. Jantian Gym does not have a specialization attribute. It belongs to the multi-system gym. Like Matcha City and Viridian City, it does not specialize in a certain Pokémon. It all depends on the mood of the gym leader. And this kind of multi-type gym is recognized as the most hated challenge on the trainer forum. Although the strength of these gym may not be as good as that of the specialization system, but for the specialization system gym can at least have a complete attribute advantage in the early stage. For example, all fire-type gym will be equipped with water-type Pokémon, and water-type gym will be fully equipped with electric-type Pokémon, so that even if the strength is not as good, it is easy to obtain badges. The multi-system gym is different. The ghost knows what kind of Pokémon the gym leader will send. If there is no one-handed restraint attribute in his hand, it will easily lead to overturning. The opening ceremony lasted for more than an hour. Under the leadership of Mayor Kishimoto, Hisoka, Jantian City officials and business celebrities all knew each other well. Joy and Jenny had a good impression of this young new leader, at least for a long time. So handsome. If the trainer is wrong, it is simply a perfect means of publicity. In addition, there are senior figures from Syrif Company in Jantian City, senior executives from Sino Celebration Group Branch, senior executives from Devon Manufacturing Company Limited, and other small and medium-sized enterprises, including well-known local trainers and breeders, greeted one by one. After solving these worldly affairs, after a busy morning, Hisoka can finally take a breath. He doesn't like this kind of communication, but there is no way. A lot of communication will follow. As much as you enjoy, you have to bear as much. At least an orphan who was born in an orphanage with nothing, living in such a magnificent and luxurious sea-view cliff villa at the age of 16 is already much happier than most people in the world. Lying on the ergonomic massage sofa, facing the floor-to-ceiling windows on the cliff and looking at the South China Sea in front of you, this visual impact made people feel a different kind of satisfaction. Mayor Kishimoto also agreed to the multifunctional battlefield that Nishi asked for. Just as Jantian University had stock in stock, the city government paid for one of the facilities at a friendly price. It was already on the deserted beach below a week ago. Installed. Lulu and Shiny Roll played the game of confusion, throwing balls together in the flat and spacious lounge area, which was a game that Lulu often played with her when she was a child. It's fun and educational, and you can practice your fine-tuned control of confusion while you play. First, a bright yellow tennis ball was flying around at high speed under the action of two strands of confusion. The tennis ball at this speed is no longer able to be reacted by human nerve. If it accidentally hits the arm, it may also cause fractures. Then came the second, third, fourth. More and more tennis balls roared in and out of the rest area. Lulu seemed to be at ease, and as the number of tennis balls increased, Shiny Ralts looked more and more difficult. The little guy gritted his teeth. Sweat gradually dripped from his forehead, and his petite body trembled slightly. Suddenly, she lost her concentration. The tennis balls maintained by confusion became out of control. 5.6 whirring twice, and the two out-of-control tennis balls stopped from resting. Each area flew upside down. One directly hit the floor-to-ceiling window, and with a click, the bulletproof tempered glass was directly hit into a spider web crack, and the deformed tennis ball was even embedded directly in it. Another tennis ball flew towards the room, and the target direction was Hisoka, who seemed to be lying on the sofa unaware. Ralph, who realized that he was in trouble, turned pale and wanted to use confusion to control the out-of-control tennis ball, but found himself exhausted. Bulletproof tempered glass can be tackled like this. If it hits a person's head, I'm afraid it's not a vegetative state if the skull is dented and smashed into a concussion. Chapter 583 Jealous 2 Little Devil 3 Shift for automatic subscription. Lulu reacted immediately, too late to scold Ralts, who was in trouble, just about to use confusion to control the tennis ball that was galloping towards Hisoka, but found Hisoka, who was lying on the sofa, raised his right hand. Snap! The high-speed tennis ball made a crisp sound when it made zero-distance contact with the fleshy palm. Hisoka stared blankly at the tennis ball he caught in his palm. Just now, he was purely the most direct conditioned reflex of the body to danger, and the neurons had not completely turned around. After he reacted, the burning pain in his palm made him jump up from the sofa, throw away the tennis ball in his hand, and rubbed his right hand, which felt like it was about to burn. It hurt. Hisoka finally couldn't help crying. Lulu, a teleport, appeared beside Hisoka, quickly grabbed his right hand, and stretched out his right hand. The red confusion condensed in the palm of his hand and gently rubbed on it for a while. After the violent tackle, the broken capillaries and the rapidly floating bruises gradually returned to normal with confusion's ubiquitous dredging. With a wave of Lulu's hand, the home medical kit originally placed on the desk loaded directly flew over. First, use a medical cotton swab to sterilize it with some alcohol, apply some powder to reduce swelling and activate blood, and then wrap Hisoka's right hand with a bandage. A set of actions is smooth. Lulu is not only Hisoka's main pet, but also his right-hand man in life. In fact, fact, sometimes Hisoka also thinks that if Lulu is a woman, he is afraid that she will not marry her in this life. Gardevoir family is well known for its humanoid beauty, powerful psychic skills, and its extreme loyalty to the trainer that it recognizes. This loyalty is no less than Growlithe, who will only have one master in his life in the face of danger. At the time, Gardevoir was even willing to lay down his life for his trainer. I'm sorry, Hisoka. Raul came over in a fluttering way. Her mental strength was exhausted, and she was walking a little swaying. The little guy suddenly fell in front of Hisoka, raised the blue pot cover, and the pair of ruby-like little ones' tears welled up in his eyes. Ralts naturally doesn't speak human language, but telepathy is his family's instinct, and the little guy is using his thought to convey his apology to Hisoka. After more than a month of contact, the sensitive and vulnerable shiny Ralts has long regarded Lulu and Hisoka, who have been with him as family. Now, because of himself, he almost hurt Hisoka, which makes the already sensitive Ralt. I was terrified all of a sudden. It's okay, it's not your fault. Hisoka didn't expect Ralt's reaction to be so sad, so he squatted down and hugged the little guy, and now Baneri and Gibble, who were playing on the other side, quit. Originally, Gibble relied on Hisoka's subconscious preference for it, but it was a lawless existence in this small family, which also caused Baneri to be jealous of Gibble, and the two pets have never been able to deal with it. Baneri is 1 year older, and she also grew up under the radiation of the colorful orb. She is still in the growth stage and is already half a head taller than the adult Baneri, and her overall strength is stronger than Gibble. However, Gibble has rough skin and thick meat and sharp teeth. After all, there is a natural gap between vegetarians and carnivores. With the characteristics of snake skin, he is like an iron hedgehog. Baneri is always angry. Ears straighten. It's just a small injury. It'll be fine tomorrow. It's normal for a man to have a little injury. Hisoka was still comforting Ralt softly, no matter whether Ralt could understand what a man meant, but suddenly felt his legs sink. Looking down, Baneri and Gibble hugged his legs at the same time. What are you two brat doing? Hisoka shook his head speechlessly. He knew that these two little things were jealous. Ever since Shiny Ralts was picked up by Lulu, these two little things have been reluctant to play with her, and they have collectively rejected each other. Sometimes he wonders if his Pokémon is too smart. It is true that Pokémon's IQ far exceeds that of ordinary animals. Some gifted Pokémon have an IQ that is no less than that of human. Emotions are a set of sets, and Hisoka doubts whether 273 Gibble and Baneri have the souls of two 5-year-old children stuffed into their bodies. Still struggling, in desperation, Hisoka could only bend down and hug the two pet together. Gibble 20 kilograms, Baneri 10 kilograms, Ralts the lightest 6.6 kilograms. Adding up the weight of more than 70 kilograms, it is really difficult for you to hold without a good body. In addition, the right palm that has just been injured is still a little sore, but seeing that Ralt stopped crying, the other two little guys also smiled. It feels like everything is worth it. Don't make trouble, everyone, calm down. Hisoka is injured and needs to rest. At this time, Lulu showed the courage of her eldest sister's head. A blue light flashed in her eyes, and Sanchong only felt that her body was controlled by an invisible force, and then Chi floated up from Hisoka's arm. Quatilda. Gibble, the most naughty and lively, quit, and thought about it. Lulu didn't bother to pay attention to it, and used confusion to control the 3P and walked to the rest area, and then threw them all into the toy sandpit. Chapter 584 Group Challenge 4 Updates Seek Automatic Subscription Kanto Trainer Forum Live Chat Area Charmander with a lively ID. Have you heard? We have another official gym opened in Kanto recently, so there will be the 13th official gym in the Kanto region. Jigglypuff, whose ID can't eat fat. Of course, I heard that this guy's commercials are very good. There are also various online forums on TV news, but do we have so many official gyms in Kanto? 8-handed Machamp. Yes, but only 8 official badges are required to participate in the quartz tournament, so many trainers don't want to waste time after collecting 8 badges. Of course, there are also some who want to prove their strength. The OCD trainer like to collect all the official gym badges. Can this thing still summon Ho-Oh? Funny. ID, Naughty Ho-Oh. Are you talking about me upstairs? 8-handed Machamp. Are you very happy now? Hi. And are you not afraid of being beaten for taking this ID? Man, Jew. Naughty Ho-Oh. Just kidding. By the way, we are going to have an official gym in Shabi City, and there will be 14 official gyms in Kanto in the future. I'm ready to go to Jontian City to challenge first. Let's see how is the strength of the new gym. Quote, are there any trainers who are closer to Jontian City? This year's core conference will start in 4 months. Do you want to form a group to challenge the new gym? Iron Onyx. Okay. I'm still 2 official badges away. Maybe this new gym is as weak as Cerulean City. The proud horsey. Don't think too much about the upstairs. Our Jontian City is the 3rd most developed city in Kanto. How can gym leader's strength be the same as Cerulean City and 2nd-tier cities? At least the same level as Saffron City and Celadon. Rainbow City. Don't lose too badly and beg our leader to give you a badge. The head Iron Onyx. If you have the ability to report the address, the real Pokemon badge battle, the father and son game. The loser is called dad. The proud horsey, Jontian University, Jontian City, 3rd grade, 3rd class. You are welcome to challenge at any time. By the way, I am a woman. You should call me mother. Naughty ho-oh. PFF. The two old guys upstairs are really cranky. Society. The arrogant horsey is a female student in the 3rd year of Jontian University in real life. She is a person who has been with the elder sister Yuyuko. I haven't seen any excellent trainers in the past 2 years. What are these network keyboard warriors? Who is bluffing? Horsey knows that the new leader of Jontian Gym is the trainer named Hisoka. There is no doubt about his ability to beat everyone in the qualifying invitational tournament, especially the last match between Rhyperior and Tyranitar. After watching it, because he was too excited, at that time, all the Shaw noodles were shivering. I really want to pick up that handsome and good-looking little brother and run back to the dormitory, and then press on the chuang to smash it at will, and now I can't help but blushing in retrospect. If Hisoka leader takes out that Rhyperior, will these challengers piss their pants with fright? I'll have to take a few sisters to Jontian Gym to watch the fun. It is a luxury to use such a large sea view cliff villa as a gym. This gym leader is really luxurious. This is the thought in almost every challenger who has reached the top of the cliff. The sea view cliff villas, which are 7 points similar to Warburg's Tony Stark's Liberty City, tickled the hearts of the challengers, and some challengers who knew the reason for the qualifying invitational were even more jealous, which was free from the local city government. Provided money can't buy it. The dozen or so challengers who came over look at me, I look at you. I don't know who should go up and call the door, because whoever calls the door first is equivalent to the first challenger. It's a good shot. The leader of the new gym is not good enough. At that time, everyone will bully together. If it is too powerful, it will be very shameful to be the first to lose. Everyone is a social person who wants to save face. After a long time of raising money, someone finally proposed, let's go up and call the door together, and then let the gym trainer arrange it. That said, this proposal was approved by everyone, so more than a dozen challengers walked quickly to the gate of the villa together, and the person closest to them rang the doorbell. When Hisoka opened the door, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. He knew that there would definitely be trainers to challenge next. The first week of the gym would be busy, but the door opened, and more than a dozen challenges were lined up. The word stared at him so closely. Hisoka pointed at these people and said, "You are all trainers who came to challenge Jim." "That's right," a dozen people responded in unison with great momentum. "I see. Come in. Come one by one. By the way, the rule of recommended TN Gym is 2v2. Seriously, Hisoka really wants them to play together, but this is not in line with the rule, and it may make the challengers think that they look down on them, money, and then go to the official website of the league to complain. However, there are at least 15 trainers here, and they may have come in group. Each person will have to play 30 games in a 2v2. Just thinking about it made his gal tingle. Hisoka and the mayor of Kushimoto had an agreement that as long as he could not send out a single gym in the first month of the museum's opening, the tax point given to Jontian Gym this year would be increased by 0.05 point. But don't underestimate this number. The 0.05 points of the tax in Jontian City is worth the tax that Hisoka collected in the Dark City for 3 years. In addition to the annual bonus of the Alliance, the basic income of the official gym is also distributed by some taxes in the city. The basic income of the gym in different cities may vary several times or even a dozen times, depending on whether your city is developed enough. Chapter 585 Ready to recruit team for automatic subscription. What kind of monster is this? I don't fight anymore. I give up the game. The challenger A Chang abstained, so the winner of this game is Jontian Gym. The referee temporarily arranged by the city government announced loudly. When he heard the referee's voice, the player named A Chang used a Pokeball to put away Blastoise, who had lost his ability to fight. Without saying a word, he gave up the second game and ran off the field with a pale face. Walk quickly towards the outside of the villa. This is already the 10th, and the last 5 trainers who have not challenged face each other. A total of 10 went up to fight, and 4 of them abstained. It is no wonder that these people have poor psychological quality. Terrifying. No matter whether your attributes are restrained or not, all of them will be pushed all the way. Rhyperior, like a giant land beast, stood quietly in the center of the field. When the pair of fierce beast pupils glanced at the remaining 5 people, the 5 people couldn't help but feel a chill in their heart. After so many games, most of the 10 challengers' Pokémon lost their ability to fight with one move. Even if Rhyperior didn't use his skills, he only relied on pure 273 physical strength. Light. And even if you are lucky enough to survive a few rounds, your own Pokémon skills can't break Rhyperior's defense at all, and there is no match at all, and the gap between the strengths of the two sides is too great. The rest of the challenger is also a veteran. They know that this new gym leader has no intention of letting go of water, and he is just trying to beat you to the ground. Horrible. Even scarier than Cinnabar Gym. There are so many official gyms in Kanto. Why should I suffer in this late? At this moment, the 5 of them have a unified idea. Ooh, I suddenly remembered my girlfriend's birthday today. Hiso leader, I'm sorry, I have to go first. I'll talk about the gym challenge later. Since it's also a delivery of food, it's not a shame to stay here. One of the challengers, after explaining the reason, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Hisoka nodded, then crossed his arms to look at the other 4, and asked, what about you guys? Are you still fighting? I also remember that there seems to be something at home. Oh, by the way, there is an important guest here, so I won't disturb you, Mr. Zisuo leader. Bye. I have something urgent too. These people who were still fighting before entering the door just now disappeared in a flash and became all urgent. Hisoka's heart is clear, and the purely Rhyperior crushing battle completely scared these people's courage. Most of the first batch of trainers who come to challenge the new gym are relatively low-level people. They are cannon fodder. There is a lack of personal strength, and I want to collect all 8 official gym badges in a short period of time. Some strong old gym can't beat it, so they can only think of a way on the new gym, in case the leader of the new gym is very bad. With the agreement with Mayor Kishimoto, Hisoka will not issue any badges in the first month, and after that, a certain amount of gym badges must be issued in accordance with the regulations of the alliance. Playing with the E-shaped badge of Shinjiantian Gym in his hand, I don't know who will be the first lucky person to receive this badge from himself. It's also a coincidence. Originally, the design of the gym badge had nothing to do with this BFAA. The emblem symbol that came out was exactly the same as the swastika flag of the previous Nazi country. Like a coin toss, he made a few circles in the air, and then fell firmly into Hisoka's hand. After greeting the middle-aged referee in his 40s, Hisoka walked right into the villa hall. The referee will call to arrange for the construction team to come over to repair the damaged geotechnical field. As for the multifunctional battlefield that Hisoka asked for before, it is for his own Pokémon training, not for receiving challengers. Ordinary geotechnical site can't be repaired for a few dollars, but the price of one-time renovation of a multifunction simulation on the battlefield really makes Hisoka, who is poor and used to it, a bit painful. By the way, remember to go to the talent recruitment fair in Jontian City tomorrow to recruit a few team members. A big gym in a first-year developed city can't just rely on himself. Jontian Gym is not a dark gym. The dark city is in a remote area, and the traffic is very inconvenient. It only receives a few challengers after a whole month. It is more than enough to maintain the 2 people of Zisuo and Land Duo. With such a large flow of people in Jontian City, several trainers may come to challenge at the same time in one day, and 1 or 2 people will not be able to take care of them. First of all, we need to recruit a professional referee. The middle-aged referee just now is a teacher of refereeing at recommended university. He came to serve as a temporary gym referee for a few days because of the face of President Shimada and Mayor Kishimoto. If you are an apprentice, 2 should be enough. In addition, you need to hire a chef with good skills, a breeder with at least a 4th level job certification, and an aunt who clean. Hisoka listed a list of relevant recruiters on a blank piece of paper. Apprentices must be required. When he is usually in a hurry or on a mission, he has no time to deal with challengers, so these apprentices will come in handy. Lulu naturally made it for herself, but she didn't have the energy to prepare such a large amount of food for outsiders and many Pokémon. These people's wages are partly paid by Hisoka himself, and partly because they are linked to the city government's finances. Chapter 586 Yellow and Oakley seek automatic subscription. In the early morning of the next day, Hisoka got up early as usual, and got up at 6 o'clock. Breathing the fresh and slightly salty ocean air, the whole person's mood became happy. Hisoka was wearing a black vest and running barefoot on the beach, followed by a group of friends. The fastest runner must be Weavile. She has her hands on her waist, only one body away from Hisoka, and then Baniri, who is bouncing gibble like swarm sand but hates water, so it is far from the sea, stretched out his belly and stretched out his short leg, chasing after his father's footstep. Rhyperior ran at the end and moved the most. With a tonnage, every step you stepped on would have to leave a deep pit on the beach. Fortunately, this is a beach. If it is flat, others may mistakenly think that earthquake has occurred. Melodic and Little Lapras galloped in the warm South Kanto Sea, from the small artificial pool in the dark gym to the boundless ocean now, and their mood became more and more cheerful. Lulu doesn't need to exercise too much. Her training is mainly calm mind. She is now helping Hisoka and some Pokémon prepare delicious and nutritious breakfast in the kitchen. Mia Tilda. Melodic sounded an ethereal and gentle growl. The snake-like body of a giant python flew up from the sea on the wave, and then miraculously stayed in the air. The alternate 4-leaf fan tails hang down gently. Ooh, Tilda. Echoes of the Little Lapras echoed. Lapras family are blue Pokémon of the sea, and their voices can sing beautifully. After the 1-hour morning exercise, the sky was already full, and the sun by the sea seemed to be more dazzling than inland. Breakfast was a vegetable and fruit platter, fried veal, and a large glass of miltank milk. Hisoka drank the milk while reading today's Jontian City culture news and business news. After all, all, I am an outsider. Although I have lived here for almost a month, I spend most of my time dealing with gym things. I don't know much about Jontian City, and some are just the information I found on the internet. And for a long time in the future, it may be a few years or a decade or so, Zisuo will have to develop in Jontian City, and he needs to understand more about the development of Jontian City and related culture. Today's newspaper says that a cargo ship has been hijacked on Channel 121 from Nile Port to Jubilife City. The culprit is a group of professional pirates who are suspected of having a background in the Sinnoh galaxy. The ocean freight in this world is much more developed than air transportation. Driven by interest, many dark organizations in the region actually keep a group of professional pirates under them. They can not only do black work to make money, but also divert some of the attention of the Alliance. 121 waterway is under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Alliance, and the other part is under the jurisdiction of the Sinnoh Alliance. Now the freighter has been hijacked on the waterway under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Alliance. As the city in charge of Jontian City, the police station is already noisy. The pirates were really rampant. After robbing the freighter, they took away all the crew members and the merchants who accompanied the ship to Sinnoh. They demanded a ransom of 100 million yuan in 3 days, otherwise they would collect the bodies of the hostages. There have also been pirates robbing ships in several waterways in Jontian City before, but they all choose to release people after the robbery, and murders rarely happen. Pirates only want money, and they want to kill people. Han, it's pirates again. Didn't you expect the pirates to be so rampant now? Hisoka was a little surprised. He had been living inland for the past 10 years and rarely heard rumors about pirates. It was only after he went to the Orange Islands that he realized that this was not as peaceful as it seemed. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers. There are ruthless poachers in the inland region, and there are also mercenary pirates in the coastal regions, and there are still a lot of them. There is a lot of noise in the open-air job fairs where people come and go. Most of them are small and medium-sized enterprises or some small factories trying to pull people who come to look for jobs. There are only 3 companies that are least worried about resources. Company, Celebration Group Branch and Devon Manufacturing Company, Limited Branch. However, the requirements are also very high, and the relevant vocational skills certificates must be at least level 3 or above before interviews can be conducted. As for your trainer's rank, that's fine. The security team also welcomes these talents. The benefits are good, the salary is high, and it is the world top business group. People who have no intention of being a trainer or have no future in it are even more eager to enter. Earl Dervish debuted at the age of 12. If you can't make a success as a trainer at the age of 20, you should honestly find a good job that can support your family. Sister Yellow, do you think anyone would be willing to hire us to work? Don't worry, Lee Oakley, I'll take care of you no matter what. The 2 of them were 2 little girls, one big and one small. The older one had bright blonde hair, a ponytail, and a worn straw hat on his head. The little black-haired shawl held a puppet doll with a zipper on its mouth but was badly damaged, and her cute little face was full of sadness. Their money is almost exhausted. What if they can't find a suitable job today? Chapter 587. Some Darkness in Society. 3 updates. Seek automatic subscription. The 2 petite little girls who looked less than 13 years old kept saying they were looking for a job, which seemed a bit unusual in a job fair where almost all adults were at the job fair. I don't know how the security guard outside let them in. Yes, of course, the adults who came to look for a job just took one more look and didn't take it to heart, and no one had the dislike to care about it. Futukong Mining Plant recruits outstanding employees. Requirement: male, between 18 and 35 years old, in good health, with work experience or with rock-type Pokémon is preferred. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. The basic salary is 8,000 Alliance coin. Rare ores are mined, and evolutionary stone, ITE with good quality will have commission reward, and there will be bonuses at the end of the year. 220 inches. Don't miss this great opportunity to make a fortune. A big fat man with a big belly, a white and oily face, and a green helmet on his head is loudly promoting his factory with a loudspeaker. This is the periphery of the recruitment venue. It is a place where some private small factories and small companies gather. It is not allowed to make noise in the venue, but the person in charge is too lazy to take care of these people's money. It is purely a matter of personal quality. The further you go, the higher the level of companies that come to recruit. Large companies with strong strength have never lacked talent, so they need to introduce themselves like a hawker shouting on the street like a small factory. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. The fat man shouted until his throat was almost hoarse all morning. As a result, he recruited 2 crooked melons and cracked dates. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was strong, they would have been fired. Quickly sit in the awning to rest and drink a sip of water. Hey, it's getting harder and harder to recruit good miners recently. Fatty is a little depressed. Logically speaking, the salary of mining workers is not low. It is considered a high-paying industry in many occupations. expectation. If you dig a mine for a month plus the guaranteed salary and the year-end dividend, you can easily get 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. No matter how lucky you are, you can dig up some valuable rare ores or high-quality evolutionary stone, ITE, and there is no problem with 10 or 200,000. However, the above people always like to ignore one of the most critical things, and those who are barely considered high-paying are also high-risk industry. Miners actually have a nicer name called treasure diggers. Once there was a Johto region miner who dug up a top-quality dragon teeth on a barren mountain, which was finally acquired by Yulongjia with 8,000 W. It's still the price of 20 years ago. If you add inflation, think about how much it is worth now. Private miners are fine, as long as you don't mine on the owned mine. No one will care about you, but you don't want to dig too many good things, because the real valuable mines are all wrapped up by various forces. Unless you have the guts and the strength to penetrate into the primitive areas that have not been developed by humans, you can bring out valuable ores without being killed by wild Pokémon. Then again, what are you doing wrong with someone with such strength? You have to go mining. Fatty Jin, you don't even think about how dangerous the broken mine that your family is contracting is now. You still want to find someone to work for you with a salary of 8,000 yuan. Go ahead and dream. Directly opposite is a medicinal herb shop with the 3 characters Fuchuntang written on it. The person who spoke was an old man over 60 years old with a pinch of goatee on his chin. Old man at the foot of the mountain. You bastard, do you want to talk more? Fatty Jin stood up directly from the chair, spittle flying from his mouth, and cursed. Do you think your Fuchun Hall can be any better? You are a person who is deducted again and again, and you still like to count people all day long at your age. The apprentice you recruited last time probably died in some forest. Yellow and Lee Oakley happened to pass this section of the road, and they shuddered when they heard the scolding. Yellow glanced at the two of them contemptuously, then grabbed Lee Oakley's hand and walked forward. There are black-hearted bosses everywhere, so be sure to wipe your eyes when choosing a job, or you won't know how to die when you really die. What miners are most afraid of is mining and digging into the nests of rock Pokémon or ground-type Pokémon. Once these Pokémon are angered in the extremely narrow underground environment and cause them to use earthquake, there is basically no hope of rescue. The number of missing mining workers has also been increasing every year. In fact, everyone with a discerning eye knows what is missing, and missing mining means being buried deep in the ground. The work of apprentices collecting herbs is also very dangerous, because some precious herb can only be grown in the wild, and artificial cultivation lacks medicinal effect. Large pharmaceutical companies are fine, at least they will ensure safety, while small herbalists and small pharmacies can only be fooled. Abducting children from welfare institutions who have not yet entered the WTO, or children from difficult families. Some don't even configure the most basic Earl Dervish Pokémon, just throw a little potion, and the inferior antidote dares to let those children go to the forest and the barren mountains to collect herbs. 0.4. Yellow is only 1 year older than Lee Oakley, but she looks much more mature than Lee Oakley. The two grew up together in the Jontian City Welfare Institute. Yellow started working when she was 10 years old, and now she is 13 years old. After 3 years of hard work in the society, he is barely considered a social person, and his knowledge is naturally much better than that of Lee Oakley, who has just left the orphanage. Good people and bad people, at least they can make their own judgments in their heart. In the past, Yellow had done dangerous work like collecting medicine apprentices for a living. If he hadn't awakened that special ability, he would have died in a certain forest in the wild like that fat man. Chapter 588. Too old. I want younger. Mr. Hisoka, these are the talents you need. Don't worry, our TNI intermediary has the resumes of top talents from all walks of life in Jontian City over the past few years. If you are looking for us to do things, this is. A young broker who was wearing a suit and leather shoes under the hot weather gave Hiso a thumbs up. The corners of his mouth were raised to reveal those big white teeth, which look particularly dazzling under the sunlight. I came to the recruitment venue to find the team I needed, but I didn't know the marketer who was more suitable. In this case, I could only ask some professional. TNI agency is not a real estate agency, not a car agency or a Pokemon replacement agency, but an agency that provides the required talent information for companies or private individuals. According to Hisoka's request, 2 apprentices, a cook, a referee, a Pokemon breeder, and 2 cleaning on. Don't ask why the 2 cleaning on still have to find a professional intermediary to arrange it. Isn't it all over the street? For such a big Cliff Villa gym, it is impossible for ordinary people to clean it up in a short time. You can only find those old people who have more than 10 years of housekeeping experience and who used to specialize in luxury villas. It's not easy to add these 2 things together. Chef Hisoka is quite satisfied. This is a very simple and honest appearance. A middle-aged man from Jellicent, whose name is Sanel, and is similar to the comedian named Fan Wei in his previous life. The local people in Jontian City are not only good at cooking Kanto dishes but also involved in Johto cuisine. What he is best at is all kinds of desserts. desserts and pastry. The referee's requirements are very low, as long as he is a graduate of the regular referee academy. Hisoka randomly picked a boy with glasses who looked more pleasing to the eye. The Pokémon breeder is a girl with a bun face, not to mention how beautiful, at least a cute girl who always liked to hold a thick leather book. The girl's name is Yan Yi, and she is also a native of Jontian City. It is said that her family owns a Pokémon hatching house. She belongs to a relatively wealthy family. According to her, this time she came out to find a job purely to experience social life. Having passed the level 4 breeder's qualification certificate at the age of 16, it is considered a very good result, although it is not comparable to the perverted behavior of Xiao Shui's 18-year-old level 7 certificate. The opening of the new official gym in Jontian City is a big news in Jontian City recently. It was advertised on TV programs and on advertising boards outside. Almost all local citizens knew the news. Now the leader of the new gym came out to recruit the team in person, and the intermediary who heard the wind almost didn't squeeze the small tent. In the end, the powerful Tianai intermediary won and got a lot of introduction fees. The chef, and referee, and breeder Siso are all satisfied. The only thing is that the two apprentices are a little too old. It's not that they are not good. One man and one woman, one 18 and 19, were all once at the core conference. Got good grades. Come here. Hisoka beckoned to the youth agency. Okay, Hisoka leader. The youth agent Pidian followed Hisoka out of the tent. I think those two apprentices are too old, Hisoka said straight to the point. Older age means more thought. Hisoka has long been tired of intrigue and does not want this kind of thing to happen at home. He is the employer, and the nominal apprentice is the so-called ordinary worker. It is impossible for him to spend time and resources to train each other. If this continues, even if they are recruited, problems will arise over time. Too old, the youth agent muttered, but our trainers are willing to come out as apprentices, and the average age is over 16 years old. No dervish Pokemon. This is troublesome. Unexpectedly, the easiest apprentice candidate in Hiso's eyes has become the most difficult one. Go away, little brat. Don't stand in the way in the middle of the road. A vulgar and arrogant voice suddenly sounded. Hisoka heard the sound and saw a bald-headed strong man with a fat body and a fierce appearance kicking into the middle of the road. A little girl holding a broken doll. The little girl seemed to be frightened. She stood in the middle of the road and didn't dare to move. She hugged the broken doll tightly in her arms and lowered her head to let the other party kick her. The bald-headed strong man seems to have a random kick. Ordinary people may be hurt for a while when they are kicked, but a little girl with such a petite and thin body is likely to be seriously injured if she is kicked. Lee Oakley, the girly voice, who was so frightened that she almost screamed, was just about to go up to prevent the tragedy from happening. A yellow figure rushed over from the side, hugged the body of the little girl in the middle of the road, and then forcibly eat a strong man's kick. Ouch, Tilda. The girl grimaced in pain, but she didn't even shed a single tear. Instead, she hugged the little girl's body and comforted her softly. Oakley, are you alright? Lee Oakley was stunned for a while, and then burst into tears. She kept sobbing. Sister Yellow, I'm sorry. I'm dragging you down again. Are you in pain? No, this little injury is nothing to me. Saying that, Yellow raised her thin right arm in a strong man's action, accidentally pulled it into the wound, and gasped directly. Angrily, he scolded in his heart. You bald-headed uncle's feet are really heavy. It hurts me to death. Chapter 589 Seeking Automatic Subscription. The pain was really painful, and the burning pain in the back made Yellow want to cry. After all, she was only a 13-year-old girl, but in order not to worry Lee Oakley too much, she could only pretend to be nothing. Fortunately, she reacted in time. What would happen if this kick hit Lee Oakley? Yellow was grateful. She closed her eyes slightly, and began to mobilize the strange airflow in her body, which shifted from the abdomen to the injured area. The original burning pain on his back seemed to be coated with a layer of ice, and then the refreshing coolness came, which made Yellow couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Hisoka, who witnessed all the passing, was a little confused. The yellow-haired little girl in front of her was kicked by a strong bald man, and her face was clearly in unbearable pain. Why does her expression seem to be very comfortable now? Could it be a trembling M? Hisoka had a strange thought that couldn't be denied, and it was cool to be kicked hard and not get angry or say anything. Looking at the two stinky girls who were still standing in front of him, the bald-headed strong man looked impatient. He said solemnly, are you two courting death? Why don't you hurry up? I had already vented some of my anger with a kick earlier, but this time the recruitment was unsuccessful, and I didn't know how to tell the boss when I went back. The bald head is now like a volcano that may erupt at any time, but his own reason can still be used. Take some restraint. The bald head doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. After kicking, I feel a little scared. If I really want to kick the little girl to death, he will be finished. He can't run in front of everyone's eyes. Now it is a society governed by the rule of law. These are completely two concepts. The former educates and educate, the latter sits and wears. Yellow stood up and blocked Lee Oakley behind her, looking at the bald head with indignation. She really wanted to to let Xiao Lala bite her, but she really wanted to go up to take revenge, seeing her arms that were thicker than her waist go out again. The thought inside, this bald-headed Pokémon might also be very powerful. Forget it. Yellow, who has been fighting in the society for 2 years, still can distinguish the importance of it, and the unlucky ones are still weak. So, I'll teach you a lesson this time. In the future, don't stand in the middle of the road and block the way of others. You two stinky girls are lucky when you meet me. Go ahead. Yellow took Lee Oakley's hand and avoided it to the right side of the aisle, just 1 meter away from Hisoka. Brother, stay for a while, Hisoka suddenly shouted, but this sound attracted the crowd who were about to leave after watching the excitement. You're calling me? The bald-headed strong man turned his body slightly and looked at the tall boy walking towards him. Although he looked tall, he looked like a 16 or 17-year-old kid. Yes, Hisoka nodded with a smile. What's my brother's name, please? Haha, Tilda. The strong man scratched the top of his smooth head, gritted his teeth up and down, stepped forward and stepped in front of Hisoka, staring condescendingly into his eyes. I'll give you a chance before I'm angry. Hurry up. From where to go? Where to go? I'm afraid that if you are not careful, you will be sent to the hospital. Hisoka didn't care at all about the other party's arrogant tone, and still looked like a good gentleman. I believe that the society governed by the Alliance is still based on the law and reason. You kicked a little girl. Should you apologize to her, and then compensate for some medical expenses? Quote, big brother, no need. I'm fine. Yellow now knew that the other party was trying to stand up for herself. She was very grateful, but she was worried that this big brother would be beaten by this strong man. Although this big brother also looked very strong, it is still a little different from the bald and strong man. His arms are almost equal to your thighs, and there are hideous grimace tattoos on his neck. You can tell at a glance. It's the underworld. Yo, it turned out to be brave and wanted to stand out for the little girl. The smile on the bald man's face became more and more intense. He stretched out his fingers and rubbed his chest hard and said, but what are you doing? You have to have that ability. Believe it or not, if I hit your little white face with a fist now, I have to go to the hospital for plastic surgery. Quote, saying that the bald-headed strong man has a fist bigger than his sandbag, and even wants to lift it up and pat Hisoka's face. Sure enough, not everyone can reason. Violence cannot solve all problems, but it can solve the problems that arise. Beating people is not a fate. This Lee's move of the bald and strong man can be said to be completely killing. When his right hand was about to reach the other's face, he saw that this little white face was still smiling at him, laughing at you, and his heart was full of anger. At first he just wanted to pat a warning, but now he suddenly threw it away, ready to a slap makes the other party sober. Not everyone can offend. Pong, click. The expected slap did not appear, but the sound of the hard tackle software and a very light egg breaking sound. Oh tilde ho ho. The bald-headed strong man clutched his crotch and knelt on the ground all of a sudden. His eyes were protruding, his forehead was dripping with sweat, and he couldn't say anything in his mouth. Outflow. Chapter 590. I'm sorry. I have knee-jerk reaction. Second update. Please subscribe automatically. This is a manifestation of extreme pain. The ability to yell and scream shows that the pain can be tolerated. This kind of screaming can't be called out, and it is called real pain. The lower body is the most fatal weakness of all men, and being tackled by the hard knees to stiff. The onlookers who witnessed everything, especially the male crowd, all felt their lower body cool. Also mourning for the bald strong man. How painful this Nima is. This big brother is such a hooligan. He actually bumped into someone else's plate. Yellow blushed and hurriedly covered Lee Oakley's eyes, but looking at the brawny man who had been arrogant just now, he was rolling in place at the moment, and he felt in his heart, it's like eating iced watermelon in June. So cool. What are you special? What are you special? After a while, the bald-headed strong man calmed down a bit, but his speech was still slurred. He raised his head and his forehead was exposed, and his eyes became extremely terrifying, as if at any moment, I want to jump up and bite Hisoka to death. I'm sorry, I'm a little reflexive. When strangers get too close, I tend to have a knee-jerk reaction. After speaking, Hisoka deliberately raised 343 feet's right knee again. This move made the strong man feel a chill in his heart, and now he trembles when he sees people raising his knees, and it is estimated that it will become a psychological shadow for a lifetime from now on. Either don't strike, and if you strike, the opponent will not have the power to counterattack. The bald-headed man could only kneel on the ground and watch the culprit slowly disappear before his eyes. Don't be complacent, brat. Don't let me find out your information. I'll make you die, and your family. The bald-headed strong man cursed fiercely in his heart. He had never eaten this kind of food before. Big loss. Go back and arrange for my younger brother to visit around. At first glance, this kid is a fake. If he dares to make trouble on his own territory, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Mr. Hisoka, do you still want those two apprentices? Re-entering the tent, the intermediary youth who had watched the lively for a long time leaned forward again and asked softly, BFBC, in Hiso's ear. I still think that I am too old. As for the other people, I want them. Please explain to them. If you can, sign a work contract contract and come to work tomorrow. No problem, the middleman replied. It's a pity that there are 2 less agency fees, but it doesn't matter too much. The key is to make friends with this rookie in Jontian City. Being an agency, especially a talent agency, network connections are really important. Gym leader is managed well. It will definitely be the most famous in a city. No mayor or big star can compare to a powerful gym leader. If this gym leader named Hiso can rank in the Pokémon World Tournament a year later, or even get the champion in the leader division, then he will definitely instantly become the idol that all the citizens of Jontian City madly worship. A man and a woman came to apply for the apprentice trainer and seemed a little disappointed when he heard that he had no contestant. The man was fortunately disappointed, but he didn't take it too seriously, while the pretty female apprentice looked at Shishi with a resentment. After asking for a long time, under the urging of the intermediary, he reluctantly walked out of the tent. The rest of the chef, Uncle Sanel, Tuan, the breeder Yanyi, and the taciturn male referee with almost no words signed the contract under the arrangement of the youth agency. Everyone's faces showed a trace of joy. After all, being able to work in an official gym is not only a faith but also a guarantee, at least someone who is paid by the government. 10 minutes later, the people walked one after another, and the youth agency had other work to do. Siso asked him to find some key information. The others went home and prepared to pack their luggage. They would live in Jontian Gym in the future. Mr. Hisoka, do you really recommend the new gym leader in Tien City? Yellow, who had been hiding in the corner of the tent to observe for a long time, finally couldn't help but asked aloud after seeing everyone gone. Hisoka shrugged and said, that's right, he just took office yesterday. Yesterday, gym officially opened, and it is okay to say that it is just taking office. You want to recruit an apprentice for gym. Let's see if Lee Oakley and I can be your apprentices. Yellow trotted a few steps forward, clasped his hands on his chest, his face full of anticipation. Lee Oakley doesn't need a penny, as long as she has food and a place to live. Also, I can also cook, do laundry, and clean up. In short, if you hire us, you will definitely not suffer. Yellow, who has experienced a lot of hardship, knows that this is a huge opportunity in her life. This opportunity can free herself from the current poor life, and can also learn more about more things. She will become a very powerful trainer, then make a lot of money. Hisoka was really amused by the little girl's self-introduction like a bullet. He looked up and down at the yellow girl in front of him. This kind of gaze made Yellow, who had been emboldened just now, go away immediately. She lowered her head in embarrassment. The shabby straw hat on her head covered her face, and her small hands clung to the hem of the washed white clothes. As for the girl named Lee Oakley, it was even more unbearable. She would only hug her broken doll and hide behind the yellow-haired girl. The tears from the corners of her eyes just now had not been wiped clean. Chapter 591 Rattata, Treasure Rat. 3 changes seek automatic subscription. Her name is Oakley. What's your name? Hisoka asked. This suddenly made Yellow excited again. The leader would ask the name, indicating that there was still a chance, and quickly said, my name is Yellow. I am 13 years old this year, and Lee Oakley is 1 year younger than me. One was 12 years old and the other was 13 years old. The age was suitable, and they were all orphans from the orphanage. To be honest, these conditions were in line with the candidate in Hisoka's mind. Hisoka thought for a while, then looked at Yellow and asked, do you all have your own Pokémon? He knew that for orphans who came out of orphanages like this, it was undoubtedly a very difficult thing to have their own Earl Dervish Pokémon when they were 12 or 13 years old. Hisoka also came out of the orphanage. He was able to get to where he is today purely relying on his previous life experience. From the beginning of his life, he has run too many steps than others. Yellow quickly raised his right hand and said, I have it. I have an Earl Dervish Pokémon. Then let it go and have a look. Yeah, Yellow nodded, and with a serious look took out the most common red and white Pokeball from the torn pocket with several patches on his weight. To be honest, this is the most worn out Pokeball that Hisoka has ever seen. This kind of Pokeball is almost enough to be scrapped. It is better to buy a new one than repair it. If the internal necrosis causes an explosion, it will still be used. May Pokemon hurt. Several pieces of the red paint on it had fallen off, and the button in the middle was missing a small corner. The most important thing was that Hisoka felt that the red and white ball was not so round no matter how he looked at it. This red and white ball that meets the scrapping standard is like a rare treasure in Yellow's hand. She dare not throw it directly, because it will damage the Pokeball to a certain extent. Press the middle button lightly. The expected white light did not appear the first time, but after waiting for 2 seconds, a white light emerged from it. Is it so real? Hisoka shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is too exaggerated. A Pokeball needs to wait for 2 seconds after pressing the button to release the Pokemon. If it encounters a wild Pokemon attack in the wild, it is not a Pokemon. At that time, the trainer's bones were cold. Squeak tilde squeak tilde. The white light gradually took shape, and the Pokemon in the light and shadow emitted the unique growl of rodent with purple fur, about 30 centimeters in length and a bright front tooth. You don't need to look at it. When When you hear the sound, Hisoka knows that it must be a Rattata. As one of the most common Pokémon in the Kanto region, the Rattata group relies on its strong reproductive ability and the good habit of eating everything without being picky. Trainers can be found everywhere. Whether it is forest, mountain, swamp, desert, wetlands, you can almost see these little purple mice. It is said to be a small mouth, but Rattata's body is definitely comparable to a big cat in his previous life, and the front teeth are sharp enough to eat iron ore. If a 3-meter-long Siberian tiger is really not enough for Rattata to fight, this is the fundamental gap between high-energy creatures and ordinary animals. Sure enough, an orphan from an orphanage can have Earl Dervish Pokémon, not Caterpie, Weedle, Rattata, Oddish, and lucky enough to conquer Bobo and Spearow. Rattata is large, and the courage itself is very small, but it does not mean that it is a very good Pokémon, and the combat power is still there. After evolution becomes Raticate, the combat power is even more impressive. The formation is fast, and the cultivation cost is low, because you can eat anything. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Early stage rookie trainers can have a Raticate, which can definitely beat most rookies of the same strength class. Little Lala is very powerful, Yellow explained loudly, seeming to sense the contempt in Hisoka's eyes. My little Lala is different from other Rattatas. It has a very keen sense of smell and can often find some in the forest. Good herbs can sometimes find rare ores. Quote, speaking of this, Yellow looked even more proud. Thanks to Lala's miraculous ability, she and Lee Oakley didn't starve to death. But now there are fewer and fewer medicinal herbs on the edge of the forest, and Yellow doesn't dare to enter the depths of the forest because she is very aware of the danger, and little Lala's strength can't handle it at all. A wild Nidorino can barely draw a tie. If you encounter a bad-tempered Nidorino, and Pokemon like Ekans, it will really be over. Yellow said didn't make Hisoka suspicious, perhaps believing in the so-called childlike word, but in fact he had heard rumors about a special kind of Rattata. Some relevant information can also be found on the internet, saying that there will be a very small number of special Rattatas in the Rattata family. They look no different from ordinary Rattatas. The only key is that these special Rattatas have a very magical nose. This kind of nose is far from the super sense of smell that Growlithe and Arcanine come from, but it is full of sensitivity to medicinal plants and some high-energy minerals. It is said that the 9th treasure hunter in the Hunter Guild owns such a so-called treasure mouth. Chapter 592 Lee Oakley's Weird Doll, 4 more, for automatic subscription. There is a 5th chapter to follow. Old irons don't go. Close black lens bracket. This news should be true. According to the internal information circulating in the Hunters, in order to keep the Rattata's most primitive sensitivity to high-energy ores and medicinal plants, the boss also bought a piece of Everstone at a high price. A magical item that can make Pokemon never produce evolution after being carried. For most trainers, this is undoubtedly a waste, but for some with special needs, it is worth $1,000. Especially those wealthy ladies who only like cute and beautiful Pokemon. Miss Shihia, they don't care about the strength of Pokemon, they just need the little babies to maintain the cutest form of 2-3 for a lifetime, not after evolution. Big and stupid looking. In recent years, it is because of the morbid needs of these wealthy ladies with super purchasing power and ladies from noble families that the price of Everstone, which is already rare, has become even higher. Except that the Rattata is the so-called treasure mouth, or you can tell me why an elite bounty hunter should treat a Rattata as a treasure. As for whether the little Lala in Yellow's mouth has the ability to put it aside for the time being, this can be saved for later verification. It's really the best, but it's not harmless. Then it's your turn. Hisoka looked at the little black-haired girl who had been following Yellow, also wearing a worn black dress with patches. The clothes were one size bigger than her petite body, and she didn't know where she picked it up. Compared to Yellow, this girl named Lee Oakley always looked weak and sickly. She was only as tall as Yellow's neck, and it was said that everyone at the age of 8 or 9 would believe it, not the size that a 12-year-old girl should have. I don't know why Lee Oakley seems to be a little afraid of Hisoka. Maybe it was the slightly violent method that scared this timid girl. Lee Oakley, don't be afraid. The big brother is a good person. She won't hurt us. Yellow tried to appease Lee Oakley, but the words that came out of his mouth made Susu look at him. Although immature, it already has the foundation of volatile words. It seems that Oakley is comforting Lee, but it is actually complimenting Hisoka on the other hand. After being appeased for a while, Lee Oakley finally stopped being so frightened. She crept out of Yellow's back, trying to raise her head to look at Hisoka, but she never dared to look in the eyes. She, Mr. Hisoka, this is my Pokemon. Lee Oakley took a deep breath, and finally came to a complete sentence. She raised the broken doll in her arms with both hands. Where is your Pokemon? Hisoka was a little confused. Where is there a Pokemon? Here. Lee Oakley gestured to the broken doll in her hand again and muttered, Xiaohei likes to come out to play with me at night, but not during the day. This naive language made him even more overwhelmed, and Yellow Yellow became anxious, afraid that Lee Oakley, who could not be, would anger the other party, and quickly explained, Lee Oakley's Earl Dervish Pokemon is this doll. It can become Pokemon. Xiaohei, stop, rest, come out quickly. Quote, dolls are Pokemon. This sentence reminded Hisoka for a moment, reminding him of a certain urban supernatural legend in the Hoenn region. Could this be true? Looking at the tattered doll in front of him, it seems to be a doll that has been casually discarded and injured, and the possibility is also increasing. Can you show me the doll? Lee Oakley glanced at Hisoka and then looked at Yellow again. With Yellow's desperate nod, she stepped forward and put the doll in Hisoka's hand, then quickly retreated. As soon as the doll started, an inexplicable chill spread from the bottom of his heart. Hisoka stared at the part where the doll was missing a plastic eye. Cotton wool could already be seen inside the hollow, and suddenly a bright red eye like a cat vertical pupil was in it. Gone in a flash. I was absolutely right. There was indeed a living eye that appeared in it just now. A doll with a zipper mouth. Yes, it should be that Pokemon. Come on, if you don't come out, I'll throw the doll into the fire pit. Hisoka threatened, which made Lee Oakley stunned. She wanted to go up and get the doll back, but was afraid. It's okay, Mr. Hisoka is just talking about it. He won't really throw Xiaohei into the fire pit. Yellow vowed. She believed that Hisoka leader was a good person, because with so many people watching, only Hisoka leader came forward to help the two little girls who had nothing to do to get justice. Gia. A piercing and gloomy smile suddenly turned into a moan like a little boy being strangled by the neck, and the doll in his hand became colder and colder. In desperation, Hisoka could only throw it on the ground. The moment the broken doll touched the ground, he was constricted by a strange haze, and slowly stood up by himself. The originally empty eyes turned into two blood-colored vertical pupils, which looked extremely terrifying and bizarre. The doll was growing rapidly, and the blonde hair at the back of the head gradually turned into pitch black hair. The doll kept growing until it was more than 1 meter high before it stopped. The doll that was only 10 centimeters in Lee Oakley's arms before suddenly became a super large doll more than 1 meter high. Shouldn't be called a doll because it's a kind of Pokemon in its own right. A ghost-type Pokemon born full of grudges. Chapter 593 White Mischievous and Baynet 5 Updates. Seek automatic subscription. Baynet, the ghost Pokemon originally found in Hoenn region, was an extremely ominous existence in ancient time, representing curse and destruction. So in addition to the modern scientific name of Baynet, the older generation of Hoenn region prefers to call it the zipper ghost, the chain-mouthed ghost. According to scientific research, the birth of Baynet should be those dolls that were abandoned by people because of some nature's unique negative magnetic field energy, which is often referred to as grudge. A special ghost life form was formed. Even if the rumors for many years are broken, Baynet is not welcomed by the trainer. In addition to the dislike of appearance, the most important thing is that the negative energy magnetic field that Baynet has naturally may affect the trainer himself, especially when the relationship between the two is not very good. The negative magnetic field energy will have a greater impact. When the big mouth of the zipper is pulled open, the curse will come to you. In addition to relying on the 15 negative energy magnetic fields in nature, Baynet can also come from Shuppet evolution, a ghost Pokemon that like jealousy and spite, and also feeds on these two negative emotions. This is somewhat similar to Mischievous family, but the negative emotions that Mischievous likes are human fears. Baynet stood in front of Yellow and Lee Oakley, her bright red vertical pupils staring at Hisoka, always with a grin that made people shudder. The malice was spreading. Hisoka's hands and feet were cold, and he clearly felt the malice that went straight to his heart. Baynet had obviously taken it seriously when he said that he was going to throw the other party into the fire pit. This Baynet should definitely not be an orphan Earl Dervish Pokemon. Its strength is obviously too much. Compared with that Rattata, it should be said that the two are completely incomparable, because Baynet's strength has reached the superior level. Boom! At this time, a Pokeball hanging from Hisoka's waist automatically lit up with white light, and Lulu's tall and elegant figure appeared next to the white light. She sensed some kind of malice, so immediately run out of the Pokeball by yourself. Ghost can restrain psychic, so Baynet is not afraid of Lulu's appearance, but feels eager to try. With Lulu on the side, an incomparable sense of security arises spontaneously. Hisoka feels that this Baynet brain seems to be a bit iron. Even if you have the restraint advantage of the attribute, don't you know that the strength of the two sides is too different, and the attribute advantage is actually useless. Lulu is already a quasi-elite level, facing Baynet, who only has the strength of superior. If a mental storm passes, the opponent will be thrown into the street. Chatilda. Just as Lulu and Baynet were confronting each other, a girlish laughter could be heard in the air. This inexplicable sound made Yellow and Oakley a little scared, and they looked around to find the source of the sound. Why did she come here? Hisoka naturally knew who made the voice, except for the white Mischievous who liked to hide and tease people all day long. Chatilda. The girls' coquettish laughter sounded again. This time Yellow and Lee Oakley hugged each other in fright, and the face of Baynet, who was full of malice at first, showed an unusually humanized emotion. That emotion is called fear. It is afraid of the owner of the voice, shivering, and its body start to move backwards. Stop making trouble. Come out quickly, Hisoka said angrily. Due to the particularity of his ability, Hisoka couldn't see through the white mischievous. He didn't know how strong he was. The only battle was the two-player match held by the Celadon Rainbow Casino half a year ago. The white mischievous and Rhyperior cooperated to defeat Dusk Noir of Leiji, Frostlass of Shinji. Now by mischievous has integrated the Bronzong left by the ultra-ancient relic civilization, which can make the body free and huge, and the strength is even more unfathomable. Lulu once said that in a real-life threatening battle, she would not be the opponent of the white mischievous now. Then estimate the specific strength of by mischievous may be close to elite. It's a pity that whether you can command by mischievous to obey the order depends on the mood of this little guy, and the mood of a ghost-type Pokemon is often no different from that of a neurotic. You can't guess what her magical brain circuit is thinking. Chatilda, always accustomed to blowing air near Hisoka's neck to tease, the white mischievous did not become huge but floated on Hisoka's right shoulder in the usual 927 form. The moment she saw mischievous appear, Baynet's fear reached its peak. The zippered mouth couldn't move but let out a shrill scream. It shook its arms desperately and suddenly turned back into the original doll, and then changed back to the entity, and finally fell to the ground in front of the body, not even daring to lift his head. Hisoka didn't understand what happened, only that Baynet was very afraid of mischievous. This kind of fear is like a mouse meeting a cat, and it may be the king of cats. Did you do anything to it? Hisoka turned to look at the white mischievous on his shoulder. Chatilda, by mischievous stared innocently at her big amber eyes. She didn't tease the other party. As for why she was afraid of herself, it might be because she was too beautiful and she was too ugly. Well, it must be so. Indeed, compared with the lovely appearance of the white mischievous, Baynet's honor is enough to scare a crying child. Chapter 594 Pokemon Incubation House. Open black lens bracket 1 more close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. Beep quah quah. There was a chaotic bird chirping outside the window. This was the sound of two bird Pokemon. The former seemed panicked and scared, while the latter was wild and happy. This often happened. No doubt, Wingull, who stole Lance Crossing, was caught by the local house bird Spiro while foraging in the early morning. Spiro took advantage of the group to constantly infest Wingull, and even took it out of their mouths. Snatch, as freshly caught fish food. Yellow opened his eyes and looked at the white ceiling, the warm-toned wallpaper, the warm and comfortable bed, all of which he had only dreamed of. Opening the window, breathing in the fresh and humid ocean air, the whole person stretched involuntarily. It's so comfortable. Yellow closed her eyes happily and looked at the villain on the other bed. Lee Oakley was still hugging the rag doll transformed by Baynet, with a smile on her pretty face immersed in sleep. What are you dreaming about? Looking at that cute little face, Yellow showed a narrow smile, crept over to Lee Oakley's bed, stretched out her right hand and pinched Lee Oakley's nose. I didn't feel anything at first, but as time went on, Lee Oakley's little face became more and more red. She tried to sniff but couldn't get air. The suffocation and sadness made Lee Oakley clapped her hands indiscriminately. Her eyes suddenly opened, and the big eye blue eyes reflected Yellow's mug smile after teasing others. Sister Yellow, you're making fun of me like this again, Lee Oakley said dissatisfied. Okay, it's time for the little lazy pig to get up. It's almost 7 o'clock now. Today is the first day of work for the two of us. We must not let Master Shisuo underestimate us. Yellow was full of energy said. After some contact yesterday, Hisoka finally agreed to recruit Yellow and Lee Oakley as apprentices of Jonty and Jim. According to their requirement, there is no salary. You can buy some clothes or accessories that you like. Being able to live in such a big house was a lifelong dream of Yellow and Oakley, but they never thought it would come true yesterday. Yellow is thin but tall, about 1.5 meters in height, while 12-year-old Lee Oakley still looks like an 8 to 9-year-old little loli, only about 1.4 meters tall. Standing in the bright and white bathroom, the two little lolis started to wash. Because Lee Oakley was too short, Yellow moved her a stool to be able to get on the sink. Jim's work uniform hadn't been made yet, so Hisoka just picked out a few children's clothes for Yellow and Lee Oakley. Yellow was wearing a pair of denim overalls and the ragged straw hat on her head that she never wanted to throw away. Dressed up to look like a small farmer, Lee Oakley also changed out of the black dress that had been patched, and put on jeans and espadrilles plus a short-sleeved shirt with a jigglypuff pattern. After finishing the morning exercise this morning, Hisoka is arranging their own work and rooms for the staff who came here today. There are 3 floors in the Cliff Villa. The 3rd floor is where Shisuo lives. Except for the cleaning of the ant, no one else can go to the 3rd floor without his permission. The 2nd floor is the living and office area, plus a few small rooms, one of which is assigned to Yellow and Oakley, and the 1st floor has the most rooms, and Hisoka let these people choose at will. That's it. You go to the room to put away your luggage, and then familiarize yourself with the gym environment. Hisoka clapped his hands and ended the speech. Seeing the boss be the middle-aged chef Sanal, the two aunts, including the eye-eyed male referee, all picked up their luggage and went to the side hall corridor to choose a room where they would live in the future. The last remaining breeder was the 16-year-old beautiful girl Yanyi, who didn't leave and didn't bring any luggage with her. Without waiting for Hisoka to speak, Yanyi raised his hand and said with a smile, "Leader, my house is very close to here. I can come to work in the morning and go back in the evening, so I don't need to disturb you. I remember you said yesterday that your family runs an incubator." Hisoka asked. "Yeah," Yanyi nodded. "My family's hatching house is very famous in Jontian City. Many trainers Pokémon choose to let our family take care of them after giving birth to offspring. There are generally two types of Pokémon hatching houses. One is a relatively low-end hatching base for large-scale hatching of Pokémon for unified agricultural production. The Kanto side mainly hatches Tauros and Caterpie, alright, and the Johto side is the hatching bait, Miltank and Marie. Another kind of incubator is a high-end place that serves a small number of people, and therefore the rare industry of incubators was born. This occupation also requires a special certificate, and the exam is very difficult. Less than 10 hatch certificates will be issued. The trainer's Pokémon has given birth to offspring, but they don't have the energy to take care of them, so most people often choose to leave it to the hatching house to take care of them. If the Pokémon after hatching are not very good, they will also ask the hatching house it is listed for sale, and the hatchery will take a commission from it. The Pokémon trade in the incubation house is one of the few formal trades in Alliance Law. Chapter 595 Latin American for automatic subscription. "So Yanyi, do you have Pokémon egg for sale in your hatchery now?" Hisoka knew that the hatchery would choose to buy a large number of Pokémon eggs in the fall of the year, and then try to let the eggs hatch as close to summer as possible. Because except for ice-type and water-type Pokémon, most Pokémon eggs require a higher temperature to hatch healthier. "Leader, do you want eggs or cub?" Yanyi asked. Hisoka thought for a while. "Cub can actually do it." "Hey, forget it, it's still egg. I need 2 Pokémon egg." "What kind of Pokémon eggs are?" "Let's go to your hatchery to see." "Okay, then leader, I'll go to work first." The only luggage Yanyi brought was his own set of tools for making Pokémon food and Pokéblock. In fact, there are all these things in the kitchen of the villa, but Yanyi still feels that his own things are the most handy. Breeders have the highest salary of 517 among several people, and related ingredients and medicinal plants are also provided by Jim. Not only can they practice their skills, but they also get rich rewards, so Yanyi will naturally create due value. Hisoka doesn't care whether the other party is a girl or not. If a person who steals and plays tricks or has a breeder skill that does not meet the 4th level, he will let the other party get out of the way. "Everyone's gone. You two have not come out yet." Hisoka suddenly shouted into the air like this. As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of so-so from behind the wine cabinet. Yellow quickly grabbed Oakley's hand and trotted, and the two little loli ran to Hiso. "Master, stand up." Hisoka looked solemn. Yellow jumped in her heart and was afraid of Hisoka's anger, so she immediately put her legs together to maintain an upright posture. As for Lee Oakley, she had been afraid of Hisoka since yesterday, and carefully placed the broken doll in her hand on the ground, and then also learned Yellow to stay upright. Hisoka pointed at the two of them and said, "Remember, you are only apprentices," so the master didn't call him casually. "I also have no plans to accept apprentices. I will be called leader in the future, understand?" "Understood." Yellow felt aggrieved but didn't dare to refute. "In your future work, apart from helping your aunt to clean up together when you have time, the rest is to focus on learning all kinds of basic theoretical knowledge, and I can also watch the battle when I deal with challengers." Hisoka would accept these two little girls as apprentices. First, it was a bit fate to see that they were poor orphans, and secondly, the Earl Dervish Pokémon of both of them were a little special. Yellow's Rattata has the ability to hunt for treasure remains to be verified, and Oakley's Baynet is indeed very strange. In addition to the strength of the superior level, it can freely change in the form of dead dolls and ghosts, which is unheard of. Baynet on the Hoenn region forum shows that it was born from a discarded doll relying on a special negative energy magnetic field. After becoming a Baynet, it is already a new life form, and it is impossible to return to the previous doll form. The appearance of the white mischievous turned this special Baynet into a timid little mouse, no matter how BFBI was unwilling to change back to the ghost form. Since the two of them were made apprentices, some of the responsibilities should still be shouldered. As a gym apprentice, it is absolutely impossible to have only one Pokémon, at least two. This is also why Hisoka told Yanyi that he was going to buy 2 Pokémon eggs at her house, and these 2 eggs would be taken care of by Yellow and Lee Oakley. Pokémon will always be full of intimacy when they see life for the first time after birth. This is also better to cultivate some. I am afraid that the 2 little girls will not be able to handle it directly. By the way, come out with me later. Hearing this, Yellow and Lee Oakley looked at each other, didn't dare to ask more, just nodded quickly. Anyway, Master Leader said what he said. Yanyi is right. Her home is indeed very close close to the new Jantian gym. They are located in the southern suburb, and the suburban land is cheap. After all, an incubator must have a large area. If it is placed in the city center, the land price will be higher. Dozens of times, I didn't drive. After going down the cliff road, I walked for about a kilometer to the more suburban place in the south. It was a big house that looked like a farm. An oversized 7-color Pokémon egg pattern hangs at the top. Before I could get close, I heard a moo from the farm, and then the ground began to shake. A group of robust toros rushed from the farm lawn in the fen. This momentum looked quite spectacular. Yo, yo. At this time, a middle-aged man in a western cowboy costume chased up from behind toros riding a rapidash. He was holding a long whip and twitching from time to time. Every time he heard the twitching sound of the whip, at the end of the run, toros turned on full horsepower and moved forward. Seeing the person coming, Yan Yi had a wry smile on his face and said, "That's my father," and the neighbors like to call him Old Hawk. "Hey, isn't that my girl? Didn't she say that she was going to work at the newly opened Jantian gym today? Why did she come back in the morning and bring a black-haired kid with her? Could it be her boyfriend?" No, our Latin American women must marry a real man, not a little white face or something. Chapter 596 Growlithe 3 changes for automatic subscription. I don't know why, watching his hard-pulled daughter chatting and laughing with a stinky brat, Hawk felt a little uncomfortable. At this time, Hawk was no longer interested in managing the toros group. He was eager to know what the relationship between his girl and the little devil with black hair and a ponytail had. The index finger and the middle finger were put together in his mouth, and then a loud whistle resounded through the sky. Wow, wong, woo. The dog growl came from the haystack on the side. A puppy with dark orange fur and black tiger stripes ran out. Its forelimbs were like elephant hoof, only 2 toes. The short hair was pushed back by the wind as it ran. Run. This is a very lively and healthy Growlithe. It trotted to the owner and rubbed its head gently against Hawk. Cowboy boot. Growlithe is known as the most loyal Pokemon. It will only identify with one owner in its life. Those who have been Growlithe who have been exchanged will basically go on a hunger strike and die after coming to the new environment, without exception. As the police dog symbol of the Kanto region, most Growlithes are artificially bred in captivity. Generally, it is difficult to meet wild Growlithe in the wild. It is also a relatively rare Pokemon, and its evolution Arcanine is not only powerful but also extremely gorgeous and mighty in appearance. Hawk rubbed Growlithe's head vigorously, and took out a special small bone stick from his pocket. Little thing, the toros are temporarily left to you to take care of. Remember to run for another half an hour to drive them all back to their nest. Go inside. Wong tilde wong tilde. Growlithe nodded his main head excitedly, and then bit down on the bone stick. This thing is the processed product of toros bones after death, and some herbs that have a beneficial effect on bone development are added. It is Growlithe's favorite food. Go ahead. Finally, he patted Growlithe's head and looked at the back of Growlithe chasing after him. Hawk walked out of the gate without looking back. He trusted Growlithe's ability very much, even though he was small, but his natural intimidation ability made him the bosses of the toros group are extremely afraid. My father's temper may be a little weird. Leader, don't pay attention. When she saw her father coming this way aggressively, Yan Yi felt some misery in her heart. She knew that her father must have misunderstood something again, so she called in advance. Got a jab. Oh, isn't this my baby girl? Hawk deliberately used an almost exaggerated tone. Didn't you say that you need to support yourself and go to work at the Jantian gym? Why did you run home in less than 30 minutes? Don't talk. Let me guess. Is it because the gym leader opened it up because of the lack of technology? Haha, it must be so. Yan Yi's cheeks were flushed with anger, and the baby face that was slightly fat was bulging. She knew very well that her father was a poisonous man. Although he had a good heart, his mouth that always liked to satirize people often caused trouble. Neighbors around me have experienced this from time to time, so it doesn't matter, but I'm afraid of being rude in front of strangers. A tall man of 1.8 meters, with a strong back and a strong waist, a mature face with sharp edges and corners and a weather-beaten face. He has a taste of getting more handsome with age. This is Hisoka's impression of Earl Dervish, the farmer and the owner of the incubator. Stinky man, shut up for me, Yan Yi Flail said. This is my boss, the leader of Jantian Gym, and I'll bring him here to choose 2 Pokemon eggs. Hisoka thought the communication between the father and daughter was very interesting, but he did not expect that the quiet Yan Yi would become like this when he met his father. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Oh, that's my misunderstanding, Hawk said with a clear face but no apology. He turned to look at Hisoka, and stretched out his right arm that was unusually thick because of his frequent work. You are the one, the new leader who has been making a lot of noise a few days ago. Get to know me. My name is Hawk, a Latin American, a real prairie man. Quote, hello, Mr. Hawk. Hisoka politely stretched out his right hand to hold him, but when the 2 hands interacted, the other's palm suddenly clenched. This is not a joke. Old Hawk has been engaged in heavy physical work for a long time. His typical strong physique is almost comparable to that of Schwarzenegger. He has a force palm thumb in his palm. Ordinary people are estimated to suffer a big loss. However, the expected sound of pain did not appear. Hawk only felt that his right hand was like an iron block, and the opponent would not move no matter how hard he tried. Hisoka just smiled, and he didn't have any reaction to teach this bad intentions middle-aged man a lesson. He liked extreme fitness since he was a child, and he has a long-term gain radiation from the colorful orb. His physical fitness is already 2 or 3 times that of ordinary people. In fact, those karate kings are not his opponent. Old Hawk is very strong, but he is only an ordinary person, and he is still far worse than Hisoka. Cough cough. Old Hawk was very embarrassed that he couldn't hold his hand, but he didn't show it either. Can smiled and then retracted his right hand. It's my honor for Hiso leader to visit the clover hatching house. Just happened to be a batch of good-looking Pokemon egg just shipped yesterday. You can pick whatever you like. Are you letting people stand outside the gate to pick? Yan Yi said sarcastically. Hey, look at my brain. Old Hawk patted his forehead and quickly stepped aside. Ziso leader, let go ahead and talk about it. Girl, take out my jar of sweet peach wine and serve the guest. Chapter 597 Picking Pokemon Eggs. Open black lens bracket 4 changes close black lens bracket for automatic subscription. Old Hawk walked in front, and his Rapidash followed closely. Hisoka couldn't help but put his eyes on this Rapidash. The height of 1.8 meters is definitely a horse with a single horn on the forehead, just like the unicorn in the legend of the previous life. Yellow-white skin, and a bare raging flame. This one sells even better than the so-called unicorn. However, this Rapidash must be very old. The eyes that should have been shiny like emeralds are now a little cloudy. The skin is no longer firm, and the skin on the neck is wrinkled. Yan Yi seemed to see the thought in Hisoka's eyes, and said, this Rapidash's name is Kevin. It's the Earl Dervish Pokemon of my grandfather's. 470 inches passed on to my grandfather, and then grandpa passed it on to dad. Kevin just turned 100 last year. 100-year-old Rapidash. Hisoka was suddenly shocked. Rapidash has extremely strong athletic ability and super running ability. He has spent most of his life running. Most Rapidash can only live to 80 years old, and living to 100 years old is considered a long life. And looking at Kevin, there may be a long time to live. The front is the farm, and the back is the real incubator. Compared with the simple and rustic farm, this incubator, which covers an area of more than 1,000 square meters, is full of modern technology. The floor-to-ceiling shape of the hemisphere is made of a kind of plastic glass as a whole, which can absorb the temperature of sunlight to the maximum extent. The glass is one way, so it is impossible to see the inside from the outside. Hawk asked Rapidash Kevin to graze on the grass beside him, and began to enter the password for the gate himself. In addition to the digital password, there was a higher-tech pupil fingerprint lock. It felt like coming from a country bumpkin to a national laboratory all at once. The silver metal ladder circles around the wall. There are 5 layers of the ladder, and there are countless Pokemon eggs on each layer. Pokemon eggs of different colors are placed in it, and there is a groove every 12 centimeters. Used to put Pokemon egg. Little brother Siso, just tell me what kind of Pokemon you need. There are fire, grass, and electricity, and I recently got a good batch of goodies from Sinnoh region and Hoenn region. I have my baby egg too. If you want the Pokemon eggs from Unova, it's going to take a while, and it's going to take a while to get them by air from there. Suddenly, from a stinky kid to a little brother, this is the future boss of his daughter. No matter what, he has to give some faith. Or what if he wears small shoes for his daughter in the future? I really can't see that an ordinary middle-aged man who lives in a suburban hatchery has so many relationships. It's like buying and selling arms. No need for other regions. Hisoka waved. Just 2 Pokemon egg from the Kanto region. Okay, Kanto's is here, because it is locally produced, so the price will be cheaper. Hawk pointed to the second ladder on the right, and the group followed. Choose what you two like. Hisoka glanced at the Pokemon eggs on it. Most of them were ordinary items, and there were no rare Pokemon. Underneath each Pokemon egg is a small label with the egg date of birth and the respective name. Hisoka had already agreed with the 2 women before he came, so there was nothing to explain in the middle. Which one should I choose? Looking at the dazzling array of Pokemon eggs with different colors, Yellow was instantly dazzled. At the beginning, he spent half his life trying to subdue Lala, but now he hangs out with a big boss and chooses Pokemon eggs in the room. Don't feel so good. Compared to Yellow's indecision, Lee Oakley, who is usually docile, chose her own Pokemon egg in a short time, a purple-black patterned egg, and the label on it showed that it was a ghastly egg. Ghost-type Pokemon are difficult to hatch egg. Most Ghost-type Pokemon are initially born closely related to the surrounding natural environment, so the price of Ghost-type Pokemon eggs will be more expensive. Seeing that Lee Oakley had all chosen, this made Yellow, who already had difficulty choosing, even more impatient. She bit her drooping hair, and after hesitating for a while, she finally made up her mind to take a yellow Pokemon egg. Hisoka glanced at the label. It was Pikachu's egg, and of course what hatched would be Pikachu's Earl Dervish form Pichu. These 2 eggs are considered to be the more expensive one. Ghastly eggs are 150,000 and Pichu eggs are 260,000 more expensive, adding up to 410,000. It is an unspoken rule in this industry that eggs are more expensive than hatched adult. Hawk generously wiped off a fraction and bought 2 for 23,000. Actually, you can put it here and let me take care of the hatching, and I can call you to come over when it is about to hatch. Hawk's proposal is also well-intentioned. He is afraid that the two children will not be able to take care of the Pokémon egg. Pokémon eggs are a critical period for the birth of Pokémon. If the larvae are not fully developed due to external factors at this time, this will affect the Pokémon's life in the future. In severe cases, deformity and stillbirth may be possible. Hisoka shook his head. Don't bother you. I believe they can take care of these two Pokémon eggs. In fact, he still hasn't said the second half of the sentence. If he doesn't take care of it well, he can go back and forth wherever he goes. Chapter 598 Blackbeard Pirate 5 Updates Seek Automatic Subscription. In a sea area where the South Kanto Sea and the Sinnoh Sea meet, an Orberg ship is galloping across the sea. At first glance, this ship is not a frigate belonging to the Alliance. It is also a modern ship, but it is covered with black paint. An iconic skull flag is fluttering in the wind. The skull pattern on the flag is slightly different from the ordinary skull pattern. This skull has two long black beards on its mouth, and a machete and a musket under its head. This is the symbol of the Blackbeard pirate, and the captain is Edward Titch, the most notorious pirate in the entire Kanto Sea. Edward Titch is also considered a talent. He has done so many heinous things. Such a pure-blooded villain with blood on his hand. He can still live for so many years under the siege and suppression of both the Kanto Alliance and the Johto Alliance. It's not how powerful he is. The game during the period is too complicated, and there is definitely a more terrifying dark organization behind Edward T. Some senior prosecutors believe that the backer behind the so-called Blackbeard pirates is likely to be Team Rocket, including Sinnoh region. The Milky Way cluster also has 15 shadows in it. Basab, you did a good job this time, grabbing a freighter full of evolutionary stone, ITE, and taking so many hostages for me. You are too cowardly. The ransom of 100 million Alliance is too much less, at least that number. On the deck of the ship, a tall man wearing a black pirate hat but dressed like a gentleman was lying on a beach chair, and a pair of boots tapped lightly on the surface of the deck. With a curly black beard growing around his chin, a pair of sword eyebrows raised high, and a tall aquiline nose, the whole person feels aggressive. Wolf Gu Wangquang is probably talking about this kind of person. Edward Titch gently shook the red wine in the glass, looked at Basab, who was standing in front of him and didn't dare to breathe, and slowly opened his 5 fingers. Without 500 million, I won't let any of these people go. Basab is less than 1.6 meters tall, and is short and stout. Standing next to the tall and sturdy Edward Titch, he looked very funny. Ever since he hacked the goods of the diamond poaching group, that crazy woman named Jay has been all over the world. Hunt him down. Whenever he thinks of this matter, Basab vomit blood in his heart, regretting that he was greedy at the beginning. Otherwise he is still a big pirate galloping in the Orange Sea, instead of relying on others as he is now. If you really grab Gibble, it's fine, but who would have thought that someone would be the first to get there, and he would have to bear the blame without saying anything. The diamond poaching group only recognizes Barbasa. After all, the Stinger pirates have been completely destroyed by Hunter J, and none of those pirates except Basab has escaped. Don't let me know who you are, or I'll be tied to the mast and sunburned. What Basab hates most now is not the Hunter J who destroyed his pirate group, but the culprit who sneaked into Pineapple Island and then took the opportunity to steal Gibble. Now the whole world knows that there is a Gibble in his hand. No one believes it no matter how he explains it, including the black-bearded Edward Titch in front of him. On the surface, the other party believed Basabo's explanation, but secretly he had been sending someone to stare at him. Everyone wanted a quasi-god cub. Captain Blackbeard. Please call me Captain Edward. Edward Titch corrected very politely. They are all stinky pirates. How can there be so many strange problems? Basab cursed in his heart, but his face was still respectful. Captain Edward, these hostages are mostly crew members, and some small businessmen. The Alliance may not be for these people. Pay 500 million ransom. I don't care about that. Edward drank the red wine in one gulp, circled the goblet in his hand, and curved the corners of his mouth. You will now go and re-inform those trash policemen and change the amount of the ransom. The ransom period has also been changed from 3 days to 2 days. I'm afraid these people will have other ideas if they have too much time. For more than 2 days, help me throw a drifting bottle near the coast of Jontian City every day. I don't believe that so many people are dying and they are reluctant to spend this amount of money. It is said that the newly opened Broken Gym in Jontian City has invested hundreds of millions. Is the life of ordinary people worthless? Quote, I understand. Basab could only nod and say yes, otherwise what else could he do? Almost all of the pirates under his command were inserted by Edward. If he had any other ideas, he would be the first to be drowned. 900. Whoa, whoa, whoa. A series of piercing sirens blared fired non-stop near the Port of Nile, and 3 police cars arrived at the scene one after another. Officer Jenny, the senior prosecutor in suit, and the man Hisoka knew, a Blackwood secretary. Hisoka came back with 2 little lolly-picking Pokémon eggs and was about to go to the beach to train his Pokémon when he heard the siren blaring. Just now, there were still port workers shouting about corpses. Drift bottle. He knows the corpse, and it is estimated that he found a floating corpse floating in the sea, otherwise the police would not be able to come. And what the hell is a drift bottle? Curious, Hisoka put down the idea of preparing for training, and walked quickly towards the incident that was blocked by the police. It's impossible for an ordinary floating corpse to alert Officer Jenny. The General Patrol Police can deal with it first, not to mention 2 senior prosecutors, and even the mayor's secretary has arrived. Big K. Chapter 599th Edward Titch Seek Automatic Subscription. Don't look at it. It must have been done by the Blackbeard pirate. The port workers who were stopped outside the cordon were talking a lot, and these 5 big and 3 thick men had a trace of fear on their faces at the moment. Blackbeard pirate. Hisoka, who came over, remembered the name. The more developed the shipping city is, the more pirate groups appear in the surrounding waters. However, most modern pirate groups are still relatively professional. They rarely hurt people's lives just for money. As long as the ransom is paid enough, the hostages will definitely be very safe. I'm sorry, sir, you can't get close to here. A tall young patrolman reached out and stopped the black-haired boy who was trying to step out of the cordon in front of him. I'm the leader of Jonty and Jim, and I know the secretary Kuroki inside. Can you let me in and take a look? Hisoka explained. Leader of Jonty and Jim. A suspicious look appeared on the young patrolman's face, and then he suddenly remembered that the newly opened Jonty and Jim seemed to be set up near the Port of Nile. Do you have any proof? Hisoka nodded, and cooperatively took out his leader card. The youth patrol officer took a look at the certificate and immediately saluted Hisoka. Hiso leader, you can go in now. Jim in each city will also shoulder a part of social security. The stronger the trainer, the more security responsibility the leader should shoulder. This incident happened not far from Jonty and Jim, so Zisuo is naturally qualified to go. Inspection. Mr. Kuroki, Officer Jenny, and Prosecutor Jack. Prosecutor Tom Diaresis. Hearing the familiar voice, Secretary Kuroki looked back and said with a smile, I just guessed that you would definitely come over. After all, this happened near your gym, so it would be a little troublesome if you don't handle it well. At the last opening ceremony, all these people were there. Hisoka didn't know much, but at least he was familiar with each other and knew their respective names. Prosecutor Jack and Prosecutor Tom were twin brothers, typical of northeastern Kanto. Man, is this the corpse? The port worker said. Hisoka took a closer look, and there was a middle-aged man's corpse hidden in a huge block of ice. The expression on the corpse's face was full of fear. He should have been astonished before he died. Then it was directly frozen. That's right, Mr. Hisoka leader. You may not have been aware of the fact that you just came to Jontian City to work. At this time, the slightly taller Prosecutor Jack explained aloud. This is not the first time this has happened. We also know who the murderer is. A big pirate who has been doing evil in the South China Sea for many years. Edward Titt. He is the captain of the Blackbeard pirate. His methods are very bad and he has no professional ethics. Sometimes he will kill the hostages even if he receives a ransom. He is a bloodthirsty demon who kills according to his own mood. Speaking of this, Jack Inspector, the official's face was full of resentment. Officer Jenny said with a serious face, our police station received a letter asking for ransom yesterday. 25 hostages or 100 million alliance coin. However, just an hour ago, the pirates who kidnapped the hostages changed their requirement. The child has become 500 million, and the time limit has changed from 3 days to 2 days. Quote, if we don't pay the 500 million ransom the day after tomorrow, they'll drop a rafting bottle off the coast like today. Now Hiso finally understands what a drifting bottle is. It turned out to be an iconic murder method by the great pirate Edward Titch. After killing the hostage, the Pokémon was instantly frozen with Psybeam, and the ice body was buoyant. It will float freely on the sea like a drift bottle. We have already reported this matter to the Alliance, and this time we will never pay the ransom again. The Alliance is also preparing to rectify the trade law and order in the South Guangdonghai. Tomorrow, the Chief Prosecutor of the East, Mr. Baijia, and the Chief Prosecutor of the South, Mr. Guan Yukamura, will come here. After Secretary Kuroki said these words, he suddenly smiled mysteriously at Hisoka, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Hisoka, Mayor Kishimoto has already ordered, this time about the action to encircle and suppress the Blackbeard pirate. Gotta participate too. Are you ready? Can I still refuse? Hisoka smiled wryly. He had long known that this kind of thing would happen one day when he became the gym leader, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The action plan to encircle and suppress the Blackbeard pirates will be discussed after the 2 chief prosecutors arrive in Jontian City tomorrow, so Hisoka can go back to the gym today to prepare. It was easy to deal with the 2 trainers who came to challenge together. Hisoka thought about the Pokémon that he needed needed to carry during the operation. Lulu need not say that the team is versatile, and can fight, run and control the field. Rhyperior is not suitable for sea combat, but in order to prevent in case it must be carried. There is also Aerodactyl. By Misdreavus is unpredictable, and can be invisible. Although it is not very obedient, it can still be reliable when it is critical. Inform the gym staff that Jontian Gym will be closed for 3 days tomorrow. An official gym will be closed for a maximum of 4 days a month, that is, 1 day off a week. This time, Hisoka used up the vacation time ahead of schedule. Standing in front of the two little loli, Hisoka pretended to be stern. You two should take good care of the Pokemon eggs in your hand. If I come back in 3 days and find that there is any problem with the Pokemon, you should know the consequences. Don't worry, teacher leader, Lee Oakley, and I will take good care of the Pokemon egg. Yellow patted her little chest full of confidence. You're right, Lee Oakley. Well, Lee Oakley can definitely take care of the Pokemon egg. Chapter 600 Action begins. Second update, ask for automatic subscription. Is this the Jontian city where my brother worked? It seems that it is about to catch up with Saffron City. As soon as the car entered the city center, Zangma was shocked by the prosperity of Jontian City. There are so many high-rise buildings in the ring road. I am afraid that even Celadon, Rainbow City, which is the second largest in economic strength, is slightly inferior. Saffron City and Celadon, Rainbow City belong to the eastern region geographically. Jontian City is equivalent to the most developed modern city in the southern region, and only Sappy City, which relies on the pharmaceutical industry, is second only to its developed level. Bai Jia, who had been closing his eyes and resting, slowly opened his eyes when he heard Zangma's word, and the corner of his mouth drew a slight arc, and said, actually, when I recommended Shisuo, I didn't expect him to become the official of GNTN. Leader, I can only say that you have a good eye for Zangma. He is indeed a genius, and he is totally worth interacting with. Quote, Boss Bai Jia, what you said is wrong. I don't think my brother is a brother just because he is not born. It's mainly because his character suits my taste very well. Zangma didn't like to call Hisoka's name directly. Anyway, he's been a little brother since he got to know each other, and the little brother kept shouting. Bai Jia smiled and didn't talk too much. He looked at the driver and asked, how long will it take for 287 to arrive at the Jontian City police station? The driver replied, there are still 5 minutes, and you can see the police station when you turn the corner ahead. The time came to 9:35 in the morning, in the meeting room of the Jontian City Police Department. Edward Titch, male, 41 years old, born in Gringi City, Kanto, has no relatives at present. He formed the Blackbeard Pirates 5 years ago and committed many cases of ship hijacking that shocked Kanto. Dozens of murders. Suspected Team Rocket's background. Officer Jenny pointed at the slideshow on the projection screen with a teaching stick. It was a photo of a tall man standing on Gyarados' back. The photo looked a little blurry and should have been taken from a distance. Although it was a little blurry, the general appearance of the man's face could still be seen clearly. It's not like a purebred Kanto person, but more like Sinnoh, with deep facial features, sword BFCI, eyebrows, hooked nose, and a long black beard, giving people the feeling of being full of aggression. The most recent appearance was in the waters at the junction of the South China Sea and the Orange Sea. It is suspected that the previous freighter robbery was not personally committed by Edward Titch. The biggest evidence is the subsequent changes to the ransom and the iconic drifting bottle demonstration. Mr. Mayor, I'm done. Jenny nodded, then sat back in her seat. Officer Jenny said it very well. We now have reason to suspect that Edward Titch and his men are currently near the South Kanto Sea, and very close to our Jontian City. Hikaru Kishi Honda, who was born in the Special Forces, hates these criminals who have innocent lives on their hand, especially since the hijacked freighter departed from the port of Jontian City. They must rescue all the hostages in the shortest possible time and reduce the loss to the minimum. Mr. Beisu, Mr. Yukimura, what do you think? Kushida Hikaru turned his attention to the two chief prosecutors who led the encirclement and suppression operation. Yukimura stood up and said, according to reliable information, the Blackbeard pirates should be lingering near Safang Island in the South Kanto Sea. Baiji and I decided to set off before 11 o'clock and maintain a level alert for all operations. Can't see through. Nile Port, the southernmost water warehouse that appears to be completely abandoned from the outside. The warehouse is dilapidated on the outside, but there is something special inside. A medium-sized black arrow-shaped submarine is staying on the water. Hisoka, Baiji, Zangma, Yukimura, Tom, Jack are two senior prosecutors, and there is a team of 10 two-person superior special forces. Sir, the A6 team has assembled. Please instruct. The leading special forces member walked quickly to Baijia, who was the commander-in-chief of the operation, and Yukimura was the deputy commander who assisted him. Looking at these equipment, each person has a military net gun, an anesthesia pistol on his waist, and 5 high-explosive grenades. These are all eternal equipment. As for the Pokémon used by the special forces, it is still unclear. Zangma pulled out a pistol from the waist of a special forces soldier soldier, walked over to Hisoka and handed it to him. Little brother, you can also use an anesthesia pistol for self-defense. The bullets in this are all specially made anesthesia warheads. The effect is 150 times that of ordinary anesthetic, let alone people. Even if a Tauros is rubbed a little, it will fall asleep within a second. Thing. Hisoka did not refuse. He also wanted to try the power of this thing. This is the first time he has touched this special military type anesthesia pistol. You don't usually want to get this thing, even if it is sold on the black market. Most of it is a police type. At the same time, everyone sent a communication function watch with an internal signal. The main goal of their operation this time was not to exterminate the Blackbeard pirate, but to find the whereabouts of the other party and rescue the hostages. When the time comes to ensure the safety of the hostages, then contact the large troop behind to cooperate with the encirclement and suppression. After all, it is easy to be discovered by those pirates when there are too many people at the beginning, which is why submarines are used instead of faster military speedboats. There is also the most troublesome point. Once the other party finds something wrong, he can run away. As the saying goes, a big pirate does not know how many supply points he has at sea. Chapter 601. A good expert in carrying the pot. Basabo asked for automatic subscription. The police are not at all afraid of these pirates facing each other, and what they want most is that the two sides can open up a fight, because no matter how large a pirate group is, it is impossible to be an opponent of a local government. They are a group of greedy sharks. They usually hide in the depths of the seabed and cannot be traced. Once they smell the blood, they will rush up to shred their prey, and they will swarm away in the face of powerful enemies. The area of the Pokémon world is 5 times the size of the Earth. The land and sea areas that humans rule over are just the tip of the iceberg. There are still some ways to target poachers in the interior, but those pirates will escape even deeper if the situation turns bad. Ocean water. To catch these pirates on the vast sea, the Alliance has to pay too much, so that many cities in coastal regions often choose to pay the ransom and settle the matter in the face of extortion after pirate kidnap hostages, rather than spend a lot of police force to search for these pirates at sea. Fly shark. Because someone has calculated that the loss of paying the ransom is actually much cheaper than spending a lot of police force searching aimlessly for the pirate group that has done too much evil, the Alliance will choose to carry out a beheading plan, arrange top trainers to sneak in and then destroy the leader of the other party. However, this is actually a cure for the symptoms rather than the root cause. A new pirate group will appear a few years after the fall of a large pirate group. As long as the seaborne trade is still going on every day, the eye-watering profits will attract people to take desperate risks. Everyone got on the submarine. Under the operation of the Special Operations Team, the submarine slowly dived into the bottom of the water. The warehouse door opened and closed quickly. At 11:15, it was time for the port workers to get off work. No one found that a submarine had moved towards the deep sea. Drive away. At the same time, another police speedboat on the surface also left the port. They were going to pay the so-called ransom with the pirate, which belonged to Mingzi, while the underwater submarine belonged to Anzi. The trading location is a coral island, 67 nautical miles south of Jontian City, and the coordinates are 1,379,451. 2 hours later, the police speedboat first arrived near the coral island. It is said that the island is actually a few laps larger than the island reef. About 5 minutes later, a modern sailboat was heading into the wind on the east side of Coral Island, with the pirate flag of the Blackbeard gull hanging on it, and you don't have to think to know that the other side of the transaction is coming. There must be no Edward Titch on it. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. How could a cunning pirate leader come to the most dangerous trading location in person? People were directly beheaded. Edward Titch was almost beheaded 5 years ago by Mr. Lance Crossing, who had just become the Kanto 4th Elite. He was lucky. He lost 2 main Pokemon and lost a right arm himself. The price of this saved his life. The Blackbeard pirates also suffered a heavy blow because of this, and Edward Titch's most powerful men were wiped out. If it wasn't for the support of a certain large gale force later, I am afraid that the Blackbeard pirates would have collapsed. The high-definition periscope of the submarine sneaked out of the sea to observe every move on the coral island. A team of police officers held 10 large metal boxes, which were all brand new 500 yuan union bills. There were no tricks, not like a movie. The top is a layer of genuine banknotes and the bottom is white paper. Pure 500 million cash is not adulterated. The pirates came from the sailboat with many hostages, a total of 19 hostages, 20 hostages in the previous report, but thinking of the drifting bottle near the port of Nile yesterday, the remaining hostage, everyone knows where they are going. Katakana middle dot 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 seeking flowers katakana middle dot. Hey, why does the pirate in the lead look familiar? Hisoka murmured to himself, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Isn't this squat pirate the target of his advanced saffron hunter assessment? He slipped away on Pineapple Island last time, which caused the advance quest to be delayed until now. It turned out that this guy came to defect to another big pirate. You know him. Baijia couldn't help but turn around when he heard Hisoka whisper. Well, Hisoka nodded. The lead pirate is called Basab, the captain of the Stinger Pirates in the Orange Islands, and I met him before. Zangma slapped his head, leaned forward and said, the Stinger Pirate sound familiar. By the way, wasn't he killed by Sinnoh's diamond poaching group because of black eating? This guy is also very courageous. He dares to eat J. They are the top 10 top poachers in the world, and the opponents who have been a headache for the Sinnoh Alliance government for many years. Quote, according to the relevant information, J.'s goods at that time should be a gibble. It was originally intended to be sold to a gold owner of Johto region, but the goods were gone. In addition to the return of the deposit, the owner had to pay a large amount of breach of contract fee. Speaking of this, Prosecutor Yukimura actually showed a gloating expression on the face of the country character with a righteous face. Cough cough tilde. Hisoka didn't say any more. No one knew the details of what happened more clearly than his client. Basab did have the idea of blackmailing and took action at the time, otherwise he wouldn't have such a good opportunity to sneak in. The plane of the diamond poacher. Barbasa not only helped Hisoka carry the blame, but the pirate group that had been painstakingly managed for many years was wiped out, and also attracted a lot of hatred outside. Speaking of which, he really had to thank Barbosa. Chapter 602 Safang Island for automatic subscription. Basabu is such a nice guy. To be honest, Shisuo couldn't bear to throw him into the game, but then he thought that if he didn't throw him into the game, wouldn't his assessment of the advanced saffron hunter be bad? Fortunately, Basab wouldn't know what to expect. If he knew what Hisoka was thinking right now, he would have jumped into the sea and swam near the submarine to fight the other side desperately. The transaction was still in progress, and everyone in the submarine was very calm. These pirates who came to trade were caught by small fish and shrimp, and it was useless, and Baijia's plan was to track these small fish and shrimp and finally find the shark's nest. Half an hour later, the ransom was collected, and the 500 million inches 320 inches alliance coins were a lot. Happy cooperation. I have accepted the 500 million ransom, and we have not abused these hostages. They are all white and fat. I hope there will be a chance to meet next time. Seeing that all the metal boxes containing the ransom were put on the boat, Basab's depressed mood finally eased a little, and 20 million of these ransoms would be given to him. In the past, 20 million was just a small amount of money for Basab, and it was enough to make a vote, but now it depends on others. If you want to develop again and have loyal subordinates, you must have enough money. Most pirates have little loyalty in their heart. What is the purpose of being pirates at the risk of sitting in prison or even being directly killed by the Alliance Special Forces? It's not for money. Whoever can give them the most money is the boss of their allegiance. Be the boss and get used to it. Basab doesn't want to work under Edward Titch for the rest of his life. He wants to rebuild his Stinger pirate group. The leading middle-aged policeman just stared coldly at Basabu and said, don't be complacent. This money is not easy to get. The coalition government will one day wipe out all of you greedy and despicable guys. I'm waiting to see you in prison. You cry and regret it. Haha. Basab laughed after listening. Young people are young people after all, and they still have expectations for the so-called justice. The so-called politics is much dirtier than us. Pirates are people who have today and no tomorrow. The 500 million ransom money is estimated to be enough for us to spend for a long time, and there should be no troubles recently. By the way, the original 20 hostages are missing one. I'm sorry about that, but who said this guy has a bad mouth? Even the Blackbeard dares to scold him. I think his body should be lying in a freezer now. Well, he could have returned home alive. Tis tis, what a pity. Repeating Taunt's words made these police officers, who are generally under 25 years old, full of rage. If the chief couldn't do anything, these young and enthusiastic police officers would probably rush up and beat Basabu. Basabu liked to see other people's incomparable rage's expression, but he can't help himself, especially if the other party is a public official, which makes him feel the thrill of fighting against the government. Brothers, set sail. It's time to go home. Blackbeard boss said. Each of the brothers who participated in this transaction will get 1 million cash when they go back. Basab shouted loudly. When the pirates heard the word, they rejoiced. Thank you Blackbeard boss. Thank you Basabo boss. The pirates who came to trade with them risked being arrested by the police. If they wanted to do their best, they had to give certain reward. Even the most basic rewards and punishments could not be achieved. Got wiped on the neck. The power of modern sailboats is not all driven by the wind direction, and the mechanical propellers are rattling. This pirate ship is heading towards the depths of the ocean like a sharp arrow. Baijia looked at this scene on the monitor and said, follow them. Understood, Mr. Baijia. The special operations team member who was driving the submarine immediately adjusted the steering and followed the pirate sailing ship 50 meters underwater. Basab was still immersed in the joy of returning home smoothly. To be honest, he was also apprehensive when he was sent by Blackbeard to trade. He only dared to ask for a ransom of 100 million, but the result was 500 million alien when Blackbeard opened his mouth. Did the TN city government turn its face? Fortunately, they did not turn their back. If the police turned their faces, Blackbeard would only lose a dozen ordinary men and a sailboat at most, and he would make up for it by recruiting a few gangsters in the future, and he would spend his time in prison the rest of your life. Safang Island, a small island that does not belong to the domain of the Kanto Sea or the Sino Sea, is located in the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean, which has never been involved in the Alliance forces. The shape of the island is very special. 100 years ago, Safang Island has become a paradise for pirates in Kanto. After the establishment of the modern Alliance government, the Kanto Alliance has also organized Police Force 3.3 to clean up the pirates on Safang Island, including the surrounding island. When the Alliance was first established, it was also the most rampant era for pirates. At that time, the death penalty was not abolished. In order to completely rectify the coastal security problems caused by pirates, all pirates were killed on the spot. Blood. Most of the pirate forces were wiped out overnight, leaving only a few small fish and shrimp to survive. According to the old police officers who participated in the operation, at that time, after the Alliance destroyed the pirates on Safang Island and the surrounding islands, they searched for the pirate. All the treasures, those treasures of various precious metals, evolutionary stone, i.e. rare props, literally filled 8 warships. Chapter 603 Self-Respect for Raising Pirates. Seek automatic subscription. Pirates have a habit of hiding the wealth they have accumulated on an uninhabited island, and then leaving a treasure map as a record so that they can have an extra way to retire in the future. Of course, most of the pirates basically cannot wait for the day when they die. They are either captured by the Alliance government or die in an infighting, or die in the mutual shopping between the two pirate forces. Safang Island is the largest high seas island on this side of the Atlantic Ocean. The area of the entire island is almost 5 times the size of Saffron City. It is buried with treasures left by many generations of pirates. Some people say that the Alliance bloodbathed all the pirates on the surrounding island. Although the sea's treasure was loaded with 8 warships, there are still a lot of hidden treasures left in Safang Island and other unknown small islands nearby. Superior. As a result, more than 15 years ago, there was a vigorous treasure hunt with the participation of the whole people in the South Atlantic. However, as the pirate force became more and more prosperous again, the risk of treasure hunts was also increasing. If you want to grab food from these pirates, you have to be mentally prepared to be submerged by others. After listening to the old news from Zangma, Hisoka suddenly wondered if the Alliance was doing this on purpose, because he remembered that the generals who guarded the seas or frontiers in the previous life seemed to like to do things with self-respect. Obviously, with the professional army in his hand, he can easily crush those bandits and pirates, but he always destroys a group and leaves a group, and even secretly support these thieves. Its purpose is to always hold the military power, and use this as an excuse to continuously ask the imperial court for military salaries and provision. After all, if you kill all the thieves and pirates in one fell swoop, the thieves are gone, so what's the use of you as a pirate general? This principle is similar to the present. The Alliance will not do such a stinky thing as raising pirates. They told the coastal citizens to search for pirates aimlessly in the vast sea. The cost is too high, and it is better to focus on defense. If you are unlucky, you are bound by pirates, and the Alliance will also pay a ransom to redeem you safely. If it drags on like this day by day, the pirate power will reach a peak again. The anger and resentment caused by the mischief along the coast is estimated to be the time when the Alliance's bloodbathed cleaned up a large number of pirates again and seized the wealth they have accumulated over the years. Not only did they all recover their capital at once, but they also made a lot of money. After that, public opinion propaganda tools were launched to praise the greatness of the Alliance government and how to win against Norman. Under the wise leadership, the pirate gangs that have been rampant for many years have been eliminated, and the people are naturally grateful to date. Ordinary people follow the crowd. They believe in the so-called authoritative media. How could the news broadcast on TV be fake? And the Alliance government has indeed eliminated a large number of pirates and everyone is clean. You can't say that the Alliance is dark and corrupt. In fact, any ruling party will do the same thing. Politicians are like this. The advantages outweigh the disadvantages. It has ruled a Kanto region with an area comparable to the entire Asian continent for 100 years. The overall strength of the Quartz Alliance government is simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people, and Siso can't imagine the power that such a ruling force can explode in an instant. How terrifying. Team Rocket, as the head of the dark organization in the 2 major regions of Kanto and Johto, can only tremble in the dark in the face of the forces of the Alliance. They have never dared to touch the most sensitive nerves of the Alliance government. Our Mr. Edward Titch is really brave. Baijia clearly saw the pirate sailboat sailing into the mouth of the Safang Island Sea Canyon through the periscope, and then quickly disappeared in front of his eyes. Safang Island was once plowed by the Alliance from the beginning to the end in a bloodbath manner. It stands to reason that this former pirate holy place has definitely become a pirate pirate Jedi. In the past, only some small fish and shrimps wandered around. However, no one thought that the largest pirate group in the South China Sea, the Blackbeard pirates, would dare to set up their own base here. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Hisoka said lightly. He retranslated the famous sayings of the previous life into the language of this world. Baijia looked back at Hisoka in surprise. This sentence is absolutely right. I like this sentence 420 very much. The most dangerous place is the safest place, which means that the prey has the maximum grasp of the hunter's psychology. Baijia compared Blackbeard Edward Titch to the prey, and they are the hunters who are about to catch the prey. A large number of mines were found 3 kilometers in front of Mr. Baiji. At this time, another female special operations team specializing in operating radar got up and reported. I'll take a look. Baijia sat on the chair. At this moment, the radar screen showed that there were mines in the front half of the circle. This is not surprising. Pirates with basic financial resources will choose to set up a mine array on the seabed near their base camp. The submarine swam around the entire Safang Island. The main entrances to the island were covered with dense mine, and other cliffs were also guarded by kelp. Submarines can't get too close, because the biggest danger other than mines is the detection radar of pirates. Once they are discovered by the other party, they will immediately turn from hunters to turtles in the urn. Chapter 604 Baijia's White goes for automatic subscription. Baijia thought for a while, then immediately made a decision, looked at the crowd and said, leave 2 special forces members to wait on the submarine. Hisoka, Zangma, our group, Tom, Jack Yukamura, your group, and the other 10 special forces. The team members were divided into groups of 5 and sneaked into Safang Island from 4 directions at the same time. Quote, we'll decide how to rendezvous after we've infiltrated. Everyone nodded in unison. Baijia was the commander of the action decided by the above. This beheading operation was dominated by him, and the seemingly scattered infiltration actually ensured maximum safety. Even if other groups are discovered, other group can continue to lurk without taking the risk of simultaneously landing on the island and being discovered at the same time. Put on a diving suit and put on an oxygen mask. Hiso, Zangma and Baijia took the lead in entering the sea from the submarine outlet. Compared with the huge submarine, the size of human beings is difficult to be captured by detection radar. The island area of Safang Island is so huge that it is undoubtedly costly to install mines that cover all the surrounding waters, and it is so huge that a pirate group cannot afford it at all. Submarines cannot pass through the dense radar array, and the human body is careful not to touch mines and explode. There was no communication in the water for the time being, so Baijia could only wave forward to make a gesture. Zangma and Hisoka nodded, followed closely behind him and carefully swam towards Safang Island from the distance between the mine. Have you heard that the Basab group just came back? Well, how could the boss let this fat job to an outsider? With a ransom of 500 million, the dwarf Basaber can get 20 million, and the pirates who go with him also have a bonus of 1 million inch. Yeah, that dwarf is now a lost dog. If our boss hadn't taken him in, he would have been slaughtered by the poachers in Sinnoh. A group of pirate guarding the edge of the cliff were discussing things about Basabu, and they cursed from time to time. Most of them were old men who had been with Blackbeard Edward Titch for many years. Although they didn't get into any high positions, they also looked down on Basabu, the bereaved dog that came in halfway. What happened to the big pirates in the Orange Sea? They didn't let people copy the old bottom. Except for running out of their own, all their subordinates were killed. No way. That freighter was robbed by Basa, and the boss asked him to exchange the ransom according to the rule, and you can guarantee that the police will not turn their back halfway. As soon as these words came out, the pirates who had been scolding just now suddenly became silent. At that time, the boss asked Basabo to choose a dozen people to exchange the ransom together, but few people dared to stand up at that time. They also felt that the number opened by the boss was too scary, and the Jontian city government would never agree to it. Maybe there will be a large number of ambushes during the transaction, and after the hostages are in hand, they will rush forward, so they and the people in the past are in bad luck. People risked their lives to exchange for the ransom, and the 1 million bonus was deserved by them. There was absolutely nothing to say. The pirates talked a lot, but they didn't know that 3 people had climbed up the cliff from the sea, and the 3 were hiding in a rocky ledge. This rock became their best cover. Hisoka moved his wrist. These military technologies are indeed not comparable to those used by civilians. Not to mention this diving suit, which made people almost imperceptible. When he activated the button on his wrist, the original ordinary diving gloves immediately became strong suction cup, firmly absorbed on the smooth rock wall. They leave it to me to solve it, Baijia said softly. The decapitation tactic must ensure the concealment in the early stage of the operation. According to the above voices, it can be judged that the number of guard pirates should be around 5, and of course other secret posts exist. Gently pressing the pendant on the neck, it was a miniature pokeball with black and white upper half but purple weird pattern. A white light flickered, and as the light was deformed, it was pale in less than a second. second. The snow-like Gengar floated to the right of Shirogane. Unlike the blood-red ghost eyes of the black Gengar, the eyes of this white Gengar are purple. Hisoka naturally knew this shiny white Gengar. This white ghost showed him what a professional hypnotic torture technique was on the San Annuo a year ago. It can be considered that Lulu has half the grace of being a teacher. White ghost, the above people will be handed over to you. The request is very simple. Make them temporarily unconscious, and at the same time, find out the surrounding dark whistle for me. Gia tilde. The white Gengar let out a strange smile. The wide open mouth and the evil smile made one feel a chill in the heart. Its body gradually became blurred, and soon the white ghost was no longer visible to the naked eye. Trey, don't worry, little brother, Li Jiao, there are white ghosts who are the boss, and those people are just inky fish and rotten shrimp. Zangma knows the strength of white ghosts very well, and all kinds of strange methods are endless and disgusting. Back. As time passed by, about 5 minutes later, the chatter that had been heard from time to time came to an abrupt end. At this time, the figure of the white Gengar appeared on the top of the three of them, and the white ghost grinned widely. Go up, it's done, Baijia said confidently, and after saying that, he took the lead and started to climb up the cliff. When the three of them came to the top of the cliff, the scene that caught their eyes was 5 tall and strong pirate men standing there dumbfounded, but just lost consciousness. Chapter 605. The other party sneaked into one update for automatic subscription. Zangma walked up to the 5 pirates and patted them on the face deliberately. Even though there was a crackling sound, the 5 pirates remained motionless, and they still kept their movements at the last moment before they became conscious. Baijia looked at Zangma's actions and said angrily, okay, stop playing, we have to find the specific location of Edward Titch as soon as possible. Hey, I just see if they will wake up suddenly. Zangma scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Hisoka glanced at the stunned 5 people again, but in his heart he wondered whether his own Lulu could also achieve this level of hypnosis. Be careful, there are 2 dark sentries in the jungle over there. Baijia pointed to the bushes south of the cliff and reminded him. Understood. Hisoka and Zangma nodded in unison. When the 3 of them left the cliff completely, the white ghost who was arranged by Baijia at the back of the palace floated in front of these pirates again, with that weird laugh still on his face. Gia tilde. The white ghost gave a yin-yin smile, and then stuck out a long tongue from the big mouth and slapped each person's face. After 336, the pirates who were still standing still immediately trembled. Seeing that the other party was about to wake up, the body of the white ghost once again disappeared into the air. This is the advantage of the Go system. It can hypnotize, stealth, and float like flying. It is definitely the best out player. Hey, what happened just now? Why do I suddenly feel a little numb? One of the pirates asked with a puzzled face. When you say that, I also feel a little numb in my body. Hey, did you two get sucked out by those chicks yesterday? Why am I fine? Whatever they are doing, it may be that they have been standing a little longer. How about everyone sitting down for a while and having a couple of sips? You want to die? This is patrol time. If someone sees it and says a few words in front of the boss, we won't be able to eat and walk around. The consciousness of these pirates remained before they were hypnotized by the white ghost, and they didn't notice anything wrong. The reason why Baijia did not let the white ghost solve the pirates directly was that he was afraid that other pirates might come up and find that the patrol personnel here disappeared would definitely cause a commotion, thus making Edward Teach vigilant. Today's Safang Island is destined to be unstable. When the pirates on the island were still cheering and celebrating for the ransom of 500 million, several teams of people had sneaked into the island. Even Baijia did not expect that in addition to the forces of the Kwantung Alliance, that is, their group of members of the beheading operation, there were actually other forces that came to the vicinity of Safang Island, and their location is more than 2,000 meters above Sufang Island. A military Blackbird helicopter deliberately stayed in the cloud, its huge and wide 4-bladed spiral as rapid spin. Master J, the following is Safang Island. According to the news just received, Basabo has returned to the island after receiving the ransom from Jontian City. A black trench coat uniform full of sci-fi style, sassy silver short hair, and a strange silver fingerless gauntlet on the left arm. This dress already shows the identity of the other party, the top 10 top poachers in the world, code name J. J lacks the soft BFEC beauty that women should have, but has a full heroic spirit that men can't match. And his figure is even hotter, and the large windbreaker can hardly hide the tall peak. With a sneer on J's slightly neutral face, after escaping for so long, I really thought that Blackbeard would be able to keep you. Let me know. The plane will drop 300 meters, and I will kill him myself. Sir, if you land on the island alone, in case you are discovered. J immediately waved his hand to stop his subordinates from speaking, and said, there are too many people and it is easy to be discovered, and my purpose is only Basab. After killing him, no one will stop me from leaving the island. Before the operation started, J had already investigated the strength of Blackbeard Edward Tit, a veteran elite master who was already at the elite level 5 years ago, and also had 2 main elite level Pokémon in his hand. If it weren't for 5 years ago that almost successful beheading operation, I am afraid his strength will be stronger. That year, Lance had just become elite, and the first task he received was to infiltrate the Blackbeard pirates as a pirate. Due to his outstanding strength, he soon became a capable man valued by Edward Titch. After all, it was a time when the Blackbeard pirates was short of people, especially such talented and intelligent people. Although Edward Titch was lucky to escape from Lance's hand, one of the two elite level main Pokémon in his hand was killed and the other injured. It was a sick shark whose teeth had been pulled out long ago, and Jade didn't take Edward Titch seriously at all, but this was the other side's lair, and she couldn't be too careless when there were so many people. With magnetic levitation thrusters on his shoulders, he can sneak into Safang Island quietly from the air. When the Blackbird helicopter began to descend from the cloud, when it descended 300 meters, Jay jumped out of the cabin. Safang Island is too big, equal to the total area of the 5 saffron cities. It is not easy to find the Blackbeard pirates' lair in a short period of time. Moreover, the pirate patrols that may appear on the island at any time, including the unpredictable Dark Post, have seriously dragged down the progress of Hisoka and his party. Chapter 606 Official Thief Cooperation for Automatic Subscription. No accident, the pirate's nest should be near the strait east of Safang Island. Baijia remembered that Basab entered the island from that strait before, and that sea area was also the place with the most mine, and the guards were so tight there must be an invisible presence. They set off from Jontian City at 11:15 noon, and now 6 hours have passed. The blazing sun in the sky has begun to slowly descend near the horizon, trying to exude the last light of the day. In addition to the white ghosts who have been hiding around, Baijia also released his 2 Arbok. The surrounding jungle is the best place for Arbok to live. Snake can't see well, but they can clearly perceive the heat of living things through snake letters. Arbok, as a high-level existence in snake, naturally has this ability, and it is far stronger than ordinary snake. There were white ghosts exploring the way in front, and 2 big snakes escorting them. A group of 3 easily avoided the dark posts and patrols on the island. After entering the interior of the island, you can hardly see the patrols of the pirate. If you want to strictly control every part of the island, it is undoubtedly a dream to rely on the thousands of Blackbeard pirates. Have you contacted Yukimura and the others? Baijia asked. Zangma shook his head. The signal is too far away to be contacted temporarily. Then leave them alone and continue to approach the strait to the east. I just hope they are not discovered by the pirate. At the same time, Jay, who used the magnetic levitation thruster to easily sneak into Safang Island, landed in a dense forest. Just as she took off the thruster on her shoulder, 3 red dots flashed on her detection glasses. Jay's mouth curled slightly, and he said loudly, "The 3 of you don't hide, let's all come out." Jay's eyes immediately turned to the bushes on the right, and then to the trees on the left. Yukimura's eyes wandered, not sure whether the other party was cheating them or whether he and others were indeed exposed, but when he saw the lady in the black trench coat gaze lock on behind the bushes and trees, the fluke in his heart disappeared. Don't get me wrong, we have no ill will. Yukimura was still wearing the black wetsuit, but the fins on his feet were replaced with one-piece rubber boots. As the sky darkened, this outfit made it easier to hide himself. You are not pirates on the island, let me guess who you are. Jay didn't seem to care about his whereabouts being revealed at all, but looked at the 3 people who appeared in front of him with interest. Jontian city government was arrested by Blackbeard not long ago. The pirate group extorted 500 million in cash. No surprise, the 3 of you should be people under the alliance. It won't be the police. Tell me, are you from the special forces or the prosecutor? The identity was directly revealed. Yukimura was okay. The 2 brothers Tom and Jack almost shot. They are now in the lair of the Blackbeard pirate. It can be said that they are hovering on the edge of death anytime, anywhere, and their spirits have long been tense. Yukimura raised his hand to stop the 2 of them, took a few steps forward, and kept a relatively safe distance from Jay. Your Excellency will not be a member of the Blackbeard pirate, or else you wouldn't use this equipment to infiltrate Sufang Island. You guessed it right. The 3 of us are all Union prosecutors, and we are here for Edward Titch the Blackbeard. I believe there should be no conflict between us and your Excellency in terms of action. Quote, I'm not interested in Blackbeard. As for why I sneaked into Sufang Island, Jay paused, and then his face burst into a sullen look. I am here just to kill a greedy hyena. You guessed it right. We didn't. Conflict of action can instead be a bit of cooperation. Quote, then may I ask your name? Jay. An ordinary English letter really surprised Yukimura. He naturally heard about Jay's name. The boss of Sinnoh's famous poaching gang Diamond Poaching Group, the top 10 top poachers in the world, also has elite level strength. Katakana middle dot 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 as for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. What is the other party doing here? According to what she said, it is to kill a person. Then I think of Sisso's statement that Basab once blackened the goods of the Diamond Poaching Group on the Pineapple Island in the Orange Sea, and and therefore caused his pirate group to be uprooted by others. Then Jay infiltrated Safang Island must have come for Basabo. After thinking about the cause and effect, Yukimura felt relieved all of a sudden, but he didn't dare to relax too much. Who was the other party? The notorious world-class poacher, Ruthless. They were officials, and the other party was a thief. Usually, if the two sides met, Yukimura would definitely try his best to send Jay to prison, and catching a criminal of this level would not only advance his career, but also gain a good impression of the Sino Alliance government. Of course, it is definitely not possible to turn against the other party now. Neither party is an idiot. After weighing the pros and cons a little, they will know how to choose. How about the cooperation between the officer and the thief? No one will know anyway. The key is to successfully complete the task. On the other side, on the beach on the east side of the Strait of Safang Island, as the sky completely darkened, a full moon released a bright light, like a layer of silver frost on the fine sand. There are bonfires on the beach, and hundreds of pirates are singing and dancing. In addition to the pirate, there are also a lot of dancing girls wearing sexy and violent lures wandering in it. Some of them are women from good families who were robbed by pirates, but most of them are in the coastal region club. Stripper. Pirates are people who have today and no tomorrow, and it is difficult to keep extra money in their hand. In addition, they are very generous. Even if they know that there are many risks in coming to Safang Island, driven by their interest, these women still have no hesitation. After all, spending one night here is worth the club's hard work for a month, and it's a private job, so there's no need to give the club a commission. Chapter 607 Exposed. As for automatic subscription, pirates have to live by. Most of them don't put too much cash on them, and every month's salary or action dividends will be spent in the shortest possible time. If one day when you go out to rob a ship, you will be caught by the Union police, and you will save so much money to make a wedding dress for others, especially the dozen or so pirates who went to trade the ransom with Basab today. Edward Tick gave each of them 1 million cash on the spot, and now these dozen people can be said to be the most rampant of the many pirates tonight. They have a full 1 million cash, and they even hooked up with 2 strippers by themselves. The new 500 yuan bills, 617, which were green and ink smelling, were stuffed into the girls one after another. Among the pirates around who have no money to hook up with strippers can only bow their heads and drink in anguish, and occasionally raise their heads and look at the handsome dozen people with envy, knowing that they should go with Basab to trade the ransom, and have 1 million cash, let alone 2 strippers, is enough for 10. Blackbeard Edward Titch sat alone high on the beach, lying on his back on a red leather sofa. He did not go down with the other pirate to revel. He liked the pleasure of being condescending and grasping everything. This is the charm of power. Whenever he thinks of that tall man with facial features like a knife and axe, Edward will have a trace of jealousy in his heart. The leader of Team Rocket, the largest dark organization in Kanto and even Johto, the top big man with more than 10 million people, not only has the strength of champion-level trainer, but under the suppression of the alliance between the two places for so many years, Tailwind is still developing smoothly and expanding his power. On the other hand, he said it nicely, the most powerful pirate in the East China Sea is actually just a lost dog like Basab. He can't go home when he has a home. The 2 main Pokémon that he has worked so hard to cultivate for more than 20 years all lost to land. In his hand, Earl Dervish died under the Dragonite's Hyper Beam in order to cover Edward Titch's escape. The injured main Pokémon was also captured by the Alliance. The loss of the 2 main forces made Edward Tick's original elite level trainer suddenly drop to the quasi-elite intermediate level. 5 years. He raised his sleeve, and the exposed right arm was a metal prosthesis, which was installed for him by the Team Rocket's technology department. It not only has the flexibility of a real arm, but also the outer shell is made of titanium alloy. Light and dexterous while ensuring amazing defense. There are several miniature motors installed in the robotic arm. As long as Edward is willing, he can control the robotic arm to burst out a destructive force of more than several tons, which is much stronger than the previous manpower. Edward Titch hated land, and he had the idea of revenge before, but as time went on, the gap between the two strengths became bigger and bigger, and this idea has basically disappeared. Compared with personal strength, a strong person who is already at the region champion level, even if the champion trainers are considered to be top-notch in this batch. Compared with power, Lance was born in Johto region, a 1,000-year-old royal dragon family, and has inherited a 1,000-year-old mega family. The status of the patriarch can be said to be on an equal footing with the president of the alliance. Even if he touched the threshold of elite once again in 5 years, in front of Lance, all of this was nothing but a jerk and could be broken with one hand. It's crazy to want revenge on your own, and the only hope is on Team Rocket, which is why Edward Titch is willing to work hard for Giovanni, attracting some of the league's attention. Captain. Just as Edward Titch was in a rush of emotions, a pirate walked quickly to his side. Edward Titch straightened his back and folded his hands under his chin. I just caught 5 infiltrators in the 3rd trap. Judging from their clothes and equipment, they should belong to the special forces of of the Alliance Special Forces. Edward Titch's eyes were solemn, and he said, "How did they sneak into Safang Island? Are there other people besides them?" The pirate shook his head. "We have already interrogated, and none of these people will say anything." Edward Titch smiled gloomily and said, "There is no Ironmouth in the world. Continue the trial for me. I don't need to teach you about those punishments. I want to know all the plans and tasks they sneaked into Safang Island." Yes. When his subordinates left, Edward Titch was lost in thought. It was no surprise that these Special Forces members should have been hiding nearby when the ransom was raided, and then followed Bashabo to find Su Fangdao. It is impossible for the Alliance to send these 5 people. There are 4.7 pairs of other sneakers on the island. Edward Titch's face is getting more and more gloomy. Not that the news has been spread. No matter what, even if all the infiltrators were wiped out, he would have to change his nest in the South Atlantic again. The most feared thing for a pirate is to be known by the local government where his nest is. A few decades ago, the Kwantong Alliance was able to bloodbath Safang Island once, so today the Kwantong Alliance can do it again a few decades later, especially the mayor of Jontian City. It can not only wash away the shame of paying the ransom, but also give the citizens a perfect explanation. Chapter 608 Enemy Road is Narrow. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. The time came to 8:47 in the evening. At this time, the night had completely shrouded the sky. The full moon and the stars became the protagonists of the night sky. It wasn't hindered by it. It is very close to the strait east of Sufang Island, and the communication watch has also received messages from other teams for the first time. But what the message said at the head made Baijia's heart tighten. "Master Baijia, something happened to the first team. We suddenly lost contact 25 minutes ago. What going on?" Baijia asked. According to the information from the first team, they should have been ambushed by pirates. Baijia's expression became colder, and it was sure that the plan could not keep up with the changes. One team was ambushed and captured by pirates, so the concealment in the early stage of the beheading operation was completely exposed. He believed that with Blackbeard cunning, the other party would definitely guess that in addition to a team of 5 special teams, in addition to the members, there must be other sneakers on the island. 15. Then they may face thousands of pirates across the island under martial law. If they want to complete the beheading operation from among the thousands of pirates who have been alerted, the difficulty of this task is simply increasing exponentially. Edward Titch is not a cat or a dog. He will behead it if he wants to behead it. Although the 2 main forces were abolished by Mr. Dragon Elite Land Crossing, after 5 years of recuperation, Edward, who is a veteran elite, must have recovered to a certain level. It is naturally impossible in its heyday, and it is very possible to be at the peak of elite or to re-enter the threshold of elite. You stay still, and contact Yukimura's team as soon as possible, and tell them the news. We must gather in the shortest time to prevent them from being defeated by the pirate. Baijia quickly issued an order. Now it is different from before. It is possible to disperse without exposure before. Now choosing to disperse is simply courting death. The only good thing is that the area of Safang Island is large enough. Jungles, shrubs, swamp, barren valleys, there are all kinds of terrains and environment. Even if thousands of pirates start searching at the same time, it will take a lot of time. If there is no beheading mission, they really have to hide, and these pirates will not even think of finding themselves and others in a few days and nights. On the other side, 3 prosecutors, Yukimura, Tom, and Jack, met Jay, who infiltrated by air. The 2 sides exchanged their goals and temporarily formed a strange combination of officials and thieves. Jay is a wanted criminal in the Sinnoh region, and has little to do with the prosecutors in Kanto. Even if he catches the other party, he is just brushing the favorability of the Sinnoh government, unless he is a world-class wanted criminal, such as the bosses of various dark organizations. If you really want to catch these big guys, maybe you will be promoted to 3 levels in a row. The 3 prosecutors led the way, and Jay followed behind alone. It was not that she never thought about killing the 3. After all, Sufang Island was so big, and a real fight would not necessarily attract the attention of the pirate. But don't be afraid of 10,000, just in case. This time I take the shot myself, then Basab will never have a chance to escape from him again. Being hacked and hacked is simply the biggest shame for the arrogant Jay. At this moment, Yukimura's progress stopped, and his originally calm face became solemn. He suddenly said, "Okay, I understand. I will arrive at the coordinates in a short time." Plans have changed. Yukimura turned to look at the Tom and Jack brothers, and said, "A team of special forces was ambushed and captured by pirates. We may have all been exposed." Just now, Baijia asked us to gather at the designated coordinate to discuss the implementation of the plan again. Damn. After hearing the news, Tom, who was hot-tempered, slammed his fist on the tree pole beside him, and the leaves were smashed with such great force. Jack glared at his brother Tom, then leaned forward and said softly, "Then what about her? Should we take her there together?" Of course Yukimura knew who Jack was talking about, and he was a little embarrassed about this. Although Jay was a poacher, it was a help in this exposed situation, but he didn't know what Baijia and the others would think. Yukimura Yukumura and Baijia are in the same position. One is the chief prosecutor of the south and the other is the chief prosecutor of the east. So Yukumura only needs to call Baijia by his name, but the east is the main economic area of the Kanto region, and the natural officials from the east are one level higher, which has almost become an unspoken rule in the league. Tis. Jay put his arms around his chest before Yukumura could speak, and 320 shook his head and sneered. The so-called Alliance Special Warfare Superior will be ambushed by some pirate. It's a shame to say it. Hearing this, Yukumura was not angry at all, and still looked elegant and gentle, and said, Ms. J, you don't have to mock us. Your purpose is Basov, and our purpose is Edward Titch. All we need to face are Blackbeard. Pirate, the pirates won't let us go, and they won't let you go either. HMPA. Jay smiled coldly, but didn't refute. Let's lead the way. I want to see how much the old woman's grandson weighed. In a secluded valley 13 kilometers away from the strait to the east, 3 teams of men and horses gathered to this place in the dark of night. However, the silver-haired woman in a black trench coat behind Yukumura was beyond Basike's expectation. Hisoka's heart trembled even more. He should not be too familiar with this silver-haired woman. It felt like a thief had met the master, even if the master did not know that the thief was him. Bah, who's a thief? Can poachers be called stealing? It's called legal income. Hisoka comforted himself. Chapter 609. The sneak attack begins. As for automatic subscription, Hisoka knew Jay, but Jay didn't know Hisoka. Although he was handsome, in the eyes of an ambitious woman like Jay, being handsome had no effect. If Jay knew that the 16-year-old boy in front of him was actually the culprit who stole Gibble, he would have directly released elements and used Hyper Beam to smash him into scum. Hisoka was guilty of being a thief in his heart, but he had a calm expression on his face, and his expression when he looked at Jay was also dominated by curiosity, and it was the first time he saw each other. The actor-level performance made Jay have no doubts that his big enemy was actually in front of him. Poacher Jay. Baijia looked at the three of Yukumura, then stared at the silver-haired woman, and said, You're really not afraid of our sudden turn. You're a poacher, we're prosecutors, and I'm all here. You can't run away alone. Haha. Jay didn't get angry when he heard this, but laughed loudly. Don't use such low-level intimidation method. This is not your territory, and I may not lose in a real fight, but no matter what, the winner of our conflict will always be Blackbeard. Quote, yeah, Baijia, don't be impulsive. Ms. J promised to cooperate with us temporarily. Her goal is just Basab, and it doesn't conflict with us. Yukumura quickly stepped forward to persuade him to reconcile. He didn't understand Baijia much, afraid that the young Eastern chief prosecutor will ignore the overall situation. Baijia waved his hand and said solemnly, I don't care what your purpose is. It would be too close to say that cooperation is too close. One team was arrested. Edward Titch already knew that there were other sneakers on the island. Pirate, the next actions must be coordinated and under my command. Quote, cooperation belongs to cooperation, but it is still clear who is the main and who is the second. Of course, Hisoka and others raised their hands in agreement. Originally, this operation was led by Baijia, so the only unexpected factor was the poacher Jay who came with Yukumura. What did she think? Listening to the command of an alliance prosecutor would definitely make all the poachers laugh out loud in normal time. Jay looked cold and silent for a while, then sneered, Do you want to send me to death under your command? It's not the command. You can listen to me or not, but if you dare to have other thoughts, I'd rather give up this operation. Don't even care about Edward Titch, and choose to die with you. Baijia also said all his harsh words. He understood the thoughts of these poachers very well. On the surface, he said it nicely. I really want to believe all these guys with many sins on their hand, and I don't know when they were sold by her. Captain Basov, have you heard that there seems to be a special team from the Alliance sneaking in on our island? How do you think they found it here? A tall, bearded middle-aged pirate tossed a flying knife in his hand while looking at Basov, who was organizing a pirate operation. His name is Teal Rope. He is an old pirate with 8 years of experience. He used to work in a small pirate group. Later, this small pirate group was incorporated by Edward Titch, and he naturally joined the Blackbeard pirate. Now he has become Basabo's deputy, and Basabo joined the Blackbeard pirate. Because of his reputation as a big pirate, Edward Titch directly appointed him as a captain of the fleet with the number of 180 people in his hand. How did you sneak in? You didn't come after us. Basab didn't say these words, but cursed in his heart, thinking of the weird expression Blackbeard looked at him before. How could Bo couldn't react? Being followed and revealing the location of the old nest is definitely a taboo in the pirate line. Even if Blackbeard directly gave him to Shanghai, it would not be an exaggeration. We'll feed this bastard to Tentacruel. Thinking about it, and the sullenness of Lele under the fence, Basabo shouted, Everyone put me on alert, and I acted in a team of 3 according to what Captain Blackbeard said, and give me all the grass and trees around me. Search carefully. Understood, Captain. The pirates belonging to the first team of Barca responded in unison. Basab is very good at buying people's heart, and the 20 million cash reward awarded by Blackbeard was all distributed by him to the pirates under him, and he didn't keep a penny. With money as a driving force, the pirates who were not satisfied with Bassob suddenly felt that it would be a good choice to follow such a heroic and generous captain. Since joining the Blackbeard pirate, Bassob has always had the idea of setting up a new portal, and now the team of 100 pirates under his command is the capital for his comeback, so naturally he has to convince the public first. Basabo. Just when Sabo was thinking about the future, a malevolent female voice could not help but make his hair stand upright. This voice was too familiar to him. The woman who ruined his Stinger pirate group. The enemy is above. Attack her for me. Bassaber stepped back quickly, as if a troll was chasing him. The hurricane rose, and a huge black shadow came from the sky. The shadow was reflected on the ground through the light. This was a giant dragon flying high, with its wings flecked. Come. Without saying a word, Bassob fell to the ground as soon as he heard the sound of breaking the air, and the pirates around him were not so lucky. 10 meters do not know whether it is dead or alive. Chapter 610 Group battle broke out as for automatic subscription. This woman is really. The shouts of the pirates in the distance and the roar of the giant dragon made Baijia shake his head. Jay was too impatient, which was completely inconsistent with the plan they had negotiated before. What should I do now, boss? Baiji Zangma asked aloud. No wait, let's act immediately, or this woman has helped us attract some of our attention. Baijia looked at a few special forces members of the second team and said, have you confirmed the location of Blackbeard? One team's source was in a tent near the beach, and we suspect that Blackbeard should be in that tent as well. Baijia nodded, staring at the increasingly lively beach in front of his eyes, and suddenly said loudly, the action begins. All the main forces are released. Bai Gui, left near, right near, let go. Shiny white Gengar float high above Baijia's head. The so-called left and right are the names of Baijia's two Arbok. They are not only larger than ordinary Arbok, but also brothers of one egg. A certain telepathy. Once the two big snake cooperate, the combat power is not the concept that 1 + 1 = 2. The 5 special forces members of the second team also released their main Pokémon for the first time. That is, 5 majestic Arcanines like Lion. They directly straddled Arcanine's back, and followed Baijia in an arrow-like run. Yukimura, Tom, and the Jack brothers looked at each other and took out a Pokémon ball from their waist, with several white light flashing. A Scizor called Red Lightning appeared on the field, and the other two Pokémon, one is Magmar, one is Electabuzz. Wow, I feel like I'm going to explode with excitement. It's the first time in my life that I've acted with so many senior prosecutors. Zangma screamed funny, and his hands were not low, and the 2 Pokeballs were high. Fly up. Tauros, Hitmonchan, let these pirates see our strength. Moon tilde, Abby tilde, Rhyperior, Lulu, Weavile. Hisoka released his 3 main forces at one time. Tinker Rhyperior, Field Control Specialist Gardevoir, and Assassin Weavile. Roar tilde. A roar caught everyone's attention, including the pirate far away on the beach, who could barely see a huge black shadow rising up on the hillside in the distance through the moonlight. Rhyperior bowed slightly and stretched out his right arm. Hisoka leapt forward onto Rhyperior's arm and then again onto his shoulder. Lulu uses confusion to float beside Hisoka, protecting her master anytime and anywhere. Weavile twisted her neck from side to side and made a clicking sound. The dark hair made her more concealed in the dark environment. The 3-fingered claws were cold and light, and the evil smile on the corner of her mouth was simply breathtaking. Roar tilde. There was another explosion, and Rhyperior stretched out his thighs and started running towards the beach. Its running speed was not fast, but its huge size, twice as large as that of its peers, allowed it to take a distance of 2 meters with each step. Rhyperior at full speed is like a heavy tiger tank at full power, crushing all enemies in its way to shreds. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of Jay on the other side of the beach. Rhyperior's figure was enlarged on the 3D data glasses, and the relevant data was unobstructed. Height 6.12 meters. Weight 5.96 tons. Rhyperior is a new type of evolution discovered by scientists in recent years. It is the final evolution of Raiden. The Discovery Agency is the SR Research Institute of Sinnoh region. The red rock armor required for Rhyperior evolution is also monopolized by this research institute and the investment group behind it. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. This also causes the price of Rhyperior on the black market to be very high. Raiden cannot be considered too valuable because there are not many wild ones. Earl Dervish form Rhyhorn is even more crowded, and a healthy Rhyperior, its black market price is not even evolution. Raiden 50 times. Jay knows that there will be a small chance of a different kind of Pokemon named by the researchers as an alien behemoth in the Pokemon group. It is like a shiny Pokemon with different colors, but one is a huge size, and the other is a color mutation. The size is comparable to the Mantine of an island, the figure of the giant dragon found near the Bill Lighthouse, and the giant tortoise hidden in the deep sea. It is suspected to be the Blastoise of the alien giant type, and it may also be a prehistoric turtle called Caracosta. Pokémon. Compared with these true alien beasts, Rhyperior's size is simply rank, but those alien beasts that have lived for an unknown number of years may not be weaker than the mythical beasts in ancient legend. If you want to catch them, you have to weigh your own strength. Because of the size of the island, it is possible to cause a major flood with just one hydro pump skill. In comparison, Rhyperior is much easier to catch. With J's professional vision and a good height, this Rhyperior can definitely sell a Garchomp for a price possibly even higher. Of course, now is not the time to turn her face. She doesn't want to be besieged by both pirates and prosecutors at the same time, and the most important thing at the moment is to kill Basob. Being locked on by J's gaze again, Basob's whole body trembled. He frantically ran to crowded places, kept hiding behind the pirate, and ordered the pirates under him to stop J's action. Chapter 611 Chaos. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. It's a pity that with the strength of these pirates and the Pokémon in their hand, facing an elite Salamence, it is undoubtedly a mantra, and Salamence has already crushed a group with a random dragon tail sweep. Cloister. Psybeam. Before the words fell, a hurricane suddenly exploded, and Salamence, who was still far away, had already appeared in front of the pirate. A drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead, and the young pirate's legs were shaking. Ow! Dragon Claw slashed forward, and before the cloister had time to condense its energy, Salamence slammed it into the sand with a claw. Made 27 inches when the flames dissipated. Cloister's shell had turned pitch black, and there was no more sound. Basaba once had a beast of a different species, which he named the North Sea Monster. It was a giant tentacruel with a body length of more than 6 meters. Unfortunately, in the battle on Pineapple Island, he was beaten to death by J's Salamence. In the end, before he could take it back, Basabo successfully escaped from Pineapple Island but left his strongest main force there. J did not kill the giant tentacruel after capturing it. Since the loss occurred, he had to find a way to make up for it. The giant tentacruel was barely a boo, and he could get a good price by selling it to those local tyrants who like to hunt. But this price is still far from making up for the loss of Gibble Egg, not to mention the compensation for breach of contract, and the cash to buy the Lapras group was also caught in troubled waters in the chaos. The Orange Islands group lost at least 2 years of the diamond poaching group cash flow, which is why J's people are almost burned by anger. The loss of money can still be recovered, so the loss of reputation is the real price, and the ranking of the diamond poaching group on the international black market has dropped by 2 indexes. White Ghost, Shadow Sneak, near left, near right, Poison Sting, Gia tilde, Chara tilde, Shiny Gengar's figure suddenly disappeared in the air, and when it reappeared, it was already behind an Alakazam, with one in his right hand. The dark energy ball body blinked and formed. With a weird grin, a Shadow Sneak hit the Alakazam head on. Without even screaming, the double restrained damage directly killed the Alakazam. At the same time, the 2 Arboks on the left and on the right raised their broad wing bones and kept firing poison stings towards the surrounding pirate. Poison sting is fired, the lower the toxin content will be. The pirates shot by the poison sting will not be fatal, but the residual toxin is enough to make these strong men incapacitated and lying on the ground, foaming on the ground. The 5 special forces cooperated seamlessly, and the tacit understanding was perfect. They rode the Arcanine, which was over 1.9 meters tall, and interspersed with each other in the crowd, breaking the formation of the pirate. Flamethrower splashes everywhere, and the net gun in his hand keeps shooting. Unlike Baigia and his party, there were some troubles on his side. Maybe the appearance of Rhyperior was too conspicuous. Ordinary pirate did not dare to approach this side. The ones who dared to come up were undoubtedly not the Blackbeard pirate. Good player in. The level of Pokemon they used is obviously much higher than before, at least the level of Royal 3, headed by a Blastoise and a Feraligatr, followed by Crawdon, Quagsire, Poliwrath, Slowbro, Starmie. Almost all of the amphibious water-type Pokemon pirate commit crimes in the coastal region all the year round. Naturally it is the most convenient to use the water-type Pokemon. Hisoka sat upright on Rhyperior's right shoulder, his face calmly looking around at the gradually surrounding pirate. It better to strike first. Hisoka didn't give any orders. Instead he raised his right middle finger and touched his thumb and gave a crisp snap. With the crisp sound of snapping fingers, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from a corner at high speed. The first target of the black shadow was Starmie with 10 horns. The sharp claws rose. The dark energy of the evil spirit condensed at the fingertip, and the sharp claws swung down the black crescent moon. If this is a game, then you can definitely see that the blood tank on this Starmie's head was emptied in an instant. Not a single sound was made, and when Starmie slammed face down on the ground, the surrounding Pokemon realized that one of their companions had been lost. Starmie. The pirate commanding Starmie looked in disbelief. He didn't see the enemy's movements at all, but suddenly his Pokemon fell. Then a second victim appeared, and Slowbro followed in Starmie's footsteps and collapsed. In fact, Weavile had secretly completed 2 swords dances long before the action started. After the 2 swords dances, Weavile's strength reached 5.3, which is his true super PT. Even the appearance of the body has undergone conspicuous changes. The originally supple hair is generally upside down at the moment, which is what happens when the muscle cells are highly active. The white parts of the eyes are covered with bloodshot, and with the pair of blood-red cat vertical pupils, just a glance at it will make people feel a kind of soul-stirring trembling from the bottom of their heart. She is very smart and knows that persimmons will be softer. Both Darmy and Slowbro have psychic attributes in addition to water attribute. Dark can cause double damage bonus. The 2 street trials under Swords Dance are aimed at these psychic Pokemon. See you every second. Don't give any chance. Chapter 612 Teamfight Sweep Open Black Lens Bracket 1 More Close Black Lens Bracket for automatic subscription. Majude Tilda. Now that he was discovered, there was no need to continue to hide his figure. Feeling the explosive power coming from all over his body, Weavile couldn't help screaming up to the sky. 2 swords dances is already a limit of Weavile at present. Unless she can break through to elite rank, she can only swords dance 3 times. Otherwise, forcing swords dance will easily pay the price of muscle tearing. Bang Tilda. Weavile raised his hand, 3-fingered claws, and collided lightly against his chest. Those bloodthirsty eyes kept scanning the surrounding opponent. Every Pokemon caught by Weavile's bloody eyes felt a deep fear. Even Blastoise, Feraligatr, a calm and fierce Pokemon, was shocked by the Weavile, which was far smaller than them. As the saying goes, those who are 15 are afraid of being horizontal, and those who are horizontal are afraid of dying. Weavile's posture is as if he is going to fight for his life. Blastoise and Feraligatr are at best horizontal, and of course they are afraid of dying. Majude Tilda. Facing so many Pokemon at the same time, Weavile was not afraid at all. She stomped on the ground with her leg, and the huge force made the sand under her feet splash half a meter high, and her whole body also jumped high into the air. Weavile rushed directly to the leader. That Feraligatr, Brick Break. Weavile's speed is too fast, and it takes a short time to condense the powerful water-type skills, which is completely inferior to the convenience of fighting skills. What's more, the pirates commanding Feraligatr also know that Weavile's attributes are restrained, ice, evil, and 4 times weaker fighting. As long as the Brick Break can hit, it can definitely seriously hurt the opponent. Blastoise. Let's use the Hydro Pump to get rid of this Weavile first. The pirate who commanded Blastoise on the other side shouted loudly, and he was going to work with his teammates to get rid of Weavile. Weavile rushed into the enemy group alone. How could Hisoka watch the opponent bully the less? Pat Rhyperior on the head, and said, Rock Imprison, target, at Blastoise's feet. Roared Tilda. This order made Rhyperior's eyes light up, and there was a smirk on his calm face. He raised his arm and slammed it on the sand in front of him. Bang! The next second, Blastoise, who had just aimed at Weavile with his shoulder barrel, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hip, and then his entire body was uncontrollably sent to the sky by the raised stone pillar. Rock Imprison can be used not only to block the opponent's actions, but also to form a stone wall to defend against attack. Of course, sometimes it can also be used as a means of sneak attack. It depends on how big the trainer's brain is. Pokemon that can't use Rock Imprison must have enough rock power. Control ability. The Blastoise, which was flying high on the top of the stone pillar, reached its peak and then fell rapidly. The Pokemon with such a large tonnage fell from a height of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the Pokemon who did not escape under it at the same time were bad luck. Under the heavy pressure of the hard tortoise shell, it directly crushed a Crawdont who was slow on land. It all happened between Spark and Flint. The pirates who commanded Blastoise were stunned, and even Feraligatr, who was waiting for him, caught some attention. How fast is Weavile sprinting? In such a situation, daring to be distracted is simply courting death. A short body easily escaped the sweeping Brick Break, and a dark crescent moon appeared again on the shark claws. Weavile hit the Swords Dance twice after the Swords Dance. So what if there is no attribute restraint? The street test after 2 Swords Dance. Unless it is Rhyperior's physical defense ability, it is possible to win and eat without serious injury. But if it is against an opponent like Rhyperior, then Weavile will not choose the street test but Ice Punch. Swords Dance twice plus attribute double restraint, and Rhyperior will also have to fight on the street. The street test knife severely slashed Feraligatr's chin, and the severe pain struck his mind. Before he could scream, it was only a slight groan, and Feraligatr's majestic figure fell heavily on his back on the beach. Blastoise, the most powerful player left, was still trying to turn over. Rhyperior and Lulu also joined the battlefield. Rhyperior swept the field with his size advantage. Lulu kept harassing with confusion, and Weavile followed behind to harvest. The 3 big guys in Hisoka's team fight together in 393, and the sense of visual impact can easily affect other people's judgment. Hey, brother, are we going to fight? This kid scared people away. Prosecutor Tom looked at his eldest brother, and the pirates who were still fighting just now threw their helmets off their armor and ran towards the mouth mouth of the strait when they saw Rhyperior approaching. Jack wanted to say something, but in the end he could only shake his head helplessly. The dozens of pirates who had been besieged just now and the Pokémon in their hands were all lying on one side. These ordinary Pokémon can't withstand Rhyperior's attack at all, even if it doesn't use any skills. It's just the simplest punches, footstep, tail flick, but the power that bursts out under the blessing of this size and tonnage is still the same terrible. Not to mention that there is a demon-like assassin Weavile sneaking from the side. His frontal strength has been crushed, and he is still enjoying sneaking attacks, so how can others play? This kid is really scary. Tom and Jack came up with the same thought. Chapter 613 The Missing Blackbeard. Please automatically subscribe. The first shot Jay attracted most of the pirates, but these pirates simply couldn't stop a Salamence who had the strength of Elite and could fly. Not to mention that Jay was not too big at all. Relief. A Drapion and an Ariados. Although these two Pokemon have only quasi-elite strength, they have attracted some firepower with each other, making Salamence's battle even more like a duck to water. Jay's target was only Bassob, and all the other pirates who were blocking her way were ruthlessly attacked by her. In the hands of Baigia and Hisoka, these pirates were most seriously injured without losing their lives, but in Jay's eyes, they are just a group of ants, so the battle here is too bloody. No matter how good the physical fitness of the people in this world, it is impossible to withstand the flame jet of thousands of degrees Celsius. Under a hyper beam, the human body was even directly vaporized by the high temperature energy. Salamence's dragon claw waved not only Pokemon but also human flesh and blood. The beach where the moonlight was set against the silver frost is now blood gurgling. In the face of this iron-blooded method, the pirates were completely frightened. No matter how Bossaber shouted, these pirates were unwilling to stay here for a while, and madly ran towards the mouth of the strait like their previous companions, because there has their boss Blackbeard. As long as Blackbeard makes a move, these enemies are nothing but chicken. The pirates know that their boss has elite level strength, as long as the boss makes a move. However, it is a pity that Blackbeard seems to have disappeared since the head-on battle broke out. Even though he has lost so many subordinates, he seems to have not heard or seen it. Bossaber was desperate. Jay's Ariados tied his legs with fighter silk, and he lost his ability to move. Drapion's claws were already pressed against the sides of his neck, and with a little force, Bossaber's head would snap, cut in two as easily as a gardener trims branches. Edward Titch, why didn't you show up, Tilda? Bassob roared in his heart. He couldn't believe that these Union prosecutors had all hit their nest, but the master didn't know where to hide. The plan that was arranged before was to search the whole island under martial law, and it was ridiculous that the captain who issued all the orders was nowhere to be seen. The pirates who ran to the mouth of the strait did not see the figure of the captain, Blackbeard, and the private tent that belonged to Blackbeard ignited a raging flame, and the Black Pearl docked at the pier of the strait had disappeared. Looking at the flaming flames around the tent, many pirates had a bad idea in their heart that Blackbeard might have abandoned them and escaped from Safang Island on the Black Pearl alone. But why did the boss do this? Could it be that the base camp, which has been working so hard for 5 years, is handed over to people like this? The backbone of the most relied on is gone, and some tall and strong men even have a mental breakdown. For their crime, they will definitely sit in prison after being captured by the Alliance. Although the death penalty has been abolished for nearly 20 years, it is clear that the Union prison will not keep heavy prisoners in vain. Those heavy prisoners are the first choice for exploring the most dangerous mines and unknown areas. Either sit in prison or go to the most dangerous areas in the world to explore and cherish resources for the Alliance. The former has no hope of life, and the latter risks his life and may still be released. Several speedboats were scattered around the pier. The sharp-eyed pirates ran to these speedboats without saying a word. Since the captains have all run away, why are they still here? Send ahead. They don't want to sit in prison, nor do they want to be dispatched by the Alliance to explore dangerous areas. They are used to the freedom of pirate life. It would be better to just die if they go to jail for a lifetime. There are only a few speedboats left that can't hold hundreds of pirates. Although there are ships at other piers, they have to turn back and cross the beach. Thinking of the beast-shaped Rhyperior, which is nearly 6 meters high, it may kill at any time. In his own Salamence, no pirate dared to summon the courage to break through. Edward Titch does not appear, and the hundreds of pirates under him are just a piece of loose sand. Jay caught Basabo. The enemy was in front, and he was not interested in killing again. The pirate who surrendered with his head was tied up with a few long rope by the special forces, and all the Pokemon in his hands were confiscated. Not only that, but the special forces team also found a lot of disheveled and heavy makeup women in the nearby tent. They crowded together in horror, looking at the special forces team member Say Zhao Wanghao, who stepped forward and shivered. A team of 5 captured special forces members were also released. Their injuries were not minor, but their lives were not in danger. What about these women? The special forces players looked at each other. They didn't even have to guess to know the origins of these women. There was no doubt that some call girls from the coastal region came here to revel in the sea because they were greedy for the generous shots of pirate. Tie it up together. Go back and lock it up for a few days. Let them know that not everyone can make money. Baijia walked over and said, "Understood, Mr. Baijia." With an order from above, these special forces members ignored the women's cries and crying, picked up long ropes and tied them one by one. Chapter 614. First pretend to be a cute new look. Ask for automatic subscription. Something's wrong. What the matter, boss? These pirates have all been caught. Although they ran away, most of them are here. This time the Alliance must at least give us a second-class merit. Zhangma looked at the long line of pirates who were squatting on the beach with their heads clasped together, and was in a very good mood for a while. "No, what time is it now?" Baijia asked in a deep voice. Zhangma looked puzzled, but he still raised his right hand to look at his watch and said, "It's 1:45 in the morning now. It's been nearly an hour and a half since Jay started Sucker Punch and we all joined the frontal battle, but the battle is on. Have you seen the shadow of Edward Tit?" Baijia's words made Zhangma stunned. That's right, it took more than an hour to fight, and even if the Blackbeard fell asleep, he should have woken up. It's not common sense. Doesn't Edward Teach care about the pirate base that he has worked so hard to run for many years? Blackbeard Edward Teach's information on the Quantung Alliance's wanted list is A-level wanted criminal. The initial estimate of the trainer's strength level is the initial stage of elite. 5 years ago, his strength may have been stronger, but he was solved by Mr. Elite Land Crossing. After the two main forces, the strength is not as good as before. Even if there is a 5-year respite, it is impossible to rebring an elite-level Pokémon in a short time. If Edward Teach personally took action and commanded the many pirates who were scattered, the outcome of this battle would still be in two ways. Because high-end combat power will directly affect the fundamental change of the situation, 100 superior trainers may not be as good as a true elite, but only if the attributes are not restrained. "Ms. J, please wait a moment." Hisoka put away Rhyperior, and after seeing Jay knocking out Basov, he seemed to be ready to take it away. Hearing this, Jay threw Basov, who had already picked it up, onto the sand at will, looked back at Hisoka who was running fast, and said blankly, "Little devil, what do you want to do?" As the leader of the diamond poaching group, although Jay is a daughter, her temperament is so bullying that people with poor psychological quality don't dare to look at him at all. Jay folded his hands on his chest, and looked at the kid standing in front of him with light blue eyes with a scrutiny. Jay didn't know him, but some key information had also leaked out from the other party's exchanges before. This kid's name was Hisoka, the new official gym leader of Jontian City in Kanto. The others didn't know anything. Of course, she wasn't interested in learning about an ordinary official gym leader. To be honest, Hisoka was really afraid that Jay would suddenly attack. After all, she had a ghost in her heart. She still had her gibble in her hand, and she would definitely not pay it back. It was best that the other party kept it secret for the rest of her life. Fortunately, there was a scapegoat. Hisoka sneaked a glance at the bruised Basov under his feet. "Big brother, just lay your residual heat for me again, and I will remember you." Hisoka mourned for Barbasa in his heart, but in fact, for an executioner whose hands were already stained with blood, BFFE, it would be better to go to prison and work hard for the Alliance for the rest of his life. Sometimes living is harder than dying. Hisoka calmed down and began to organize the language. The expression on his face was still sunny and cheerful. "Ms. J, can you give me Basabo? I know this request may be a bit rude, but I can buy it with money. In short, put on a cute new look first, reduce the vigilance in the other party's heart, and won't make Jay suspicious." Hearing these words, the frost on Jay's face thawed in an instant, and the art lightly outlined at the corner of her mouth was not very charming. She shook her head and said, "Little devil, I admit that you made me laugh. You know that Basabur caused me a lot of trouble. How much loss? Buy with money. How much can you pay as a small leader? 300 million or 500 million? Hisoka slowly stretched out 5 fingers. 5 million, is that okay? Little devil, I don't like other people joking with me all the time. Jay's expression turned cold again. I'm talking about 5 million for a photo with Basov, Hisoka added quickly. Anyway, the assessment task to be promoted to Saffron Hunter is to catch Basabo, not necessarily Basabo himself, as long as there is other evidence to prove that Basabo has been captured. This time Jay didn't refuse, glanced up and down this strange kid, and said, "Pay first." "Okay, give me the account number and I will transfer money directly online. A few photos can be exchanged for 500 W, which is completely worthwhile for the mercenary Jay, and the 5 million without any business is your profit." After taking a few photos, Hisoka posted another video. Next, as long as these evidences are sent to the Hunter Guild headquarters, the review results should be issued soon. Taking advantage of the early morning night, a pure modern motorized large sailboat was galloping at high speed in the strait near Safang Island towards the waters under the jurisdiction of Johto region. A black flag rustled in the wind at the top of the mast of the sailboat. The sign above was a white gull with 2 long black beards, and below it was a cross of muskets and machetes. This sailboat is the Black Pearl in the mouth of the pirate. It was ordered from Syrif Heavy Industries by by Edward Teach 3 years ago with a forged identity. Chapter 615 Dragon Elite Land Crossing. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Land, I hope you haven't lied to me, or I'll blast your head with a musket. At the front of the deck, Edward Teach's mood seemed very irritable, and anyone who left the power that had been in business for many years and fled in a daze would feel endless aggrieved. I never forced you. You can choose to stay on Suffin Island and be buried with your men, but it's a pity. When I mentioned that person's name, you, Edward Teach, the famous big pirate Blackbeard. Haha, he runs faster than anyone else. Hilda. The person who spoke was a young man, who was no worse than the tall Edward Teach, but he was much thinner. He wears a black beret, a slim black uniform with a high collar, and a red R symbol on his chest that fully reveals his identity. Green hair, green eyes. Lance, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. Lance's young and handsome face was full of sarcasm. Edward Teach was full of resentment, but he didn't dare to do anything with him. Besides, what the other party said was right. The battle 5 years ago had scared his gut broken. Edward Teach was incorporated by Team Rocket 5 years ago. He does not work within Team Rocket but belongs to an extra staff force. In theory, his status should be at the same level as the 4 generals. This is also said by the boss of Giovanni himself, but after all, he is not his own person in the true sense, and Team Rockets did not take Edward Teach's status as the leader of the non-staff forces to heart at all. The so-called Blackbeard pirates are just a bunch of little gangsters. As long as you have the support of our Team Rocket, you can rebuild a larger pirate group the next day, so it doesn't matter if these people abandon them. Lance said plausibly, not paying any attention to the increasingly ugly expression on Edward Teach's face. According to the news within the Alliance, that Dragon Elite left in secret yesterday, and it's almost time for Jontian City now. Why do you say that such a big man with all kinds of daily plans suddenly ran to Jontian City? Take a second guess. Will he have appeared on Safang Island? Shut up, don't talk. Edward Teach slammed his right fist on the fence. Every time he thinks of the red cloak fluttering in the wind, Edward Teach wakes up from his sleep, and that man has completely become his psychological shadow. Land Crossing is a cape fan. In addition to the red cape that often appears when performing tasks, it will be replaced by a black cape when it appears in the TV footage, and a blue cape will be used for daily work. Lorelei once said that Lance Crossing had a whole box of capes in their closet. Edward Teach dared not bet on whether Lance was telling the truth or not. As the other party said, how could a pirate group formed by small gangsters have their own lives matter? As long as there is the support of Team Rocket, he will be in a few days can form a new pirate group. Those prosecutors who landed on the island in the early days were just a pretend. The real ultimate move of the Alliance was the Dragon Elite Land Crossing that came later. Maybe even Baijia and Shisuo didn't realize that when they were about to use pirate sailboat to escort these pirates back to Jontian City, a black shadow passed over Safang Island. The giant dragon that rises up, but the petite wings and the huge body are completely disproportionate. But even with such an unscientific body structure, the giant dragon can still maintain an amazing flying speed. Long Ying circled over Safang Island several times before flying towards the outer sea area. A helicopter was hiding in the cloud, and Jay saw the dragon in the distance through the cabin window, as well as the figure standing on the dragon's back, the cloak raised high with the night wind. Dragon Elite Land Crossing. Jay sneered, but he was still very scared. She finally understood a little bit why Blackbeard abandoned his pirate group and fled alone. She probably got some news that Lance was back. Fortunately, she didn't stay too long. If the prosecutors suddenly turned their faces and joined forces to delay the time when Lance came, she was afraid that she would be trapped in Safang Island. The time came to 5:37 in the morning. At this time, the sky was bright, and the shimmer of the morning sun was faintly flickering in the sky. After being notified, a large number of Jontian City policemen had appeared at the port of Nile. The police blocked the relevant areas of the port, but they still couldn't stop the reporters who came to hear the news, and they didn't know where these reporters got the news. Officer Jenny is the most popular among reporters. If not for a few young and strong police officers standing in front of him, a few shameless male reporters would probably go straight to the ground. The mayor is here. Suddenly someone shouted aloud, and the reporters surrounding Jenny disappeared in a blink of an eye. Mayor Kishimoto got out of the car and looked at the dark reporters on both sides. Mr. Mayor, may I ask you to come to Nile Port because of the Blackbeard pirate? No comment. Mr. Mayor, someone said that you arranged for special forces to infiltrate Safang Island and successfully captured Blackbeard, right? No comment. Hikaru Kishi Honda was furious. The city government definitely has an inner ghost. If it wasn't for someone who leaked the relevant news, how could the reporter know about these things? Chapter 616 Press Conference asks for automatic subscription. Mr. Mayor, as the uncrowned king, no matter what world you are in, don't underestimate reporters' crazy pursuit of hot news, even if the object they face is the lord of a city. Kishi Honda Hikaru's face became worse and worse. He winked at Kuroki beside him. Kuroki has followed the mayor for many years, and of course he understood the meaning of the other party immediately. Friends from the press, please listen to me. Haimu stood in front of the mayor and clapped his hand. Next, our city government will hold a press conference, and all questions will be answered by friend. But now please keep order. In short, all information will not be disclosed at present. Please do not disturb Mayor Kishimoto. July 43 inches. Otherwise I will let the police officers take necessary dispersal action. First he drew a cape, and then there were a few hints of threats in his word. The person who knows the current affairs is Junji. If he doesn't want to be dispersed by the police, he can only stay on both sides obediently. Upon seeing this, Kishimoto Hikaru walked quickly towards the isolation area, where the police officers pulled up a long isolation belt. Anyone who dares to break in at will be thrown into the detention center for a week on the charge of obstructing official duty. About 15 minutes later, the silhouette of a modern sailboat appeared on the sea in the distance. The rising canvas faced the morning wind and the hybrid power of the modern engine. The sailboat was running at a speed no less than that of an ordinary speedboat. Head towards the pier. They're coming, a policeman whispered. The flag that originally belonged to the Blackbeard pirates at the top of the mast was replaced with the police emblem of the Kanto Alliance, and a growler stood high above the red and white ball. To be honest, don't be too sad when you line up one by one. Most of your crimes are not worth life sentences. If you reform in prison, you may be released early. Zangma said with schadenfreude on the side. These pirates who walked over in dejection were a great achievement in his eyes. Although Captain Edward Titch was not caught, this operation was considered to have wiped out the Blackbeard pirate. It may be a little dangerous to do a second-class work, but a second-class work is absolutely impossible to escape. I heard that the chief prosecutor of the Western region is old enough to retire, so he might have to work hard to get into that position. According to the data, the total number of pirates in the Blackbeard pirate should be around 800. There are nearly 500 pirates on these modern sailboats, except for some who have died in the chaos. Many pirates still escape from the Soviet Union. Fong Island. Baijia, you've done a good job. You have the style of your grandma. Looking at these pirate captives crowding the dock, Kushida Hikaru smiled and his beard trembled. As the leader of this operation, Baijia naturally won the most. As credit, Mayor Kishimoto and his grandmother knew each other. Baijia knew this very well. The two old people had a good relationship. Mayor Kishimoto also worked in the special forces when he was young. At that time, his immediate boss was his grandma Agatha. There will be a press conference about the Blackbeard pirate. You and I will attend. We have an obligation to let the public know that the city government is absolutely capable of protecting their personal and property safety. The successful annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates who have been infesting the coastal cities of Kanto for many years is undoubtedly the best propaganda tool. With this achievement, then next year's mayoral election candidate Hikaru Honda has full confidence that he will be re-elected for the fourth term in Jontian City. The mayor became the longest-serving mayor in the history of Kenta City. The pirates were directly escorted onto military trucks and sent to Kongshin prison in Jontian City in several batches. More than 500 young and strong laborers will solve the shortage of many people for the city government. Hisoka can basically guess the fate of these pirates. Those who haven't had blood on their hands are fine. As for the old pirates who have been in the mix for several years, it is estimated that they will do hard labor to death in this life, and the city government will definitely squeeze them out. The last liver of use value. For real criminals, there is never any need for mercy, because sympathy for criminals is cruelty to victims. He has nothing to do with himself after that. Hisoka doesn't belong to the police agency. He has his own job. Jim's 2 days off has almost used up this month vacation. Egg, tell me, when will you hatch? After completing a one-day online self-study course, Yellow held the egg incubator as if done, and muttered to the Pichu eggs in the egg incubator. Stop. This egg is too important. If it is not taken care of, Master Leader said that she and Lee Oakley will be kicked out of gym. She doesn't want to leave here. The environment here is good. Everyone is very friendly. They speak nicely. They can eat well every day, and they sleep on a big soft bed, so they don't have to worry about their livelihood every day. It's a life like heaven. Sister Yellow, it's not good. Master Leader 4.8 is back, and he said he was looking for you. Taking the elevator at the edge of the cliff, Lee Oakley, who was wearing a black dress, trotted over from the beach for a while, panting, "Come on up. Master Leader seems to be in a hurry." Lee Oakley's words made Yellow stunned. Is she trying to assess what she has learned recently? That's not the end. The restraint table about all attribute has not been memorized yet. It's over. It's over. Am I going to be kicked out of gym? Yellow looked desperate, but still picked up the hatcher again and walked to the elevator step by step. Chapter 617. Short of money. Missing. Ask for automatic subscription. After asking about what happened after he left gym in the past 2 days, Hisoka asked Yanyi, Chef Uncle Sanel and 2 cleaning aunts to take a day off today, and tomorrow gym will reopen to accept the challenge. What are you doing standing there? Come here. Hisoka turned turned to look at a crooked figure in the corner, and waved to the other side. Oh, Yellow liked to wear yellow clothes very much, with a yellow wide-vest-style jacket on the outside and a black long-sleeved shirt on the inside. The straw hat with one corner missing is still behind her back, holding the egg hatcher in both hands, stumbled over and ran over. Master Lord Leader. Remembering that Leader wouldn't let himself and Lee Oakley call him Master, Yellow quickly changed his tune. How's Pichu's egg? Hisoka asked casually. 15. I have taken good care of it. I heard from Sister Yanyi that if there is no accident, it should hatch within a week. Yellow seemed to be a little afraid of Hisoka. Every time Hisoka asked her a question, she always seemed a little anxious. After all, the more he cared about something, the more he was afraid of losing, and Yellow didn't want to go back to the life of wandering and starving. It doesn't matter if you haven't enjoyed the comfortable life of these few days, but when someone who is used to darkness has experienced the light, it is undoubtedly too cruel to let her go back to the darkness of the past. Insecurity. Hisoka is very aware of the thoughts in Yellow's heart. Most orphan-born people, especially those who have experienced the dark side of society, will have a serious insecurity in their heart. This is why Hisoka has never been too caring for Yellow and Oakley. Instead, he has a strict attitude and arranges study tasks for them. He even has to work at gym after study in exchange for living expenses every week. Make them feel that they can only be rewarded for their efforts. Shungmian fights against Rice enemies. Unconditional goodness to others will only make the original gratitude turn into a request. Yellow. Hisoka called her name again. Ah, what the matter, Lord Leader? Seeing that there was no unpleasant expression on Hisoka's face, Yellow gradually let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't been assessed on her study as soon as she came up, or else it would have been really finished. You said before. Hisoka snapped his fingers to indicate that Yellow was getting closer, lowered his head and looked directly into the other's eyes, and continued. You said that your Rattata is also a little lala, and its sense of smell is more sensitive than that of its ears. There are a lot of them, and they can often find rare ores or herbs on their own. Quote, well, yes. Yellow nodded repeatedly. Lord Leader, I absolutely dare not deceive you. Little Lala is not wrong, but she is very good at finding things. Unfortunately, I am too weak to compare. Don't dare to go to the big forest. Speaking of this, Yellow was a little downcast, because in the safe area outside the forest, rare herbs and ores had been dug up for a long time, and even if there were still stock, it was pitiful. Only those virgin forests that are difficult for human footprints to step into. The Great Rift Valley, where various rock type, steel type and ground type Pokémon live, as well as overseas isolated islands. These inaccessible and dangerous areas have more nature. Treasures can be excavated, and you have neither strong trainer strength nor rich wild survival skills. Then maybe any Ekans in the forest may kill you while you are asleep. Every well-known explorer, treasure hunter, and no doubt is also a powerful Pokémon trainer. Rattata, who has the qualifications to hunt for treasure might, said that it is worth nothing. In the hands of bounty hunters, this is the greatest wealth, but in the hands of Yellow, it is a tyrannical thing. There are treasures of pirates hidden on Safang Island. There is no doubt about this. There are also other unnamed islands around Safang Island that may have treasures buried. Treasures go undiscovered, hence the overseas treasure hunt spree a decade ago. To be honest, Hisoka did have some ideas. The Blackbeard pirates who occupied Safang Island had been wiped out. Even if many pirates escaped, they probably wouldn't dare to return to Safang Island because they were so frightened. Sufin is safe for a long time. Is Hisoka short of money? Of course, there is a shortage. 200 or 300 million is really not worth the money, because no matter how fast the money comes, the 660 yuan will not be spent as fast, not to mention some cherished resources that you can't buy with money alone, and there are huge people and power. For example, Dragon Elite Land Crossing. People only know that his strongest main force is a Dragonite, but few people know about the 6 main forces. There was once an indicator survey on the Kanto Trainer Forum, which is the official title of an alliance. Elite, how much will he spend on Pokemon in a year? There are various remarks on the forum. What, 5 million, tens of millions? And finally, according to relevant personnel and professional estimate, the answer given is between 150 million and 280 million. There will be fluctuations, but generally not bad. When Hisoka saw this number for the first time, his first reaction was to curse you. Poverty will always limit people's imagination. It is naturally impossible for the official title Elite to have only 6 Pokemon. They must have conquered a large number of Pokemon through their many years of training as trainers. Among them, they will focus on selecting the 6 with the best potential for training, but other forces will not give up. Chapter 618, The Most Expensive Pokeball. Dragon Ball second update for automatic subscription. Looking at the past and present, it seems that none of the trainers who really stand at the top are from civilian. To put it bluntly, the profession of trainers burns more money than anyone else, and of course they will burn. The talent of the trainer is one aspect, and the potential of the Pokemon is also one aspect. What really determines all this is the long training time and training cost in the middle. After all, Pokemon Pokemon with the same potential, the same training, and those who eat grass can never beat those who eat meat and grow up. The words are a bit vulgar, but this is the truth. Money is a general term, and various resources are king. The ancients honestly did not deceive me. As the saying goes, build walls high, store grain widely, and slowly become king. Players who have played competitive games know that as long as the economy can cause a crush, even the weakest hero can win the game with a draw. Since Hisoka has decided to use Gible as one of the strongest main forces in the future, from a young age, as long as he is within his ability, he will definitely provide it with the best resources, ranging from training equipment, facility venues, to various advanced energy, food and nutritional supplements include post-workout recovery, trying not to waste a shred of Gible's potential. Moreover, when it was still a Pokemon egg, Gible, like Baniri, enjoyed the gain radiation of the unknown 7-colored orb, and the original potential ceiling of the future was abruptly raised a few layers. What Hisoka needed to do was to build this building perfectly. There is still plenty of time. There are still 3 weeks left in the agreement with Mayor Kishimoto. As long as a badge is not released in these 3 weeks, and the reputation of Jontian Gym is completely established, then his position as a gym leader is also considered clear. Fully seated. Now, the challenger, Xiaolai from Cinnabar Island, will play against gym trainer Shiso from Jontian City. The rules of the game are 2v2. When both Pokemon on one side lose their ability to fight, the game ends. The young referee with glasses that Hisoka recruited was a graduate of the Celadon, Rainbow University Referee College, and his name was Shinichi Hirota. After getting along for a while, Hisoka felt that he was a very honest person with a very quiet personality. He really had a deep understanding of the Pokemon in each region, but he never tried to conquer Pokemon. The only Pokemon is the Jigglypuff given to him by his teacher when he was in college, and Shinichi will listen to Jigglypuff's singer when he is free. He was always carried back to the dormitory by Uncle Sanel after he fell asleep. Usually, Shinichi and Uncle Sanel, the chef of gym, both lived in the same room. From Cinnabar Island, as soon as he heard the name of the place, Hisoka thought of Mr. Blaine, who was a half-teacher to him, and he didn't know what happened to his old man recently. The predecessor of the Kanto Fire Department elite, and a brilliant professor scholar, is honored to have the friendship of this old man. This should be the first trainer challenger from Cinnabar Island that Hisoka has faced since the opening of Jontian Gym. I heard that Jontian Gym has been open for almost a month, but none of the trainers succeeded in the challenge. Before coming, Xiaoli went to the Kanto Trainer Forum to investigate the information about Jontian Gym. If he succeeds in the challenge, he will definitely become a celebrity on the forum. Xiaoli thought happily. He only read the introduction in the first half of the document but forgot to read the lineup recommendation at the back. That monster-level Rhyperior has become the nightmare of countless gym trainers who challenge Jontian. Most of them, it is estimated that as long as Hisoka is in any day, they will not dare to think of a second challenge. Today is the last day of the month, and tomorrow will be May. At that time, badges for corresponding indicators must be issued every month in accordance with the league's regulation. The establishment of the official gym itself is to help the alliance select better trainers. There has never been a gym that has been unable to issue badges. Too much is your ability, and too little is an attitude problem. Quote. Please get ready. Shinichi raised his hand and raised the red flag, looked right at Hisoka, and after the two nodded to each other, they lowered the red flag heavily and said loudly, "The game starts now." According to gym rules, as the leader, Hisoka must first release his own Pokemon. Boy, if you come a day later, you might be the first trainer to get the badge of Jontian Gym, but unfortunately, I still can't show mercy today. Hisoka felt sorry for this player in his heart, but his movements were not slow at all. A black and white ball with a strange pattern changed from the size of a ping-pong ball to one that could not be fully grasped in one hand. It is said to be a strange pattern, but if you look closely at the pattern in the black area of this Pokeball, it is actually a flying dragon pattern. In ancient time, the flying dragon pattern was a symbol used by the royal family and the great nobles Du Li Hao. In modern times, only Johto's royal dragon family is the only one who still often use the dragon pattern. This special Pokeball with the dragon pattern is called the Dragon Ball, which was purchased from the royal dragon family after a lot of delays by Hisoka. Resource. It is handcrafted by Yulong family's top Pokeball masters, and the materials for making the ball are all keel fossils. It is said that this kind of Dragon Ball is also specially opened by the Dragon God in the lifting ceremony of Yulong family. The specific outsiders will naturally not know. However, the price of a Dragon Ball is as high as 3500W, which can be said to be the most expensive Pokeball that can be sold in history. Unless the Master Ball and Dust Ball are allowed to be sold, it is basically difficult to have a Pokeball that can exceed the price of the Dragon Ball. Chapter 619 Gible vs Flare on Seek Automatic Subscription. The Dragon Ball is never sold on the market, and it is also a high-end Pokeball specially made by Yulong family for Dragon Pokemon. It is said said that the keel fossils used to make the Dragon Ball were once buried in the Dragon Cave of the Yulong clan. With peculiar, the energy magnetic field is especially effective for dragon Pokémon. In order to cultivate Gible well, Hisoka really spent all his money. When he bought the Dragon Ball, his heart trembled. 3500W. How many boxes of top Pokeblock would he need to buy? Yellow and Oakley, holding their respective egg hatchers, sat quietly on the grass outside the rocky field, waiting for the game to start. Every time Hisoka received a challenger, he would let these two little girls come over to watch the battle. A big gym in a first-tier city cannot be managed by the leader alone. He needs several good assistants. It's a bit uneasy to hire an adult Zisuo directly. Rather than possible accident, it is better to cultivate it from an early age so that there should be number 287 problems in terms of loyalty. The Dragon Ball is too expensive, so Hisoka didn't dare to throw it out like he usually throws the Ultra Ball. On rocky ground, Baiguang completed the transformation in just a few seconds, so a Pokemon with many shark characteristics appeared on the field, but the body was round like a ball. Black shiny eyes, shark fins on the top of the head, and missile-shaped lengths on both sides of the fin. The open shark mouth occupies almost 1/3 of the body, and the big piercing eyes and the fangs can still give the opponent a little sense of deterrent. To be honest, compared to the final evolution Garchomp, the Gible's ball-like body and a pair of short hands can only be described as funny and cute from the outside. BFBJ. Quatilda. Vibrant growl, somewhat like a baby dragon's chirping, but with a hint of a whale's roar. Gible jumped on the ground as soon as he appeared. The little guy was so energetic, he turned his head at Hisoka, grinned and patted his red belly, and then shook his little butt to face the challenger. Lai made a mocking gesture. Although Xiao Lai has only debuted for a year, he has at least collected 8 official gym badges. Before the last sports competition stopped in the top 64, he believes that as long as his Charmeleon can evolve into Charizard, he will definitely have a chance to play this year into the top 16. For Gible's taunting action, Xiaoli just found it amusing, not humiliated but curious about what kind of Pokemon it was. It was the first time he had seen such a Pokemon that looked like a fish but could walk freely on land. There is no data to display the information for this Pokemon. Xiaoli took out the Pokédex and pointed the camera at Gible, but the sound from Pokédex disappointed him a little. Her name is Gible, the Pokemon over Sinnoh region, a naughty little girl, a Pokemon of the dragon and ground type. Siso knew that the local Pokédex in Kanto could not identify the Pokemon of Sinnoh region, so he took the initiative to introduce the challenger to the Pokemon. For a while, Hisoka's Gible is a female Gible, which makes him feel lucky, because the female Garchomp is generally larger than the male Garchomp, and the female Garchomp is also superior in combat power. In the past half-month, in order to allow Gible to gain more practical experience, every time there is a challenger, Hisoka will let Gible play the first battle. Of course, winning is the best. Being a gym leader also has the advantages of being a gym leader. It is not as free as ordinary trainers, but it is easier to accumulate practical experience for your Pokemon, and most of them can be regarded as quality bureaus. Those who have won a few official badges, and some have participated in the last regional conference, these trainers are always much better than the bug catcher and the mining uncle encountered in the wild. Gible, dragon type, ground type. Xiaoli quickly grasped a few keywords. This Pokemon that looks like a ball is actually an extremely rare dragon type Pokemon. The powerful strength of dragon type Pokemon is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if Gible seems to be very harmless, Xiaoli does not dare to be careless in his heart. Dragon Pokemon are most afraid of ice-type skills. By the way, ground-type Pokemon are also afraid of ice-type skills, so Gible has dual attributes of dragon and earth. Isn't it possible that ice-type skills can be restrained 4 times? Thinking of this, Xiaoli's eyes lit up. He then sighed again. It was a pity there was no ice-type Pokemon in his team. Xiaoli liked fire-type Pokemon, so most of the team's main force is fire-type, which is almost a common problem for most trainers from Cinnabar Island. They have been in contact with all kinds of fire-type Pokemon since childhood. The fire element seems to be restrained by the ground element, which is really annoying. Xiaoli slandered for a while, but no matter how the game was played, he couldn't just surrender because of his attribute restraint. Flareon, the first game is up to you. Xiaoli released his first Pokemon, and the most powerful main force, Charmeleon, had to be used for the finale. The first challenge, Gible vs Flareon, Chapter 620 Run. It's going to explode. Second update, seek automatic subscription. Hisoka raised his hand and said, the old rule, the challenger goes first. Xiaoli wiped his nose. Hey, Mr. Leader, I'm welcome. Flareon, preemptive, Flame Vortex. The Flame Vortex is a diffusive range skill. It is not as good as Flamethrower in terms of temperature and concentration, but it has the advantage of being able to use the fire ring to restrain the opponent's activity space. A vortex-like circle of flames instantly surrounded Gible from all directions. Flareon has a special organ called a flame bag, which can make the temperature of the flame erupted by Flareon reach reach as high as 1700 degrees Celsius, while the most fire-type Pokémon cannot reach such temperatures. Hey Night Tilda. Flareon let out a long cry, and the fluffy hair around his neck immediately stretched out after entering the fighting state. From a distance, it gave the illusion of a lion. At this moment, Flareon's body surface temperature would rise to 900 degrees. This physical feature also makes many Pokémon who are good at melee combat dare not touch it lightly. Gible. Dig. As a land shark Pokémon, Dig definitely belongs to the instinctive talent of Gible family. The vortex of flames getting closer and closer make Gible scream. It likes a warm environment, yes, but such a high temperature is still too much tossing people, not too much tossing shark, not right. I'm a dragon. Ah, it's so frustrating. The immature Gible lacked experience in autonomous combat, so every action required the command of Hisoka. After receiving the order, Gible slammed into the solid rock with his head on the ground, and then opened the shark's mouth to devour the rock frantically. As for the pair, small short hands can only play the role of rowing forward. In just a few seconds, a round hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared on the rocky ground. Gible's small pointed tail finally poked its head down, and then disappeared. Using Dig's instinct to successfully avoid being bound by the flame vortex, disappearing in the eyes of the opponent can also cause a certain deterrent. Seeing Gible disappear on the surface, Xiaolai didn't panic too much. He had seen this tactic of using Dig to avoid flames many times, and he already had a way to deal with it. Flareon rushed to the entrance of the cave, the flamethrower with the greatest vigor towards the entrance of the cave. Xiaolai waved and shouted, "Hey Night Tilda." Flareon jumped and ran quickly for a distance of tens of meters in the blink of an eye. Flareon probed deep into the hole, took a deep breath, and sucked a lot of oxygen into the flame bag of the lung so that the power of flamethrower could reach a limit. Quack Tilda. Hey Night Tilda. Gible blinked his big dark eyes and stared curiously at the head that was stretched out in front of him. Flareon, who had just sucked in the air, was also taken aback. He thought that this little shark had already hid deep in the ground. The other party was actually hiding near the entrance of the cave. Seeing that Flareon was startled by himself, Gible frowned, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he grinned and made a very humane laugh. Flareon held back his surprise. No matter whether the flame bag was fully charged or not, he was ready to send the little shark in front of him to see its owner with a powerful flamethrower. Right now, go straight to crunch. Hisoka knew everything that happened in the cave, so he could give orders in the shortest time. Xiaolai didn't know what happened to Flareon, but he could only see from his expression that Flareon was frightened. With the gym leader's command, he seemed a little hesitant whether to continue using flamethrower or avoid it first. But just when Xiaolai was thinking, Gible's offensive was launched. The little guy's shark mouth is too suitable for biting skills. Biting, Crunch can easily do it. Flareon's mouth flickered, obviously preparing to erupt flame, but Gible took a step forward and slammed into the opponent's mouth the moment Flareon was about to open his mouth to burst out flame. Katakana middle dot 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 flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The amazing bite force directly made Flareon no longer have the strength to open his mouth. At the same time, the severe pain also caused Flareon to pull his head out of the hole, shaking desperately from side to side, trying to throw the Gible out of his mouth. Got tilde woo tilde. Gible is dead to bite, and the small short hand is shaking hard. It is also very uncomfortable. The temperature of Flareon's body surface is as high as 900 degrees, and the temperature of the mouth is even higher. If it is not the land shark Pokémon is very resistant to fire, the temperature that can make the mouth cold long ago made Gible collapse. The gas in the flame bag had been completely ignited, but the flame could not be ejected for a long time, and the outlet was blocked. The continuous flame directly caused Flareon's neck and cheek pouch to become abnormally large, and a large amount of flame gas filled it. Flareon, I feel like I'm about to explode. It was indeed about to explode, and the flames spread to the abdomen, and Flareon's entire body already looked fat and bloated. Xiaolai is even more confused. It has been a year since his debut, and he has never encountered such a situation in battle. Flareon, who was about to erupt into flame, was killed by his opponent with a big mouth, causing the flames to flow back into his body. There was chaos on the field. Flareon was running around with Gible, and the situation was completely out of control. Hisoka estimated the time in his heart, then looked at Flareon's body changes, and hurriedly shouted, "You can let go, hurry up and run." Quack tilde. Gible didn't hesitate at all, and immediately relaxed his mouth. The moment his body fell to the ground, he used Dig again. This time, it didn't hide at the edge of the hole, but plunged straight into it. Boom! Violent explosions followed, and Gible, who was hiding in the underground cave, shivered with fright. Chapter 621. The two little ones who are jealous asked for automatic subscription. Flareon, Xiaolai exclaimed. When the ashes of the explosion dissipated with the breeze. Flareon's original bright coat had already been blasted to pitch black. His entire body slanted to the ground, and more than half of the mane around his mouth and neck was burned by the flame explosion. The muscles all over his body twitched a few times from time to time, and the flamethrower exploded in his body. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb. Fortunately, Flareon was a fire-type Pokémon, and it would be life-threatening to replace it with other Pokémon. Xiaoli hurriedly took out the Pokeball to retrieve Flareon, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground. He patted his forehead in remorse, and said, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't discovered Gible hiding in the hole in time, Flareon might not have suffered." August 10 inches is such a serious injury. At the same time, Shinichi raised the green flag representing victory and said loudly, "Flareon is incapacitated, so the winner of this game is Gible." Hearing that the referee announced that he had won the game, Gible, who was hiding in the underground cave, rushed out immediately, with half of his head showing the hole in the hole and grinning at his father again. "Little guy, come back." Hisoka beckoned to Gible. Normally, he is only going to let Gible play the first game so as to save enough energy to deal with other challengers that may come next. Gible rolled Doduo's body and ran over, just about to jump into Dad's arms, but a phantom flashed by him, and then Gible felt a gravity coming from his waist tight. Then the body hurt, and Yuan Gulongdong's body immediately flew upside down. It didn't stop until it hit the palm tree on the edge of the field. Gible felt dizzy, only knew that a bastard had attacked him just now. Baniri, who was still in the air, put on a very handsome volley sidekick. Gible, who just jumped into the air, was thrown out by her jump kick. Seeing the two Baniri who were tearing up at him, Hisoka felt that his head was getting bigger, and he didn't care when he had a child. As a result, the two children were fighting for each other, so they often made a mess in the house. Fortunately, Lulu can hold them down. Weavile likes to be clean and has a rather withdrawn personality, so she never manages things. The harmony in the team mainly depends on Lulu and her little deputy Chansey, but Chansey was killed by Celadon. Joy from Rainbow City wants to go back and participate in a group training for Chansey. The time frame is 2 months, with Chansey returning to the team next month. Baniri hates Gible. Gible doesn't like Baniri. Baniri has a good relationship with Rhyperior, and Gible also has a good relationship with Aerodactyl, who is about to succeed at Throwback. And these two big guys are also not very close, so there are often two little things riding on Rhyperior and Aerodactyl on the beach under the cliff. Lulu can still take care of it now, but in a year or 2 or 3 years, Baniri evolution will become Lopunny, and Gible will finally complete evolution and become Garchomp. The house was torn down. He said sorry to Xiaoli. First temporarily appease Baniri and Gible, and send them to Lulu for discipline, otherwise the second game will not be able to continue at all. Charmeleon lost his ability to fight. Weavile won, so this challenge was won by Jim Koda. With Shinichi's second announcement of the result, the challenge came to an end. Hisoka didn't have the time to deal with the second game, so he dispatched Weavile directly. With the dominant attribute, Xiaoli's Charmeleon didn't even touch Weavile's fur from beginning to end. After eating a brick break and a street test, Charmeleon exhausted all his stamina. "Excuse me, Mr. Leader." Xiaoli's mood seemed a little lost. After all, no one likes the taste of failure. After speaking, he turned around and walked towards the gate of the Cliff Villa. The first game was not reconciled because Flareon's strength was dominant and the key was his carelessness. In the second game, he was convinced. Having participated in the core conference once, Xiaoli knew very well the gap between his Charmeleon and that Weavile. It can be said that the gap between the two is too large to be comparable. The advantage of attribute restraint can no longer play any role in the gap of large rank, or after his Charmeleon evolution becomes Charizard, he has mastered the ability to fly. Then he can fight Weavile again. Until the next 6 o'clock, gym was closed. During this period, Hisoka received 3 more challengers. It was still Gible who played the first game. Among them, he won 2 games and lost 1 game. It's Jinx with Ice Element and Psychic. The Gible attribute is quadrupled, and his strength is poor, so he can't fight at all. 5.7. However, with the 3 giants Weavile, Rhyperior, and Atavist Aerodactyl, they will definitely not lose if they lose. Of course, this situation can only continue until tomorrow. Next month, according to the Alliance indicators, he must issue at least 3 guaranteed gym badges. The same rubbing to channeling. There are currently a total of 13 official gyms in the Kanto region, and Jontian City is currently ranked 4th, after Cinnabar Gym, Fuchsia Gym, Viridian Gym and Saffron Gym. Chapter 622 Treasure Hunt at Sea for automatic subscription. If there is no accident, I should be back tomorrow morning. You two have to give me the attribute restraint table firmly, especially you, Yellow, older than Lee Oakley, but not as good as her in learning. Quote, at the entrance of the villa, Hisoka was carrying a camouflage-colored foldable backpack and was explaining the study task to the 2 little girls. As the gym leader in the new month, he had 3 more days of vacation at his disposal. After getting along for half a month, Lee Oakley didn't want to be as afraid of Hisoka as when they first met. Although it wasn't too close, close. She was willing to get close to Hisoka, and she would be very happy to hear him praise her. Yellow, who was named and criticized, was dejected. She was better than the introverted Lee Oakley in terms of life and social experience, but she was a mess in learning knowledge, and her memory was poor. Lord Leader, I will help Sister Yellow to review together, Lee Oakley said gluttonously. Hisoka touched Lee Oakley's little head and showed a gentle smile. Supervise her well. If your yellow sister slack off, just call 15 and tell me. I see. You sure don't make a snick. As soon as Hisoka walked away, Yellow stared nervously at Lee Oakley. Lee Oakley hugged the broken doll. Her big black gem-like eyes curved like a waning moon. Her huge eyelashes trembled. If Sister Yellow doesn't study hard, Lee Oakley will definitely tell Master Leader. Ah, you traitor, Yellow Flail said. Master Leader said that children should study hard and make progress every day. Yellow, XOX tilde tilde, SF hollow square, S chattering. Take the elevator to the beach at the bottom of the cliff. This nearly 3,000 square meter rocky beach belongs to Jonty and Jim's property, which is equivalent to Zisuo's private property. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at will during this period of time, because the Blackbeard pirates were annihilated by the Jontian City Government Joint Alliance prosecutors and more than 400 pirates were captured. The press conference really made Basuke and Mayor Kishimoto in the limelight. Even the soy sauce maker from Zangma got a second-class merit and got a bronze quartz medal. As for Hisoka, in the report uploaded by Baijia, he was a first-class meritorious person, for which the Alliance also sent a silver quartz medal as a reward. Don't look at it as a verbal award. The only physical reward is a sterling silver medal. This thing is the political capital of the future. It symbolizes your credit, and no amount of money can buy it. Those wealthy children who have embarked on the political road do not want to get a few quartz medals. If this thing can be sold, a silver quartz medal will be offered for 100 million. These wealthy children are estimated to be scrambling to buy it. The bandits around Safang Island have been eliminated, and some bright-minded and sharp-eyed guys have already organized a group to Safang Island the day after the press conference. The treasure hunt on the high seas 10 years ago is still vivid in my mind. Not only in Kanto, people from Jontian City have heard that many treasure hunters in Sinnoh region have also visited Safang Island. Safang Island is located on the high seas, but it is relatively close to the South China Sea. It is neither under the jurisdiction of the Kanto Alliance nor the Sinnoh Alliance, so the treasure hunters can find all the pirate treasures themselves without paying certain taxes to the government. According to Alliance law, if the value of treasure found in the area under the jurisdiction of the Alliance exceeds a certain amount, 30% of the treasure tax must be paid to the local government. That is, it will be divided into 3 or 7 with the government. Non-union jurisdiction areas such as primeval forests, high seas, isolated islands, etc. are all owned by treasure hunters. Hisoka was also going to try his luck on Sulfon Island, and he brought a certain killer with him. Yellow's Rattata, which has the characteristics of a treasure hunting mouse, was borrowed by him. After a period of experimentation, Hisoka also confirmed the treasure hunting ability of Little Lala. Its sense of smell is almost 71 times more sensitive than that of the similar Rattata. This is not enough. The metal element free in the air is like a drug addict. Like drug. Come out, Aerodactyl. The time to go to Safang Island this time is tight, and naturally it is impossible to take a boat in a normal manner. Anyway, alone, it only takes an hour to ride Aerodactyl to cross half of the South China Sea to reach the vicinity of Safang Island. Out tilde. Growl was sharp and sizzling, and its wide fleshy wings were like a cloud cover, completely blocking the sunlight above Hisoka. Now Aerodactyl can't find what 497 looked like when they first met, except for the fierce eyes that used to be the top predator. Aerodactyl was first awakened in Grandpa Canyon. Its height is only 1.8 meters. Now it stands at a height of more than 2.5 meters. Its height is converted into wingspan. Body type. Turning over on the horse, the pale gray muscles are full of tension but with a touch of rock smoothness. Sitting on the Aerodactyl's back, a sharp-edged obsidian that grows on the back of it throwback has become the best helm. Hoo ho! Aerodactyl snorted a few times unhappily. He was arrogant and didn't like someone sitting on his back, but after being taught a few times by Rhyperior, the commander of Hisoka, the former ancient overlord, finally understood what it meant. People have to bow their heads under the eve, and after following this stinky boy, even though he didn't look good in face, he ate and drank well, and he could fight with that iron lump when he had nothing to do, and his life was much more comfortable than before. The previous typo, Baneri and Aerodactyl have a good relationship. Gibble and Rhyperior are old iron. Chapter 623 Bone Spirit Island Seek Automatic Subscription. Wow tilde. The huge and wide fleshy wings were constantly waving, and the gusts of whirlwinds caused the surrounding clouds to be blown away, and even formed a long white streamer behind him. This is a situation that only occurs when the flight speed is fast to a certain extent. As the overlord of the sky millions of years ago, even now Aerodactyl is still the top overlord Pokémon. Riding on it, you don't have to worry about other flying Pokémon coming and harassing harassing them, they have long run away after smelling Aerodactyl. Even the most aggressive Fero group, Aerodactyl blatantly traversed through the bird, and the Fero leader who took the lead was so frightened that he didn't say that he resisted, and even his little brothers didn't care. Ga tilde. Aerodactyl snorted disdainfully. The flying-type Pokémon these days are really bad, and they can't compare with their opponents in his time. If it hadn't been for Hisoka strictly forbidding it to attack other Pokémon, I'm afraid Aerodactyl would have grabbed a few Spearows to try it. Smell. Hisoka was lying comfortably on the protruding obsidian spine behind Aerodactyl, flipping through a few yellowed treasure map in his hand. These treasure maps were all painted on canvas, so he wasn't afraid of getting soaked in water. However, due to the age, there are stains and discoloration in many places on it. It's not overdone. It should be the original treasure map, but I don't know how many copies those vendors have copied. Hisoka shook his head and smiled. The dozen or so-called treasure maps in his hand were all found in the antique market of Jontian City not long ago. Due to the recent Taobao boom, the value of these things has increased several times every day. Treasure maps are mainly for psychological comfort. With the treasure hunt mouse Xiaolala in hand, Hisoka is not very interested in it, and it is very likely that the dozen or so treasure map in his hands will be empty treasures. 20 years ago, the Quartz Alliance had already swept away, and the harvested pirate treasure filled 8 warships. In addition to this, a large number of treasures were found by many treasure hunters during the treasure hunt 10 years ago. Blackbeard Pirates. The regiment has been operating in Safang Island for 5 years, and must have found some treasures to participate in. Hisoka was sure that even if there were treasures left on Safang Island, they were some small treasures that were buried deep and not large in number. If you really want to hunt for treasures, you can only start from other small islands around Safang Island. Now Safang Island must have gathered a large number of explorers and professional treasure hunters from the Kanto region and the Sinnoh region. Instead of competing with so many people, it is better to start with a random island according to the information on the treasure map. So Hiso's first target was a small island called Guling Island, 85 nautical miles away from Safang Island. This small island is not even 1/10 of the area of Safang Island, but this small island is in 10. It is famous for finding a pirate treasure worth about 1 billion years ago by a treasure hunter in Kanto. Guling Island is in front of you. From a high altitude, the entire island is shaped like an oversized buckled bowl. The surrounding low-hanging center is towering. There are hardly any green patches on the island, but a vast expanse of white. The Aerodactyl was ordered to land from the west, as from the south. Sisso had seen several ships docked on the old pier that had been built by the pirate. White sand, white rocks, even the remains of some kind of creature can be seen in the corners of some sand. A large number of fossil remains of ancient Pokémon have been found on Guling Island, and I don't know if it is due to some external force. Almost none of these fossil remains are complete, and all kinds of debris are scattered all over the island. Research value. Before Hisoka took a few steps, he saw the skull of a creature in front of him placed on the white rock. The skull had a triangle, and it looked like the skull of a bovine creature from the outside. Is there just a cow with 3 horns? Hisoka suddenly remembered that the fossils on Guling Island in the literature were all derived from ancient Pokémon, and creatures have always been in evolution, especially Pokémon, a high-energy creature with an extremely unstable evolution factor, not to mention tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. The ancient Pokémon from years ago, even the Pokémon from thousands of years ago, still have some differences in appearance from the modern Pokémon. Quote. After the read, help me identify the genetic components of this fossil skull, and what kind of Pokémon it belongs to. Tilde. With the help of the multifunction contact lens, the powerful intelligent scanning of the Red Queen immediately began to record the skull fossil. If someone was very close to Hisoka at this time, they would be able to see a tiny red dot at the focal length of his pupil. By comparing the database, the fossil skull has 65% genetic similarity with Wagyu cattle, 99.37% similarity with Nuo Toro's gene, 94.68% similarity with Miltank gene, and 98.65% similarity with Buffalon gene. It was finally identified as a Toro skull fossil 105,000 years ago. Quote, Wagyu is an edible high-grade beef cattle animal that has been copied and transformed by human genetic technology. The genetic blueprint used comes from Toros. It is said that Johto's Miltank and Toros ancestors should be close relatives. In the Unova region, though, Toros has a more closely related Pokémon, the Buffalon. Does Toros from 100,000 years ago have 3 horns? Hisoka glanced again curiously. He didn't take the skull away as a collection, but left it in place. Chapter 624 Boss. The atmosphere for automatic subscription. It should be around here. Hisoka found the location of the target point according to the location of the first treasure map. The sun at 10 o'clock could be seen at 34 degrees to the southeast, and there was a dead white palm tree on the right-hand side of the north. There's nothing wrong with it. It's exactly the same as the description on the treasure map, but Hisoka Hisoka feels that it's only a ghost if you can dig up the treasure. It's a treasure map of tens of thousands of dollars, and I don't know how many copies it has copied. With the idea that he would rather believe it or not, Hisoka released Yellow's Rattata. Hey, little thing. Hisoka squatted down and looked at little Lara, who stood up on his front leg. Use your skills well. If you can find good things, these are all yours. Saying that, Hisoka opened an exquisite small box in his hand, and in an instant, a sweet aroma like fried chestnut spread into the air. This is Foro Nut, also known as Mega Nut, which is the plant genetic technology department of Syrif Group, the top root of research and development. This stuff is not sold by the pound. There is only one floor nut in a 570 box, and the market price of one floor nut is as high as 2,500 alliance coin. Frog nuts are the size of an adult fist. They were bought by Hisoka for Gibble to bite their teeth. Gibble is now in the saffron period of growth and needs to have new teeth almost every month. Eating fro nuts regularly will make it grow in the future. The new teeth that come out are getting stronger and healthier. In the past she had been living a hungry and full life with her owner, Yellow. Little Lala looked obviously stunted, and her petite stature was not as strong as that of ordinary wild Rattata. The body length is about 20 centimeters, which is a full size smaller than the normal Rattata. Little Lala has never seen such a high-end product in her life. She was gently shaken in front of her nose by the sweet aroma of Foro Nut. Her pale red eyes immediately became straight. She trotted to Hisoka's feet and rubbed her cheek first. Rubbing his boot, he fell to the ground again. His belly turned upside down, and his body twisted and looked cute. Like animals, if a Pokémon is willing to turn its belly toward a person, that proves that the Pokémon completely accept you. This is the deposit. The work is done, and there are more rewards. Hisoka first touched Xiaolala's soft belly through the open fro nuts in her hand, and then took out from her backpack 5 boxes of nuts were laid out one by one. Squeetilda, boss, atmosphere. Seeing this scene, Xiaolala hurriedly jumped up from the ground, and threw the nuts in her hand forward and threw them next to the 5 boxes of nuts. The little hand patted her chest, and her mouth kept squeaking for a while. There is no need for Lulu to translate it. Hisoka can understand the meaning of little Lala himself. This little thing is quite professional, and he will not get paid unless he finds good things. Little Lala has the special ability of a treasure hunter, but her own strength is too weak. A Caterpie can compete with it. If she encounters some powerful Pokémon during the treasure hunt, it will be miserable for others to treat it as a snack. Thinking of this, Hisoka took out Weavile's Pokeball. With Weavile protecting him, it shouldn't be a big problem. The safety of this little thing is temporarily left to you. If you find anything, bring it back to me immediately. Majug tilde. BFDD. Weavile nodded lightly, and at the same time, the claws crossed each other and made a metallic crunch, indicating that everything was wrapped around him. Weavile is lonely and arrogant, and the only person in the team who can talk to her is Lulu, except for Hisoka herself, but she has a strong sense of responsibility. Watching the two figures gradually disappearing in front, Hisoka prepared to go to the location of the second treasure map. He planned to divide his troops into 2 groups and use the fastest time to verify these treasure maps. Among the more than 10 treasure maps he bought, 2 recorded treasures on Guling Island. Evolution is disordered, and the races that survive to this day are not necessarily the most powerful. Nature is like a moody boss. One day he didn't like the handsome employees in the company, so he fired all the handsome employees. The next day he didn't like the tall employees, so he fired again. If a tall employee is lost, then the last remaining employees must be ugly or ordinary people with short height. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. These 8 words summed up the mood of the little boss of nature. The fossils of bones that were almost visible along the way made Sasuo feel uncomfortable. After a few years, he and his friends will become the same. Bones lie in some untouched soil, and no matter how powerful the creatures are, the passage of time cannot stand. This Bone Spirit Island may be a small corner that fell off the edge of the original continental plate. As the plate moved, it finally floated to the high seas of the Atlantic Ocean, so there are so many inland Pokémon skeletons on the island. Yes, it's empty again. This is the first few. The third one. The treasure points recorded in the treasure map have all been dug up. Damn, I knew it would be a waste of time. If you really want a treasure map, those bastards in the antique street will sell it for £1. Why don't they just dig it? Because there are fools like us who still take luck and believe that we are the first to eat fish. Before Hisoka stepped forward, the scolding voice on the other side let him know that the treasure spot he was looking for was taken one step ahead, but the other party obviously didn't gain anything. The treasure was empty and had been dug up by others long ago. Chapter 625 Bad Intentions. Ask for automatic subscription. Judging from the faces and clothes of these 2 people, they should not be outlawed. You must know that in addition to professional treasure hunters, there are more ordinary people who come to join in the fun. They have no professional knowledge. Looking for treasures is pure depends on luck. It is better to be able to find treasures, and it is also a bragging capital to be able to find the treasure. In addition to these people, among the many explorers from the 2 major regions, there there are definitely some other big mice with other goals. Their goals are also treasures, but the treasures are not the first goal. The first goal is those lucky ones who find the treasure. Instead of fishing hard, grab it directly from the fisherman. People who have this idea are either from gang, or those poachers, and of course there are some bounty hunters who are secretly sneaky. Brother, did you also buy the exact same treasure map? At this time, the two people in the conversation found Hisoka not far away. One of the older middle-aged men was excited, as if he had found a like-minded person. People, I tell you, little brother, these profiteers in the antique trade are not good things. The treasure maps they sell are either fake or old, or they have been dug up. My friends and I found a few. The so-called pirate treasures are so empty. Quote, Hisoka smiled and said, I didn't have any hope for the treasure map. I just came here to try my luck. Since the two eldest brothers have already dug it, then I will try somewhere else. Bone Spirit Island. There are always pirate treasures that go undiscovered. Quote, that's right, little brother. How about the three of us form a treasure hunt team together? The middle-aged man said suddenly. We can also take care of each other. After all, one's strength is limited. Hisoka didn't like people he knew, and although the middle-aged man looked simple and honest, his words and deeds made him feel uncomfortable. Rattata, who has the characteristics of a treasure hunter, why should he share it with others? No, I'm still more used to acting alone. Hisoka politely refused. It is reasonable to go out. In fact, the most taboo is to disclose the number of people on your side to strangers, because this may make strangers who are still afraid to come up with ideas that they should not have. The deterrent effect of two people teaming up and being alone is not one level. However, Hisoka had full confidence in his own strength. Instead, he hoped that the two people in front of him had inappropriate ideas and that he would not take the initiative to hurt others for profit. Sea fishing. The three finally parted politely, and Hisoka walked towards the depths of Guling Island with a military foldable backpack. And just as his back completely disappeared into the distance, the naive smile on the middle-aged man's face disappeared instantly. This kid is not an ordinary person. Brother, why should we let him go? It's not easy to kill this brat with your strength. Another thin young man who had not spoken much said at this moment with a resentful expression. You're still not calm enough. He's not the only one on the island, and there are so many treasure hunters. Do you still want to kill them all? The middle-aged man said angrily. Use your brain more when you talk. You see the camouflage folding backpack on the back of this kid? It's not something you can buy on the market at all. I don't know if it's a fake, but if it's true, this kid definitely has something to do with the Union Special Forces, because this is a special military foldable backpack, and the Alliance is not allowed to sell it out. Quote, brother, you really know everything, the thin young man said with admiration. Without sufficient interest, it is indeed not a wise choice to rashly offend a person who may be related to the Union Special Forces. There is very little vegetation on Guling Island. The topography of the island is concave and convex on the outside, and there are white ash and white rocks everywhere. Besides the white palm tree, there is also a medicinal plant called thorngrass. It is said to be a medicinal plant, but its only function is to make paralyzing potions. The sharp hairs of the thorngrass are very sharp, and many trainers who have experienced wild expeditions have suffered from this common plant. Once the exposed skin is scratched by the thorn grass, the body will be in a strong state of numbness within half an hour and cannot move. If your immune system is strong enough, you can take out paralyze heal in time before you are about to be completely paralyzed. Then there is no big problem. Of course, it is better if you have a companion around you. If not, you should be alone, and pray that there will be no aggressive wild Pokémon or other mischievous humans around before you are paralyzed. Among the large number of rookie trainers who travel abroad every year, in addition to part of the missing list of the Alliance being killed in the hands of wild Pokémon, more reasons are because of getting lost or eating poisonous tree fruit by mistake, including thorns that will produce special negative effect. Plant. Therefore, for the knowledge of survival in the wild, the Alliance has strictly ordered that schools at all stages must set up courses. New trainers who want to travel at the age of 12 must not only have more than 3 years of wild survival course record, but also must pass the wild survival assessment held by the Pokémon Center. Squeetilda. Hisoka walked forward slowly, keeping his eyes on the four directions. Combining some treasure hunting habits of pirates in the data, he looked for all suspected targets. He was not very interested in the so-called rare metals, high-quality evolutionary stone, i.e. treasures of pirate. It is best to have some magical props and medicinal plants with enough years of age. If it is some kind of natural treasure, it will be even better. The purple shadow flashed by. Without having to look at it, Hisoka directly reached out and hugged the little thing that was running up the door. Chapter 626 Strange Dragon Teeth discovered by Little Lala for automatic subscription. Majud tilde. Weavile appeared behind Hisoka at an unknown time, and the distance was half a meter. This was the best protection point. Weavile could react the fastest when there was any danger. Don't underestimate the keen perception of feline. Felines are almost the most perfect form of life in evolution. Squeetilda. The hugged Rattata Rattata's pair of forelimbs swayed, and his emotions looked more excited. He opened Bite's front teeth, and a sharp white object suddenly fell out. "This is your reward." Hisoka hurriedly put the Rattata back on the ground, threw it a foro nut, and picked up the white thing that fell to the ground. Half the length of the palm, the thickness is close to 1/647 inches cm, and the top is extremely sharp. "This is a fossil tooth of some kind of creature." "No, it is not a fossil. To be precise, this tooth has not been completely fossilized. The touch still has a slightly smooth porcelain feel." "What kind of Pokemon tooth is this?" Hisoka asked in confusion. Squeaked Tilda, while happily nibbling on floor nut. Rattata raised his head blankly when he heard Hisoka's question. "Sorry, I didn't ask you. If it's not enough, do you want another one?" Squeaked Tilda. Weavile also came over. She first tapped Hisoka on the shoulder with the probing claw, and then handed over a tooth in the hook of her left hand. "Two Pokemon teeth that haven't been fossilized yet." Hisoka holds a fang in each of his left and right hand. The length and thickness of the two fangs are very small, but the shape is very different. These should be two kinds of fang. Biological teeth. The former is more slender, like a razor, and is somewhat similar to the teeth of a raptor, while the latter is wide and straight like a straight sword, more similar to the type of teeth of a Tyrannosaurus rex. These two teeth seem to possess a mysterious power. Hisoka could clearly feel the warmth flowing inside the teeth, which made a certain conjecture arise in his mind. "It's not two dragon teeth, is it? The big teeth that fell off after the death of a powerful dragon Pokemon will remain part of the power of the dragon Pokemon. Dragon teeth that have not lost these powers are not only a magical item, but also a top-level medicinal material." Let the Red Queen intervene and start to analyze the structural components of the two teeth to confirm the guess in his heart. Hisoka looked at Rattata, who had already eaten a whole foro nut, smiled and said, "Take me to the place where you found the teeth. This is the I'll take care of your meals after the next time you go back." Hisoka believed that Rattata could understand his word, because little Lala didn't respond in the first half of the sentence, and immediately his eyes lit up when he heard the food behind him. He knew very well that the food provided by the big boss was completely the same as the food provided by his own master. Heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that when he was a wanderer, the owner often shared the only food left for him to eat, little Lala would have a mutinous idea. Little Lala leads the way. Rodents run extremely fast on the flat ground. Even though Hisoka's physical fitness has surpassed that of ordinary people, there is still a gap between Rattata. At least the endurance of running at full speed for a long time is not comparable to the opponent, but Weavile is very comfortable. Running at this speed is almost like an ordinary person's bread to her. She is a leap forward and has been firmly behind Hisoka, keeping this running speed for a full 35 minutes. Just when Hisoka was about to stop to rest, little Lara, who was running in front, finally slowed down. Then it jumped in place and jumped onto a huge gray sea rock. This sea rock was 5 meters wide on the flat ground. Little Lala jumped and jumped on it, looking very excited. "Is it here?" Hisoka wiped the sweat on his forehead, and followed Shaolala up the giant sea rock, and came to the position where Shaolala was standing. A wide stone gap appeared in front of her. The gap in the stone is only a palm wide, which can accommodate Rattata's body shape to enter and exit naturally, but it is impossible for an adult man to squeeze his chest cavity in and out. "Both teeth were found below?" Hisoka asked again. Rattata raised his hind legs and nodded vigorously. "The Red Queen has already analyzed the general information about the teeth. Due to the age, it is difficult to compare with the Pokemon genes in the modern database to confirm the ancestor of the human species, but one thing is certain, that it is indeed a dragon Pokemon. In addition, the masters of the two teeth are very similar in terms of genetic level, and they are almost the same kind of Pokemon. But even with such a similar genetic level, evolution has produced two completely different teeth, which has to be unbelievable." It's not difficult for Hisoka to get into the stone crevice. He can directly use violent demolition methods to make Rhyperior punch up a few times, but the movement is big, and it is easy to attract other treasure hunters on the Bone Spirit Island. At that time, when people run here, if they find something good, Hisoka doesn't believe that some people can hold back. "In this way, I can only ask Lulu." He took out the 0.7 spirit ball and retracted the Weavile, and then he clasped the pendant on his neck, and the reduced Ultra Ball fell into his hand. The white light flickered, and Lulu's figure stood still. "Excuse me, take me down with teleport," Hisoka said with a smile. "Rattata can freely enter and exit the gap. It means that there is no danger inside." Lulu also smiled gracefully. She stepped forward and grabbed Hisoka's right hand. She closed her eyes gently. The light blue light of confusion gradually enveloped the two of them. The next second, the air appeared blurry and dissimilar, and the two figures disappeared in place. Only little Lala was left standing on the limestone stone. Chapter 627 Dragon Skeleton asked for automatic subscription. Shaolala turned her head to look around, and then plunged her head in. Is this the underground of Bone Spirit Island? It was pitch black so that Hisoka couldn't see everything around. He hurriedly took out the strong light flashlight from the right socket of the military folding backpack. Turn on the flashlight, and you can see all the surrounding scene. It was only a blink of an eye to use the teleport to reach the bottom of the stone crevice. Hisoka looked up and saw that his current position was at least 15 meters vertical from the stone crevice just now. Woot woot! A black shadow flashed quickly from the cliff, and her pale red eyes glowed red in the pitch-dark environment, accompanied by continuous squeak. It was definitely Xiao-La-La who followed. This is an underground car cave, and the sharp stalagmite hanging down from the upper end drop water droplet from time to time, and there is a dark river not far ahead. You lead the way ahead and take me to where these two dragon teeth were found. Tilda. Little Lala nodded and moved forward cautiously. It didn't like the environment here, especially the aura emanating from the two skeletons made it feel extremely frightened. It was horrible, but luckily they were all dead. The flashlight shines on the dark river, which is very shallow and can be seen at a glance. Water-type Pokémon cannot be raised in this environment, and only some small silver fishes the size of index fingers swim in it. The underground cave is very wide. Because of the unfamiliar environment, Hisoka tried to maintain a high degree of vigilance, so it took Rattata and Rattata a full half an hour to come to the place where dragon teeth found. At this time, it was at least 5 kilometers away from the stone crevice. It should be here. Xiao-La-La stopped in front of him and kept waving his hand. Seeing this, Hisoka stopped, bit the flashlight to his mouth, and took out a few signal sticks from the military folding backpack. Immediately light up the long light. Insert these signal rods into the gap in the walls around Rue one by one. At this time, many light sources gather, and the extremely dark underground environment finally reveals all its appearance. The taste is a little heavy. Hisoka covered his mouth and nose. The air deep in the underground cave could not circulate for a long time. The turbid air was sinking, and all kinds of strange smells were mixed together. It was like a box of canned salted fish rotted again. Hisoka looked forward, but the sight in front of him made his pupils shrink slightly. There was no doubt that the dragon teeth were from dragon Pokémon, but the skeletons of the two dragon Pokémon in front of me were too big. Wait, Hisoka found that he had forgotten an important point. The dragon teeth that little Lara found was already several sizes bigger. In conversion, the owner of dragon teeth must be huge. In the wide underground space, two complete dragon Pokémon skeletons lie on the stone wall, one in the south and the other in the north. The bones in several vital parts of them have obvious signs of fracture, and even in some places they seem to be directly cut by a sharp blade. Exceptionally smooth. Hisoka felt that the skeleton of the dragon Pokémon in the north was a little familiar, especially the missile-shaped wing bones protruding on both sides of the skull, which were the biological characteristics of Gible, Gabite, and Garchomp. The bones of the skeleton are wider than those of ordinary Garchomp, and the jawbone is more developed, so the appearance looks extremely ferocious. I don't know how long it has been, but the dense teeth in the mouth are still sharp, but the front teeth are obviously missing. Big tooth. I think this should be Xiao-La-La took one. Comparing the shape of the teeth, the straight sword is sharp like the Overlord's dragon teeth, and the owner of the second dragon teeth has been found. It's too similar. Really too similar. Hisoka looked around the skeleton carefully. The missile wing bone, including the shape of the skull and the sharp tailbone on the back, are all Garchomp characteristic. The reason why it has not been confirmed for a long time is mainly because no Garchomp's hands will grow like this. Since owning Gible, Hisoka has specially found a lot of materials for research and study on its final evolution Garchomp. Not to mention that he is an expert in researching Garchomp, but at least most of the materials are basically recited. Garchomp has a high IQ and is very good at tracking prey. The missile wing bones on the sides of the head are more technically termed the ampulla of Lorentz. This special organ allows it to easily track prey hidden deep in the ground. The forelimbs are slender, with only a pair of 283 dragon claws at the tip, and a long shark fin under the wrist. As for this big brother, who has turned into bone, the slender arms that Garchomp should have turned into two giant splitting axes. This is more like Scyther. If Scyther's double scythes are two machetes, then this Garchomp Pokémon is the two most violent giant axes. Under the illumination of the surrounding light, even if it has become a bone, it still flashes with a sharp light. Standing over 3 meters tall, it may have been larger when alive. Hisoka sighed a little, and didn't know how strong this creature would be when it was alive. The place that little Lala found is indeed a treasure land, but it is not a pirate treasure, but a gift left by nature. Even if the powerful dragon Pokémon dies, it is still full of treasures when it is turned into a pile of bone. As long as it is not completely fossilized, even if it is completely fossilized, it can be sold to Yulong family at a high price. After all, keel fossils are the main material for making Dragon Ball. Mouthful of dragon teeth, outrage behind a keel. These are all good things that money can't buy. Chapter 628. Two completely different Garchomp. Second update. Seek automatic subscription. Even if the skeleton in front of him is not Garchomp, it is definitely a close relative of Garchomp. It may not have survived to modern time, and it may have been extinct before humans appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago. After the analysis and comparison of dragon teeth and keel, the time of death of the creature was 51,249 years ago. The genetic similarity between it and Garchomp is 99.99%, and it is theoretically the same creature. There was only one dragon teeth material before, and the Red Queen couldn't make too many analogies. Now that a whole skeleton is in front of her, all her analysis results will be released soon. 99.99% genetic similarity. It is not a mistake to say that it is the same creature, because even human beings have subtle differences in gene, not to mention an ancient Pokémon more than 50,000 years ago. It may be the ancestor of Garchomp. There is no such information in the research records of Garchomp. Maybe he is the first discoverer. Hisoka felt that the current Garchomp was not as suitable for fighting as its ancestor, and the shocking power of this pair of giant acklating hands was much stronger than that of the pair of small slender claws. This knife, combined with Garchomp's own brute force, is simply a handsome one. Handsome is handsome, envy is envy. What should be taken is still to be taken. The dragon Pokémon skeleton covered with treasures is not found, but if it is found, it remains here. It is simply a tyrannical attack. Entering the ground is Anna. For humans, God-given is not to be blamed. Yulong family treats the dragon Pokémon after their ancestors died. Except for the dragon skull that goes into the temple to receive incense sacrifices, the rest of the dragon scales, dragon's bones, dragon fang's collection is cleaner than anyone else. Saffron is worthless in the ground, only in circulation. The skeleton to the south is not in a hurry, and the one in front of you will be cleaned up first. Just do what you say. Fortunately, the military folding backpack has enough space, or else it will not take away 2 dragon bones with a height of more than 3 meters. First, the entire skeleton had to be disassembled. The most valuable dragon fang and the outrage on the back were taken off, and the rest of the spine, rib, and leg bones were all tied up with rope. Weavile is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this kind of meticulous demolition work. Weavile is released again. Hisoka holds a military axe. Weavile lights up his claws, and one person and one pet all rush towards the dragon bone. Jingle, crackle, crackle, a burst of smashing and slashing. The skeleton of Garchomp, buried in the ground of Bone Spirit Island for tens of thousands of years, was destroyed by these outsiders at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hisoka hung one arm above his spine, ready to pick Outrage. Outrage was the hardest scale on the dragon Pokémon. The Outrage was carefully dug out with a dagger, and when this baby palm-sized Outrage was dug out, it was not a spine but a round black amber. Taking a photo with Bart, Hisoka also found that there are 2 strange halos inside the black amber, dark red and gray yellow, intersecting each other to form an S shape. It smells like a yin and yang fish. Similar. What is this tilde? Hisoka looked confused. Could it be Dragon Ball? Immediately afterward, he was also amused by his own whim. This is not a fantasy fairy tale novel, and there is no Dragon Ball. No matter, since it can be hidden behind Outrage, it must be a good treasure. Put it away first. Hisoka jumped off the dragon's spine, found a box and put the black amber in it. Let Lulu use confusion to classify all the cut keels. Hiso and Weavile hurried to the shorter skeleton over there. It is said to be relatively short, but it is actually close to 3 meters in height, with razor-sharp teeth. This is the first dragon teeth given by Xiaolala, and its owner is the dragon skeleton in front of him. There is an obvious cut on its right arm, which looks like a scar cut by an axe. Thinking of the Garchomp with the giant axe, this scene appeared in Hisoka's mind. 2 powerful dragon Pokémon. There was a great battle when they met, and because they were evenly matched, they were buried together in this underground cave. Shark tail again, Hisoka exclaimed in surprise. The dead dragon Pokémon in front of him has the same shark tail as the giant axe Garchomp, including ordinary Garchomp. In addition, the ampulla of Lorenz that Garchomp should have turned into 2 backward curved barbs, and its back is covered with a blade-like vertical thorn. It has the same shark fin hand as the ordinary Garchomp, but it is longer and thicker, just like the wrist blade installed on the arm of the ancient ninja. The skeleton's body is slimmer than the previous one, yet more aerodynamic, with a different streamlined aesthetic. If the former represents strength, the latter should be speed. Queen Red. Hisoka wanted to confirm his guess. King Qian. After the keel data analogy, the creature's time of death was 51,249 years ago, and its genetic similarity to Garchomp is 99.99%. It was the exact same data result, which made Hisoka completely fall into his thought. The 2 dragon Pokémon with such a huge difference in appearance belong to the Garchomp family. Did evolution mutate? So what should Garchomp look like 50,000 years ago? With this thought in mind, Hisoka rushed to the neck and spine of the dragon skeleton for the first time, and used a dagger to quickly dig out the outrage outside. Just as he thought, there was a black amber embedded in the spine. The light shines on again, and this time the 2 halos in the black amber turned into dark blue and olivine.